Hello and welcome. Become a Patreon member and enjoy your favorite novels anytime, anywhere, whether you're working, relaxing, or on the go. With our vast pre-available audiobook library, or by requesting a custom novel, simply send the novel name or link and we'll convert it into an audiobook for you. Unlock this exclusive audiobook benefit by joining our Patreon community.
X LOTM Please Call Me Mr. Error. Chapter 1, The Ritual. 1. Under the fiery crimson light of the blood moon, a teenager was scurrying around his room holding a bag of food delight. The room was nothing special. It had 4 white walls, a dresser, a rug, a bed, a bedside lamp, a curtained window, a table with a potted plant and a simple door that was currently closed with a poster stuck to the back of it. The poster was of a man with a golden crystal monocle over his right eye. "This is it!" The young boy shouted in absolute joy as he looked outside the window at the fiery crimson moon. The ritual should have the best effects when the moon is eclipsing. Not one to waste any more time at this auspicious moment in history, the boy began to run. Running to the first corner of the room, the boy stopped near the dresser and pulled out a stack of rotis, a staple food where he lived, and placed it onto the shelf built into the dresser. Running around again, the boy came to the next corner of the room that was covered by the bed and placed a small bowl of rice on the corner of the bed surrounded by the walls. Sliding down the bed towards the next corner, he placed down a glass of buttermilk on the curtained window. And turning to the last corner, he carefully placed a box of sweets on the same table as the potted plant. A little drool leaked out of his lips as he admired the tasty sweets, but he quickly shook his head and rid it of thoughts that were not useful to him. Running back to the center of the room, the boy tried to relax and control his breathing. But the excitement in his eyes grew as he looked at the clock that was about to strike 3 o'clock in the morning. All right. Now that this is done, I just need to chant the ritual incantations and connect with the deity to ask for what I want. Taking the first step in a counterclockwise direction to make the side of a square, the young boy prepared to chant. Accompanying the tension created by the young boy, crimson moonlight danced on the pale leafless willow tree that shadowed his window, eagerly looking at the scene. The immortal Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. Taking the next step counterclockwise to complete the square, he chanted, the sky Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. Taking the third step, he chanted with increased reverence, the exalted Thearch of heaven and earth for blessings. Taking the final step, he chanted in a slightly higher pitch, barely hiding the excitement as he edged closer to the ritual's completion, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. I pray for a miracle. I pray for a way to become the Lord of the mysteries. I pray for you to use your mighty powers to grant me the tag of the protagonist. I pray for you to grant your follower this simple wish. The boy, standing on the original spot from where he had started the ritual, closed his eyes and waited about 5 minutes for the ritual to end. Throughout the time he remained silent, the boy's brows furrowed as if he was concentrating hard on something. No murmurings. No ravings. Did the ritual fail? The boy mumbled as he squinted his eyes open in the dead of the night, trying to spot something different about his surroundings. Sigh. Do I need to light candles, set up a wall of spirituality and sanctify this place after all? The boy wondered out loud with disappointment. But I don't know how to set up a wall of spirituality and sanctify this place. And which essential oils do I even burn to please the celestial worthy of heaven and earth? But didn't Zhou Mingrui do it without any of these? The boy soon finished his musings and walked towards all the corners with his shoulders slumped to recoup all the offerings. He wanted to begin feasting on the food that so eagerly wished to be tasted and was tempting him. Is it just me, or did the food grow tastier? Maybe this is a sign for me to redo the ritual with tastier foods. Well, I can always try during the next eclipse. Slam. Thud. Ah. What was that? The boy was startled, and spilled a bit of buttermilk, as he watched the windows that had shut close with force enough to create resonating tremors through the room. Oh, must have been the wind. The young boy opened the window and placed its latch onto the hook so that it wouldn't slam shut so suddenly once again. Why did it get so stormy all of a sudden? I'm sure the meteorological department will have some answers tomorrow. Or perhaps another cyclone is passing by and I missed the warning. SSSCCCCCRRRECCCCCHHHHHH. A loud unfiltered noise that resembled the screeching of tires poured in through the open window, irritating the boy, causing him to take a few steps backwards while closing his ears. BOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOO light that had painted the view of the city from outside his window. Beautiful. The boy whispered into the cracks of the silent night that remained occupied mostly by the sounds of the explosion reaching high in the sky. Several avian creatures screeched and tweeted with each other, painting the sightless picture of horror and disturbance. The birds near the explosion dove away or sheltered under ledges to avoid the brightly burning fiery embers raining down on the surroundings. When did so many crows start living here? The young boy looked at the fiery remains of what appeared to be a collision between multiple vehicles on the road. The largest he could recognize was an oil tanker that had exploded after a truck had buried into it. Scary. B-O-O-M-M-M-M-M-M-M-M. The young boy looked at the sight with an awestruck expression as the explosion had sent a cloud of smoke and fire high into the sky. But that wasn't the only thing that the boy saw being sent flying into the sky. What the heck? The boy's head tilted to follow the head of the truck high into the sky until he found his face pressed onto the window grill, trying to peer beyond its bounds. Where did it go? The boy wondered as the head of the truck left his vision. He stepped back to admire the explosion site once again. The burning remains of the accident reflected off in the young man's enchanted eyes, but before he could even react or understand what happened. B-O-O-O-O-M-M-M-M-M. The head of the truck crashed into his room right through the roof and killed him by squishing him underneath itself like a bug under a leg. Chapter 2, A Possibility. In a dirty long narrow alleyway, 3 teenage boys surrounded and cornered a young boy who looked younger than 7. His malnourished frame and pale sickly skin only contributed to making him look a few steps away from death. Where's the money for this week, Loki? 2 young boys leaned on the walls of the houses in front of them, planning to block Loki from escaping through them. What do you want? Loki asked with a brash undertone, his calm eyes scanning the surroundings for any way of escape remaining the only indication of his intelligence, but the young boys were used to it. You ain't fooling us this time, Loki. The boy in the middle, the leader of the small gang, knocked Loki backwards by pushing his chest. I have nothing to pay you with, Lwig. Leave me alone. Loki tried to push himself out of the untimely encircle, but he couldn't slip his tiny weak body through the cornering of strong boys. Then you leave me no other choice, little head, Lwig said with a sneer on his face as he clapped his hands twice, summoning 2 similarly aged strong boys from behind the bend. As soon as Loki saw them, his eyes widened with horror as he desperately tried his best to push through the group around him. No. Don't do this, Lwig. Loki shouted, making Lwig sneer with an arrogant expression as he enjoyed looking at the despair on Loki's face. You hit her well, Loki. It took us quite a bit of work to find her. Muffled shouts and groans. The 2 boys were carrying a chubby young girl who was shouting as much as she could through the dirty rag stuffed into her mouth, along with the rag wrapped around her eyes, which was soaking wet with her tears. The little girl wore a clean white frock sewn on which were different colored flowers that gave her the appearance of a little white angel. Elaine, I will save you. Don't worry. Loki tried his best to push through the older kids encircling him as he tried to do everything from scratching and biting the hands of those keeping him back, but his malnourished body was unable to exert much force. You know what we want, Loki. Give it to us and she won't have to go through much. Take it. This is all I have. Loki bent low and pulled out a wad of cash from inside the worn soles of his torn shoes and threw it at Lwig's face. The momentary surprise caused Lwig and the boys encircling him to relax, allowing Loki to slip between the gang and rush towards Elaine, who had quietened down a little bit after hearing his voice. Loki nearly tripped on the oversized pants and shirts he was wearing, but managed to pull Elaine from the clutches of the 2 young boys who were holding her forcefully. Are you all right, Elaine? Loki immediately asked as he pulled out the dirty cloth stuffed into the little girl's mouth along with the rag strip tied around her eyes. Big brother, they are, sniffle boad boys, sniffle, the little girl cried into Loki's arms as he did his best to check her for injuries. Where each scratch on her only infuriated him. Don't worry, the bad boys will leave. Okay. Okie, sniff, the little girl still crying relaxed a little bit into the comfort of her big brother's arms. Clang. Just as the moment between the brother and sister was turning the mood of the dim alleyway harmonious, it turned for the worse when Loki saw Lwig with a steel rebar which he was dragging as he walked towards Loki and Elaine. You don't need to do such a thing, Lwig. Loki whispered as he picked up his little sister with a surprising amount of strength and began to retreat towards the street. But before he could step out into the street and escape from Lwig, a couple more young teenage boys stepped into it, closing both exits available to him. Argek. Let me through. Loki did his best to shuffle between the goons that had blocked the exit but couldn't exert much strength because of the little girl he was carrying in his small malnourished frame. No. This can't be happening. I can't let Elaine get hurt. With unwilling eyes, Loki scanned all around the alleyway but found nothing to revolt with. So he did the only thing he could. He collapsed and turned towards a wall to hide Elaine and used whatever he could of his scrawny body to keep her safe from all harm. Lwig walked until he reached Loki and with a smirk on his face started to educate him. Thud. This is all because of you, innit? Thud. Because a twat like you can't seem to learn that you are weak and pathetic. Thud. Because a wanker like you can't seem to understand that you are below me. With 3 quick strikes to his back, Loki only tightened his grip on Elaine as he did his best to keep the miserable groans from escaping his mouth. Thud. Keep Elaine safe. Loki hammered into his mind along with the strikes that hammered into his back. Thud. If you step out of line once more dash. Keep Elaine safe. Thud. I will make sure you see the worst happen to your little sister. Keep Elaine safe. Thud. I'm sure you don't want that, do you, Loki? Blood leaked and caused the colors on his oversized shirt to grow darker as they uncomfortably stuck to his skin, but Loki didn't let go. Big bother. Elaine cried as she sensed what was happening and her tears covered Loki's shirt, but Loki did his best to remain silent and protect Elaine so she wouldn't be hurt. He feared opening his mouth would only make the situation worse. The best he could do for now was to hug his sister tight as he could. With one last swing, Lwig slammed the rebar into Loki's head. Thud. Lwig's hit had just enough force in it to rock Loki's brain and give him a concussion, not enough to kill him, yet also not enough to brush away. If he weren't so malnourished, that is. Blood instantly began to leak from Loki's head as his grip on Elaine loosened, yet he did his best to protect Elaine despite the pain, but it seemed that this was the final straw that broke the camel's back. As he felt his consciousness fading, Loki just had one last thought. If only I were stronger, Elaine wouldn't have to suffer like this. In this moment of clarity, a dormant energy within him resonated with something beyond space and time, bursting forth with a remarkable possibility that opened a path that few in this world could even imagine. Tisk. Seeing no more reactions from Loki after repeatedly kicking him in the head, Lwig assumed he had finally lost consciousness from the pain, especially since Elaine had pried herself out of Loki's grasp. Ha! How cute. Too bad I'm tired. Lwig said, watching Elaine. Elaine was glaring at Lwig, doing her best to protect her big brother by stretching her tiny chubby hands across his body without realizing that he had passed away. Lwig suddenly tensed and swung the rebar again, causing Elaine to flinch, yet she stayed on top of Loki, only holding him tighter. Haha, what a protective bitch. Lwig tossed the rebar in his hand onto the concrete floor and left with his gang of goons while happily counting the money that Loki had given them, leaving behind a corpse and an angry little girl. Chapter 3, A Fond Memory. Bother. Bother. Big bother. Get up. The Bwad boys left. Elaine shouted as she shook her brother, trying to wake him up from his inanimate state. Big bother. Wake up. Elaine will be angry if you don't wakey. Against all odds, Loki's fingers twitched, followed by his eyebrows, his lips, and finally his eyelids that shot open as his eyes hysterically scanned the area around himself for any dangers. What the hell? Who is this little girl? Why does my head hurt so much? Ouch. And my back. It hurts so much. It feels like I've been whipped. Loki slowly pushed himself up using his quivering elbows, subject to the stern gaze of the little girl who had almost started crying. Big bother. Elaine happily hugged her brother tightly like she had just lost him forever. Ouch. 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 Calm down, Elaine. Calm down. Loki winced in pain as Elaine touched the wounds on his back and then became startled at the name that arrived from his mouth during the subconscious expression. Yes, big bother. What in the world? Elaine. Who is Elaine? This little girl. How do I know her name? A sudden pain that stitched his skull back together caused Loki to hold his head with both his hands as he felt like something, or rather someone, was trying to inflate his dented head like a balloon. He closed his eyes and tried his best to keep away the pain, but it only got worse. My head hurts. Did something from the accident smash my head? Was it the truck head? Did it land in my room? After about a full minute, in which Loki heard audible clicking noises from inside his head, he allowed himself to relax a little. The pain. It seems to be reducing. Wait a second. An unknown place. A head wound that seems to be healing. And a sister. Opening his eyes, Loki immediately scanned his hands and the rest of his body in view. A soft gasp escaped Loki's lips as he realized something. My body. This is not my body. Contrary to what one would expect, instead of feeling angry, sad, or even shocked and confused, Loki at this moment felt joy. Joy beyond reason as only one thought echoed inside his head. This is a miracle. Have I come into the world of Lord of the Mysteries? But suddenly memories started to pour into his mind. No, that's not right. I'm in Britain. In the year 1990. As his head fully healed, bits and pieces of memories about the character called Loki formed inside his head. Loki's memories fused deeply into the young boy's soul and caused him to feel everything Loki ever did, all in a span of a few seconds. It almost caused him a concussion once again, but a strange power prevented him from falling unconscious throughout the duration and kept him awake. But with all these new memories, the ideas that he had imagined about this world immediately shattered and sent him spiraling downward from his momentary joy. My name is Loki. I'm a street orphan and I have a sister. What the hell? Did the celestial worthy of heaven and earth make a mistake while transmigrating and reincarnating me? Brother. Big brother. Are you all right? Elaine asked Loki as she shook his bony shoulder, trying to elicit a response from him after he had gone silent for the last few minutes. Loki snapped out of his thoughts as his eyes broke away from staring at the imaginary world he had created inside his head and looked back at Elaine with a gaze filled with recognition and responsibility. I don't know if it is Loki's last wish that did this, but given how deeply his memories have entwined with me, it's hard not to see the little girl as anything but my own cute little sister. How could you leave such a pretty and cute sister behind, Loki? Worry not. I shall give our sister the best treatment she deserves. Yes, Elaine, big brother is all right. Come, let's go home and then we can eat dinner today. Aren't you hungry after you kicked up such a big fuss? No. Elaine didn't kick fuss. Elaine only wanted to be with big brother. A smile formed on Loki's face. He patted Elaine's head and stood up from the concrete floor of the dark and dingy alley he was lying on. With great effort, if his trembling feet and hands were any indication. The muscles in his back creaked and remained knotted in various places as he did his best to stand upright and limp along with Elaine, who was trying her best to support him. How did he remain so quiet in the face of so much pain? Goddamn, you've got a lot of determination for being so much younger than me. I will do my best to get the revenge you deserve. And dish out as much pain as I can to Lwig for trying to harm our angel-like little sister. Stumbling a little bit, Loki balanced himself with the help of his sister when his eyes fell on her pretty white dress. Oh. She'll get saddened because of my blood stain on her dress. Shifting through his memories, Loki had learnt that while not true, he had always told Elaine that the dress was their mother's last gift to them before she passed away. He told this so that Elaine would always think she had someone who loved her if he ever died or went missing. I'll try to keep her attention away from it and see if I can swindle her into thinking that it was always like that. I also need to find a way to earn money quickly and move away from this area, otherwise, Lwig and his gang of bullies won't leave me and my sister alone. Arriving in front of their home, which was just a worn-down wooden shack that was propped up with haphazardly placed poles and plastic bags to keep the rain out, Loki smiled affectionately and rubbed his sister's head. Thank you for helping big brother walk all the way home, Elaine. HMPF. Elaine is a good girl. Elaine is a very, very good girl. Loki said, patting Elaine's head, which caused her to giggle. He. And since his experience with the original Loki's memories were still fresh in his mind, the laughter fell on his ears like the symphony of a Bach concert in a wondrous orchestra hall, causing him to smile and tear up a little. Now that I am Loki and Elaine is my sister, I need to protect her and keep her safe. At least to the best of my abilities, it's the least I owe to him for taking over his life. Walking into the house that was built for their size, Loki pulled off his dirty shirt and stowed it away in a plastic bag. I need to get a new pair of shirts. Perhaps I can find some discarded ones in trash bins again. After washing both his and Elaine's hands with a bottle filled with tap water he'd gotten from the public library nearby, Loki knelt down to pull out a floorboard. Underneath it was a piece of bread that was wrapped in a newspaper. Looking at the bread, a strange memory surfaced in Loki's mind as a soft smile graced his lips. Following this memory, he broke the bread into 2 pieces in a ratio of 8:2 and handed over the larger part to his little sister. Big brother. Big brother. I grew up today. So I can have the small part. But big brother also grew up today, Elaine. So you're still small. Have the big part, because small people need more food. Shaking her head rapidly, Elaine mewed and squealed to show her disagreement with Loki. No. Today I grew up and became bigger. Elaine said this and pouted cutely as she turned away from her brother in mock anger. All right. Elaine. Look. Today I will have a little bit more. Loki said and broke off a small piece of bread from a large part and handed over the rest to Elaine. Big brother. Look. Elaine will grow stronger and taller soon and then you can have the bigger piece. Haha, sure, I'm sure my Elaine will grow up a lot and become a strong and beautiful lady. Boomo. I pinky promised big brother. Chapter 4, A Test. Watching the crimson moon of the deep night, Loki meditated on the problem he was facing as Elaine slept with her head on his thighs. Well, now that everything is nice and quiet, I can think about what has happened. Loki looked down at the little girl and brushed her hair with his fingers casually as his mind drifted. He had a rather enlightening conversation with himself. Since I've not been corrupted by any outer deities or true gods even after I have a remarkable amount of mysticism knowledge about them, am I really not in the world of Lord of the Mysteries? Or perhaps the Evernight goddess is using her concealment to protect me from turning into an eldritch horror and losing control. I can try reciting the true names of various true gods and great old ones, but if I am in the LOTM world, things would end badly for me. The only thing that points to the fact that I'm not in the world of LOTM, other than my memories, is that I've seen a car. Which means there is oil in this world, something that was extinct in the world of LOTM. Unless this is also a miracle of the Fool's Pathway. But if it is not the world of LOTM, how did I get transmigrated into this world? And then there's the luck enhancement ritual. I could try doing the luck enhancement ritual I did before I was transmigrated to see if, like Klein, I can also gain access to the realm above the gray fog. If I can, that would be definitive proof that I am in the LOTM world, or at least something that resembles it. But where do I do the ritual? And with what do I do the ritual? It's not like I'm loaded with food or a starter money pack like Klein was. With what happened today, it'll be hard to scrap food just to fill our stomachs for the next few weeks. Sigh. I think I know how I can earn money, but I don't know if it'll work as I expect it to. Loki used to steal money from people at popular tourist sites like the British Museum each day. His small stature and the general unawareness of the tourists left him unnoticed and confident in his abilities to steal. Something he had been doing for as long as he was able to walk. Loki's, or rather now my, mom was a drug addict and lived on the streets, and for as far back as I can see in my mind, she never did anything to properly raise me up. If possible, she would have even sold me to get her hands on more crack. Even when Elaine was born, and caused the death of their mother, Loki was the one who raised Elaine by expending his blood, sweat and tears to take care of her. His daily routine was set in stone. Wake up before Elaine. Steal from the streets of London and then finally return home with food for the day. This religious routine had kept Elaine well fed for the last few years. There was only so much he could earn, and he didn't want to let Elaine ever feel hungry. Lwig and his gang, on the other hand, were the people he had to pay protection money to, so that rival gangs would not touch me or Elaine during our stay in his territory. I can try speaking the true name of the Evernight goddess right, since she must be protecting me and keeping me concealed from the other gods. All right then. Here goes nothing. 3, 2, 1. Ammonices. Out of fear from uttering a name he was likely not worthy to speak, the hair on Loki's arms and legs stood up, forming goosebumps. I feels like the temperature just dropped. Is someone gazing at me? Loki looked up at the beautiful crimson moon and wondered if the goddess was looking at him, but after the undisturbed eternal silence of the night remained for the next few minutes, he gave up. Maybe the Evernight goddess doesn't want to show herself so soon. Didn't she only show herself to Klein much later down in the story too? All right. I have 2 more ideas. But I hope none of them work. Adam. Speaking the forbidden name, Loki looked around vigilantly at each and every corner of the shack and then out onto the street, but once he found no one again, he relaxed a little. Final name then. Loki nodded to himself and gulped before saying the name he and most of the readers of LOTM feared terribly. Amon. The goosebumps on Loki's hands grew more pronounced as he paid keen attention to everything around him, trying to even see if any of the insects around him had maybe put on monocles on their right eyes, but seeing nothing of the sort, Loki relaxed further. At least Amon and Adam are not here for sure. That's good news. But is this really not the world of LOTM? With a disappointed sigh, Loki closed his eyes and relaxed a bit on the unstable walls of the shack that would collapse if a stone was thrown at them, but his underfed, weightless body didn't make a difference. Time to sleep, tomorrow is a big day. I doubt I can steal anywhere near as efficiently as Loki did it. Instead of stealing, I need to figure out how to earn more money and see if I can perform the luck enhancement ritual somehow. Suddenly Loki flinched when the slowly healing wound on his back came in contact with wooden splinters. Curses. My back still hurts. I will make sure to beat you up for this, Lwig. Damn bastard. I just have to grow up a little bit and then I will be able to give him the infamous attitude adjustment, just like John Cena. Waking up early the next morning, Loki opened his eyes and found Elaine still sleeping on his thigh. Damn. I'm afraid to move my leg now. There was no blood flowing into my leg for the entire night. I'm pretty sure it's going to feel like static. Carefully lifting Elaine's head and putting it on an old cloth to prevent her from resting her head on the solid wood floor, Loki stood up. Damn, it hurts. But seeing that pretty little face that's drooling is worth it. Loki thought about Elaine as he watched her snore into oblivion. Turning back and limping through the street half naked, Loki thought of the things he would need to find today in the early morning so that he could begin earning money before school began. I need a cardboard and a pen. I hope my plan is successful. I don't want to resort to stealing again, especially after having been caught by the coppers twice. I'm pretty sure if I try and steal anything, I'll just get caught. Nodding to himself, Loki set out on the road to meet his adventure. Chapter 5, A Plan in Motion. Arriving at a dumpster behind a Tesco, Loki began to skin the dumpster for a relatively medium-sized piece of cardboard that would be about his height and one he could carry easily. Cardboard, where are you? Perfect cardboard, where are you? Cardbo, oh, I found a pen. Picking up the pen and storing it inside a pocket on his dirty pants, Loki went back to searching for the perfectly sized cardboard. Is this a new shirt? Why did they toss it out? Oh well, I can use this instead of staying naked. Changing into the new shirt that looked like it had been painted with markers, Loki used the box that it had come in as the cardboard he needed by tearing the sides and flattening it a little. All I need to do now is write about my business on it. Sitting down in the dumpster, Loki began to scratch on the plain side of the cardboard with the pen he had just picked up. And after a few minutes of designing in whatever primitive fashion he could, Loki took a step back to admire his work. This looks fine. Ouch. Curses, my wrist hurts. And my back hurts too. Did reviving not heal me entirely? Or is it just the malnourishment that is catching up? And I stink. Maybe I should wash myself in the River Thames before I go to any school. Is it even clean? A couple of minutes later, having taken a short shower using a tap that was attached to someone's house near the River Thames, Loki sneaked onto a bus to reach the crossroads he remembered in his memories. Finally. I'm here. Taking a short hike from the crossroads, Loki had arrived at the school nearest to him, Stonewall High, the local state school. I hope I'm not late. Finding a bench near himself, Loki sat himself down holding onto the cardboard sign he had made, displaying it to all the students who were walking into the gates of Stonewall High. Waiting for about 2 minutes with no one noticing him, Loki grew a little impatient but then immediately picked up his courage and began to advertise himself like a street hawker. Math and science homework for just 50p. Math and science homework for just 50p. The continuous loud sound grabbed the attention of all nearby students who looked at Loki with amusement. Loki's bizarre patterned oversized shirt and pants along with his malnourished frame made people mistake him for even younger than he already was, but they displayed nothing other than a small amount of pity as they walked away from him and went into the school. After a little while though, 2 boys trotted away from their group of friends and walked to the bench Loki was sitting on, scaring him slightly since they resembled Lwig and his gang, especially their wickedly arranged teeth. But Loki kept his calm and faced them with a fearless business smile. How can a twat like you help us out with our homeworks? One of the boys asked, but before Loki could answer he was interrupted by the second boy. James, you fool, maybe he has the solutions already and he just needs to copy it for us. Oh. You could be right, Clark. I know everything and I'm always right. Then why didn't you finish your homework earlier? Because I knew the Allfather would grant us this wonderful opportunity today. Allfather. Loki noticed, but remained silent as he contemplated, a clue or just a child enamored by myth. James shook his head at his friend's shamelessness and looked down at Loki to ask him a question once again. Is he right, twat? Loki was angry for a second since he felt insulted when James called him a twat, but then considered the phrase, the customer is always right, and spread a big smile on his face. Of course. You are obviously right. I have all the solutions already. Oh. Where is it? Clark asked, not seeing anything around Loki that would contain the answers to their problems. In here, Loki said, pointing at his head. James and Clark both lifted their eyebrows as they looked at the confident and smiling Loki with skepticism. What do you think, Clark? I still think the Heavenly Father has given us this wonderful opportunity so that Mrs. Smith doesn't send us out of class to hold buckets as punishment today. I see. But what if he's wrong? I'm sure we can beat him up and take back our 50 pence from him. Loki's sweat dropped at the blatant call for violence, but he was confident in his knowledge so that such a situation wouldn't arise again. Getting beaten up once by Lwig and his gang had left a remarkable impression, literally. But to make his customers happier, Loki gave them a personalized offer. I can promise you to do it for 25p each if you promise me to spread the word around your class that I was the one that finished your homework. James and Clark looked at each other and communicated non-verbally before simultaneously taking out books from their bags and handing it over to Loki. They both opened their books and pointed at the homework Loki had to solve for them. So one math geometry problem and a few science questions about the powerhouse of the cell. Easy. Solving the questions as quickly as he could while trying to copy the handwriting of the two so that the teachers wouldn't raise suspicion, Loki finished the two homework with great speed and efficiency. Handing over the books back, Loki said, I will be here at the same time tomorrow, you can find me if something goes wrong in it. James and Clark looked over at Loki with surprise since he had finished their homework in under 5 minutes. Did we just pay for work that we could have done in 5 minutes? Damn. Breaking them out of their surprise was Loki, who held his hand out to collect the money that he was now owed. Do you trust him, Clark? The Allfather never lies. Then why don't you pay? I'll pay you back tomorrow. I promise. Okay. James paid Loki for the both of them with a single 50p coin, and he quickly thanked the two boys and left from there, lest they change their minds about this payment and beat him up to take it back from him. Looking at the coin in his hand as he walked back down the street to steal a bus ride back home, Loki exclaimed inside his mind and giggled like a mad scientist who had achieved the planned result of his great project. Ha 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 ha. I don't need to steal anymore. I'm a genius. Everything is going according to Kikaku. I wonder if Elaine's woken up already. Don't worry, little sis. Your big brother is about to bring home something you'll love. I should also bring sis tomorrow to move closer to the school. I don't want to have to keep paying Lwig and his gang protection money. I hope there is a similarly empty plot of land nearby where we can remake our shack. Tough life ahead. But Elaine's smile makes it all fun. Chapter 6, The Ritual. 2. Walking to a famous store that he had only seen in his memories earlier and had never been to in this world, Loki joined the queue with a bright smile. W.C. Donald's. Many people in the line sent curious glances Loki's way, but he ignored them to save himself from any confrontation that might occur due to his status as a poor homeless orphan. But everyone seemed to be stifling a peal of laughter as they caught glances at Loki's clothes. Why is everyone looking at me like I'm a clown? I'm wearing such cool clothes. Do they not like this fashion style? Loki's shirt was a bright neon pink color with the picture of a small cartoonish budgie painted on it in neon yellow. Do they not know who Bungie the Budgerigar is? Hey, kid. Where is your mommy? One of the adults close to Loki in the line asked. My mommy is in the house, good sir, Loki responded as politely as he could without rousing anyone's suspicion. Haha, is that so? Nod nod. Being a child pays off. Everyone believes you no matter what. Loki thought. What do you want today then? The older man asked. I want a patty burger for me and my sister. Loki said with a wide smile. Is that so? Then how old is your sister? She's turning 4 next month. Loki exclaimed, excited that someone was talking about the greatness of his sister with him. I can see you love your sister deeply. This is going to be the first time Elaine will eat W.C. Donald's. That is why I'm so excited. Is that so? Yes. Then I wish you luck so that your sister likes what you take for her. Thank you, good sir. With a nod, the gentleman ended the conversation as Loki reached the front of the line during this time. What's your name, young man? The receptionist asked. Loki. Oh, that's a unique name. It is. So what would you like, Loki? 1 quarter pounder with a side of French fries, please. All right, that will be 50p. Can I interest you in any of the drinks we have? No, that will be all. All right. Thank you for purchasing at W.C. Donald's. You may collect your order at the collection counter 2 windows down the right. I hope you choose to eat with us once again. Thank you. I will. Loki was overjoyed at how easy it was to buy food in this day and age when things seemed so cheap. So he patiently moved to wait near the next counter for his order to be called. It wasn't long before Loki's name was called and he walked up to the counter to pick his quarter-pounder up. Looking at the quarter-pounder and the few French fries inside the cover, Loki was overjoyed. Elaine is gonna love these. Loki rushed home and soon found himself in the shack where he spotted Elaine playing by herself with a few dolls Loki had stolen for her. Elaine. I'm back. Big brother. Haha. Look. I got something special for you. What is it, big brother? Ha. I will only give it to you if you tell me something. What? Who's the best big brother there is? You are. Haha. Thank you. Loki smiled proudly and handed the cover with the quarter-pounder and French fries to Elaine for her to attack. Elaine quickly opened the package and smiled with bright eyes as she spotted the quarter-pounder inside the cover. Big brother. You went to W.C. Donald's? Yes. Your big brother went to W.C. Donald's today to get your lunch. Thank you, big brother. No worries, my cutie pie sister deserves the best. Hee hee. Elaine and Loki then shared half of the quarter-pounder and each had some, with Elaine still eating the larger share. While she tried to eat less by arguing about having grown up, Loki didn't listen and fed her a little more. They also had to save a little bit so that they could still eat during the night. It wasn't long before Elaine burped a little and slowly grew drowsy before falling asleep on Loki's legs. With the food remaining, can I perform the luck enhancement ritual? I only have 3 ingredients, a leftover burger, French fries and sauce. What can I use as my 4th sacrifice? Water. Surely the celestial worthy of heaven and earth won't be angry if I use water. I mean, everyone like a good glass of water after a fresh meal. Loki shivered a little at the thought of making the celestial worthy of heaven and earth angry, so he decided to think of something else. Or can I just use the burger patty as a separate food in the ritual? Yes, it's better to use the patty as a separate food sacrifice for the ritual. Loki smoothly put Elaine's head on a folded cloth to cushion her while she slept and moved around the shack to quickly place different foods in each corner. A burger bread in the first corner, a patty in the next, French fries in the third and sauce packets in the fourth. Taking a deep breath and calming himself down, Loki began the ritual, taking his first step counterclockwise to form a square while chanting, "The immortal Lord of heaven and earth for blessings." Taking his second step he said, "The sky Lord of heaven and earth for blessings." With his third step, he said, "The exalted Thearch of heaven and earth for blessings." And with his final one, he concluded with, "The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings." Before Loki could close his eyes and wait for 5 minutes in silence for the ritual to finish, a cacophony of whispers, wails, and screams graced his ears. The screams and wails almost fried his brain, but the shock of it all left him momentarily discombobulated. He felt like he was thrust into the same crimson light that had stained his room on the day he was transmigrated. He tried to move, but the air felt heavy and thick as if resisting every action he was making. In mere moments, Loki found himself separated from his body as he was yanked out of his head uncomfortably and thrust into a sea of endless calm. Slowly opening his eyes, Loki found something that only made him excited. "I'm above the gray fog," Loki spoke with excitement and finality as he recognized the place he was currently standing in. Several crimson stars dotted the endless gray fog as Loki made sure not to touch any of them, since he didn't want to summon any unknown beyonders of this world without information about them yet. I can't be as good as Klein at pretending to be a sequence zero true god with how different the things here are. I must exercise caution, otherwise, I might end up dead or worse before I even start my new life. Who knows which god might try to rope me into their plans or corrupt me to plan a deity's decent, or worse. Chapter 7, Experimentations. Loki immediately stirred the gray fog with a thought by exploiting the slight connection between him and the Sapphire Castle, and caused a great white Olympian hall to appear along with a long thick golden marble table in its center. The table molted to release shallow amounts of gray fog from its edges, shrouding its ever-shifting inlays and designs in a foggy layer of mystery. 22 matching chairs appeared in their place beside the table. Each had the symbol of one of the major arcana of the tarot cards on their backsides, inlaid with gold to give them a shimmering glow. The omnipresent light in the boundless area above the gray fog dimmed and turned crimson, giving the place an eerie vibe, making it hard to see anything beyond a few meters other than a silhouette. It looks good. Should I hide it though and recreate it when I, accidentally, summon more people by touching the crimson stars like Klein? Sure, why not, but I'll do it before I leave. Loki sat down on the chair closest to him, the first wing chair of the table that had the mark of a dragon on its back. Is it my subconscious choice to sit on the chair with the mark of the justice pathway? Or is the Sapphira Castle trying to tell me something about my pathway? Am I going to become a spectator? It's not like I have any special attachment to the pathway. I would prefer the Fool's pathway or the Error pathway the most instead of the Spectator pathway. Even the Door pathway sounds like more fun. Conjuring a paper and a pen to write with, Loki wrapped his fingers around the edges of the marble table, shifting deep into thoughts as he thought about the things that had recently happened to him and wrote them down. I was sent into a new world during an eclipse when the moon turned crimson. I occupied the body of a young child who is 10 years old. Rather, instead of occupied, it would be right to say fused. I don't know the right words, transmigrated perhaps. I will only be able to seek the truth of this matter when I have spirit vision and am able to inspect my soul in a closer fashion by comparing it to others. But to gain any good spirit vision I need to first turn into a beyonder of one of the future-telling pathways, like the Fool pathway or the Wheel of Fortune pathway that are good at divinations. Now that I have the Sapphira Castle, the law of beyonder characteristics convergence should attract the Fool, Door, and Error pathways to me. But shouldn't the celestial worthy of heaven and earth have already planned to give me beyonder characteristics from the 9th sequence to the 1st sequence to make me lose control and succumb to his will? Is someone protecting me? Like the Evernight goddess did for Klein. But who? Does this world even have beyonders in the first place? In my memories, no churches exist for the gods of various beyonder pathways. How do they keep themselves from losing control if they do not have any followers or anchors? Or perhaps all of them are just king of angels like Amon and have not become true gods yet. Too early to say. I must somehow come in contact with a beyonder gathering circle to know more about this world and its beyonders. Dropping the pen onto the table and leaning back into his chair, Loki relaxed with a soft sigh as he looked at the paper in front of him filled with notes. I should leave. Leaving my body unprotected when Lwig and his gang could find me and attack me at any given time would not be good after all. He stood up and vanished the large hall and table along with chairs, leaving the space above the gray fog in the pristine condition it existed in before he had arrived here. And with but a thought, Loki was back in his body, leaving the gray fog and the crimson stars within it undisturbed as it had probably remained for centuries prior. Opening his eyes, Loki looked at Elaine, who was fast asleep, and sat down to lean on the shack wall and take some rest himself. Being in the Sapphira had taken some energy from him and had left him spent. After I get up, I'll try going to churches nearby and see if I can sniff out any beyonder shenanigans. Though I doubt if it is going to be as simple as that. Looking at the back of his hand, Loki rubbed the small tattoo of the 4 squares that had popped up on it after doing the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual. The tattoo was like the one Klein got, and Loki had expected it. Soon, with a soft snore, Loki fell asleep while leaning on the rickety walls of the shack with Elaine. Getting up in a couple of hours, Loki watched the sun reach the lower part of the sky, so he woke up Elaine. Get up, princess. HNGG. Wakey wakey. Today we will go to the church. Naya. Hee hee, wake up, little princess. Come. Loki tickled her as she curled up to protect herself from her brother's relentless assaults. Elaine slowly roused from her slumber and pouted cutely as she looked at Loki, who was looking down at her while smiling. Come. Let's go. Okie, big brother. Good. Holding Loki's hands, Elaine waddled along with him as they strolled through the streets, with Loki slowly winding down the paths towards the church nearby. The church was a small chapel with a large cross on the wall towards the altar. Loki and Elaine sat down in the aisle for a few minutes, but except for the serene silence within its walls, Loki did not spot anything else happening within the boundaries of the church. No people were walking in and out of some secret entrance in the chapel, and no people were going into the sanctuary to vanish into an underground tunnel connected to an unknown detective agency. If it was going to be this easy to find out about beyonders, I'm sure everyone would have learned about them till now. I don't have any idea about where else I can look for other than these churches. I guess that's it for today. I should probably leave with Elaine to search for some new house we can live in to escape from Lwig and his gang. Come on, little princess, let's go search for a new home. New home? Elaine asked with heartbreaking sadness as tears appeared in her eyes. Loki was shocked for a second, but then he realized why Elaine acted like this. Don't worry, sis, this time I will take all the toys along with us to the new home so that you don't have to tell them goodbye. Loki said, quickly patting the little girl's head and soothed her sadness. Pinky promise, brother. Yes, Pinky promise. Don't cry. I promise to take all of it with us. Chapter 8, A Professor. Scouting around for a new and used plot, Loki spent the next few days performing the same routine. Get up, go to school and solve homework for various students, buy burgers at W.C. Donald's, eat food with Elaine, and then search for a new plot to build their home together. Loki had a few categories he wanted to match while looking for the new plot. He wanted it to be close to the schools. He wanted it to be in an unused location that could be hidden easily. And finally, he wanted it to be close to supermarkets so that he could steal things from their dumpsters, like clothes and accessories for convenience. Well, the south is a no-go since that's where all the gangs are. North and west are a no-go since they are too far. East it is. Trotting off onto another journey of searching for plots to shift their shack to, Loki walked hand in hand with Elaine as they scanned the houses in East London for any area to live in. Loki stopped suddenly as he noticed an oddity in one of the homes in the wall of houses that lined his sides. What happened, big brother? Elaine asked, cutely tilting her head to the side to look at Loki. I think we've found our home. Loki smiled and walked along with Elaine to the dark and dingy house that stood precariously on its last foundations to find out if he was right. Knock knock. Is anyone there? With a sharp rap of his knuckles, Loki knocked on the fragile half-burnt doors and wondered if anyone would answer him. Seeing the everlasting silence reign supreme, Loki pushed open the door and boorishly stepped inside the tattered house. As expected. There's no one in here. Walking in a little bit more, Loki observed the house for any signs of recent use and found none. No needles, empty bottles, or even strange smells remained. The house wasn't perfect, mind you, since it was dominated by the smell of burnt wood, but Loki didn't mind. Although most of the house had burned down, some of the rooms appeared livable. This place will do well, little sis. But it's so dark. Manny and Gunji won't like being in the dark for so long. Let's go upstairs. Loki walked ahead and Elaine quietly followed as they reached the topmost floor of the double-story house. The top room was well lit with sunlight pouring into it from a large window on its side and the roof which had holes in it. Loki looked at the roof and frowned since it would be a problem when it rained, but beggars couldn't be choosers and Elaine seemed to like it too since she had already begun telling Loki how she would arrange her toys on the shelves here. Big brother. I can build a castle for Delphi and Corey here. Yes, we'll live in this place for now, let's bring all your toys here. Yee. Walking back to their home, Loki and Elaine rested for the night, except Elaine couldn't sleep much at all because she was so excited, and early the next morning, after Loki was back from solving children's homework, they collectively bound all of Elaine's toys in a large cloth and carried it to their new home. Big brother. Elaine shouted as she ran around the house jumping in joy at the new roof over their heads, but Loki quickly reminded her to keep her voice down. Elaine. Shhhh. Remember, we will only win the game against our neighbors if we keep absolutely quiet. Hee okie, big brother. Elaine whispered with a finger on her lips. Although this house has burnt down, I doubt the neighbors would take kindly to two kid tramps living in the house. Better we keep quiet and don't get caught. Loki looked around the house and nodded in satisfaction since this would do for now until they were either evicted by other goons or discovered by the owner or their neighbors. Come on, Elaine, let's sleep. Don't want to be awake the whole night again. Elaine nodded and moved down to the room where they had found an old mattress, snuggled close to each other and drifted off to a pleasant sleep. Getting up the next day, Loki once again sneaked onto a bus to go to the school, and after reaching there, he sat down on the bench that had become his go-to spot during the morning. After a few days of repeatedly asking students to advertise for him and doing work at half the price, today was finally the day a group arrived in front of him without having to shout like a street hawker. Can I interest you in my services, sirs and madams? Loki said politely with a business smile on his face. The students immediately opened their books to ask Loki about solving the homework for them. So 1 math class 7, 1 science class 10 and 1 math class 10. Will that be all? Loki said like it was no big deal. Yes. That will be all. A boy said, handing over the books to Loki. Loki began solving everything, and as he did so with total absorption, he did not notice a tall man with an English mustache arriving behind the group of kids and peering at him from above. Looking at Loki solving the problems in an unorthodox manner, the man was unable to contain his excitement as he immediately pushed the children aside and moved to the front to observe Loki's answers. Professor. The children were startled and they all pulled their books from Loki and rushed away, leaving Loki confused and a little angry since they hadn't paid him for the work he had finished. As Loki lifted his head up to gaze at the source of the problem, he found the tall Britishman looking at him with adoration and felt a little scared. Is he here to kidnap me? Perhaps he is a well-known child molester. Maybe that's why the kids ran away from him. Loki covered himself as best as he could and tried to move away from the Britishman, but before he could fully escape, the man placed a hand on his shoulder. "No!" Loki cried as he did his best to push away the man, but his iron grip didn't let him escape. "Young man, calm down. I come here with good intentions. Heliop dash." Loki did his best to shout, but after a second the man blocked Loki's mouth, not allowing a single sound to come out. "Bite. Ouch. You're one rude boy." The man complained, but he still held Loki down with his other hand. Seeing that the man wasn't trying to do anything other than stop him from running away, Loki calmed down a little so that he could reassess the man properly himself. "Who are you?" Loki finally asked. "I'm John Elton. I'm the math professor at Stonewall High." Chapter 9, Shocking News. Loki couldn't believe his ears, and so, his mouth hung a little loose from the sudden revelation. "Am I in trouble?" Loki asked calmly. "No, young man, you are not in trouble. In fact, I wanted to ask you who taught you to solve these problems." "I learnt them myself," Loki responded almost instantly. "I see. Could you take me to your parents?" "They are dead," Loki said with a little apprehension as the man's eyes widened with worry. "Is this a coincidence arranged by fate?" The man thought with some excitement. While Loki's thoughts were something else entirely, perhaps this man is a Beyonder and is here to induce me into the path of Beyonders. Like Dunn Smith did to Klein. Let's see where this goes. Both concluded simultaneously. "Why do you want to know about my parents anyway?" Loki asked to keep the conversation going and to move away from the depressing shift that had occurred. "Ah. Never mind. Do you have any brothers and sisters? Why do you want to know?" Loki asked again, trying to glean more about what the man was trying to do here by disrupting his business. "I want to adopt you," the man stated with an excited glint in his eyes. "Huh." Loki felt a little shocked and his mind slipped into a flurry of thoughts. Is this the work of a Beyonder? This seems very much like a suspicious scam. Does he run a child trafficking ring? Why would a random person want to adopt a kid they just met? "I don't believe you," Loki said with a straight face. "What about it, don't you believe?" the man asked with a strange expression. Shouldn't the little boy be overjoyed that he will be adopted? Why would a man adopt a child out of nowhere unless they're thinking of doing something suspicious? Loki complained. Why would I, as a respectable member of society, try to do anything to him? Ah. I forgot to tell you the reason. Is he really Dunn Smith? Loki stayed silent, indicating the man to continue explaining. The reason I want to adopt you is because your genius must be laid bare for the world to witness. Not many kids are as smart as you are. Perhaps you could even find your place at Oxford. Loki felt a little shocked that something like this had happened, and his mind raced 100 horses trying to figure out a way out of all this. I am a normal kid transmigrated into the body of someone a little younger. I'm not a genius. What the hell? How did it lead to such an outcome? But then a thought arose in Loki's mind and caused him to seriously ponder about what was happening. Elaine won't have to worry about anything if she gets adopted by someone. If I am truly destined to become a force in the Beyonder world, Elaine would have to suffer just because of me. She would either need to always remain hidden or become a Beyonder herself so that she can stay safe as my closest and dearest. And if she ever got to know that it was because of her that I lost my life, I don't think she could forgive herself. Isn't this the better solution? Loki looked at Elton and his eyes took on a contemplative glimmer. What do you think? Elton asked Loki once again with a soft worried smile on his face. Give me some time to think. Loki nodded and caused Elton to widen his eyes and look at him, but then he held himself back and nodded in response. Good. Such things must not be decided on hastily. You are truly a genius, Elton commented. But Loki only extended his hand and opened his palm in response. What happened? You drove away my customers. Compensate me, Loki said with a smooth smile on his face. The man felt shocked for a second, but with a silly laugh, reluctantly pulled out a 5-pound note, causing Loki's eyes to widen. Holy cow. That's 5 pounds. 10 meals. I already feel like I should join him. Loki took the money that was handed to him and became ecstatic as he left towards the nearest W.C. Donald's so that he could get some food for Elaine and himself. Loki skipped to the W.C. Donald's and bought 2 meal sets for both of them and reached back home with a smile on his face. I guess I can splurge a little. Hee hee, I'm sure Elaine will love that we both have our own meals now. Big bother. Elaine shouted from the top floor as soon as she saw Loki from the broken window. Ha ha. Come down, Elaine. Look at what I've gotten for you. Elaine carefully stepped down the stairs and walked over to Loki with a beautiful smile. What did you bring, big brother? Look. Loki revealed the 2 meal packages that he was holding behind his back and showed them to Elaine. Today you get 1 entire burger for yourself and big brother also gets 1 for himself. But unexpectedly Elaine instantly became teary-eyed. What happened, little sis? Loki asked, rushing to hold his sister closer to himself and comfort her. Big brother does not want to eat with me anymore. Haha, why are you worried about such a simple thing? Let's eat together and share 1 burger again. Alright. Sharing food with Elaine, the 2 of them filled their stomach by eating the French fries and the burger and spent the rest of the evening gazing at the stars and planets in the sky. As the 2 of them fell asleep, Loki mentally decided what his response to Elton would be tomorrow. I can't compromise the life of my little sister just because I want to become a Beyonder. Didn't Klein also find a way for his brother and sister to gain financial compensation after his death? I should also make plans for little sis to live safely in case I die. Yawn. Good night, little sis. Good night, big brother. Waking up the next morning, Loki left for school in the same way as before, except when he arrived there he was confused. Why are there so many coppers here? Did something happen? I'll come back tomorrow since I don't know what the cops might do if they find out about my services. But as soon as Loki turned to go back since he had enough money for food today, he was met with a cop who was standing right behind him. Got you. The cop said, placing a hand on Loki's shoulder and grabbing him so that he couldn't escape. What are you doing? Leave me alone. Let go. You might want to hear this, the cop calmly explained. Oh. Loki asked with weariness as he calmed himself down a little. Is it something related to my business? Are they going to arrest me because I don't have a permit or something? John Elton died yesterday. The cop calmly said. What does the what? Loki shouted, attracting the attention of the other coppers in the area. Yes. He seemed excited about adopting you, at least the staff said he was really excited. We got your description from the students. But what happened to him? To Mr. Elton. This is an assumption still, but we assume in his excitement he had a little heart attack which caused him to pass away at the school after it was closed yesterday. What the heck? Loki's head started spinning and thoughts began to sprout in his mind as he thought about the various things that could have caused this issue. Coincidence? I think not. Was it the work of a Beyonder? Perhaps a spectator is looking at me and making fun of my life by controlling it somehow. Can you let me go? I'm not in a good mood. Loki said with a soft frown on his face. Although he wasn't deeply connected to Elton, the man's act of kindness had made him a little sorry for him. Unfortunately or fortunately for you, we can't leave you yet. The cop said, causing Loki to shift his full focus onto him. What? Why? We need to put you into an orphanage, or a new home. We can't just let you wander around. You've got quite a good head on your shoulders if I have heard anything, so you shouldn't be worried about not being chosen by a family looking to adopt. Loki's eyes widened as soon as the words left the cop's mouth, causing him shock and some relief. Thank God I didn't tell him about Elaine yesterday. Chapter 10, A Magical Encounter. Loki sat silently on a bench in the police station as the adults figured out what to do. It's busy. Loki thought as he watched the police officers swarm around the office in a seemingly arbitrary order, moving to finish the tasks they had started, with a definite drag to their feet. I need to get out of here. Preferably before they decide where I'm supposed to go. I don't want to have to spend money traveling back, and Elaine must be worrying about why I haven't returned home yet. Suddenly a deep rumbling voice spoke from beside him, pulling him from his machinations. What are ye in for? Magic. Ah. Magic. Loki turned to look at the men beside him. The man's hair and beard didn't separate. It felt like he had a thick mane that went all around his face and neck. He was dressed in clothes made of cheap coarse fabric with nothing else to keep him decent except a small towel acting as a handkerchief in his hand. Apart from his height, which could only be defined as gigantic, the most striking feature about him were the chains that glimmered all around his body. Probably being used to bind him up. Loki guessed since a large ring on his neck was connected to the thick rings around his wrists and ankles with the help of a thick iron chain that seemed impossible to break. But all the rings and chains when compared to the gigantic man's size looked like thin threads you would see glimmer in a spider web. Is this magic related to beyonder stuff, or is the man just cuckoo? Just to make it a little fun to talk to such a man, to play around and find out if he was as reasonable as he seemed, Loki said the following instead of clearing up the misunderstanding. Used magic to prank a friend. Knew it. The man nodded as if he'd won a bet with himself, rattling his chains in the process. A strange silence took in the atmosphere as they acknowledged each other's presence, and then the man spoke again. How did you do it? Good, leg locker curse. Leg locker curse. Which beyonder pathway would give you the ability to lock someone's legs? It is quite the practical skill though. Maybe I can check if he has knowledge about the various beyonder pathways. Yes, that seems like the best plan of action. With the beginnings of a plan forming in his head, Loki answered the man with an intelligent and calculated smile on his face. Nah, I turned his dress animate. Ah. Professor McGonagall's classes. That's a good way too, I suppose. If your transfiguration was good, I suppose she'd like it too, the gruff man acknowledged. Oh. He wasn't scared. Is he just cuckoo? Or is this Professor McGonagall someone from the Rose School of Thought? Are the Rose School of Thought in this world not corrupted by her? What are you in for? Loki asked with an interested smile. Beat up 12 people in a bar. That's surprisingly normal. Oh. What did they do? Call you Bubbles. Worse. They tried to steal me dragon's egg. Unfortunately, I broke me egg by accidentally sitting on it. That's why I beat them up. Dragons are alive. What the heck? Why haven't I seen them? Wait. I can get the beyonder ingredients from him if he trades in exotic animals. I understand. I'd be mad too if these magicless fools tried to steal my things. Loki nodded solemnly. Yes, muggles can sometimes be a little hard to handle too, though Professor Dumbledore doesn't think so. Muggles. If I wanted things like the dragon's eggs or perhaps even their brains, where could I meet you? I'm not supposed to say this, especially not to a student. Professor Dumbledore would be disappointed in me, but you could try your hand at the Nocturne Alley, I visit often. You'd be fine if it were only the outskirts. With the comfortable silence settling in, Loki calculatedly whispered to the old man. Could you help me a little bit? Help? What kind? My little sis must be worried that I'm not back home. I'm the only one she has, you see, Loki said with a pitying smile on his face that elicited a gruff from the man. I understand, you don't need to worry about it. What do you suggest? The friendly giant asked with a humorous undertone. Could you create a distraction so that I could slip by? Although I'm not supposed to be using magic, I think I can make a small exception. I'm sure Professor Dumbledore would be proud. Thank you very much. I will remember to pay you back in some way when we meet again. Loki excitedly accepted the offer since not only did he want to get away from the place, he also wanted to see what beyonder pathway the men belonged to by seeing him use his abilities. Haha. Don't worry, I can do this much for a student. Student? Where does he think I study? Loki thought, bewildered. Is there a beyonder school in this world? The gentle giant then pulled what seemed like an umbrella that was hidden in his boots and winked at Loki. It looked comically small in his hands. Under Loki's astonished look, the giant then swung his umbrella and caused a stack of papers on the table of a desk worker to catch on fire. What the heck? He's of the apprentice or the seer pathway or red priest. And what was that umbrella? A prop for acting. Ah! The desk worker instantly noticed the fire and stood up to try and put it out using his jacket, but similar fires began to spring up all around the office as the giant waved his stick. Loki sat on the bench baffled as he watched the already busy police station turn into a mess, filled with the screams and shouts of various people all running either towards sources of water or fire extinguishers to stop the fires. You should leave. The giant whispered, shaking Loki out of the stunned state he was in. Yes. Loki quickly nodded thankfully to the giant and made his way towards the exit. I will think about this matter later. First I need to buy some burgers and then reach home. Reaching the road, Loki quickly made way towards the nearest W.C. Donald's, bought food for Elaine and himself, and rushed back home. Big brother. Elaine, who was waiting at the stairs leading up to the door, shouted loudly as soon as she saw Loki enter the street and ran up to him to hug him. You are late, big brother. Haha, thank you for waiting for me, Elaine. I was late because some police caught me. I will make sure I'm not late again. Promise. Big brother is a bad boy. Elaine asked, holding onto Loki's hands. No. Police caught Big Brother to take him away from Elaine. Big Brother is going away. Elaine asked, shocked. Polly, bad. No, don't worry, Big Brother is going to stay with you forever. Loki nodded with certainty, patting Elaine's head softly, but inwardly he was worried how he would embark on his beyonder journey with Elaine hanging onto him. After Elaine and Loki finished eating, Elaine immediately slept since she hadn't slept in the afternoon and was sleepy, allowing Loki to think about what had happened at the police station earlier. Which pathway was he from? Red Priest? Or the Fool pathway? Maybe the Apprentice? I remember both those pathways allow a person to work with fire, while the Apprentice pathway had the Sequence 8 Tricksmarter who could possibly pull off such a trick. Oh. Or maybe that umbrella was a mystical item with those abilities. Perhaps he was a low sequence beyonder and was using a mid-sequence item belonging to the Red Priest or the Fool sequence to produce those flames. Loki rubbed the 4 squares tattoo that had appeared on the back of his hand for a while and slowly slipped into a short nap himself. Today has been stressful. I'll go check if I can do the homework at other schools tomorrow, but I doubt the police wouldn't keep an eye out for me. Perhaps I can lay low for a few days and work with the money I already have. And then when things cool down, go back to solving homework again. We'll see what happens later. That's the future me's problem. Now all I need is a good sleep. Good night, Elaine. Vood night bwode, Elaine mumbled, already sleeping. Chapter 11, A New Energy. Loki stood in shock as he looked at the scene in front of him. What in the world? 3 boys and a police officer all remained flat on the ground, splattered like a puddle of water, unconscious from the tremendous force that knocked them back into the wall, each having expressions of horror marked onto their faces, their eyes rolled back and their mouths hanging open. How did this happen? Loki stood aghast as he thought back to the simple morning that had begun just like any other. Helping Elaine lay her head on a bundle of clothes, Loki woke up and readied himself for the work he had to do today. I'll go and check the school to see if the police are still keeping an eye out for me. Loki moved to the streets and sneaked onto a bus, getting down only near Stonewall High and stealthily moving while keeping an eye out for any suspicious police officers. But before he could find a police officer, Loki found a poster stuck onto the entrance wall of the school and on nearby lamp posts that demanded his full attention. Wadash, Loki almost shouted out loud but forced himself to keep quiet and blend in with the students. Wanted. Arsonist. Reward £100. Loki stared at the sketch of him that was posted on the poster, flabbergasted, and immediately pulled up his shirt to cover his face to slip out of the crowd that had gathered around the area. But to his misfortune, Loki tripped on the legs of one of the students moving against him, dragging towards himself the attention of all the students around him. Ouch! Loki shouted as he crashed into the ground and caused the student population to freeze up. I'm sorry, are you all right? The boy asked as he held out his hand to help Loki up. But before he could pull himself up and rush away, one of the students shouted, "That's him. The kid on the poster." Damn. Loki tried his best and used his small frame to his advantage to push through the crowd of students, all while distracting them by making disguised shouts to distract the students into thinking he was moving elsewhere. He's over there. No. Over here. Come here. As Loki rushed through the crowd and landed out of the encirclement, 3 kids followed him out and began to rush to catch up to him. Sod off, you fools. Loki cursed, but that only motivated the boys further, making him run faster. Loki rushed toward a back street with his heart drumming in his chest. He jumped over small obstacles and slipped through cracked fences, hoping to put some distance between himself and the group chasing him. Damn it. Why are you so persistent? Loki asked when he stopped for a few seconds to catch his breath. His malnourished frame was no longer helping in this prolonged chase. His lungs felt like jugs of lava, burning everything inside his chest. Picking up the pace once again, Loki rushed toward a corner and finally reached a thin, narrow street that allowed him to put some distance between himself and his chasers that now somehow included a police officer. But it turned out that his luck today was not the strongest. Immediately after he exited the narrow street, the 4 capturers arrived through what looked like a shortcut over someone's lawn and stood like a stop pass in front of him. Loki's face morphed into a worried frown and his heart beat at 100 miles an hour as he looked at the triumphant faces of the police officer and the 3 students. You're going to give us those £100, right? One of the students spoke, a student that Loki recognized. It was James, the first student he solved the homework for. Damn, is the Evernight goddess blessing me with misfortune today? Did my streak of luck finally run out? Finally. Got you, brat. Everyone saw you running away after you set that fire. I bet you didn't think we'd catch you today. What does that mean? How does running away prove I set the fire? I was just running away to avoid being burnt down. I don't want to be separated from Elaine. Loki's frown turned deeper while his heart beat faster, and just when the 3 students and the police officer encircled him, Loki's anxiety reached its peak. Stop! Loki shouted with his eyes shut in fear. Thud 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 thud. Loki felt a wave of energy flow out of his body, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the scene in front of him, aghast. The police officer and the 3 students had all hit the walls behind them and collapsed with clear shock etched onto their faces. What in the world? Loki's mouth hung loosely open as he watched the aftermath of his unintended attack. There will be some leeway for me because this is self-defense, right? Are they alive? Loki wondered with a faint whisper and moved closer to each one of them to check their breaths. It seems like nothing major happened. Leaving the people chasing him behind with a slightly guilty expression, Loki left the area and moved towards home after pickpocketing the police officer for 50 pence. It wasn't like he had planned to pickpocket the police officer, it was because Loki felt he deserved some money for psychological damages from the entire incident. As Loki rode on the bus after sneaking himself in like always, his thoughts strayed back to the moment he defended himself. What was that? Am I already a Beyonder? Perhaps my father was a Beyonder and he used my mother as a way to separate excess characteristics to give birth to me. Is this even about Beyonders at this point? Or is it an entirely different world? Maybe that umbrella that man used was a wand. It makes more sense if it's magic. But I don't know about any magical series. Damn, now I have to work blind with everything here. Loki was sure he was the one who did it though, because as soon as his chasers were thrown back into the walls he felt the energy leaving his body and he felt exhausted. After a while of lampooning, Loki reached home and had food with Elaine, distracted throughout, but he still did his best to pay attention to Elaine explaining what she did today with her stuffed toys. After Elaine was asleep, Loki finally decided to try and replicate what had happened earlier in the day. How did I do that though? I just wanted to stop them from catching me. Is it some telekinetic energy-based attack or something? Let's try levitating a feather or something lighter for now. Loki picked up a small feather that had entered the room and began to focus on it with all the energy he could muster. But the feather didn't even quiver. Damn, that giant man made it look so simple. How did he light things on fire if this is just telekinetic energy? Does everyone have different abilities? Or maybe the intent matters. Let's try. Focusing on the feather once again, Loki began to imagine the feather hovering a few centimeters above the ground, and to his surprise and shock an invisible energy emitted from him and the feather began to hover a few centimeters above the ground. What in the world? And immediately after a few seconds the feather floated back down and left Loki exhausted, gasping for air. This is going to be huge if I can control it properly. I wonder how high I can take this. Can I become as strong as Klein using this system of magic? Well, at least I can try. 12. Theft. On the next day, with a scarf covering his head, Loki peeked around the corner and watched the group of police officers patrolling the area around the school. The cops are everywhere. What do I do? Loki held the 50-pence coin he had stolen from the officer in his hands with guilt reflected in his eyes. Is this the only way left? Perhaps I could find a different school. No, I'm sure even those places have posters of me around them by now. Damn, why do they think I started the fire? With a frustrated look on his face hidden behind his scarf, Loki walked over to the bus stop and sneaked away silently as if he had never been on the scene in the first place. Arriving at the W.C. Donald's, Loki bought a meal and began to trot towards his house. Big bother! Elaine shouted happily as she saw Loki coming towards the house. Loki lifted up the light little girl and pulled her closer towards himself into a tight hug. How are you, Elaine? Loki asked with a loving gaze. I am fine, brother. Do you want to have a burger from W.C. Donald's? Omo. As Loki and Elaine ate the food for the day, Loki was lost in thought as he debated with himself, trying to make a decision that would change how he lived for the foreseeable future. After he finished lunch with Elaine, Loki left the house once again, after she fell asleep, and moved by foot towards the closest tube station he knew. Loki looked at his hands and grew even more worried after he noticed them shiver from tension. All right, Loki, you've done this several times before, your instincts should kick in. Loki rushed into the crowd of people trying to board the metro and fell in pace with them as he attempted to bring out the instinct from performing this action for the last 9 years. It's the same body, I'm sure it has muscle memory. Slipping out a razor blade into his hand, Loki swiped the back pocket of the men in front of him and became surprised when it worked perfectly the first time round. Damn, it works. Loki put some pressure on the man's bulge and slipped out the wallet in it. All the while, the men did not realize that anything was happening to his pockets. Swerving a little, Loki slipped out of the stream of people walking into the metro and opened the wallet for him to see what was gained in the form of spoils. 230 pounds. This surely is a lucrative way to earn money. Loki thought with a frown on his face as his hands trembled holding the large amount of money. Harris Letterman. Johnson Real Estate Firm. Tossing the wallet into a garbage bin after taking all the money from it, Loki walked back with his hands in his pockets as he continued to walk home. I didn't want to become a thief, and there's no way to climb higher while doing this job. Unless I steal and sell stuff from homes. But who will I sell it to anyway? The police are hot onto me, and Lwig's gang would love to cooperate with them if it meant undermining me. What do I do? Looking at the 230 pounds in his eyes with guilt, Loki felt terrible. Does this qualify as hard-earned money? Loki decided to sleep to take his mind off things, but after lying down beside Elaine and even after hugging her fluffy figure, Loki couldn't put himself to sleep. The name, Harris Letterman, kept resonating in his head as the face of the man floated around and kept him awake. Damn. Why do I suddenly have insomnia? Standing up, Loki left back to the tube station and began searching for the men who had boarded the train in the afternoon. If he isn't here, I'll keep the money to myself. Yes, if he isn't here searching for it, that means he doesn't need it. And to his luck or misfortune, he spotted the men frantically searching around the underground station, through the crowd of people, for his wallet. Loki felt a sigh of relief escape his lips as he watched the men look around for his wallet from the top of the stairs leading to the tube station. With a quick skip in his steps, Loki picked up the wallet from the trash can he had tossed it into, filled it with all the money he had stolen, and walked back to the men. Sir, are you perhaps searching for this? Loki asked politely after patting the men lightly. Oh. God. Thank you. The men exclaimed as he turned around and looked at what Loki was holding. With a wry smile, Loki gave the man back his wallet, and with a smile on his face, the man handed Loki back 10 pounds. Oh no, sir, I don't need this. Loki tried to be polite, but the men had none of it and thrust the money into his hands firmly. Keep it. I can see you need some help. If you hadn't given the wallet to me, I wouldn't have been able to afford the present for my son. So thank you. I see. Loki nodded with a smile as a wave of relief sprouted inside his chest, leaving him happy with a soft smile. Thank you, sir. No worries. Take care now. I need to catch the stores for the present before they close. Loki politely nodded and watched as the men left for the metro. That's a relief. What if I steal wallets and give them back to people in hopes that they give me some money? Isn't that not technically stealing? No, that's unreliable. What if I just take a little bit of the money and place the wallet back before they notice it's gone? I'll try it out and see how I feel about it. Prancing on his way back home, Loki thought about what he could now do. I should also practice my control on my magic so that I can do more things with it. Maybe I could stop damaging people's clothes with the razor blade if I get good enough to slip it out telepathically. Nice idea, me, I'm proud of you. Reaching home, Loki fell asleep comfortably beside Elaine with a simple thought on his mind. Beware wallets all across the tube stations, I'm going to catch you all. A soft smile graced Loki's lips and he finally fell asleep without a care in the world. Chapter 13, Our Home. Matching his rhythm to the men in front of him, Loki walked noiselessly behind him as he used his mental focus to slide out the wallet inside his pocket. 3, 2. Loki saw the men try and peek back, but the crowd's movement forced him to look ahead. One and done. Loki snatched the wallet that was floating in the air before anyone saw it, picked out 20 pounds and calmly pocketed it. As the men walked towards the automatic doors of the subway, Loki slipped the wallet back into his pants and swerved away from the crowd. Phew. He almost noticed me. That was risky. Loki breathed a sigh of relief, but as soon as he noticed a police officer moving towards him, Loki ducked into the crowd and vanished from sight once again. Racing the exit and looking around to see if he had lost the cop, Loki truly relaxed and skipped towards the bus stop. The cops on this platform are also becoming more aware. Are people reporting the pickpocketing? Although I take only a single note of the least denomination in their wallets, it seems this is not enough to evade their senses. Well, I guess it was time to change stations anyway. It had been a month since Loki had begun stealing, or more accurately pickpocketing, from people. Much of his initial reluctance toward the profession had worn down after he turned into a repeat offender, but he still felt a little bad for stealing from someone every day. So he did a little something to take off his guilt. He sometimes donated food to a nearby orphanage, always anonymous, but still he did it. Over the course of the month, Loki visited the orphanage 3 times, gathered some extra money he could spare, and then bought ingredients for an English breakfast which he donated to the orphanages. It wasn't much, but it kept him a little guilt-free. Reaching home, Loki stealthily entered the house with soft footsteps and sneaked upon Elaine. Before she could realize what was happening, Loki covered her eyes and asked her a question. "Who's behind you, Elaine?" "Big brother." "Yes." He, big brother, it's so easy. Of course it's you. This is our home." Picking up Elaine and twirling her around, Loki had a little fun with her. And after they were sufficiently tired, Loki had lunch with her. When Elaine was asleep, Loki closed his eyes to rest himself, but before he could fall asleep he felt something cold and metallic touch the back of his head. "Shout and you'll be blown away." A grumpy, cold voice, spoken barely above a whisper. The hairs on Loki's arms stood up as he realized the current situation, and he did exactly as the voice told him to. Slowly place the little girl on the floor and turn around without waking her up. Loki did as he was told, grabbed a piece of cloth, stuffed it under Elaine's head like a pillow, and slowly turned around to see the men ordering him around come into view. The man had a perpetual smirk on his face, along with a scar over his blind eye that gave him a threatening and dangerous look. His skin was unnaturally pale and stuck to his bones like vacuum-sealed plastic, while the hard stubble on his face gave him a rough and unclean look. There was a crazed look in his eyes that bordered on insanity. And his hands that held the gun were marred with scars. Loki shuddered involuntarily and felt his mood depress as he watched the smirk on the face of the man deepen. Is he not going to leave me alive since I've seen his face? I've dreamed of meeting you from up close for a long time now. The man said, breaking Loki out of his thoughts. Do I know you? Loki asked with a quiver in his tone. No. But we've crossed paths quite often recently. Loki was confused and couldn't understand how to respond to the current situation. You've been swiping in my territory as of late. The scary-looking man spoke with a glassy tone, the whispers only accentuating the sharpness in his tone. Loki's eyes widened with fear and he recognized what was happening. Damn. I shouldn't have allowed anyone to follow me back from the station. How was I supposed to know there were these many thieves in London? And how was I supposed to know there was one crazy enough to follow me home? Loki felt his chest grow heavier as he wondered if this would be the last day he was going to be alive. I still haven't become a beyonder. I still haven't seen Elaine smile and laugh with other kids her age. I still haven't reached the top of the world. The darkness in the barrel of the gun mimicked what he was feeling about his future, empty, fractured and very much without light. Lucky for you, I have a plan for you. The words that graced Loki's ear felt like music in this macabre dead end of life as he looked at the intruder with the finality of hope in his eyes. Loki's eyes spelt out a simple sentence clear to anyone who would look at him. But he still spoke it out. What is it? Loki asked in a hurried manner, even forgetting to keep his voice down. It was his luck that Elaine didn't wake up. The intruder smiled coldly and then spoke in a soft, cryptic manner. Meet me at Whitechapel High Street tomorrow. Loki gulped and nodded. Believe me, I will know where to find you if you try to run away. Loki nodded with even more vigor. Good. Tapping the barrel of the gun on Loki's head as a warning, the man slowly departed the way he had walked into the burnt house and vanished from Loki's sight. Sigh. Releasing a breath of relief and taking a deep breath of fresh air, Loki collapsed onto the floor of the house and tried to calm himself down. That was something else. Loki whispered. The first thing Loki did was reprimand himself for not being careful enough. I should have taken a diversion to cover my tracks. Why didn't I think of anyone following me home earlier? Sigh. At least not all is bad. At least he doesn't know I can do magic. A stern resolution formed in Loki's mind as he decided upon his next goal. I should practice magic until I'm strong enough to blow him away like I did with the police earlier. I don't want to work like a slave. Especially not under such a cruel-looking man. I doubt he will hesitate to wipe me from the face of the earth once I lose my usefulness to him. Damn it. Why is this happening? I would rather face the descent of a true god instead of feeling threatened like this. Bloody hell. Chapter 14, Follow Me. Standing on the edge of the pavement, Loki scanned the street until his eyes landed on the familiar name on the signpost that stood in front of the entrance to the tube station. Whitechapel High Street. Damn. Why didn't he tell me when I had to RE-? You're here. Good. The glassy voice that had now been ingrained into Loki's mind startled him from behind as he felt stick-thin fingers wrap around his shoulders. Loki jumped, scared, but when he realized that the man was not going to do anything else, he spoke while turning around to look at the man's face. Except the words he was going to say got caught up in his throat and left him with an almost inaudible groan. Huh. The man had a white full-face mask covering everything about it, and his hands had white gloves that covered all his fingers. A thick black overcoat with its collars up covered his body, and black pants and shoes covered everything else. Why didn't he look so protected when he met me? Loki's overactive imagination sent him spiraling into a variety of worlds that made him believe things as mundane as, perhaps he's so protected because it's cold outside, to things like, maybe he has to be so dressed up because he needs to protect himself from leaving behind any pieces of evidence when he captures his murder victims. Follow me. The man's muffled voice was enough to send shivers down Loki's spine, and he followed the man with his little legs with as much speed as he could. What are you doing? The man asked after stopping suddenly on the road. What do you mean? Loki asked back. When I told you to follow me, I meant for you to keep a little distance from me, not stick to me like a tree hugger. Loki became appalled at the creative cursing, but then shuddered and ran back a few steps away on the street, making sure to maintain a little distance from the man, as he continued following him. Loki tried his best to memorize the pathway the man was taking, but after a truly distressing number of turns, Loki was left lost, and his only sense of direction came from the sun that was still high in the sky. Soon, when the sun reached its apex around noon, Loki found himself coming to a stop after reaching a rather rich neighborhood. Standing along the fence of one of the houses, he kept watch to see the men go to the door of another. Loki carefully watched the men and saw him fiddling with the door lock. It soon gave way to an open door, and Loki saw the man vanishing inside after turning to give him an imperceptible nod from across the street. What did he go into that house for? Home invasion. It wasn't long before Loki saw the man coming back out of the house, and with a slight nod he indicated for Loki to follow him again. He isn't carrying anything in particular. What did he steal? Something small that can be stuffed into his jacket. Gold and jewelry. As Loki followed the men again, he soon found himself in a rather decrepit part of London where Loki had no doubt he would be shanked if he walked at a slow pace or waited at a corner for too long. Reaching a rundown shack, Loki saw the men trade a bag that was stashed inside his jacket with the men behind the counter, and after a few seconds, he received a bag which he picked up and began to walk away from the shack. Is this a drop-off point? As Loki followed the men, he found himself revisiting familiar streets, but before he could fully keep track of the men, he had vanished after reaching a turn. Boo. Eekk muff. Loki screamed like a girl, but midway found his mouth being shut by uncomfortable and coarse gloves that bound his lips. Shoo. It's me. The words didn't comfort Loki very much, as he felt fear once again, with his overactive imagination convincing him that the men could teleport and use magic like him, instead of the logical conclusion that he just took a shortcut to appear behind him. Loki looked at the men with wide eyes, but the men just knocked him on the head and caused him to shut up in pain. Loki complained with his eyes, but the men ignored him and asked him a question instead. Did you see what I did today? Loki nodded. Good, because it'll be your turn tomorrow. Loki looked at the men with wide eyes to indicate his surprise, but the men had none of it and just spoke with a bland tone. Be grateful that I'm not asking you to do it without showing you how it's done. Be ready for tomorrow. Same time, same place as today. I will give you our destination when you arrive. Loki tried to complain, but before he could turn around and speak, the men walked away and blended into the crowd, pulling off a Batman disappearing act. What the hell? Am I Robin now? And why does he need me to do this anyway? I'm sure he isn't physically disabled or anything like it, so what's the issue here? Damn, I'm worried now. Did he have a previous helper? What happened to his previous helper? Did he shoot him in the head? I didn't even earn any money today. I should pickpocket someone on the bus. I don't know how many days it'll take for me to earn money the new way. It is better to have a backup just in case. Loki walked home after pickpocketing on the bus by using magic and bought burgers and fries from W.C. Donald's on the way. At least my little angel smiles are still the same. Loki thought as he looked at Elaine running towards him with a happy smile and picked her up. After they finished their lunch and Elaine fell asleep, Loki shifted through the entire day inside his head to try and learn about his new job. Won't I need to know how to pick a lock tomorrow? Well, I can try picking the locks inside this house today, but where do I get the tools to pick the lock? Loki left the house and searched around for scrap metal that was suitable to pick locks and found a few options, but none seemed perfect. Even so, he did not blame his tools and began to pick the locks in the home. I need to get better by tomorrow. I don't know what other irrational things he might request of me. Maybe he killed his last sidekick because he didn't know how to pick a lock. Damn, life is unfair. Chapter 15, Lockpicking. Loki stood once again at Whitechapel High Street toiling away his time while fiddling with the lockpicking tools in his new jacket's pocket, wearing white gloves comically large for his hands and a white mask that covered his face. "Ho! You dressed up." The sudden voice did startle Loki, but he wasn't as scared as the first 3 times this had happened. Turning around slowly, Loki looked through his plastic mask and glared at the men whose name he still didn't know. "What do I call you?" Loki asked in a biting tone. Oh, you don't know." Loki glared at the men even more fiercely, but his mask kept his expression hidden and only prolonged the silence between them. "Boss. Call me boss." "Sure, boss. I'd appreciate it if you didn't startle me each time you spoke to me." "Ha! Where's the fun in that?" But Loki, not sharing his humor, just sighed. "Walk with me," the men said, and Loki began to walk with the men, trying to keep his speed up to match the man's long strides. "We're going to steal in Chelsea today, at this address," the man said, pulling out a piece of paper from his pocket and handing it to Loki. Loki read through the address and didn't recognize it, but still stuffed the paper back into his pocket, or at least tried to, until he was reprimanded. "What are you doing, boy? You don't need to keep evidence, toss it away." "Oh. Okay." Loki did as he was told, shredded the paper into pieces and tossed them away, allowing them to be carried by the wind. "Do you have lockpicks?" Boss asked, and Loki responded begrudgingly. "I have a few flimsy strips of metal. And I don't know how to pick locks." "That will do for now. You'll learn today and make your own eventually. How do you think I'll succeed in opening the door today?" Slap. With a slap to the back of his head that threatened to displace his mask, Loki frowned heavily at the brutality but did not retaliate. "My time will come, just keep your head down and wait, Loki. Play the long game. You don't need to pick the door lock to enter. Get creative. Try and enter the house using other different ways." "Then why did you ask me if I had a lockpick on me?" "Because if you can pick locks, you can open the safes around the house and pick up valuable things." Loki and his boss walked the rest of the way talking, with boss asking questions and Loki responding until they finally reached their destination. "Got any more questions?" "What happened to your previous partner?" Loki asked. "Haha, sure, I'll tell you," the man said with a smile. He slowly traced out his gun and then turned towards Loki, who was already as pale as the mask he was wearing. "Why don't I tell you about that after you're back?" the man said, and Loki felt cheated but didn't retaliate. He had already spotted the faint outline of a gun poking through the overcoat, and he did not want to provoke an armed man. "All right, now off you go. Or do you need me to baby you?" the man asked and pushed Loki towards the door of the house. Loki sent one last glance the man's way and made his way across the street towards his target, a large white house that looked royal on its own. Arriving at the door, Loki thought back to the question he had asked the man earlier: "How do you know the houses you target are empty?" "The black market sells a list, for a profitable cut of the loot, of course." Remembering the answer, Loki couldn't help but wonder, how many people are involved in this operation? Are they all interconnected? Or do they not care for each other? Loki pulled out his flimsy lockpicking tools and began to get to work trying to open the locks on the door. Maybe I'll get lucky. But it quickly became apparent that Loki wasn't going to get anywhere near picking the lock when not a single pin in the lock was set by him after 5 whole minutes. After sending a glance the man's way, who just shrugged, Loki sighed and moved around the house to look for other ways to enter it. Trying the back door first, Loki found it locked and hence gave up entering from it. Instead he began searching for any open windows or loose vents he could get in from. And he finally did. After around 5 minutes of searching and trying to budge a few windows, Loki climbed onto the balcony of the first floor and was able to slide open the glass door covering it. Ha! Got it. Entering the house, Loki began to scour around based on what he had been taught on his short trip to the house and searched for the most important room in the house, the master bedroom. The master bedroom was the room where people usually kept all their valuables. Arriving at a particularly lavish room with a bed, Loki concluded he found the master bedroom. Opening the cupboard that was left unlocked, Loki spotted the safe that was inside it. "Can I open it?" Loki took a deep breath and calmed himself down before taking out his flimsy tools once again, as he got to work on opening the lock. Depending on his deft and nimble hands that had been training for pickpocketing, Loki used his sensitivity to his advantage as he felt around for the state of the lock. But with no luck for a few more minutes, Loki thought of a clever workaround. "Why don't I just use magic?" Feeling around with his sensitive hands, Loki began to focus his mind on levitating the pins and setting them in place as he worked rapidly towards opening the lock. 1 pin set. 2 pin set. 3 pin set. 4 pin set. And open. Setting the final pin, Loki opened the lock on the safe and finally had access to all the jewelry inside it. Haha. I did it. Although it didn't stop him from feeling terrible about it, Loki picked up all the gold and stowed it away in a black bag which he then tied to seal and stuffed inside his coat pocket. Arriving at the front door, Loki opened the door with a smile, although it was hidden behind a mask. "What took you so long?" the man asked, standing at the door, having waited nearly 20 minutes for Loki to open the door. "Haha. You won't believe it," Loki said, pulling out the black bag with all the stolen goods from his pocket. The man's gasp was audible as he stared at the bag and quickly snatched it away. "Good job. I was right. You will make for a good underling." Loki scowled at the man's action but still followed him out of the house and towards the black market where they would sell their loot and Loki would earn his first paycheck from his first ever home invasion. When they arrived at the exchange shack, the men curiously ordered Loki to go and exchange the gold for money at the strange shack alone, without his help. Loki felt a little shy at having to do a job that was unknown to him, but he walked to the dingy shack nonetheless. It wasn't like he had any other options. The person manning it looked cruel and had a hunched back as curved as a vulture's beak. His nose continued to curve and droop like a witch's nose, making him seem like the crescent moon in the sky. "What you here for?" the men rudely asked Loki, rattling the wooden counter in an attempt to scare him away. But he quietened down when Loki showed him the bag of stolen goods. "What told you of this place, boy?" the man asked with an annoyed smile on his face. "I don't know his name. He asked me to call him boss." Loki wanted to point to the man standing in the street, but he had vanished from view. "I see. Here's your share," the man said as he handed Loki a fat stack of rolled-up bills after taking the bag of gold and weighing it. Loki was easily amazed and immediately counted the bills. 10,000 pounds. Aren't I like a millionaire now? Get out of here, brat, and don't come back again for the entire month. No matter what anyone says or does." Although Loki didn't understand what the men meant, he politely bowed to the men and walked away into the street to find his boss. Anticipating his return, after Loki turned around a corner, the man appeared and patted his shoulders. And with a low whisper, tempting Loki like the devil, he spoke, "Where's the return?" Loki handed the 10,000 pounds over to men with part guilt, part excitement and part reluctance, but he knew he couldn't fight back, at least not just yet. But to his surprise, the men separated 1,000 pounds and handed it back over to Loki. "Happy yet?" the man asked as he gave Loki a rolled-up stack of 1,000 pounds. "Why?" Loki asked the men. Clearly there was no reason he needed Loki's help. "Because there's a limit to what one person can exchange in a month. With you, I can earn twice the money for half the effort." The men whispered and Loki felt a shiver go down his spine. Not because he felt it was unjustified because he could only keep a tenth of what he earned, but because he was afraid of the gun the man let slip out of his jacket for a few seconds to scare him. "Meet me at Whitechapel High Street in a month again." "I understand." Loki nodded. Loki and the men departed and Loki left for his house with a guilty expression behind the mask. He did take care not to let anyone follow him home this time though. "Keep it together, Loki, soon you'll be able to find a way to get out of this mess. You just need to train a little more and finally, one day overpower him when he uses his gun. By the way, I wonder if I can use magic to create new spells instead of just levitation. Perhaps a spell to open locks easier." Chapter 16, An Eerie Job. Loki looked at the lock in front of him with a blank expression. "Magic seems to work by taking something from me, which I think is spirituality, and performing the action I think of in exchange. So how do I create a spell to open the lock in exchange? Do I just think about opening the lock instead?" Loki thought hard about opening the lock in front of him by pushing out a small part of his spirituality towards the lock. Click click. And after hearing audible clicking noises, Loki immediately became excited and pushed the door to check if it was open, but he got nothing other than a slightly bruised nose. Ah! It still isn't open. Maybe only a few pins were set. Perhaps I need to supply more spirituality for the spell to be fully successful. Loki tried performing the spell again, except this time he charged the spell with half of the spirituality he had on him. He pushed his mind entirely to form an image of an open lock and did his best to keep the image in his focus even as various other thoughts kept trying to distract him. Click, 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 click. Oh! I heard 5 clicks. Loki pushed the door again and finally found it swinging, indicating that the lock was opened. Oh! I'm a genius. But this method leaves me too tired in exchange. So spirituality is something that is related to the stamina of the wizard. Loki wondered, but with no other explanation popping up in his mind, he skipped any further debate on it with himself. Perhaps if I eat well from now on, I will be able to gain more spirituality since I'll have more stamina. Well, nothing wrong in trying. Loki spent the entirety of the next month working on his magic as he tried inventing a few other spells, but given how uncontrollable his magic seemed to be, very few tries resulted in success. On the last day before Loki had to meet his boss again, he sat down and began to consolidate all the work he had done in the previous month. Alright, let's do a check on the types of magics I know. A light spell that takes very little spirituality but needs it continuously to stay active. A levitation spell that takes up 1/4 of my stamina. A lock-unlock spell that takes up 1/4 of my stamina. A knockback spell whose output depends on the amount of spirituality poured into the spell. But with my entire stock, I can knock back an open wooden door easily. A loosely successful lace-tying spell that might tie the laces wrongly. And finally, a fire spell that generates a stream of fire. This also depends on the amount of spirituality poured into the spell, but it also needs it continuously to sustain the spell. 6 magics, all different from each other and all useful. But the trouble being that their activation time is dependent on luck. Sometimes they activate instantaneously while other times they activate after almost a second. I guess I did a good amount of work this last month. Haha. I should be a genius if I can do such things so easily. Perhaps I'm the only person who can do such powerful magics wandlessly. Big brother. Big brother. You're smiling weirdly again. Sorry for scaring you, Elaine. But Big Brother was just a little happy. No problem, Big Brother. I know you're a hero and not a demon lord. Thank you, Elaine. Loki hugged Elaine and they both continued playing with their dolls. Loki's physique during this month hadn't cured, but it was definitely not as bad as he was before. There was some springiness in his muscles, his body seemed fuller and no bones poked to showcase his skeleton. Soon the night passed and Loki woke up and dressed with a little worry in his eyes. The stealing felt a little more real this time. Strange. Why am I feeling nervous on the second time instead of the first? Haha, I hope I'm not raising any flags. Setting his mask on his face, Loki finally slipped out of the house and began to move towards Whitechapel High Street. With each step he took, the perpetual cold air of London began to bite against his ears. Is it just me, or did the clouds just get darker? Is it going to rain again today? How does it rain so much here? Loki pulled his jacket closer and stood waiting at Whitechapel High Street. Boo. Haha, not funny. Loki said, laughing dryly. Tisk, kids are only good when they are innocent. Follow me. Loki began to follow his boss and soon realized that they were moving towards the black market. Are we going to pick up our targets? Oh. The little kid is learning. Apart from that particular comment, their journey was silent. They soon arrived at the black market and the boss went to the shack first to retrieve his target, at which point Loki noticed the shack owner and the rest of the people around the shack act strangely, as if they was particularly gleeful to see boss for some reason. Once the boss returned, he nodded for Loki to go and get his target. Loki moved to the shack and stood in the short queue, only to soon arrive in front of the same scary-looking man to whom he had sold his loot the last month. Oh. You're back. At least you came back only after a month. The man said, but Loki noticed an eerie glint in his eyes and sent shivers down his spine in spite of his innocent words. Yes, Loki said, gulping a little. I see. Are you here to stare at me? The man asked with a slight chuckle since Loki hadn't stated his purpose yet. Boss said you had my target. Of course. But perhaps you should follow your boss today instead of going where the target is. Might learn a thing or two, you never know. The scary-looking man said as Loki heard a round of chuckles from those that surrounded the shack. Huh. What do you mean? Sometimes misfortune blessed onto others can serve as a preliminary warning. Slam. Before Loki could continue the conversation, the man slammed his hand on the wooden table, scaring Loki and causing him to jump in fright, but the man just smiled and lifted his hand, revealing a small white slip of paper. Loki looked at the piece of paper and picked it up before quickly running away under the harsh mocking gazes of the rest of the people in the line. As Loki's gaze rested on the boss, he wondered, should I tell him about what happened at the shack? No. If he was at least a little decent, I might have. But not when he is only using me without regard for my life. Loki moved closer and peeked at the address on the boss's slip to try and understand why the man in the shack was so gleeful, but it seemed like any other ordinary address to him. 12 Grimmauld Place, Borough of Islington, London. Where are you going? Here, Loki said, showing off his address, pointing to a house in Notting Hill. Make sure to get everything. I don't want anything less than last time. Or you know what will happen. And I wish you bad luck. Loki said rudely and trotted off towards his own target house with a skip in his step, happy that some misfortune was about to befall his captor. Ha! I hope I can be free from him today. I hope I won't have to work under his thumb any longer. Turning around the corner, Loki immediately went into hiding to make sure he could follow his boss today. He didn't want to miss the special show he was going to be given, not when he had front seat tickets to it. I don't know what it is, but I feel something incredible is about to happen. But doesn't he have a gun? Won't he be able to defend himself? Maybe he doesn't know how to shoot because he's partially blind. Chapter 17, Murderer. Although Loki lost his boss a couple of times while following him, he made sure to catch back up by following the most likely routes to the destination. The routes all involve staying hidden in the darkness and shadows, evading people, and not letting their attention fall on him. It was a typical movement pattern that he had learnt during his time as a pickpocket, something that had been ingrained into his very being. Finally, Loki reached a dark and rustic street that was flanked by apartments on both sides of the road. Wasn't it 12 Grimmauld Place? Loki counted the houses on the street and finally landed on the number 12 etched in gold on a particularly dark black door. The door, lined by spiky metal fences on either side, stood as a reflection of all dark and unholy, reminding anyone who graced it of the night when all the demons spewed out. It was unsettling. Especially because of the stone gargoyle on the door out of whose mouth the knocker hung. It looked scary. Loki thought as he looked at the door that his boss was standing in front of. The coldman looked around, making sure no one was looking at him, and brought out his tools to pick the lock on the door. Loki saw the man fiddle with the lock for a few seconds before the door opened as if it had been left unlocked. The door swung open slightly only to reveal darkness even darker than black waiting inside the home. The man opened the door wide, but because Loki was far away, he couldn't see anything on the inside. What's going on? Loki thought as he looked at the dark door that was shut close after the man walked into the home. Loki waited for 15 minutes but nothing indicated any signs of movements on the inside. None of the 3 windows that lined vertically on the wall facing the street ever lit up to show any indication of occupation, and neither was there any sound to indicate movement inside. Should I go in? But what if he asks me why I followed him here? Why don't I wait for a little while longer? I haven't heard a gunshot. I'm sure he will try to defend himself if something happens. Loki stood around on the street waiting for any indication of what was happening inside as his patience was slowly wearing thin. Did someone kill him already? Loki wondered. Then I guess that's it. I'm free. Just like that. Loki started to pace away from the house because its dead silence was creeping him out, but when he cast one last glance at the house he saw a bright green flash on the window on the first floor. What was that? Loki stopped in his tracks, his hesitation stemming from the faint opportunity that he cooked up in his mind. Did he kill boss? I should run dash. Loki started to think but paused. What was I think dash? Was that magic? Although Loki didn't know for sure, something in his gut made him feel like there was a huge opportunity in front of him. He could feel that there was something magical about what he had just seen. Can I learn magic from the person that lives there? If he could fight off against a person with a gun he should be powerful, right? Perhaps he can teach me. Loki's heart began to beat rapidly, and his face expressed his excitement in the form of wide starry eyes as he clenched his hands until his knuckles turned white. But what if the man wants to kill dash? What if I shout at him from outside? I can try that, and then if he doesn't like it, I can run away. It's worth a try. Convincing himself, Loki nodded and began to walk towards the house. Arriving at the door, Loki looked at the window and shouted out loud. Is anyone in there? Mr. Wizard. I saw that bright green flash of light. Are you also a wizard? I'm also a wizard. Can you hear me? I want to go to the same school you went to. With his naive shouts, Loki tried attracting the attention of the resident, but after the first green flash, there was no other sound or light in response to his questions. Seeing no responses to his questions, Loki thought of something else. Mr. Wizard. Can I come in? I know how to do magic too. I made a few of my own spells. Could we share? Before Loki could shout more things that would embarrass him and the people listening to him, the door opened. Ah. So that's why she didn't respond. I'm sorry, Mrs. I didn't know you were a woman. Loki looked at the woman standing in front of him and easily guessed that her demeanor was strict and uncaring. Her eyes were cold and her face had the most neutral, unhappy expression possible. She would probably do good in a game of poker. What's your name? The lady asked Loki, and from her expression, it wasn't a question, it was a statement that demanded an answer. Loki. My name's Loki. The woman's eyes gained an unconcealable gleam as she looked at the boy in a new light. She stepped a little away from the door and indicated for Loki to enter. And Loki did. He sidestepped the gap between the door and the woman and entered the house. As he did, he noticed the small stick holstered on her waist and let out a low whistle. Is that a wand? Loki asked as he stepped backwards. I saw one shaped like an umbrella earlier. But before the woman could answer, Loki tripped. Thud. Instead of collapsing on the hard carpeted floor though, Loki landed on something soft and squishy. It was also surprisingly warm to the touch. Huh. What's T-A-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H? Loki immediately stood up and looked at the men who had collapsed on the floor. The men had a face he recognized, a face that was no longer hidden by the mask around his head. He wasn't breathing and neither were any of his other body parts moving to indicate the presence of life. Loki bumped into the woman as he walked backwards, but immediately rushed away as he tried to maintain distance between himself and her. I know you killed him. But, wait, why didn't I think you would want to kill me too? Loki asked in a hushed whisper, afraid of alerting the neighbors and being caught up in this mess. As if an arson charge wasn't enough, now I've even become a murderer. Everything seems to always go wrong when I meet any magical people. Chapter 18, A Civil Exchange, 1. Loki stared into the eyes of the woman, trying not to make any quick movements that would startle either of them. The woman was the first to break the silence, not by speaking but by turning around and locking the door with the help of her wand. Loki's eyes widened in horror, but he didn't know what else to do. Shall I use magic to knock her out? That's my only option if I don't want to get locked up. Before anything else could interrupt them, Loki stretched out his hands and quickly emitted almost all of his spirituality towards the stern woman. Thanks to his luck, in no time one of his only offensive spells activated and he shot an invisible wave of force using his magic. The trinkets in the hallway all flew off their hooks on the walls, several paintings collapsed as if pushed off their hooks by the wind and the coat rack blew away taking with it several coats and hats. But not the stern woman, she didn't even budge. Instead, she was holding her wand out and maintained a translucent barrier between herself and Loki. The barrier rippled under the effect of the force, but it stood strong. The force soon ended and the person who it was meant for was not even affected. Good. That was all the woman said before ignoring Loki again and walking past him. Loki flinched as the woman got closer but he did nothing else. He could do nothing else, he didn't have any energy after using most of his spirituality on the spell he had just cast. What are you going to do with me? Loki asked with worry and fear as he watched the woman walk past. Careful with your tone, you filthy boy. I don't bite. The woman snarled and began to walk towards the hall. Loki didn't want to follow her and he was wary. How did I jump from the frying pan into the fire? Why is everything going wrong from the time I've come into this world? Is there no law of beyonder characteristic convergence in this world? What even is the point of the Sapphira Castle if I can't become a beyonder in the first place? Loki was disappointed. All his frustrations imploded after he was trapped again. It's not like I asked for any of this to happen. Why is this happening to me? Follow me, boy. The woman barked, snapping Loki out of his thoughts. Loki instead walked to the door and checked it for himself, and only when he found it was locked magically, in a way he couldn't just turn the locks even by using magic, did he walk towards the woman, stepping over the body of a very, very dead man in the process. HMPF. At least you have some brains. The lady commented. As they entered the hall together, Loki found it shocking to the point he forgot to breathe for a second. Is the space inside bigger than the space outside? Loki wondered, looking at the large dining hall ornate with multiple chandeliers and gold-plated eating equipment. They were arranged over a solid dark walnut table that somehow seemed alive since it had bonsai trees growing out of its middle at regular intervals. She must be a great witch to have accomplished such a complicated spell. Sitting at the head seat of the table, the lady looked at Loki with her arms folded and a stern gaze. I am Walburga Black, the current head of the most ancient and noble house of Black, she stated. Noble enough to commit murder in broad daylight, that is. Loki mumbled under his breath, but it seemed like the woman heard him. Zap. Ouch. That hurt. What was that? A stinging hex, you filthy mud, Mr. Loki, and if you don't behave yourself I will not hold back with the next one. You were holding back? Loki asked, looking at the red welt forming on his skin. How does she know my name? Now. As you know, your current companion died at my hands. I used the Avada Kedavra curse on him, so he's not going to come back. At least not if you aren't an angel from the death pathway. The last sentence immediately shot Loki's blood pressure up as he looked at Walburga with an unprecedented amount of interest. Did you just say the death pathway? Did you mean Beyonders when you said angel? Walburga quirked up her eyebrow and looked at Loki with suspicion and interest, bringing a silent question for Loki to answer. I learned about Beyonders from the men you killed. Loki evaded skillfully. But Walburga immediately drew up a scorn. I understand you're lying and I will not pry into your secrets. Either way, it makes my work easier. Wadash. Oh please. The last thing that filthy mudblood knew was about Beyonders. He thought I was holding a stick to scratch my back. I appreciate your attempt at thinking on your feet and proposing a dead man to be your source of information since he can no longer be revived. But you are out of luck on this one. I didn't think that far ahead. Guilty as charged. Now on to more important matters, Mr. Loki. Important matters? Yes. Currently, the most ancient and noble house of Black is under the threat of extinction, a threat you were prophesized to quench. What? There's a prophecy about me. How come I don't know about it? But Walburga ignored his untimely interruption and continued speaking as if he didn't exist while simultaneously looking right at him, a paradox of immeasurable proportions. The prophecy also claimed that you would have a partner, but for the love of Salazar Slytherin, I could not stand the man who was your first partner. The curly-haired baboon thought he could take me out, a demigod of the darkness pathway, using the black box he calls a gun. There's a partner too. Again. Why don't I know about this stuff? And you're a demigod. Who gave the prophecy, by the way? An angel of the visionary path. I mean, did a person hallucinate it or what? Seeing as I am running out of time, I wonder if you can sort out this mess before I am forced to fall asleep. Walburga said, completely ignoring him. Loki was stunned. What the hell? What am I supposed to do? With all due respect, please let me go. Loki said, bowing to Walburga with an earnest request. I can see that you have no idea about the wizarding world. But that doesn't mean the prophecy is wrong. Perhaps you will gain the ability to help me only after I wake up. Walburga said with some disappointment. Seeing he had no other option, what do you mean you're going to sleep? Did you suddenly lose your anchors and are on the verge of losing control? Loki dropped all pretenses and asked, a little worried about what was happening. Walburga's eyebrows immediately shot up as Loki revealed the depth of his knowledge about Beyonders, but she didn't question him and spoke with a little bit of respect. Not entirely, I did lose my anchors. But it was more like losing my connection to them because of an attack, although yes, I am on the verge of losing control. Loki nodded and prompted Walburga to continue. I can only promise to be awake for a couple more months, after which, I will have to use the help of a Black family heirloom to enter an eternal slumber until you find a way to stabilize my condition. Why do you trust me so much? Loki asked with a frown. Matters related to anchors were a complicated and highly personal affair. No Beyonder would willingly expose their greatest weakness to even their closest friends. So Loki was a little shocked but more excited than anything else. How could he not, since he was getting involved in matters relating to a demigod while he wasn't even a Sequence 9 low-level Beyonder? It was as if Christmas had come earlier for a fan of LOTM. Because a rather important friend of mine gave out your prophecy. She belongs to the White Tower pathway and is a demigod too. I see. Loki nodded, but he was still a bit wary of Walburga since she'd just murdered a man in cold blood and looked completely unaffected by it, a telltale sign of losing control, loss of emotions that kept you humane. Is this my opportunity to become a Beyonder? But I can't become a Beyonder of the darkness pathway. My spheroid is meant only for the Fool, Door, and Error pathways. Can I switch to one of the 3 pathways later down the line? Or perhaps trade spheroid with the true god of a different pathway if they have the corresponding spheroid? Loki was worried and it showed on his face, but Walburga kept silent, waiting for Loki to voice his problem. I need your help, Loki said, breaking the silence. Chapter 19, A Civil Exchange, 2. What do you want me to do? Walburga asked calmly. I have a little sister and I want you to keep her safe until I am strong enough to protect her myself. You don't want to turn her into a Beyonder? No. Not when she is so young. How young is she? She turns 4 years old in a couple of days. So you want me to find a way to babysit her? Walburga asked with a strong tone of annoyance. Don't you have anyone that can keep her safe for the next few years? You aim to become a demigod in the next few years? Yes. Loki nodded as he watched Walburga smile in annoyance. Do you think it's so easy to become a high-sequence Beyonder? I know the acting method, Loki said with confidence. Ha! Everyone important knows the acting method. And yet there are so few demigods, forget about the handful of angels and true gods. Loki wanted to say he was special since he had the spheroid, but held back since he felt it unwise to reveal one of his trump cards so soon, lest there be someone like Amon who could wring it from him for some ridiculous reason. What do you think? Demigods and angels grow on trees. It will take you more than 30 years to even come close to becoming a demigod, and that's just the fastest recorded time. I see. Loki agreed on the surface, but he felt differently on the inside. So I will be the fastest Beyonder to become a true god. On top of everything, how do you expect to keep yourself hidden from the rest of the world? Everyone will be on your throat the minute you begin to get stronger. Why do you think I've not advanced after becoming a demigod? What pathway formulae do you have? Loki asked, diverting the topic so that he wouldn't be flamed for his dreams and ambitions. I have the entire set of potion formulae for the darkness pathway. You have a card of blasphemy? Loki asked with shock. Emperor Roselle was a part of this world. Merlin's beard. How does a mud do you know about the cards of blasphemy? Walburga asked with the first shocking expression on her face. By chance do you know anyone called Emperor Roselle? Who? Who made the cards of blasphemy then? Never mind. By the way, who is the person that caused you to lose control? Loki asked with a figure of curiosity. He is a terrifying man. It is better you don't learn about him until you are able to protect yourself from his influence. I didn't and am paying a heavy price. So he's someone either from the visionary pathway or from the abyss pathway. Scary. Both are scary. One can be standing right next to you and you won't notice him, and the other can kill you if you just think about killing him. I should stop thinking about this to avoid alerting them. Otherwise, I'm surely going to end up getting on the radar of monstrosities who can turn me into a pawn in their games. But what is this about magic? How does this work? Does everyone have the ability to do magic? You're asking all the important questions, aren't you? That's the biggest mystery no one currently has the answer to. Magic graced the world very recently, about 1,000 and odd years ago. What? Loki was dumbfounded. No one knows how it happened, but everyone knows that all Beyonders and sometimes specifically chosen individuals are able to wield magic with no effort on their part except mastering a few incantations and controlling their spirituality. Loki looked at Walburga with a strange expression. He wanted to ask her something else, but he stayed quiet. Has anyone told you are a strange person? Walburga asked, and Loki just rubbed his head embarrassedly. By the way, can you teach me magic? I can do my best for the next couple of months, but you will learn more when you enroll at Hogwarts, the School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Hogwarts? Why does that name sound familiar? Loki mumbled. Wait. You mean Hogwarts as in Harry Potter Hogwarts? Loki asked with confusion apparent on his face. If you mean the Harry Potter that will be enrolling into Hogwarts next year, then yes, I mean that Hogwarts. What the heck? So I've transmigrated into an AU Harry Potter world that has been mixed with Lord of the Mysteries. What the heck? What's going on here? I don't even know anything about Harry Potter except that there's a magic school and a villain tries to attack the school each year but fails for some reason because of the power of friendship. But before he could think or curse further, Walburga interrupted him with an important question. So, which pathway are you going to choose to become a Beyonder in? I can recommend a few to you since I have a few friends from the other standard pathways. Do you know any potion formulae from the Fool, the Error, or the Door pathways? Loki asked since he was slightly worried now. Walburga looked at him strangely this time. Are you playing a joke? Which pathways are those? The Seer, the Marauder, or the Apprentice pathways? I know no such thing. Walburga replied with skepticism and caused Loki to become shocked instantaneously. What? His mouth hung open, wide enough that one could fit an entire fist in it as he mused internally, wondering what messed up sort of world he had transmigrated to. How come I have the Spheroid of the Lord of the Mysteries pathway then? What does this mean? You seem shocked. Walburga asked Loki, seeing how he was standing with his mouth hanging open. How many standard pathways are there? Loki fired a question immediately. 19. How do you not know that but have so much mysticism knowledge? Are you sure you're all right? This is madness. Loki shouted inside his mind. Decided on which pathway you want to start your journey in? Walburga asked, irrespective of Loki's shock. I need a little time. Can we bring my sister here in the meantime? Sure. Creature. Pop. Yes, mistress. A scrawny creature with large drooping pointed ears and nose, the height of a toddler, teleported in front of Walburga and bowed deeply, waiting for a command like a good servant. Even as Loki watched the creature teleport in front of Walburga, he did not pass a comment or an excited remark that would have usually been expected of him. Instead, he remained partially shocked, not having recovered from the loss of the only 3 pathways he wanted to start in. Follow him and bring back his sister along with him to the house. As you wish. Before creature turned and executed the order, Walburga added a new order: treat them with respect. Guest of the Black family ought to be treated with. Creaker looked back up at Walburga and nodded with determination in his eyes. As you wish. Will Northwest one on the street become startled upon seeing him? Loki asked, having come out of shock, not entirely, but enough to hold a normal conversation again. Mistress's guests do not need to worry about that. Creature can turn himself invisible. Loki nodded and began to lead the creature that was turning invisible, but a stray thought made him pause. Wait a second, was he named Creature because it rhymes with the word creature? But since Creature had already begun leaving the house, courtesy of the locked door opening, Loki ran behind him, noticing that while they were speaking someone had already moved the body which was lying in the hallway. Chapter 20, Transfer. As Loki stepped onto the street, he found Creature's floating head turning to him and speaking in a rough voice that felt like sawdust grinding against his ears. Mistress's guest can walk ahead. Creature will follow. I understand. Loki nodded, feeling slight pity for the creature in front of him that looked like it was in a similar situation that he was in not long ago. But since it was not his place to say anything, he just nodded and moved on with his task of bringing his little sister to the house. As Loki stepped out of the house, he felt someone tailing him, but when he tried to look around he found no one. I need to learn this spell. It'll be so helpful in stealing. Oh, wait, no. I don't need to steal anymore. Walking back to his house, Loki fell into silent contemplation about what he had just learnt. Is there really no pathway related to the Fool, the Error, and the Door? But then why would I have the Spheroid of the corresponding pathway? And then there's Law of Beyonder characteristic convergence, so shouldn't Walburga have these characteristics? Is she lying? On top of it all, what about the characteristics that the celestial worthy of heaven and earth would have planned for me to ingest and lose control? It feels like the true god of the darkness pathway has concealed the 3 pathways for a particular reason. But if it is concealed, why can I share knowledge about these pathways? Shouldn't I also be affected by the concealment? Maybe it is because of the Spheroid the concealment does not affect me. Then I need to be mindful of my words. It'd be best if I was able to begin my journey in one of these pathways while keeping it disguised as another of the recognized 19 pathways. Arriving in front of his house, Loki stood outside for a few moments and then with a soft sigh shook his head as he pushed the door open to pick Elaine up. Whatever, I'll think about all this later. Elaine. Elaine. Wake up. Big brother. Elaine woke up with a soft yawn since it was still early in the morning. Big brother. You're early today. Elaine exclaimed as she saw Loki and instantly became happier. Rushing to hug him, Elaine raised her hands wanting to be picked up. And Loki did just that. He picked her up and looked comically funny with a similarly sized human clinging onto him when he was still so short. Elaine, we're going to a new home today. New home, big brother? Elaine asked with wide eyes. Yes, Elaine. New home. It's even grander than this one. And we'll even have a servant who can help us. Savant. Can Elaine play with the savant? Yes. He'll play any game you ask him to. Yay. There will even be magic for you to see. Your toys will fly on their own, light up and even sing on their own. Magic. Yes. Magic. A witch will be living with us too. Can she play with me too? Haha, yes. So do you like it? Loki thought with a sly smile on his face. That lady can at least do this much for me, right, since she expects me to save her life. Elaine loves to play. Elaine shouted with joy as she nestled against her brother. Good then, let's go. Loki nodded and then spoke into the air. Creature, there are a few stuffed toys on the upper floor, could you please get them along with us? As you wish, mistress guests. Creature said, breaking out of his invisibility and surprising Elaine. Big brother. Elaine hugged Loki tighter, feeling a little scared. He's a good person like you, Elaine. Don't you want to play with him? Elaine can play with him, big brother. Yes. You can play with him. Elaine maintained eye contact with Creature for a bit as if analyzing what games she could play with him and then nodded. Okay, big brother. Can I teleport you, sirs and madams? Creature asked. Yes, do you want us to do something? Loki asked. Your hand, sir, Creature said, and Loki nodded while extending his hand, which Creature held tight. As soon as Creature held Loki's hand, the space around them twisted and in a swirl of colors they vanished into a point, reappearing in the same hallway where Walburga was sitting on her chair, under an empty portrait. Arg, I don't want to go through that ever again. Loki decided in his mind, holding his head with his free hand. You're back, Walburga stated while she read the newspaper, drinking some plain tea. Big brother, can we go again? Elaine blurted the question out with huge expectations as she ignored Walburga and asked Loki with a happy tone. Her eyes happily scanned everything, jumping from one object to the next, absorbing everything in sight like the hungry eyes of a predator. You want to do that again? Loki asked, surprised, but Elaine just nodded happily with a bright smile on her face. Loki immediately looked around the room to distract Elaine with something. When his eyes fell on Walburga, who was annoyed since she was ignored, he thought of an idea. Elaine. Look. She's the witch I told you about. She can do magic. Don't you want to see magic? Loki asked with a smile on his face that pissed off Walburga. Elaine looked at Walburga with all the focus her nearly 4-year-old body could produce. Veins on Walburga's head throbbed, but she still pulled out her wand and showed Elaine a simple magic trick. She conjured a bunch of roses and handed them to Elaine. Here, little girl. Wah 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 wah. Elaine shouted in joy as she got down from Loki and immediately rushed toward Walburga. You're the best. Elaine shouted, hugging Walburga while Loki was forced to watch on in jealousy with Walburga smirking back at him. Can you make a doll? Elaine asked, and Walburga granted her wish, conjuring a beautiful knitted doll that looked like a mini version of Elaine herself. It's me. Big brother, look. How cool is this? Elaine shouted as she waved around her doll and began to play with it. Yes, it's nice that you found a new doll, but what do you say at a time like this? Loki asked as he pulled on Elaine's fluffy cheeks. Wank Wayu. Yes, tell that to Mrs. Black then. Wank Wayu, Mrs. Black. Elaine kindly greeted and then went back to playing with her new doll sitting on the floor. You're surprisingly good with kids, Mrs. Black. Loki said as he watched Elaine play with her doll. HMPF, whatever. Creature will show you to your rooms. I hope you are ready in 2 hours. I will begin to teach you about magic then. There isn't much time, and I don't want to waste my time with you if you don't have any talent. Seriously? Loki asked with a surprised look on his face. Yes. I do not joke around, Mr. Loki. Hee, I can already imagine me being the most powerful wizard there is in the world. Walburga just shook her head, looking at Loki, who had stars in his eyes and was staring off into the distance. We shall see. But I appreciate your enthusiasm. I hope you can maintain it throughout our lessons. Chapter 21, The Black Manor. As Loki stepped on the dark, old, and springy wooden stairs he watched with fascination the various animated portraits on the walls. The people in the portraits were drinking tea or some other beverage to ward off the cold, some were playing while others were just gossiping. Most did not even look at Loki and Elaine as they crossed them on the stairs, but some did and they nodded, giving out scant greetings or welcomes, surprising Loki a little and making him think that the people in the paintings were alive. Did she trap all these people in paintings? Is she a witch that belongs to the dark side? What happened to the body of that man anyway? Was he also thrown into the paintings? Why did the black market give him this house to steal from anyway? There clearly was someone else in the house, and I doubt the older thieves who were previously sent here went back alive. I'll ask them the next time I go around there, maybe. Maybe I should just ask Lady Black. With that final thought, Loki pushed the matter to the back of his mind and continued watching the portraits as he walked up the stairs. Stopping in front of a door on the first floor, Creature spoke up, "This be Sirs and Madam's rooms. The washroom is down the hallway towards the right. There are also fresh clothes that you might want to change into in the cupboards." Creature spoke with a slight bow that only accentuated his curved back further and walked back down the stairs to finish his other duties. Loki looked at the closed door and then turned the handle to push himself into the room. The door was heavy and smelled like the pages of an old library book, but once inside the room, Loki froze in surprise, his mouth hung loose and his eyes grew wide. Elaine wasn't any different as an excited glimmer sparkled in her eyes. The bed was grand and had velvety covers printed with the design of various butterflies on its side. The pillow covers were a matching deep blue and the bed itself was framed by golden borders carved like the lushes of a fine backyard. What surprised Loki the most though was the glass windows that allowed sunlight into the house. There shouldn't be any windows here, don't the sides have other houses conjoined? Loki thought as he peered outside the windows and looked at the cloudy blue sky. The windows themselves were framed by golden carvings which were animated. Loki could see people and animals rushing around, playing with each other in harmony. "Big brother. Look. There's a puppy in here." Elaine shouted as she noticed a dog on the window border. "Haha, yes, there is." Seeing Elaine lean on the table in front of the window and watch the animals playing around, Loki sprouted a soft smile on his face and his evaluation of Walburga increased to a new high in his mind. What a powerful witch she must be. "Little sis, let's go and get ready. Then you can play." Okay, big brother." Elaine and Loki took a shower and changed their clothes to ones that fit both of them well, but Elaine caught Loki's attention by raising a question while squinting her large eyes, as if trying to avoid looking at something that disgusted her. "Big brother, are you sure that is all right?" "Huh? Do I not look good?" "I think it suits me fine," Loki said, staring at himself in the mirror. He was wearing a bright pink beanie, an orange jacket, underneath which was a green shirt, and top it all off was a gray pant. Elaine scrunched up her face but didn't say anything otherwise, which Loki took as a confirmation of his style. "Ha! I'm sure Walburga will be floored when she sees me in this," Loki thought with a proud smile on his face. And floored she was. "What in Morgana's milk sacks are you wearing?" Walburga complained as soon as she spotted Loki when he returned to the hall. "Why? Can't handle how good I look?" Loki asked, striking a pose, causing Walburga to cover her face and control the bile that was rising up in her throat. "I confiscate your right to touch the wardrobe from today," Walburga stated in a plain voice after recovering her composure. "Wadash," Loki began to argue, but Walburga instantly shut him up with a stern glare. "Now, let us move to the study room," Walburga said and began to walk through the large hallway, moving past doors on either side and towards the door at the end of the hall. Loki watched Walburga move past doors, but he also saw her linger in front of a particular door for a little longer with some longing in her eyes, but before Loki could question her she was already moving again. Pushing open the door at the end of the hallway, Walburga entered the room and Loki followed. As soon as Loki entered the room, a gasp escaped his lips as he watched all the things in the room. An endless row of shelves filled with books stood in one corner, a court with various dummies stood in another, a calm reading chair stood in the middle of the two with a tall lamp to light up the area for reading beside it. A table stood in front of the chair with a pile of books open and collapsed on top of it like someone had just been reading something. "I've been meaning to ask, can magic extend space like this?" Loki asked with anticipation clear in his voice. "Yes. They fall under the category of space extension charms," Walburga responded and moved to the table in the center of the room. With the wave of her wand, Walburga sent all but one of the books on the table back to their place in the library seamlessly under Loki's fascinated gaze. "What's this book?" Loki asked as he peeked over at the book that was lying on the table. An Introduction to Magic. A theory book. What? We won't be doing any practical magic. Let me remind you, you don't have a wand, boy. And you're malnourished. It probably won't even take a strong breeze to blow you away. Walburga retorted as Loki flinched at each of his deficiencies. Can't I do magic wandlessly? Like I already do. I bet you don't even know how you do magic. Don't you just push out as much of your spirituality and hope that an effect comes true? Well, yes. But don't you do magic like that? Loki asked, a little surprised at having his method dissected. What's the point of a wand if everyone did magic that way? Walburga responded with a question. I don't know. Maybe it helps increase the speed of mana leaving your body or something. Loki said, thinking a little. Not the right answer, but not wrong either. What do you mean? A wand is something like an automatic regulator. It helps regulate the amount of magic you expel from your body. Why would you need to do that? Loki asked with confusion etched onto his face. Which is why you're going to read this book. Walburga said, tossing the book onto Loki's face with great speed that he had to react immediately to catch and save his nose. Find the answer to your question and tell me the answer in 2 hours. If you don't, I won't teach you anymore. What? Why? Because if you're not talented, it doesn't make sense to teach you all this when you will learn it at Hogwarts anyway. Loki wanted to argue, but he couldn't find a way to counter what Walburga said, so he kept silent. Your time's ticking, Walburga said, pointing at the grandfather clock in the room. Damn it. Just you wait. Chapter 22, Test. Loki held his head in his hands as he stared at the index of the book that Walburga had tossed at him. Which chapter should I start with? Since it wasn't possible to read the entire book in 2 hours, Loki began to look at the index to shorten the number of chapters he had to read to get his answers. Since she told me to find the answer in 2 hours, it should be possible. But which chapter would give me the answer? Chapter 1, An Intro to Magic. No, that seems too broad. Chapter 3, What is Magic? How does it work? This chapter seems related to magic, not wand movements. Oh. Chapter 6, A Guide to Wand Movements, this might be it. Let's look through it. Page number 91. Loki flipped the pages and upon reaching the chapter he started to skim through it. Wands are partially sentient tools that with the help of the remnant will of their cores help the wizard control their magical output. So they are just low-risk mystical items that help in controlling spirituality output. That's what Walburga said too, right? But I need to figure out why I need to do such a thing. What benefit does controlling spirituality have? Loki mumbled. Broadly categorized, wand movements are of 4 types: curves, lines, points, and rotations. They are also commonly called swish, flick, stab, and twist. Combinations of these movements while expelling spirituality from the tips of the wands create complex patterns. Since different spells need different shapes of spirituality, along with the right intent, each spell has a different set of movements that must be performed to activate it. So each spell can be broken down into a set of wand movements that create a unique pattern out of spirituality. Is this the answer? But then why did pouring out my spirituality without any pattern still activate the spells that I envisioned? Flipping the pages back towards the index, Loki began reading the chapter titles once again. Chapter 3, What is Magic? How does it work? Page number 46. Flipping the pages again, Loki arrived at the chapter and began reading through the highlighted points. Magic. A phenomenon that performs the impossible that our mind envisions with the help of our spirituality. It can turn a mice into a cup and a pin into a porcupine. It can make you giggle and also make you spill your deepest and darkest secrets. There's a truth spell. Why don't all people use it then? Why didn't Walburga use it on me then? Couldn't she have just used it on me to make me spill my secrets? It can vanish the most important of things, including your memories. It can give you immortality and also take away your life, all in an instant. Immortality. Is the book just making things up? Loki skipped the line and focused on something that stood out more to him. And it can vanish memories? What the heck? I need to think of a counter to this fast. Can I develop an anti-mind messing spell? But how do you keep such a spell powered all the time? And how do I protect myself before I develop such a spell? Wait. Can't I use a watch? If someone erases my memory, I will lose track of time by suddenly jumping a bit forward in time. You've used up an hour. Walburga reminded, breaking Loki out of his thoughtful planning. Oh, Loki responded with a slightly surprised tone and then went back to thinking about the memory erasing problem since Walburga inadvertently pointed out a mistake in his thought process. So using a watch is a no-go since I can't differentiate between when I'm lost in researching something and when someone actually wipes my memories. So what else can I do? Loki began to look around the room for ideas and then he spotted Walburga filing away her nails. Oh. I could do something that leaves behind a permanent change on my body. Like draw up a tally on my hand using a pen so that each time someone changes my memories I see that the tally on my hand is different than I remember it. Ha! I'm good at this. You have 15 minutes remaining, you brat, Walburga said again as she uninterestedly continued to file her nails away. What? Already? Loki asked, shocked. If you still haven't found it, I suggest you give up, Walburga said in a bland tone. No. Loki went back to looking at the page that was open, but then he looked confused. Wait, why did I open this chapter again? Oh yeah, I wanted to figure out why I was able to perform magic just by expelling spirituality out of my body. Wait a second. Even Walburga herself, when she used that shield spell, did she ever move her wand at all? Then how did she create the patterns of spirituality that magic requires? She just pulled out her wand and bam, the shield was there. Loki flipped to the index again and began to search for something in particular. Is there no advanced concepts chapter? Wait, Walburga didn't say I could only use this book, or did she? Anyway, dash. Mrs. Black. Loki shouted. Huh? What happened? You only have 10 minutes left, don't ask for an extension. No. I mean yes. Wait, I mean, could you perform that shield spell once again? Huh? Sure. Walburga nodded and flicked her wand out of its holster, causing a semi-transparent white spherical shield to appear in front of her with the tip of the wand at its center. I was right. She doesn't move her hand at all, but then how does she shape the spirituality that is pushed out of her wand for the spell? Is she able to mold it using her wand? Suddenly, as if all the pieces of the puzzle fit into Loki's mind, he exclaimed, I got dash. But before he could finish his sentence, Walburga flicked her wand and caused Loki's mouth to vanish, making the only sound that came out of him a muffled, excited shout. MUF MUF muff muff. Don't shout. It is unbecoming of a person associated with the Black family to shout like a filth commoner. Loki quickly nodded since it felt extremely weird having his mouth vanished shut. It honestly felt suffocating and stifling. Good, Walburga said, seeing Loki become silent again as she flicked her wand and allowed his mouth to reappear. I got it. Loki said excitedly, but this time making sure to keep his voice softer. Oh. Walburga raised her eyebrows. Did you figure out why you need a wand to do magic? Yes. The book said magic happens when spirituality forms patterns. And so? Your wand forms the patterns of spirituality based on your intent because it is a half-sentient item. Don't tell me that's all you figured out. Walburga complained with a dull face. If that was the case, why can you do magic without a wand? Clearly, you don't even know any of the patterns. No, that's not all. The next clue I got from how I do magic myself. The way I do magic is toss a lot of spirituality into the air and then think about what I want to happen really hard. So what? I already told you that. Well, the thing is with the way I do magic, it isn't instantaneous. Magic takes time for me to happen. I mean, there's at least half a second of delay for magic to happen when I cast magic. What about the delay? Walburga asked with a smile, hinting at the fact that she had figured out what Loki was going to say next. Because although our methods appear similar at first glance as we both push out our spirituality, there's a big difference. Whenever I push out my spirituality into the air, the pattern forms by luck as my spirituality dissipates into the air, and depending on my intent, the magic happens after the pattern forms. While when you do it, you expel only the exact amount of spirituality and with the help of the wand mold it into the perfect shape after adding the right intent to perform the magic. Good job, Walburga said with a proud smile on her face. Haha. Aren't I a genius? HMPF. Maybe you have a little brain in there. But don't become too proud, this is just the beginning. He, Loki looked positively happy as he giggled to himself while looking at Walburga. Although not direct, Loki could tell that Walburga to some extent enjoyed teaching him. It felt like she was doing something that she had never gotten the opportunity to do earlier, and it was only now that she was able to act out her wishes. Perhaps she is a decent human being as long as she is not affected by the loss of control as a beyonder. Chapter 23, Happy Birthday. Good morning. Walburga greeted Loki without looking away from her newspaper. Mrs. Walburga, Loki spoke in a soft tone like a shy child as he watched Walburga read the newspaper. Why is this brat irritating me first thing in the morning? Not even Sirius and Regulus were licked dash. What happened? Walburga asked, putting the newspaper and the tea she was drinking away. Could we bake a cake today? Loki asked with his best puppy dog eyes impression, causing Walburga's eyes to twitch ever so slightly. Why is he looking at me like this? He's making me feel like I'm some kind of devil that's a cold-blooded monster and drinks children's blood. Why can't he be more like, no, at least he's not as stupid as those two. Why do you want to bake a cake today? Because it's Ella dash, Loki shouted, but a stinging hex from Walburga brought him back to his composed tone. Walburga had turned hexing him into a habit. She said it was to help Loki act like he was part of a noble house. Asterisk cough because it's Elaine's birthday. Loki said with a big smile on his face. Asterisk sigh asterisk alright. I don't get what the appeal is to celebrate a year closer to your deathbed, but alright, you may ask creature to bake a cake. No. I meant, could you bake a cake with me? Loki asked, waving his hands around to clear Walburga's misunderstanding and explain himself better. Huh? What? Why should I take part in this mess? Well, for the past 3 days, you've played with Elaine and kept her entertained, so she'd love it if you baked a cake for her with me. Walburga's face twitched as she wondered, does he think I can't see he just wants me to make the cake and then claim that he baked it? Please, Grandma. Loki said, blinking his eyes after looking up at Walburga with the most innocent expression he could muster. Brat. I haven't even baked a cake for my own children. You think I will make it for Y dash? Oh, pretty please. But Walburga's eyes fell on Loki's innocent expression. She calmed down a little. Perhaps it is a good idea to move this body a little and listen to his wishes. After all, isn't he going to help me in the end? Ouch. Why did you fire a stinging hex my way? Loki asked, rubbing his arm that had become the victim of a stinging hex. That's for the trouble you're causing me, Walburga said, gulping her tea in one big swing and placing the cup back on the table. You're helping. Yai, ouch. Ouch. Alright. Alright. I won't shout. Stop sending stinging hexes my way. Come on. Let's go. Walburga said, standing up and moving towards the kitchen. With Walburga and Creature's help, Loki was able to finish baking the cake in a little under 2 hours, and as a personal touch, Loki decorated the cake using cream and wandless magic, creating 4 characters on the cake. Who are they? Walburga asked. Are they his parents? Poor people, look like they are nearly dead and demented. You, me, Creature and Elaine. It's all of us. Aren't we a family now? Loki asked with a smile, proud of his work, but Walburga and even Creature looked at the drawing on the cake with disgust, both having the same thought. How does that look like me? But both Creature and Walburga let their words remain thoughts, not wanting to upset Loki since both thought he was a small child. Later in the morning, when Elaine finally woke up, Loki and company surprised her with an early morning birthday cake. Look, Elaine. Big brother made a cake for you. Loki said with a proud expression on his face, while Walburga and Creature had the same expression pass through their minds. Shameless. He didn't even mention us helping. Big brother, are these aliens? Elaine asked as she looked down on her cake. Ha. Take that. That's what you get for taking all our credit. No. This is me, this is Mrs. Walburga, this is Creature, and this is you. There was a stunned silence in the room for a few seconds, and even Elaine only gave a wry smile as she looked at her brother pitifully. I understand, brother. See. Elaine gets it. Loki said to Creature and Walburga, who both looked like they had given up fighting with Loki on this matter. Creature eventually took pictures with him included, of course, since Elaine wanted him in them too, and Walburga promised her to get them framed and hang them inside the house. Days passed like this in the Black household, with Loki learning theory about magic while Walburga tested him on this theory so that his foundation would be solid. Although Loki hadn't gotten a wand yet, it did not stop him from trying out magic without a wand and perfecting his wandless magic casting. But he hadn't come very far in this avenue since it was hard to control magical output without a wand. He still needed a wand because wands were half-sentient and were living, and since they were made from animals that were closer to magic in nature, which made it a lot easier to mold your spirituality with simple intent. Loki even asked Creature for tips since he saw him do magic wandlessly, but Creature explained that magic came instinctually to house elves, like magical creatures, and they didn't need to learn magic as humans did. But in exchange for this ability, they had a modest set of spells that they could perform, and doing anything new was extremely hard, even for them. Walburga, who heard this conversation, added her own insights to the matter. I think the house elves are able to perform magic because of the blessings of a god. I'm not sure how they're linked to the deity, but I think they're, since house elves' magic cannot be restricted by traditional means of drawing runes that disperse their spirituality. The only practical classes that Loki had were potions and herbology. Both classes did not require a wand, at least not in the beginning. Loki was nearly equally interested in both the subjects, but he preferred potions more. Just something about seeing a simmering cauldron and stirring potions in them made him happy. Walburga spent the rest of her free time drilling into Loki the mannerisms and idiosyncrasies of being a pureblood noble so that he could stand proud and not sully the black family heritage. 2 months wasn't a long time for all of this, but it was still enough for Loki to know when to speak loudly and when to keep his mouth shut. Enough stinging hexes had been tossed his way to learn when to do so. The upside of all the etiquette training was how his cursing became more creative. His curses now more often than not struck its victims where they least expected it, like when he cursed Walburga that her quills would remain dry forever and ever, or when he cursed Creature that he would become a free elf. But learning about magic and etiquette was not all that Loki did. He learnt about Walburga too. He learned she always looked at the door closest to the library. He knew that that was the room in which Sirius and Regulus lived when they were in the Manor from Creature. He learnt that Walburga once every day vanished into her room for about 20 minutes to perform a ritual, but Loki didn't know what it did. Walburga simply said, "You will know when you become a demigod." He also learnt that sometimes, when no one was around and when Walburga thought no one was seeing her, she would smile almost imperceptibly as she looked at the various portraits of all the family members in the Black family. To reduce the loneliness in her heart, Elaine and Loki took to annoying her and got her involved in everything they did. For a few moments each day, to everyone in the Black Manor, they would feel they were all one big family. Chapter 24, Pet Hedwig. After 2 months, Loki was overjoyed. Finally. We're going outside today. Loki hummed in joy as he got ready with the clothes Walburga had prepared for him. Slipping on his dark shirt with a clean swipe and wearing the dark black robe after to keep himself safe from the cold, Loki skipped down the stairs and arrived in the living room staring at Walburga, who was reading the newspaper as usual. "What's new in the Daily Prophet, Lady Black?" "Nothing that will interest you." "Ah. Did they not continue the story of the magician that turned himself into a pickle?" "No. But they did start a new story about Edwina Lily the homewrecker." "You. Not those soap operas again. I thought the Daily Prophet stopped those because people didn't like them." "It's just you that doesn't like them. Now put on the bow tie I gave you, or I'll punish you to read it too." Asterisk gasp asterisk oh Lady Black. How could you not feel the lampooning of this innocent soul? Have mercy. Have mercy. For you don't know when I might, ouch. Ouch. Sorry. No stinging hexes. I swear I'll make a more famous newspaper someday. HMPF. And you say you don't like soap operas. Loki silently put on the bow tie and then stood in attention for Walburga to look at him. "Good, now you look like a proper member of the Black family," Walburga commented, standing up and ironing out the kinks in her dress. "Where are we going though?" Loki asked as he held out his hand for Walburga to hold. "You'll know soon enough," Walburga said, waving her hand over herself and Loki. A dreamy mist appeared around the two, forming a transparent, continuously morphing barrier that distorted their appearance, making it hard for anyone to find out who they were. "Won't people know that we are from the Black family since this is the ability of the darkness pathway?" Loki asked, looking up at Walburga, who he could somehow see clearly in spite of the mist. "No. We could very well be using a Beyonder item to achieve the same effect. But couldn't you have just transfigured our faces to make us look different?" "We could, but that would cause problems for you down the line. It is best to remain in your original form as much as possible so that you don't have any other identities trying to make you lose control when you drink the advancement potion." "I see, I think it makes sense." "Ready?" Walburga asked and Loki nodded. Pop. With a simple twist of space, Walburga and Loki vanished from the hallway and teleported into a narrow alleyway. Loki steadied his swimming vision and read the sign that was hung above his head. Diagon Alley. Without saying much, Walburga began to walk through the crowd of wizards and shops while Loki turned his head around and admired everything. How come so many wizards can gather here at once? Loki asked as he saw a bunch of child wizards admiring a broomstick that was on display. It's a remote location that has been shielded to keep the muggles away. Although the black market in Nocturne Alley is larger and has roots in the muggle world too. But they're mostly just henchmen of evil gods, Walburga spoke as she came to a stop in front of a store. Magical menagerie, Loki said, reading the sign on top of the store. Are we here to get a pet for me? Loki asked with excitement clearly heard in his tone. If it was for just a pet, why wouldn't you just get one from a muggle store? Walburga questioned. Because you hate muggles. Loki stated the obvious. HMPF. Either way, this isn't just a pet store. This is much more. Walburga said and walked inside the store, causing the bell on top of the door to release a soft jingle. As they entered the store, Loki couldn't help but glance at all the large and small animals in cages looking eagerly at him and Walburga. Welcome. A lady appearing from the back of the store spoke, walking in seemingly unaffected by Walburga and Loki's hidden appearance. Could you show us the spirit catalog? Walburga requested in a demeanor completely unexpected of her. She sounded like an overjoyed schoolgirl. Even Loki was surprised by the sudden shift, but he quickly suppressed it. Does she want to pretend to be someone else? Yes, as you wish, Mississippi, the store owner replied, pulling out a thick-bound book from behind the cabinet shelves. Pick one, Walburga said as she looked down at Loki, who was swinging excitedly since he heard the word spirit. I can. Are there no restrictions? Loki said with anticipation. Preferably an all-spirit, since they're the fastest and the most reliable spirits while requiring the least amount of maintenance, but if you like something else, don't hesitate, Walburga said. Apart from owls, we have cats, toads, and rats too. If you prefer a magical spirit, we have those too, a short plump woman manning the store spoke out, enticing Loki. Magical spirits? Loki asked, confused. Yes, for example a spirit Nazali, they have very high intelligence and can detect untrustworthy people for you. Oh. Loki's eyes shined. Loki instantly began to look through the book, as he studied the images for something to pique his interest. The images were like the rest in the wizarding world, they moved and were animated, giving Loki a sense of their personality which he was picky about. That owl. She looks so beautiful. Loki thought. Do you like her? The lady said, pointing to the small white owl. Loki nodded. Then let us summon her to see if she's compatible with you. You can. Haha, yes we can. The lady then set up a short ritual and spoke out the few lines that summoned the owl. A pure white owl gilded into the store from the spirit world and landed on an empty perch. The white owl looked at Loki invitingly, but when he moved closer to the owl it just turned its head away. HMPF, fine. If you don't like me, I don't want you either. The rejection led to a few embarrassed smiles, but the shop owner sent the owl away as Loki went back to turning through the pages of the spirit catalog. Chapter 25, Princess Rapunzel. Loki shuffled through the book for a bit longer and with the help of the store owner summoned animals like toads and cats who seemed to be interested in just lazing about, making him to lose interest in them. That cat, it's ugly. Loki commented as he saw the picture of a rather ugly large orange cat and moved on. What animal is this, madam? Loki asked, looking at a small fluffy animal that was playing with a shiny coin that it had brought out of its pocket. Oh. Do you like him? He's a niffler. They're naughty little spirits and rarely do nifflers come in the form of spirits. They take anything shiny as payment and are fierce protectors of their masters. And of course, they are cute too. Could you summon him please? Loki asked with a soft smile and kept his voice as sweet as he could so that the lady wouldn't get annoyed because he had already asked her to summon so many animals that he was feeling guilty about it. Of course. As soon as the niffler was summoned it began to look around for something shiny in the store and settled on the gem on Loki's bow tie. Loki slowly sneaked his hand behind the niffler that was busy looking at the gem, and when the niffler least expected it, Loki snatched the coin in its tiny hands. Hee hee. I got it. Loki teased as he played a game of catch in his hands, making the niffler run around. Squeak squeak squeak. Loki handed the coin to the niffler, who was happy at having received his treasure and calmly stuffed it back into its pocket after glaring a little at Loki. I'll take him. Loki said, since he found the niffler too cute to pass. Are you sure? The shop owner asked, looking not at Loki but at Walburga. Yes, that's fine with me. Walburga agreed. I must remind you that nifflers are quite the thieves. They are hard to train and very uncivilized. the shop owner said with a worried expression. And we don't do refunds. Walburga nodded and immediately paid the price for the niffler. Here is the summoning call for him, the shop owner said and handed a slip of parchment to Loki, who was overjoyed. Thank you. Walburga and Loki soon returned home as Walburga said there was nothing else to do for them there, even though Loki made it plenty clear he wanted to eat ice cream. All he got in response from Walburga was, "We have ice cream at home. We aren't going to get me a wand?" Loki asked saddened. "We'll get your wand later once you've decided on your pathway." "Oh, all right." Loki nodded, but something else was bugging him. "Why did you get me a contracted spirit, Grandma?" HMPF. Why do I need a reason for doing such a thing? Everyone needs them so that they can communicate easily. Anyway, quickly set up a ritual to summon and contract the creature. I know how you can do it. Walburga asked and soon diverted the topic, but Loki had his suspicions. Does she feel bad that I'll be all alone with just Elaine after she's slipped into her slumber? Loki thought but didn't voice out loud. All right. I'm excited to get my first contracted creature too. Loki said and immediately began to set up an altar to summon the niffler. He lit up a candle by rubbing his spirituality against it, and with Walburga in the room to keep him safe in case something wrong occurred, Loki spoke out the phrase on the paper in Latin, something Walburga had begun teaching him. I call upon the creature. The creature that roams the unknowable. The creature that is naughty and likes shiny things and belongs to the species of a niffler. The creature that is contracted with the magical menagerie. The creature that is ready to form a contract with me. The candle flame flickered and glowed a little brighter before the space above it tore and a small niffler appeared through it, landing on the altar. I did it. Loki exclaimed happily when the niffler arrived. The niffler looked around warily but immediately stopped once it noticed the gem on Loki's bow tie. Would you be willing to form a contract with me for a shiny reward each time you deliver my letter? Loki asked politely, and the niffler stood still, looking at the gem on his bow tie with jealousy. There was an awkward silence in the room as Loki started wondering if the niffler even understood him or not. Squeak squeak. The niffler finally nodded, causing Loki to smile in relief and pat himself on the back for being such a great negotiator, since he felt like he had been pressuring the niffler by flicking a shiny galleon in his hand that the niffler definitely noticed. Walburga then handed over the contract written on goat skin in Latin to Loki, who infused a bit of his spirituality into it, following which the niffler did the same. Their actions formed a permanent contract which they couldn't easily slip through without paying a heavy price. Loki suddenly felt a connection form between him and the niffler. It suddenly felt like he could understand exactly what the niffler was saying with each of its squeaks. Would you like to stay out with me outside? So I can show you to my little sister? Loki asked, scratching the little guy under his chin. Squeak. The niffler squeaked and jumped onto Loki's hand. But instead of staying still in his hands or shoulders, the niffler rushed up his shoulders and immediately snatched the gem on the bow tie. Walburga glared at the niffler, but the niffler didn't back down. Instead, it argued with Walburga, with Loki acting as the intermediary. Squeak squeak. He's telling you that to fulfill my request of following me around he'll take one shiny object per day as payment for every day he is outside. HMPF. It's not like the Black family lacks in wealth. But a Black can be proud to say that we've never been on the losing end of a deal. Squeak squeak, one shiny gem. Loki translated. No, 10 shiny coins for 100 days and that's final. Squeak squeak, 20 shiny coins for every 10 days, Loki translated, but Walburga cut him off. No, not a single piece more than 8 for 50 days. And that's final. Squeak squeak, 20 for 50 days. Okay, final offer, or I'm sending you back to that poor shop owner. 8 pieces per 30 days. Squeak squeak. The Loki didn't have to translate the last part because they all could see how the niffler trembled at having to go back to the store owner. Was it really that terrible under her? Oh, I guess the store was not doing swimmingly. I think he agrees. Loki said happily, seeing the niffler finally snuggle into his collar and make its home there. I'll get an item made for you to be able to summon your messenger more easily without the ritual, Walburga said, bringing a smile to Loki's face. Thank you, Grandma. HMPF. Walburga looked away and spoke to Loki. You better spend all your time enjoying your time with the niffler. I want you to make those 8 coins worth it. Yes, Grandma. Loki immediately rushed up the stairs, moving at the fastest speed he was allowed to inside the house, and reached Elaine, who was playing with Creature. Look, Elaine. Look what I've gotten today. Loki shouted, overjoyed. Huh? What is it, big brother? Look. Loki said, holding the niffler out like a lion. Waya. He's fluffy and cutty. Elaine rushed up to Loki and immediately began to tickle the niffler, causing it to squeal in happiness. Big brother. Can I play with Princess Rapunzel? Princess Rapunzel. Yes. I need Princess Rapunzel to play with me. Elaine nodded and Loki looked at the niffler, who was looking at Elaine's toy princess crown with great interest. I guess your name is Princess Rapunzel from today. Loki said, but he wasn't sure if Princess Rapunzel was even paying attention to him while nodding to its name. Chapter 26, An Important Card. Follow me, Walburga said as she saw Loki entering the hall where she was waiting for him. Good morning to you too, Mrs. Black, Loki said, bowing low while Princess Rapunzel, on his shoulder, mimicked him and bowed towards Walburga. Walburga rolled her eyes at Loki's antics and did not let his sarcastic greeting affect her mood. Stepping down low and into the basement, Walburga spoke softly to Loki, who was busy giving a shiny nickel to Princess Rapunzel for his earlier act. Have you thought about it? About what? You mean my pathway? Is it already time? Loki asked in a panic. Yes, I thought this would be the best time. Since your malnourished body has healed quite a bit, there shouldn't be any risk of losing control from the first potion. Loki immediately fell into a pinch as he wondered if he should let Walburga know about the Sapphire Castle, or he would gulp down the Sequence 9, Sleepless Potion, and wait for an opportunity to change his path like Emperor Roselle later down the line. As they walked deeper into the basement, Loki looked around at all the various mystical items and charms stored there in an attempt to distract himself, but it just would not work. Do I tell Walburga that I have control over a spherote? Reaching their destination at the end of the long inventory in the basement, Walburga paused over a glass case that was standing on an ornate golden table stand. Come closer, Walburga said, and Loki followed, his eyes coming to rest on the objects placed inside it. His mouth hung loose and his eyes nearly popped out of his sockets with how wide they had turned. He couldn't believe it. The items had turned him speechless. Looking at his reaction, Walburga could only smile with pride. Why are you so surprised about the card of blasphemy? Didn't I already tell you that I had the one for the darkness pathway? Walburga asked with a smile on her face. And Loki, who still had a shocked expression, pointed at the glass cupboard and said in a horrified whisper, You. Can't you see that? Ha ha. I know. I know. It is a blasphemy card, don't be so surprised. The Black family wouldn't be the most ancient and noble house for nothing if we didn't have even one of them. Holy shit. Loki cursed in his mind, forgetting the training he had been given about cursing till now. Holy shit. There's the blasphemy card for the error pathway in there. What the heck? Walburga pulled out her wand and unlocked the glass case that no doubt had a ton of wards placed over it. The wards glimmered a shiny milky white as they were deactivated. Walburga to look at Loki again. Go on then. Take it out. Loki, who was stun-locked, broke out of his shock and looked at Walburga, who was urging him to pick up the card of blasphemy, and automatically extended his hand to move it through the glass case. He snatched the darkness pathway blasphemy card, but along with it he also picked up the blasphemy card for the error pathway. My heart's thundering. How's this possible? Did a darkness pathway true god really hide the blasphemy card for the error pathway? But why hide it in the first place? So that the celestial worthy of heaven and earth does not revive. But then, where are the blasphemy cards for the door and the fool pathways? A whole host of conspiracy theories rung inside Loki's head like the gong of a Buddhist monastery. The waves his thoughts created reached far and wide, turning every corner of his mind. His lips trembled, his eyes twitched, his fingers quivered and his entire being shook, yet he kept his calm as he stuffed the seemingly invisible blasphemy card into his pocket while holding the blasphemy card for the darkness pathway in his hand. Pour your spirituality into it, Walburga said with a calm mind. Loki, who was internally a typhoon of emotions, used all his training on how to be a noble for the past 2 months and barely managed a half-decent performance and poured his spirituality into the card. On its front face, the card had the picture of a veiled woman dressed in a fashionable morning gown holding 2 earthen pots. The pots were tilted to let the water in them flow freely, forming the beginning of a river that glimmered under the stars of the deep night sky. But as Loki poured in his spirituality, the image was being slowly replaced. The woman stood up with little difficulty as her pots vanished. She bathed in the starlight that shone in the deepest and darkest of nights, and her entire body shimmered as if it existed but was invisible at the same time, like a mirage over the desert sands. Loki grew entranced as he watched the image form and the card in his hands turn into a book. A wave of calmness passed over him once the transformation finished, leading him to believe in the authenticity of the cards. The card had begun to exude the same effect as the pathway it belonged to. This truly is a blasphemy card of the darkness pathway. Just holding it calms me down and brings the feeling of serenity that would only come about from a deity's presence. Aren't you going to open it? Walburga asked, snapping Loki out of the stare-off contest he was having with the woman in the card, which had turned into a thin book. Yes, yes, Lady Black, I shall. With a slight increase in the amount of spirituality he was pouring in, Loki watched the page in the book turn and crack its pristine spine that had remained untouched for a long time. Loki first looked at the image above the potion formulae for sequence 9, sleepless, and came to a simple conclusion as he looked at it. The image was of a woman who was standing casually on the balcony of a house under the bright night where the sky was littered with stars. It's not Roselle who made this. A woman did. Is she my senior? Transferred to the world of Harry Potter before me. Like Roselle. Who's the woman in the pictures, Grandma? No one knows. Walburga shook her head with a slight sigh. Just like no one knows about the origin of magic, no one knows how these cards were made. I see. Loki nodded and began to read the potion ingredients for the first potion in the sequence. The spleen of a vampire bat. 3 stalks of fluxweed. A pinch of cowbane. 100 drops of rose oil. 4 nettle leaves. 5 knotgrass stalks. 100 drops of distilled water. Do we have all of this, Granny? Yes, they're here. Now, I want you to make the potion in front of me. Yes. I'll do it. Loki said, feeling resigned. I don't want to drink this potion. Is the only way to drink the error pathway sequence 9 potion by revealing the spherote? Is there truly no other way? Chapter 27, First Potion. Come on, let's pick the ingredients, Walburga said, walking ahead of Loki and moving to a dark wood double-door cupboard in the basement. The cupboard looked ancient and made one wonder what treasures lay inside its double doors. The 2 doors had patterns carved in the wood which gave them an ancient feel, like the work of an ancient master craftsman. Walburga pulled Loki along by holding his hand, but he lagged behind her a little, worried that he was going to have to drink the potion from the darkness pathway instead of the error pathway. Grandma dash. Yes, I know you're nervous, but trust me, it'll all be all right in the end. But dash dot. Loki started but didn't speak further. He began ruminating over how he would break the news to her without sounding cuckoo. Walburga pulled open one side of the cupboard and explained, all the ingredients you'd need, they're right here. Now show me what you learned during your potion lessons and pick out all the right ingredients. Yes. Loki nodded, stiffly picking out an empty glass beaker to collect all his potion ingredients and make the potion. And although he was a little curious about what was on the other side of the cupboard, he suppressed his curiosity since he was currently worried about his life choices. That is the bat of a vampire spleen dash. Spleen of a vampire bat. Walburga corrected. Yes, that's what I meant, Loki said as he pulled down a glass jar and unscrewed the top to pick out a small dried fleshy spleen that he looked at with grimace. Picking another jar after this one, Loki recited the second potion ingredient, 3 stalks of fluxweed, dropping them into the beaker with the bat spleen. A pinch of cowbane, Loki said, collecting a pinch of cowbane in a small spatula and dropping it into the beaker. I can help you with 100 drops of rose oil. Walburga said and picked out a glass bottle, turned it upside down over the beaker and counted the drops rapidly falling from it. There. All done. Walburga said, turning the bottle upright and closing it once again. But before she could take another step and place the bottle back into the cupboard, the bottle in her hands fell to the floor with a distinct ringing sound that would irritate anyone's ears. What happened, Grandma? Loki asked with worry as he ignored the rose oil that was slowly dripping onto the floor. It seems like I have very little time remaining, Walburga said and leaned on the table, trying to hold herself from collapsing. What do I do, Grandma? Loki asked, trying to remain calm, but his toes curled in worry. Help me get into the coffin. Coffin? Loki asked with a soft quiver in his voice. Don't worry, I'm only going to be in a light slumber until you help me gain back my anchors. But. Loki stuttered, but Walburga's stern gaze shut him up, dragging him out of the pit of life choices he was facing just a moment ago. Few all right, Grandma. Now, come, help this bag of old bones. Walburga said, holding Loki's shoulders to support herself. Do you need me to call creature, Grandma? No, that won't be necessary. Loki slowly walked Walburga to the coffin that was standing in the basement and helped her slip into it. Take care of yourself, Loki, Walburga said with a soft smile that was uncharacteristic of her as she stroked Loki's cheeks. Yes, Grandma. Loki said with slightly teary eyes. Don't worry. Everything's going to be all right. Yes, Grandma. Loki said, totally not stiff, his voice definitely not quivering at all, and his eyes not tearing up at all. Shut it then. I can feel it, I'm getting closer. Walburga said as Loki spotted her skin forming curves and bumps as if something inside was trying to crawl out of her. Yes, Grandma. Loki said with clear sadness as he began to close the coffin door. But before he fully closed it, Loki opened it quickly and then ran up to Walburga and gave her one last tight hug, which Walburga returned even though it wasn't noble or mighty. In this moment Walburga was just like any other old grandma, worried about her new little grandchild. Go on now. Let me rest. These bones have become tired from the long time they've worked, they need it. Good luck. Walburga said with a soft smile as she pushed Loki away, allowing him to finally close the door shut, sending Walburga into a sweet dreamless slumber that he did not know how long she would wake up from. Squeak squeak. Princess Rapunzel squeaked and nuzzled Loki's cheeks, trying to comfort him since he could feel his loss. Loki sighed as he stared at the shut coffin for a while before he left and moved back to his potion-making station. He picked up the fallen rose oil bottle and began to wipe clean the oil that had spilt onto the floor. It already feels lonely, Loki spoke out loud to no one in particular and pushed himself to complete the rest of the potion. Something bland and something repetitive was essential in these moments to take his mind off the depressing afternoon life had tossed at him. And potion making was perfect for it. For nettle leaves, Loki said, picking out a jar that had nettle plant stalks in it and dropping the leaves in the beaker. After which, he picked up a glass jar and unscrewed its lid to gain access to 5 knotgrass stalks, which he also placed in the beaker silently this time since there was no audience to witness or even correct his actions. Then moving on to the last ingredient, Loki picked up a flask labeled pure distilled water and used a glass pipette to transfer 100 drops of it into the beaker. The ingredients inside had already begun to shimmer and mix, but Loki calmly placed the beaker over a burner and began to heat it a little on soft low blue alchemical flames. The reaction sped up and the ingredients dissolved cleanly until it all melded together to form a uniform black liquid that had coffee-brown strands of threads shimmering inside it, waiting to be consumed by someone else. I made the potion, but I doubt anyone is going to drink it. Could I give it to Elaine? No, she's too young and might easily lose control. Do you want to drink it, Princess Rapunzel? Loki asked with a soft smile. Squeak squeak squeak. Seeing the Niffler nod, Loki's eyes widened and then he laughed. No, little princess, there is not going to be any potion for you. Squeak squeak squeak. No dear, I don't know what will happen if a spirit drinks a Beyonder potion. Squeak squeak squeak. You feel good about it? I mean, there was Reniet Tynker who became a spirit to escape the Rose School of Thought, but can ordinary spirits even drink a potion? Loki asked no one in particular. But then he shook his head quickly. Reniet Tynker was able to become a spirit because of her pathway. No. What if something happens to you? Wait. But you can interact with the coins that I give you. So will you be fine after all? Loki wondered and mused out loud for a bit before he finally said, You need to wait for a little while, Princess Rapunzel. I want to do a little research to see if anything happens to spirits that consume Beyonder potion. Squeak squeak. You'll stay put. Good. Thank you. Because now I need to make a potion for myself. A potion from the error pathway. Loki's eyes were firm and his mood was somber, but he kept himself composed as he reached for the blasphemy card of the error pathway. His mind wanted to wander to Walburga's sudden passing, but he remained harsh on himself. He knew if he thought about her right now he'd break down and become a mess that would easily lose control upon consuming the potion. Did her suddenly losing control have something to do with how she didn't go to that room for an hour today? Not now, Loki. Not now. Chapter 28, Troublesome Facts. But Loki stared at the card of blasphemy, apparently invisible to people other than himself. His fingers traced the design etched into the card as he spoke with a slight frustration. This card, it's been activated. At least going by the knowledge I have of the cards from the novel. Emperor Roselle's cards were locked behind a password. If the maker of the cards in this world employed such a tactic, it means that someone has unlocked this card earlier. But, who did it? And why is it in the Black family household and still unknown to the world? Was it my senior? Another reincarnate who entered this world and became a Beyonder of the error pathway. I can't come to such conclusions without any proof, although now that I think about it, wouldn't there be cocoons in the Sapphire Castle that have other people trapped inside it if there are multiple reincarnates? What do you think, Princess Rapunzel? Squeak squeak. The Niffler squealed in Loki's arms trying to reach the darkness pathway potion, but Loki held him tight and prevented him from reaching it. Hold on, just wait a little bit and I'll give you the potion, Loki said, pacifying the Niffler. Squeal. The Niffler finally calmed down and allowed Loki to pour his spirituality into the blasphemy card of the error pathway. There were two people drawn onto the card, a woman and a man. Both people on the card were dressed in professional clothes, like snake oil salesmen, the woman in a strict office skirt and shirt while the man was in a three-piece suit, smiling a smile that did not reach their eyes. A gray fog floated behind them in which a giant angel hovered, gazing with serenity and compassion. His arms were outstretched, seeming to bless the woman and men below him. A large vertical tree with random things like clocks, infinity and a Rubik's Cube stood tall behind the man, while a large tree with various runes stood behind the woman. The only thing common between the people on the card was a monocle. A golden monocle that looked too illusory to be real on their right eye. Seeing the monocle, Loki felt a shiver run down his spine. Is there a replacement for a mon in this world? If there is, I'll be gone before I can even utter the words Sapphira in front of him. The safest path would be to wait and look for the Fool's Blasphemy card. But I doubt I'm ever going to find it if there have already been so many coincidences to make me reach the Error Blasphemy card. As Loki continued putting his spirituality into the card, it morphed into a book and the picture on its cover changed. The people on the card vanished, only to be replaced by a woman wearing a single monocle, a black dress and a robe, as she leaned on a golden cane and nudged her golden monocle ever so slightly. She held a knowing smile as if she could directly see Loki, who was pouring his spirituality into the card. There was an aura of danger around her, yet it seemed like you could trust her with your deepest secrets. Squeak. The Niffler squeaked and snapped Loki out of his thoughts as he flipped the first page of the book and looked at the potion formulae and the picture on the page. Sequence 9, Marauder. Damn. Who knew I was prepared all my life for this sequence? Loki said as his eyes glazed over the acting requirements for the sequence. To become a successful marauder, you need to act as if thievery and banditry are your calling. The higher the sequence you steal from, the faster your potion digests. So do I plan a heist from a high sequence beyonder, or multiple low to mid sequence beyonders? Well, I can do as much stealing as possible until I have an opportunity to steal from some high sequence beyonder. Ha, look at me talking about stealing from a high sequence beyonder as if it's going to be a casual walk in the park. What do I need to make the potion ingredients then? Perhaps I can order from Diagon Alley with Creature's help. A tablespoon of flobberworm mucus. 7 stalks of fluxweed. Waxpert dust. A finger digit of boomslang skin. 100 drops of pure distilled water. 100 drops of horklump juice. What's a waxpert? I never read about them. Loki walked toward the cupboard and stood in front of the open side to tally the ingredients he had and needed to order from an apothecary from Diagon Alley. We have fluxweed, it was also used in the sleepless potion, boomslang skin is available, we also have pure distilled water and horklump juice. So we need flubberworm mucus and waxpert dust. But what the hell is waxpert dust? Princess Rapunzel, where are you going? But before Loki could turn around and look at the Niffler, his eyes shifted to the closed side of the cupboard. Wait a minute. Loki looked at the closed side of the cupboard suspiciously, and then suddenly his eyes widened as a stray thought crossed his mind. Moving toward the cupboard, Loki held the closed side and swung it open. And to his surprise, a new array of various potion ingredients with their labels came into view. I knew it. So there has been someone in the Black family who was of the error pathway before. Loki immediately moved closer to the cupboard and began to search for the waxpert. Going through the labels, Loki's eyes finally zeroed in on the seemingly empty glass jar on the shelf right in front of him. It was labeled waxpert dust. Sigh it's empty. Loki sighed, yet he picked up the glass jar to keep it out so that he would remember to order it later. This jar is heavy. Why is it so heavy though? Oh my god. Could it be? Loki immediately opened the lid and stuck his finger into the jar, only to feel some resistance that stopped his hand from going through. Oh my god. An invisible ingredient. How does this even work? How did wizards even find out this stuff existed? Look, Princess Rapunzel. An invisible ingredient. Do you want some of it? Loki said, turning around to the small tiny niffler that was sitting inside an empty glass beaker. Ah. What are you doing with the beak? Hold on. Did you drink the sleepless potion that was inside the beaker? Burp. God, you're so troublesome. Chapter 29, Sequence 9, Marauder. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The niffler shivered in fear and his body bulged out, arbitrarily creating faint protrusions all along, but to bring them to a halt and prevent Princess Rapunzel from losing control, Loki immediately interfered. Listen to me calmly, you're going to be all right as long as you do what I say. Squeak. Imagine as many circles of lights as you can and stack them one on each other. The niffler listened to Loki and did as he requested, causing the faint protrusions to calm down and settle inside the body. The niffler instead began to look around everything in a new light. What you're seeing right now should be because of cogitation, which you did just now. To come out of it, just close your eyes and distract yourself, tell your spirituality that it is all right and that it should end. That will do the trick. Loki urged calmly. Squeak, squeak. The niffler squeaked and closed its eyes and after a moment opened them again. Before Loki could speak anything, Princess Rapunzel rushed toward him and jumped onto his shoulder. Ah, you were scared. Squeak, squeak. Don't worry, nothing will happen now. You are fine now. Calm down. Loki said, scratching the niffler under its ear to calm him down. Once the niffler had calmed down with one final squeak, Loki got the flubberworm mucus from the right side of the cupboard and began to prepare the Sequence 9, Marauder potion. And all that's left is heating it after adding 100 drops of pure distilled water. Sucking up a little bit of pure distilled water into the pipette, Loki gradually poured 100 drops into the beaker that now contained a variety of ingredients and was sitting atop a burner. 98, 99, and 100. With the last drop into the beaker, Loki immediately turned on the burner and began to watch with fascination how the individual ingredients all melded together and began to fuse into a greenish satin-like liquid that had glitter sprinkled in it. Squeak, squeak. Princess Rapunzel squeaked in fear as she tried to stop Loki from drinking the potion, afraid that something would happen to him by pulling on his ears, but Loki persisted. Don't worry, Princess Rapunzel, nothing will happen to me, remember how I helped you out? I will help myself similarly. Loki said and petted Princess Rapunzel until he was satisfied and placed him down on the counter in front of him. Looking at the beaker that contained the potion he so greedily desired, Loki gulped audibly before making a hasty attempt at grabbing the beaker and glooping the potion in its entirety. Arg, thick. It feels like a slug is sliding down my throat. The entire potion in the beaker slipped into Loki's mouth without leaving a drop behind as it followed its way down to his stomach and immediately began to work its magic. It felt like a wave was passing through his body, like time was ticking differently for each of his cells. A thrum of power echoed and distorted his senses. The gray fog converged in his vision and he immediately saw himself in third person, extricated from the body he had transmigrated into, the body that was now convulsing beneath him. He could see Princess Rapunzel was worried and screeching to try and get his attention to help him, but everything seemed confusing right now. A rampant murmuring entered his ears, much like the wails of a banshee, yet he paid attention, capturing a few words that screamed louder than the rest. Walburga, Hogwarts, Walburga, Hogwarts, Walburga, Hogwarts. But hearing the murmurings of fate extracted a price from Loki, his body rapidly descended into madness and chaos as it started to morph into a rough creature. Bollocks. I'm losing control. Loki immediately willed his spirituality to return, causing his spirit body to snap back into his physical body. Then closing his eyes he imagined the outline of 7 light spheres and began to stack them up on each other as if he were building a tower. The convulsions slowed down at first and then stopped with his body reforming back into normal. Loki slowly opened his eyes only to find the little niffler biting his finger to show him his anger. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Hee, sorry for the scare. I'm all right now. Squeak, squeak. Sorry, come on, climb onto my shoulder, I'm going to try something out. Loki slowly brought his fingers in front of his eyes until the palms face each other. Focusing on the gap between the tips of index fingers on the 2 hands, Loki slowly moved them away. A red color flared between his fingers and caused Loki to become surprised at how realistic it looked, but he kept at it and slowly widened his vision. The entire world around him was suddenly swimming with colors. He then looked at the mirror nearby that showed his reflection. His limbs were red, his head a dainty purple, his circulator system and organs a bright green, his throat and nervous system a deep blue, his excretory system a shade of orange and his digestive system a pale yellow. Overall his body was cloaked in a blanket of white that indicated his good health. Satisfied with the health of his body, Loki looked around. What is this place? A gold mine. Loki wondered, since he could now inherently guess the value of all the things around him, and everything felt like it was worth more than its weight in gold. The potion had given him the ability to instinctually guess a close to the precise value of an object. After looking around the room, Loki's eyes then fell on the little critter who was still a little worried about him. Noticing his gaze, the niffler squeaked. A white light cloaked him too and showed he was in good health, causing Loki to sigh in relief. "So our bodies are all right, huh?" Loki nodded in satisfaction and brought his hand close to Princess Rapunzel. The niffler sniffed his fingers a little and then jumped on his hands and ran up to his other shoulder, switching sides. Squeak squeak. "Ha ha. I know it looked risky, but I promise that all of it's worked all right for me. I'm fine." Loki nodded. Loki blinked and looked around the room, especially at the ingredients in the cupboard that all had a color attached to them. So even in this world beyond, our ingredients have a remnant spirituality attached to them. In general, the reds around the room were redder, the blues were bluer, and everything felt like it was contrasted by much. All the pathways around the room felt like they popped out more to Loki. Not because of their colors, but because Loki could feel his brain coming up with the best ways he could escape from the room should there be a need to do so. His vision felt a little more controllable, so Loki tried it out to see what was up with it, and he spotted himself able to control the amount of light his eyes could use. It felt like he could see perfectly in the darkness with very little darkness. His fingers felt more dexterous and his hand felt like they could carry much heavier things only using his fingers. His strength had increased, but that was only a little. He'd still lose in a fight with an adult. Jumping on his toes, Loki could feel how balanced his body felt. Although not as exaggerated as a Sequence 8 clown, Loki felt he could control his body pretty well. After testing everything about the potion, Loki finally turned to look at the coffin and saw Walburga's spirituality inside it. His mood immediately turned a little depressed. Instead of the white color of a healthy body, Walburga seemed to be covered in a dark hue that represented her sickness. What is that? 5, maybe 6 years at most. Although this was the first time Loki had been using spirit vision, he instinctively knew how long Walburga had left. Loki then felt his glabella spasm a little, and he knew that it was time to end his adventurous journey with spirit vision. He closed his eyes and forced his spirituality to converge and end his spirit vision so that he could go back to looking at things normally. **** Troublesome. Loki whispered as his eyes lay on Walburga's coffin once again. "I need to figure out what to do with her. Especially when one of the wailings I heard when I drank the potion was her name. How is she related to my advancement in the error pathway? And I need to figure out what the deal is with Hogwarts. I guess I can study about it until the next couple of months before I get my invitation letter." Creators. Chapter 30, Lwig. Loki, hanging upside down from a pole hung across the door, read about the various patterns of wand movements that caused spells to occur. But slowly, with the blood rushing into his head, Loki's thoughts eventually wandered. A week earlier, when Loki had spent a long time inside the house getting comfortable with his new powers, he made his first attempt. An attempt at stealing to digest his potion. He stole from a random passerby on the street, but it didn't digest his potion even a little. If it did, it was too insignificant to even feel. "I need to do something big." But what? A voice suddenly interrupted his machinations. "Big brother, are you going to play soon?" Elaine asked Loki with a smile on her face. She was holding a fluffy toy that Creature had recently gifted her. The fluffy toy was a Creature look-alike and replaced his presence when he was busy with the upkeep of the house, or probably recharging all the generational wards placed around to keep intruders out. "What happened to Lokify?" Loki asked. Lokify was the fluffy toy that looked like him. She also had a Walburgify with her, a fluffy toy that was a Walburga look-alike. Walburgify was what started this trend of converting people into voodoo dolls. It happened because Elaine missed Walburga and her silly little magic tricks desperately, to the point she cried for a long time. Lokify was sent to the execution ground because he didn't play with his sister. Elaine said with narrow eyes and folded arms while looking away in anger. Loki dramatically clutched his chest and pretended to be hurt as if his heart had been shattered into a million pieces. "Big brother, Creature says it is not good for you to hang upside down like that," Elaine said with a worried expression that immediately melted Loki's heart and fixed back all the pieces. "Does he now?" Loki asked with surprise, since Creature had been mostly silent after Walburga had moved into her dreamless slumber. Elaine nodded. Seeing his sister insisting, Loki got down from the bars and stood up straight to look at his sister. "It has already been 2 months since then, huh?" Loki thought as he studied Elaine's beautiful dress, one of the many Walburga had knitted for her using magic. Walburga had offered to clean the dress their mother had gifted Elaine, and get rid of the blood on it, but Elaine thought otherwise. She said, "I will do it myself." Eventually, she stitched herself a bush of roses colored by Loki's blood. Loki sighed and ruffled Elaine's hair, but then a silly thought struck him. "Elaine, do you want to go cause some trouble?" "Trouble? Isn't that something only bad people do, big brother?" "Haha, yes. But sometimes it is alright for good guys to also cause bad guys some trouble." "Who will you cause trouble, big brother?" "Remember Lwig and his gone dash." "Let's go," Elaine shouted before Loki even ended his sentence. She had even adopted a fighting stance, like she was ready to beat up some thugs. Loki could almost see miniature suns lighting up in Elaine's eyes at the mention of Lwig and his gang. "Haha, why do you hate them so much?" Loki asked, rubbing Elaine's head affectionately. "Because they did bad things to big brother." Elaine pouted with a cute angry face. "Haha, okay. We'll teach them a lesson this time." "Are you going to do magic to them, big brother?" "Yes, Elaine will make them see a miracle." "Hee hee, okay, big brother. Let's go." "Creature!" Loki shouted, causing the little elf to teleport into the hallway with a loud pop. "At your service, master," Creature said, his eyes still red and puffy. "We'll be leaving for a while. We'll be back before dinner though," Loki said with a slightly saddened expression, but he kept his sorrows in check. "It's 7 in the evening. We should be back by 9. Please take care of Miss Elaine," Creature said with a polite bow. "You don't have to remind me, Creature, she's my only little sister," Loki said with a smile, patting Elaine's head. "It's my duty, master. Shall I see you through the door?" "No worries, we'll show ourselves out." Creature promptly nodded, and Elaine and Loki began to walk to the end of the hallway where the door was located. As they passed the entrance, Loki looked back at all the heads of the previous house elves lining the wall that reminded Loki of the craziness of the Black family, and then he remembered what he'd planned for the day. "Haha, I guess I truly have become a member of the Black family too." Along with the heads, Loki's eyes gradually settled on the large portrait that was fixed onto the wall with a permanent sticking charm. It was the portrait of Walburga herself. She looked at Loki with an almost imperceptible smile and warmth in her eyes, but soon turned away and ignored him. Over the past 2 months, Loki's body had mostly adjusted to the routine food, and all remaining signs of malnourishment had vanished. But the random murmurings and the occasional disembodied beings had been added to his perception since he hadn't digested most of it yet. However, since his body started to improve because of the potion, he felt like he was reborn anew. While experimenting with the abilities he gained from the potion, he tried moving around in the house, and he noticed something. His body was now much more nimbler than before, and his senses had all been amplified. His fingers, which were already dexterous before, were now flexible to an even greater level. He could create wacky shapes with them without having cramps. No doubt directly in line with his current profession to act as a marauder. Above all, with his training from Walburga and his potion abilities, it would be quite hard to figure out what Loki was thinking and feeling without using spirit vision to study his astral body or delve into his body of heart and mind. Stepping out into the streets, Loki looked at the dark night that had blanketed the otherwise busy city. But Loki could see perfectly clear in these conditions courtesy of his potion, which provided him night vision. Darkness is a thief's friend, of course. It makes sense that I be able to see in the dark. Is it also a coincidence that the Black family belongs to the darkness pathway? Holding Elaine's hands, Loki began to walk towards the distinct place he remembered, one that was frozen in his memory because it was his first in this world. The street where the original Loki was murdered and the new Loki took over. It was an alleyway that had no street lights or even lamps, but Loki could see clearly, and he navigated the street while holding Elaine. But before he left the Black Manor, he quickly paused, left to his room to do something, and came back as quickly as he'd left. "It's better I take them, just in case something happens and I need to hide myself." After taking whatever he needed, Loki and Elaine made their way to the warehouse where Lwig and his band of thugs usually gathered. "Let's begin, little sis," Loki said as they reached the outside of a warehouse that still had its lights turned on. With Elaine's confirmation, Loki picked her up on his back and then nimbly climbed over the broken walls and air conditioning units to finally reach a window high up on the walls. A window that gave him a vantage point to scope out his targets. There were several people inside the warehouse Loki was peeping into, but his eyes drifted towards a small room in the background. Loki quickly pulled out a whistle from his pocket and blew on it forcefully. But instead of a blaring sound that would have revealed their position, a small space around Loki tore from which an even smaller niffler poked its face out. "You know what to do, Princess Rapunzel," Loki said, pointing at the small room behind the group that had gathered in the warehouse. Squeak squeak. I know, but we'll think of a new name later. For now, help us. Squeak squeak." And with those final words, the niffler rushed into the warehouse, climbing along the walls and windows until it disappeared into the darkness of the night. "Gentlemen, I'm here with a solution for you." A faint but bold voice resounded inside the warehouse, attracting Elaine and Loki's attention. It was Lwig. Loki mumbled and Elaine tightened her grip on Loki. The men who had been the source of all of the original Loki's troubles. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 31, A Giddy Arsonist. Elaine on Loki's back pointed at Lwig, spotting him among the group of thugs that had filled the warehouse, allowing Loki to also enjoy the show Lwig seemed to be putting on. "I have called you today to help you deal with the problem of the Brummagem boys," Lwig said with his hands wide open, drawing everyone into the conversation. "What do you think of this?" Lwig said, spreading his hands further as if he was presenting something important. "You help me and I'll help you," Lwig asked the three other late teenagers sitting on chairs around him. "How do you propose to help us anyway? Your group is too small to be honored," the first teenager said, speaking to Lwig in an arrogant tone. "The basic requirement for us to recognize you is dough. Do you have enough in the first place?" the second teenager asked Lwig. "We do." "Wouldn't 30,000 pounds count?" Lwig suggested. "Doesn't mean much when you don't have a stable business of your own," the third teenager asked Lwig. "We're well on our way to setting up a business. We have a steady income of about 10,000 a month and we're moving to expand in the home invasion sector from the next month." "Are you sure?" "Henry has a good hold on the home invasion sector. We've received word from reliable sources that Henry has been retired." "Is that why he hasn't appeared in the black market the last couple of months? The heck are they doing?" Loki thought as he looked at the four people debating with each other while sitting on chairs in an encirclement of about 30 other teenagers. "I thought Lwig was a low-level thug. When did they become part of a gang? Or are they trying to form a new gang or something? It seems like he's having a meeting with the different gang leaders in the area. Something to humiliate him in front of them would be good. How do I take revenge though?" Loki wondered as he looked around the warehouse. There was a small room at the end of the warehouse that kept attracting his attention, so Loki activated his spirit vision, but there was nothing beyond unrelated inside it. His eyes sparkled, however, as he spotted Princess Rapunzel climbing the wall and moving towards the room. Nothing to do here, but I'll scout around just in case. Hope Princess Rapunzel will be back soon with good news. They're keeping themselves distracted. Less trouble for me. I can take my time to decide how I want to punish them." Loki idly stared around the warehouse looking for something to gain inspiration, when he suddenly heard a squeak beside him and spotted Princess Rapunzel near him. "Oh. What happened, Princess Rapunzel?" Loki asked with a smile. Squeak squeak. The niffler squeaked and began to turn its body around, indicating something using its actions. "Huh. Do you want me to follow you?" Loki asked the niffler, and it nodded. Fine. Loki jumped down from the air conditioner he was standing on and arranged the cards of blasphemy he'd been carrying around so that they wouldn't fall off. He then began to follow the tiny niffler that was running around the walls of the warehouse. Moving around the warehouse, Loki spotted another broken window, and after waiting for a bit, he saw Princess Rapunzel climbing into it. Loki dragged a nearby wooden crate to climb to the window's height and looked around the room that was visible behind it. Was this the room that was inside the warehouse? "You want me to come in?" Loki asked Princess Rapunzel, who was already on the other side of the window, having entered the room through a vent. Squeak. "Fine, I'll come, give me a second." Spreading his spirituality on the lock on the window, Loki focused his mind on opening it. Click. A faint click resounded through the room but did not escape it, allowing Loki to swing open the window and enter. "Now what?" Loki asked the niffler. Squeak squeak. The niffler climbed the wall like a spider and slipped behind a painting on the far wall of the room. "What? Is there a secret stash behind it?" Loki immediately moved forward and pushed the painting to the side, only to be met with a niffler sitting on a locked safe. "Ha! You did good, Princess Rapunzel," Loki said, petting the niffler with happiness. "You did good, Princess Rapunzel." Elaine praised too, mimicking Loki by scratching it behind its ear. Loki moved his hand close to the lock on the safe and did the same thing he had done with the lock on the window, pushed his spirituality into it and focused on unlocking it. The safe opened soundlessly and Loki found himself staring at rolls of cash and an old book that Loki declared to be a ledger after going through it for a little bit. Ha! Now that I have this, I have an idea for the best surprise I can give him. But then Loki looked at the Niffler and found that it had become disappointed that there were no shiny items in the safe. So Loki remedied the situation by bargaining with the Niffler. I'll give you a galleon when we return, all right? Squeak squeak. In the meanwhile, can you store these things in your pouch? Loki asked with a soft smile. Squeak squeak. The Niffler began to store everything inside its pouch while Loki pulled out a clean paper from the ledger book and using a pen in the office, he began to write something on it. Wait, what will my alias be in the world? I can't take full like Klein, so what will mine be? Should it just be Error? Loki thought for a bit and then when he figured out what to write he grew a smirk. Ha! Now I can't wait to see his face once he realizes what happened with his money. 30,000 pounds, all for me. Big brother, don't smile like that, you look scary. Elaine said, but she had a creepy smile on her little face too, as if she understood exactly what Loki was doing. Ha ha. Elaine. How can I not laugh? I am so very happy today. Loki said, picking up Elaine and rubbing his face against her cheeks in a giddy mood. I can finally avenge you, at least a little, Loki. With the Niffler having stored everything and Loki having written a note, he smiled happily before closing the safe and placing the painting back to cover it. Loki slipped back out through the window, but before he left, he stared at the small stack of newspapers in the corner and focused his spirituality on it. A small flame sparked in the room and before anyone could do anything the entire stack of paper had begun blazing with flames. I can still only use about 3 spells before tiring myself out. I hope a wand is really as impressive as Grandma made it out to be. But still with a happy smile on his face because of what he had achieved, Loki along with Elaine and Princess Rapunzel, slipped into the darkness of the night, leaving behind a blaze that was bound to kick up a storm. Chapter 32, New Name. What do you mean you didn't find anything? Lwig shouted at the 2 boys who had just arrived in the room bearing bad news. The boys kept their heads down and remained silent even as Lwig shook his hand in front of them while clenching a piece of paper, one that he recognized since it was from his own ledger. This. How can all of you be so incompetent and only find a single piece of paper? Are you bloody kidding me right now? What were you wankers even doing there? There were 30 bloody thousand quid in that safe and all you found was this. Are you bloody serious? Taking a deep breath in to control his anger, Lwig swiped his hands over his face and tried to calm down, but before he could, he acted on impulse and picked up the iron rebar that was near him and tossed it at the 2 scared boys. Sod off now. I don't want to see your bloody faces ever again. The 2 hurriedly ducked and allowed the rebar to land on the wall and fall down to the carpeted floor with a dull thud as Lwig glared at them until they finally left the room without a sound. God damn it. Lwig shouted, tossing a delicate glass cup at the wall, shattering it in the process. After a few minutes, when Lwig had finally calmed down, he looked around the room until his eyes spotted the telephone on the desk. Lwig nervously chewed his nails and began to debate something in his mind. I have to take responsibility. He then moved to the telephone and dialed a number using the rotary. Ring 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 ring. Click. Lwig heard the call connect and then fell into a strange silence as he felt fear creeping up while he remembered the message he had to convey. The heavy breathing on the other end only made him feel worse, like a knife with a sharpened edge was held to his throat waiting to slice it. Are you curious about the Lord I believe in? Having had enough of the silence, the voice on the other side of the phone finally asked. The Lord that created everything, Lwig responded like he was reading something from a script and continued. The Lord who reigns behind the curtain of shadows. The degenerate nature of all living things. As Lwig finished, he felt his instincts honed on the street blare at him like he'd just come under the gaze of a predator. Another bout of silence took over the office as the voice on the other side only breathed heavily, seeming to wait for Lwig to speak up. But given how Lwig was shivering with fear and clattering his teeth as if he was standing in Antarctica, the voice on the other side finally asked in a voice barely above a whisper, is it bad news? Why, yes. I see. What is it? The money we collected was stolen. I see. There was a breathless silence this time and Lwig felt like he could feel the fury of whatever had been watching him all this time. Did the culprit leave anything behind? The voice on the other side asked and Lwig gulped audibly. He left behind a paper that said, "Praise, praise the dash." Lwig struggled while trying to get the words out, but seeing he couldn't, he took a deep breath to calm himself and then spat out all the words in a rap. "Praise the error god. You got jebated, you bloodsuckers." Another bout of silence captured the phone call, but this time Lwig felt like if he made a single move he'd lose his head. Beads of sweat started to form on his brows, but he didn't move to wipe or get rid of them. The voice started to breathe heavily on the other side of the call, and Lwig stayed put. He felt like his life depended on playing statue. "Bring it to the black market at the edges of Nocturne Alley tomorrow," the voice said, and before Lwig could respond, he heard a click signifying the end of the call, taking away the gaze that had kept him frozen in place. Sigh that was scary. A little while earlier, Loki and Elaine laughed while rolling on the floor in the living room. "Did you see that, sis? How we took away all their money?" Squeak squeak. Yes, Princess Rapunzel, you took all the money. No one is taking credit for your hard work." Loki praised the indignant Niffler. Squeak squeak squeak. "Haha, alright, we'll decide a new name for you," Loki said and looked at Elaine. "Is it alright to give him a new name, Lil sis?" Loki asked. But doesn't Princess Rapunzel like her name?" Elaine said, hugging the Niffler and petting its head cutely. "See, Princess Rapunzel feels sad about it," Loki said, pointing at what was unmistakably a frown on the Niffler's face. "Why not give him a name that better suits him?" "Then in that case, Elaine placed her hands on her head and began to think with all her little brain power. "Since he is very happy all the time, Sunny?" Elaine asked with a cute smile on her face. Loki raised his eyebrows as he thought, "That's surprisingly insightful. Sunny, huh? But given his darkness pathway powers, wouldn't it be fitting to call him Sunless? Wasn't there a character already called Sunless somewhere? Well, this one's called Sunless too now, I guess. What about Sunless, little sis? And then we can call him Sunny. Like a nickname?" Elaine asked with a cute pout on her face, since she was still thinking hard. "Yes. Like a nickname." Loki nodded. "All right." Elaine nodded, and then they looked toward the Niffler in question. "Would it be all right to call you Sunless and Sunny, little guy?" Loki asked politely. Squeak squeak. Clap 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 clap. Everyone clapped at the new naming ceremony, and after a while, when Elaine fell asleep, Loki transported her to her bed so that she could rest well. Sunny then dropped all the rolls of cash and vanished into the spirit world to sleep and take a rest. Looking at the rolls of cash on the table, Loki wondered what to do with them. How about placing them above the gray fog? So that when I eventually have followers and they ask for money, I can give them all money from this. I guess I can even leave the darkness and the error pathway blasphemy cards up there, since I don't need it much and it'd be risky to carry them around all the time. I was probably lucky they didn't drop out of my pockets while I was running and jumping around the warehouse. But they do give me anti-divination and anti-prophecy abilities. Fine, I'll leave it above the gray fog for now and then take it with me when I'm doing something beyond related. Loki quickly set up an altar to sacrifice the items for himself to receive above the gray fog. But he paused for a bit. What is my honorific name going to be? I can't just use the fool's honorific name since it'll point in the wrong direction, but something similar should be alright, I guess. I can use the alias I wrote down on paper I left behind. Chapter 33, A Digestion Surprise. Lighting up the candles with his spirituality, Loki paused to remember the honorific name that Klein chose. After a while, Loki began to pray in front of the altar while reciting the honorific name he'd chosen in Latin. The first line, I can replace the fool with the error, since that's the sequence 0 of my pathway. The error that does not belong to this era. The second line can remain the same since I'm also technically the ruler above the gray fog. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The last line can be the same since I also am technically a blessed of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth, but I feel like it should be something personal. But what can it be? The one who walks the veiled path lost to history. The line refers to the error pathway that no one knows about, possibly hidden by the true god of the darkness pathway. As soon as Loki finished the chant, he heard scant murmurings. So he stood up in place, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and chanted the honorific name of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth to activate the luck enhancement ritual. The tattoo on the back of Loki's hands expanded and spun rapidly before he heard the maidening murmurings as his spirit body was pulled above the gray fog. Arriving above the gray fog, Loki soon found a crimson star in the distance pulsating with light concerning the prayer that Loki had just performed. Loki extended his spirituality to touch the star, and the moment he did, he could see himself praying while performing a ritual. Pouring in a little bit more spirituality, a golden door that crossed time and space formed so that he could exit the Sapphire Castle right above the altar where the ritual was taking place. Loki stepped out with a little apprehension, but once he used the door, he found himself able to respond to the ritual using his spirit body. Seeing himself standing with his hands in a prayer posture, Loki felt a little weird, but he quickly picked up the rolls of cash and the 2 blasphemy cards. But he had to pick up the cards of blasphemy first, since only then did his astral body become full enough to pick up the rolls of cash. Returning and closing the door, Loki finished the response of the ritual. He tossed all the money and ledger to the side and found himself storing the cards of blasphemy on a small table he created out of the fog. Since I'm here, why don't I check out if there are any steps for me to climb higher in the gray fog since I've become a beyonder? Loki looked around for a bit and finally spotted a set of white marble stairs that seemed to blend in neatly with the fog. Loki moved towards the stairs, and once he stepped onto the first step, the fog in front of him cleared up. A gigantic door made of orbs of light appeared in front of him. The orbs of light contained transparent or translucent worms inside them, and everything seemed to be pulsating with energy. Although Loki knew what was behind those doors, he could not see it yet. There should be other transmigrators sleeping inside cocoons inside the door. If I become a demigod, I will be able to see if any seniors transmigrated before me. Soon, Loki reached the last step on the set of stairs that had appeared and found that he could no longer continue since there were no more stairs in front of him. There was nothing but a giant chasm of fog that stood between him and the grand door that possibly held answers to his transmigration. Can I not create the stairs? Loki wondered and attempted to churn the gray fog and create a set of stairs that would take him to the door of light. But the gray fog remained still, as if learning of his intentions beforehand, and didn't budge an inch. I guess I will have to increase my sequence to learn more. Loki moved back to the place where he had stored the cards of blasphemy and looked at them with starry eyes. I can use the cards and temporarily elevate my sequence forcefully, right? I wonder what it feels like. Stuffing the error pathway card of blasphemy into his spirit body, Loki immediately noticed the changes. A black robe covered Loki, under which was a dark black 3-piece suit. A golden cane appeared in his hands along with black gloves. Last but not least was a golden monocle that appeared over his right eye. Loki felt a rush of power pour into his body, causing a slight shift in his connection with the gray fog around him as it swirled and welled up a small storm in the Sapphire Castle. I feel like I'm on top of the world. Is this what it feels like to be a high, no mid-sequence beyonder? Loki looked around and then finally at himself, and then realized he could see orbs of light floating around him. What are these orbs? Since Loki had forcefully elevated his sequence, he hadn't gotten any of the knowledge he would have otherwise received about the abilities. I should figure out a way to test this out on other beyonders if possible. This is going to be of great help. Well, if I can find some beyonders in the first place. He tried to stir the fog to help him create steps once again, but it remained still, much to his disappointment. Loki finally pulled out the card of blasphemy that was inside his spirit body and let it rest on the table once again. Now I feel weak. Loki willed himself to exit the Sapphire Castle and returned back to his body. With a soft prayer thanking himself in Latin, he finished the ritual and doused all the candles so that he could go to sleep. But before he could sleep, he suddenly felt something unique happening, as if he was refreshed with a lot of energy, like he had drunk a cup of black coffee. This feeling. How has my potion digested so much? Loki felt shocked at how much his potion had digested. How? That's like a quarter of the potion digested already. How did it digest so fast? Loki remained worried until a connection occurred to him as a thought. Is it something to do with the theft from earlier? But I was sure they were all just normal people, not beyonders. So how did my potion digest so fast? Were they the fronts of a beyonder organization? Perhaps using them to fund their activities. But still, a quarter of the potion was digested at once. Was the leader of the organization a mid-sequence beyonder or something? Now I'm glad I had 2 cards of blasphemy on me during the heist. That should not allow them to learn about me using any means of divination. But, still, that could have ended poorly. I should leave Elaine home the next time I go to do such things. Chapter 34, Returning Customer. Let's experiment to find what thefts allow me to digest the potion faster. Loki thought as he looked around the busy tube station, wondering how many wallets he'd have to steal from to digest his potion. Alright. Let's begin. Loki dove headfirst into the crowd and began to search for targets. It was already deep into the night and the only sources of light were the tube lights hung up on the walls of the station. With people returning to their homes from businesses, Loki easily found targets that were exiting the tube station. It wasn't long after he began that Loki found a wealthy man carrying a suitcase while riding the wooden escalator. Moving to stand behind him, Loki cleverly used magic to slip out the purse in the man's back pocket. And before anyone could notice anything off, Loki picked out a 50-pound note from the purse and placed the purse back into his pocket. After which Loki continued stealing from other people, except he took lesser and lesser amounts of money and finally ended his stealing spree with a few one-pound coins. With none of the people realizing anything missing from their purses, Loki didn't seem to have gotten any feedback from his potion digestion. Do they need to know that I'm stealing from them in order for me to digest the potion? Loki wondered as he walked away from the tube station. On his way back, he donated all the money he stole to random street orphans while telling them that he'd stolen the money from someone rich. But in doing so he wondered, do they have to pay money to gangs for safety too? As Loki walked delivering the money, he suddenly stopped since he felt his potion digesting a little. It's a minuscule amount, but it's there. The potion did digest, if only by a fraction of a percent. So it is true. The person I need to steal from needs to learn the fact that someone has stolen from them, and simultaneously the people who get the money need to know it was from theft. So each theft has an audience. Would that count as a rule for acting? Loki began walking again and soon he was in front of the store he'd never thought he'd return to. Although he hadn't known much about it before, he'd learned plenty about it over the last couple of months from Walburga and Creature. Perhaps this is the only way I can reliably digest my potion contents before starting at Hogwarts. Loki thought as he looked at the black market shack while recalling what Walburga had told him about this place. That place is connected to Nocturne Alley, the wizarding black market. The Black family earns a significant cut of money each year from them, but recently we've broken ties after they stopped promoting the darkness pathway to promising recruits. Why do you need to be connected to the black market? Loki asked innocently. Because it gives me appendages that I can use to do some tasks that I wouldn't be able to do otherwise, and it's not just me that's connected with them, all the 28 noble families are in some way or another. As a demigod, I can't just respond to everything that happens myself, can I? Loki had chosen to come to this part of the black market however and not the wizarding one because it would be risky to do so. I can't directly deal with other Beyonders right now. I don't have any experience, even though I'm sure if I stole from other Beyonders my potion would digest faster. Loki pulled down his mask, straightened the collar of his jacket and stood in line with the people waiting for tasks to be assigned to them by the men in the shack. As the line progressed further and further, Loki began to feel like he had seen the person in front of him somewhere in the past. But since the person had a mask and a jacket on, Loki couldn't be sure. As the line progressed, Loki noticed a piece of paper sticking out of the back pocket of the boy standing ahead of him. Upon closer inspection, Loki felt his blood chill when he figured out what the paper was. What the heck? How did this happen? What is this strange bad luck? This is the paper I wrote my message on after robbing Lwig and his gang. Loki wanted to step out of the line and run away, but a shred of rationality saved him and he stayed in the line. I can't act suspicious. Using all the ability to control his expression from his potion, Loki donned on the most neutral expression he could in spite of his heart beating 100 miles an hour. Oh wait. I don't need to control my expression. I'm wearing a mask. But I should still do it so I don't give myself away. Holding on to the same neutral expression, Loki used his skills as a marauder to blend into the crowd and become any other person in the line as he paid full attention to the conversation that the person in front of him was going to have. Where's Mr. A? A voice Loki was very familiar with asked. It's Lwig. But why is he so scared? Wait a second, Mr. A. Aurora order. Loki inadvertently felt a shiver run down his spine as he mentally lampooned about how unfair the situation was. God damn it. A person from the Aurora Order. How did I get involved in this of all things? Is this why my potion digested so much? Mr. A was a shepherd, wasn't he? What's the point of getting me involved in this? Do I have to stop the true creator from spawning in London? Bollocks. I should just run away from here. Someone else will surely stop that cursed mad god from spawning. Loki stayed as still as he could, looking everywhere other than straight at Lwig as he listened to the men in the shack respond to the question. Oh. In a hurry are you? Mr. A is waiting inside, the men said, licking his lips as he pointed at the door in the shack that always remained closed. Ludwig's body tensed as he heard those words and Loki watched him clench his hand tightly. But Loki's mind was currently on the new piece of information that was revealed. Mr. A is inside the shack. I pray to whatever deity is watching me, please keep that madman away from me. I always wondered why the man always sold stuff outside the shack. I guess even he fears disturbing the madman who is inside. Lwig with stiff steps moved towards the door in the shack that the man pointed at and slipped past it after opening it slowly, making the wood creak under the movement. Ahem asterisk, a short cough from the man in the shack brought Loki out of his lampooning, forcing him to step up in the line. Loki looked at the man for a bit as he stared right back at him. What do you need, boy? I haven't got all day. The man said with a bit of gruff in his voice. Who's Mr. A? Loki asked with a hint of pretend arrogance in his tone. You're not privy to such knowledge. The man said with a finality in his voice. Then give me a house to steal from. Loki demanded. Will that be all? The old man asked, picking something out from his drawer. Yes. Loki said with the same arrogance as before. Then here you g-dash. Before the man could finish his sentence, a dull thud echoed from the room, and before anyone could respond to it, a shrill scream bled out of the room behind closed doors. Aha! What in the world? Chapter 35, Cooked. Most people present trembled in fear, but Loki did his best to stay calm and pretend to be arrogant, so he threw a smirk onto his face and spoke nonchalantly, trying to joke around. Ha! Was he a sacrificial lamb? The shack owner looked at Loki with raised eyebrows but said nothing and lifted his hands from the slip of paper that was now lying flat on the table. Why, thank you. I shall be back soon. Loki said as he picked up the slip and walked away with a spring in his step, trying to keep his composure to the very end. As Loki walked away, he realized that instead of one he had gotten 2 slips of paper. Ah. 2. What is the other one? Did he give me 2 targets? Unfolding the paper to look at it, Loki began reading what was on the paper. Rules. Oh. Do not try and outsmart the dealer. Do not attempt to steal more than once a month. Targets are carefully picked and handed out so that thefts do not occur too often in an area and the operation can be kept under cover. Oh wait. So was this why the man who employed me was killed? Because he tried to outsmart the dealer by employing me and stealing more than once a month. But how did he get 2 targets for us? Did they give it to him as a test or something? Or maybe he had it from his last sidekick who died. Whatever it is, they're pretty strict. Moving on to the 3rd rule, Loki read it with caution. Do not harm any other person in a similar occupation following the rules of the black market. Ah, so what that man was doing to me was illegal. Was that why he got sent to the gallows the second time he tried to outsmart the system to gain more money? Poor Goo, wait, why am I feeling pity for him? He did something wrong and got served the result of his own actions. Not my fault he died. Loki read the rules again and again so that he would always remember them and so that he wouldn't end up in a situation like his previous employer even by mistake. A few minutes before Loki walked away with his target. Where's Mr. A? Lwig asked. There was a slight pause in the actions of the man in the shack as he looked up and seemed to keenly pay attention to Lwig, who was covered by a black jacket and a white mask. His eyes showed a faint hint of recognition, after which he said, Oh? In a hurry are you? Mr. A is waiting inside. The fear that emanated from Lwig was palpable, and the man behind the counter licked his lips as if trembling in joy at the dish that Lwig was presenting. Lwig looked in the direction of the door that the man behind the counter pointed at and felt his blood chill at the thought of having to meet the person he so dreaded meeting. With an almost imperceptible nod, Lwig walked towards the door and stood in front of it. He tried calming himself down, but he couldn't cool his nerves. Before he could knock on the door, though, a faint whisper that only he heard carried out of it. Come in. Pushing the door open slightly, Lwig slipped into the pitch-black room, with no source of light even as much as touching the inside. As he closed the door, a faint candle flickered to life, throwing light on the hooded robed man who was sitting on a high stool, seemingly waiting for his prey in this dungeon. Gathering up some courage, Lwig walked to the man, held out his hand and greeted, I'm Lwig. You must be Mr. A. I've been wanting to meet you. A dainty hand from underneath the robe slipped out and held Lwig's hand, but ignored his introduction and instead carefully examined the rough hand. Lwig felt a little weird at having his hand examined, but he remained calm and allowed Mr. A to do as he wished. After a few seconds, a faint whisper echoed in the silence of the room. You must not lie in front of the Lord. Mr. A brought Lwig's hand under the hood, and before Lwig could realize what was happening, bit of a finger. Aha! Lwig held his hand and collapsed on the ground screaming while Mr. A calmly crunched the finger in his mouth, bones and all. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Lwig looked up at Mr. A with fear growing in his eyes as he stared at the men and started crawling on the floor to escape the room. Madman. He's a madman. Lwig thought, trying his best to leave the room before Mr. A tried anything else. But to Ludwig's misfortune, Mr. A spoke just as he reached the door. Where are you going? The sentence was more a statement that reminded Lwig of his position instead of a well-meaning question that inquired of his plans for the morning. He tried to run away, trying his very best to escape using the door that was just so close, but it felt like something was holding his body in place, something that wouldn't let him go in any other direction than the crazed hooded man sitting in front of him. Lwig, holding his stubbed finger, stood up slowly, dragged his feet and appeared in front of Mr. A once again. The paper? Mr. A asked. Lwig pulled out the paper from his pocket and instead of handing it to Mr. A directly, he placed it on the table in between them and moved back a few steps in fear. A ruby ring on Mr. A's hand glimmered as he picked up the paper and folded it open on his dainty palm. When he did, Lwig heard him mumble something, but he could only make out a few words. Who, owner, paper? 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 That happened 7 times before Mr. A tilted his head slightly upwards and entered a state of cogitation. The locker where the money was kept first came into view. Rolls of cash were strewn about with a single book. A blurry hand moved into the picture as it picked up all the rolls of cash, but just when the scene changed again to show the face of the person connected to the hand, everything became shrouded in a dense gray fog. Mr. A broke out of his divination attempt and looked at Lwig, who was standing a few steps away from the edge of the table, his finger still bleeding. Mr. A's cold red eyes shone through his hooded face, which was shrouded in darkness, giving them an eerie glow. Do you have any other clues? Mr. A asked Lwig, but he shook his head quietly. I see. A somber silence set into the room and it felt suffocating to Lwig. Just as Lwig thought about breaking the silence to ask for permission to leave, Mr. A spoke up. Give me your hand. Lwig shivered with fear as he involuntarily took a step backward. Why? Lwig questioned, but Mr. A gave no answer. Instead, his red eyes just peered at him through the darkness. Holding his left hand out, Lwig resigned himself to fate and accepted that he would lose another finger. But to his surprise, Mr. A calmly said, other hand. Holding out his bleeding hand, Lwig stood in fear as blood pooled on the table. Mr. A casually held the bleeding hand once again with his clean, dainty hands that had the ruby ring on it. He covered the bleeding finger and miraculously the finger healed enough to stop the bleeding. Lwig, feeling the pain in his finger subside, grew shocked. Is this what a beyonder can do? Though, before Mr. A returned the hand and let it go, he licked all the blood around the finger and wiped it clean. Lwig felt disgust creep up from the very depths of his being as Mr. A's slimy tongue wrapped around his finger stub, but he made no external move to push him off, partially because he was still astonished but mostly because he was still subconsciously rooted with fear. After a minute of licking his finger clean, Mr. A finally released Ludwig's hand. You may go. Mr. A ordered. Lwig stepped back with a stumble, but seeing that Mr. A was no longer focused on him, he immediately stepped towards the door, flung it open to throw himself out of the room without looking back. But as soon as he reached the door, a knife flew through the air and stabbed his head, causing him to drop dead before he could leave the room. Mr. A walked up to the corpse and spoke barely above a whisper, "Too bad for you, flesh tastes the best when it is cooked with fear and seasoned in hope." Chapter 36, Wise Creature. So does Mr. A hold beyonder gatherings there? Loki wondered as he walked back to the shack after he finished wiping clean a safe in the house that was his target. Truthfully, he had not been wanting to return to his life as a thief, but thinking about how he needed to experiment with his potion's digestion, Loki quickly stole all the valuables from the house and was on his way to sell them to the men in the shack. Loki walked through the depressing and dark alleyway until he finally arrived at the shack that was less crowded than when he had arrived early in the morning. Yet Loki could feel people's burning hostility. He could feel there were several pairs of eyes staring at him, something that was keeping him on edge. What's going on? Although Loki felt the pressing gazes on him, he did his best to ignore them and act like he was an arrogant young man as he did in the morning. Give me something better next time, Loki said arrogantly, throwing the bag of valuables onto the desk. Loki estimated he would receive about 3,000 pounds for his steal. Oh. You're done so soon? The men in the shack asked. Yes, there was very little worth stealing. Like I said, give me someplace better next time. The men became silent and began to check the gold and diamonds while Loki looked around the shack. At least he intended to, until he found a paper stuck to the wall behind the men. Huh? What's that? Loki asked, pointing at the poster stuck to the wall, something he hadn't seen when he was here during the day. A competition, the men announced without looking up at Loki. Competition? For what? For announcing how rich you are to everyone so that they can target you. Loki asked with discontent, since any competition related to thieving was like asking to be shot in the foot in his opinion. Won't you get targeted by everyone once you are revealed as the winner? And who even arranges a competition for stealing? What the heck? Weird. Well, again, like you might think so, but for the rest, it could change their life if they win it, the men commented. Huh? Why so? Is some rich bastard out there going to make you a millionaire if you win? No. I'm not supposed to say this, but seeing how you're new here, I can give out a little bit so that you can catch up to the rest. You're making an exception just for me? Loki asked, surprised. Think nothing of it. Most people here already know what I'm about to tell you. The man in the shack said, and paused before continuing with a crafty smile. Who knows, other than becoming the big boss of the area, you could become something more than human. Is he talking about becoming a Beyonder? They have a thievery contest for becoming a Beyonder. How do those things correlate? Oh, wait. Didn't he also tell you could become the leader of the gangs in this area? The boy who Mr. A met today. He was killed. Loki asked, a little shocked since he had only been joking in the morning. Ha 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 ha, you are quite sharp and right. It is indeed a fight for his position. So everyone wants to become boss. But maybe this way I can digest my potion faster. What's the competition about? Loki asked, slightly interested. What else? It's about who can get the most money in a week. Wait, but we can only strike a single house in a month. This everyone will turn to killing each other for their loot. This is going to be a bloodbath, isn't it? Loki thought, scared. Who'd take part in this madness? People will just kill each other left and right and end up with nothing but death all around. He looked up at the men in the shack and his blood froze, seeing the cold smile on his lips. Ah, that's why people were staring at me when I arrived with the bag. They wanted to target me, but why didn't they attack me when I was on my way to the shack? As if listening to his thoughts, the men in the shack answered. You're lucky. Today is a calm day. The competition starts from tomorrow. So beware. The men said, finally looking at Loki and slamming a roll of cash onto the table, ready for taking. What the hell have I gotten myself into? You have precisely a week from now. May the Creator work in your favor. Loki immediately stuffed the roll of cash into his pocket and began to lead through the street, staying wary of the eyes that were all keeping track of his steps. It'll be hard to keep them away from following me. I should walk around a bit so that I can lose them and only then go home. Don't want a random person showing up, even though Creature might be able to protect us easily apart from the wards that are already in place. Walking towards the tube station, Loki made his way through the crowd, slipped into the bathroom in the tube station, flipped his jacket inside out and removed his mask. This should do. Loki then, feeling no more stares following his every move, slipped out of the station and moved towards 12 Grimald Place. Arriving home, Loki went straight to the living room and sat down on the table to relax and think about what he had just learned as he played with Sunny. The day turned into night, but Loki hadn't moved from his spot. Is something bothering Master? Creature asked as he stopped his cleaning and looked at Loki with worry in his eyes. Oh. Is it so clear? Loki asked, surprised, since he had kept his expression neutral with the help of his potion. From it he'd learned how to control his expression so that he could lie more effectively. It wasn't anything too powerful yet, as Creature pointed out. No, it's just that the Master has been holding the paper the wrong way all this time. Creature reasoned, causing Loki to chuckle and turn the newspaper around. ****, I'm just wondering if I should take part in something dangerous. I have a solution for this if Master permits, Creature said, bowing slightly. A solution? That would be appreciated. Loki readily nodded. Creature nodded and immediately conjured a dice on his hand out of thin air. If the dice lands on anything other than a 6, it means Master should not participate, and if it lands on a 6, it means he should. I understand. Loki nodded and looked at the table, waiting for Creature to throw the dice. Tap 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 tap. The dice rolled around on the table and Loki looked on with earnest eyes as the dice began to spin round and round on its corner before slowing down and landing on a number. It seems like it's a 5, Master, Creature said with a smile on his face. but I wanted to participate. Loki said with disappointment. Isn't that your answer then, Master? Creature said, wisdom reflecting in his eyes. Wah-oh. Ooh. I see what you did there. Hee hee. That was a nice one, Creature. As long as Master is happy. Thank you, Creature. You're the best. Chapter 37, Creeping Madness. Loki, pacing around his room, began to formulate a plan that he would follow while participating in the competition to maximize benefits. This is a golden opportunity for me to digest my potion to a large extent if I do the right things. Since otherwise, to finish digesting my potion I will need to steal from a large number of people, and that will put me on the cops' radar and make things risky for me if I get caught. I already have an arson charge and a hit-and-run charge, so I don't want to increase my wanted level just yet. And stealing from them, as much as I don't like it, will also leave me at odds with my conscience. So the only option left is this, stealing from criminal scum. And I can do it without worry since they won't go to the police. But I need to make sure for the rest of the week that no one follows me home, or they'd be suspicious about me living in 12 Grimald Place. A place where they send people who break the rules to die. To know who has the most money, however, I need to keep an eye on all of them. Maybe a high place. Leaving the house at once, Loki moved to the black market and began to search for locations in high positions that would help him spy on other people. I need a place that can look down on other people, but also a place that will not be sought out by other people so that I can spy in peace. What if I chose a location that is visible to everyone? Won't the others not choose such a place since it won't give them any cover? That should also keep them from attempting anything on me since everyone will know I don't have anything on me. And even if anyone is foolish enough to attack me in spite of all that, they'll become the targets of everyone else since it'll be an open place everyone can see. Loki thought about the pros and cons of finding such a place for himself and decided he would go with it. But is there such a location here? Loki set out on foot to look at all the areas that might help him out, but, goddamn, I'm small. I'm sure I can directly walk under traffic barricades given how short I am. Every building looks tall to me. Pausing a little to consider his problem, Loki began to search for a place he could easily climb to gain a vantage point to look at the black market. That place should help me scout. Loki thought, looking at a small 2-story house that was empty. Slipping along to the window of the house, Loki began to climb up with the help of his enhanced agility and sense of balance he obtained after drinking the potion. Standing on the roof, Loki looked around the entire area for a better vantage point, but there seemed to be no other houses that towered the one he was currently standing on. Is this really it? Loki wondered as he stood on top of the roof. At least it gives me a good look around the black market. Loki looked around the black market and spotted many thieves picking spots around corners or bends where they could ambush their prey. They all looked at Loki when he looked at them and just ignored him since he was too small to be any real threat to them. Wait, so each time I steal from a thief, will I have to get down from the roof and climb it again? Damn, I didn't think about that. Getting down from the roof, Loki wondered, now to hide my identity, I could use the same mask I've been wearing all this time, but I feel like I should wear something different. Loki left the black market area and began to search for masks in various stores. Nah, not a lion or a dog. I want something scarier. Too bad it's not Halloween. Oh. That one should do. Loki thought as he looked at a plague doctor's mask that he remembered Amon used to wear in the original series. Good. Now I have a mask that will keep my identity hidden. All I have to do is to begin stealing from everyone. As Loki began to leave the store with the mask, he spotted something in the distance. Oh. Why didn't I think of getting this? Binoculars. They are bound to be helpful. Loki purchased the binoculars and the plague doctor mask and left the store to go back home. All right. This should be enough to help me keep an eye out on everyone from tomorrow. Anything else I should be worried about though? With nothing else striking his mind for now, Loki collapsed on the bed beside Elaine and fell asleep to get as much rest as he could for the next week, which he felt was going to be troublesome. Waking up the next morning, Loki took a deep breath and readied for the upcoming fight. I hope everything goes as planned. Walking out onto the streets, Loki found himself wearing a plague doctor mask with binoculars hanging around his neck, wearing a dark black coat and pants that made him look like a mini witch doctor to the passers-by. Everyone seems to be on edge. Loki noticed as he walked in the dark streets of the black market. I can just kill them off when they try to interfere with my, kill. No, why would I just kill anyone? I guess the tense atmosphere is getting to me. Everyone seemed to be keeping an eye out on the competition to see if there could be anyone who had money on them, something they could steal. Arriving at his pre-planned location, Loki climbed to the roof of the two-story house once again, but what he saw from there left him a little shocked. Bollocks. Why does it feel like an entire village is here to steal? Every other corner around the street that led to the shack in the black market had a group of thieves waiting for unsuspecting strangers to arrive to steal from them. How are there so many people here today? Will I even get a chance to steal if there are so many people here today? Taking cover in the shadows on the roof, Loki pulled up his binoculars and began to scout out for people who were coming around the streets so that he could steal from them. And then he sighed. I'm certain my target would have already lost anything of value on him before I even dropped down from the roof. Just when Loki found himself in a bind, he spotted a man freely walking down one of the streets. Why is he walking so carelessly? Does he not know about the competition? And as expected, when the men reached a dark corner, a group of thieves ambushed the men, but before any of them could fully even step into the street, bang bang bang, the men pulled out a gun and shot 3 times. The 3 thieves collapsed instantly, dead. The rest of the thieves in the street immediately hid deeper into the shadows to stay out of the man's path. What dash? Guns. Why didn't I think people would be using guns? How many of those that are waiting for an ambush have a gun? Ha ha ha, those 3 people just died. Obviously, they got what they deserved. Criminal scum, probably had other filthy ideas in their head. Maybe they'd have shanked the men if he wouldn't have shot them, and why did they not think the man would have a gun on him in the first place? Foolish bast dash dot. Huh. What's happening? Why am I thinking like this? Is it a way to cope with the fact that I just saw 3 people's heads blown off? Loki's eyes fixed on the pool of blood that accumulated under the bodies of the 3 thieves. His vision swam as he looked at them and his sense of morality twisted. Should I drink that BLO dash? I should kill more PEOP dash. Loki clutched onto his head and collapsed on the roof, trying to force out thoughts that he felt were being thrown into his mind as his own. He could feel his face smiling, yet mentally he was scared. What's happening? Chapter 38, Fanatic Fear. Bang bang bang. A new thief immediately shot down the men walking carelessly down the street, bringing Loki out of his worried thoughts. The thief stayed alert and pointed his gun at all the other thieves hidden in the street and slowly bent over the body of the dead man to pick up both the loot and the gun that the man was holding onto, even in his death. After looting the body, he began moving toward the shack at the center of the black market. One part of Loki immediately wanted to leave, while another part wanted him to stay and enjoy the maddening blood work that was being spread around the street. What's going on? Why am I feeling like this? Eventually, he spent the rest of the day studying the various thieves who fought each other, all trying to be the ones who stole the most. But if given the opportunity to describe what he'd seen today, Loki had only a single word in his vocabulary: madness. The streets that were usually wet with puddles that formed as a result of London's never-ending rain were today filled with quagmires formed from blood instead. Loki had puked twice throughout the day watching the madness that had ensued, but it still hadn't quelled the queasiness he felt in his stomach. In spite of watching everything that happened carefully, Loki realized all he understood today was that the value of human lives to these people amounted to nothing. The thieves were cold, calculative and highly efficient. Do I have to become like that? Do I have to give up my humanity to become a thief? God damn, this is stupid. Why did I pick such a stupid pathway? I should have just taken the darkness pathway and be done with it. Bloody hell. Loki got down from the roof and stepped into the streets, walking through the puddles of blood since there was no way to walk around them, his eyes constantly moving along his blood-red reflections in each puddle as he navigated through them. As he was leaving, Loki sent one last glance the shack's way. How could they have done something like this? And why did they do something like this in the first place? Doesn't doing this reduce the amount of money they will get in the future? And that stupid nagging feeling at the back of my mind that wants me to drown myself in these pools of blood. Are they using a beyonder item to make me think like this? The smell of iron that Loki had come to recognize as the smell of blood suffocated him as he breathed in the turbid air. But just as Loki was about to leave, he spotted a man hooded in a dark black robe who stepped out of the shack and onto the street. The men seemed to be shivering, but Loki felt something was off about it. The man's shoulders were squared and he didn't seem afraid of all the blood and signs of violence on the streets. His posture is too relaxed for him to be scared. He is not afraid. Is he enjoying it? Loki thought, confused as he stepped behind a building and began to observe the situation. The man knelt on the ground, brought his face close to the puddle of blood and began to take deep breaths as if he wanted to breathe in the entire thing. What is he doing? Loki's sight then fell on the ruby ring around the man's finger on his left hand, and his mind immediately exploded with the value of the ring. If I'm not wrong, that ring is valuable enough to belong in the Black family's artifact collection. But suddenly the gears in Loki's mind turned. Wait, he's wearing a robe and he came out from inside the shack. Is he Mr. A? Loki suddenly felt fear and went stiff, and to his misfortune, as if he had a radar in his head, Mr. A raised his head to look straight at him. Red eyes glimmered from inside the robe, petrifying Loki with fear, but then, bang, another gunshot sounded in the distance, dragging Mr. A's attention away, allowing Loki to for the first time in his life use his ability as a thief to find the closest exit around himself to run away from the black market. Loki ran and did his best not to look behind himself and raise a death flag as he dove into the shadows, ducking into unknown streets, people's backyards, and main streets that had heavy foot traffic as he took the most roundabout way he could to lose any tails before he reached home. Arriving home, Loki immediately ran towards the door, used magic to unlock it, and stepped inside without waiting for Creature to help him in. He shut the door behind himself with force enough to rattle the windows. He was afraid. Pop. Master Loki. Creature asked with worry as he looked up at Loki. Give me some space, Creature. I want to relax. A cupcake would be good too. Loki spoke in short sentences, taking deep breaths to calm his raging lungs that had become overworked due to the long run. Loki collapsed with his back on the door, sliding down until he reached the wooden floor, his heart beating 100 miles an hour and tremors running through his fingers like they were suffering an earthquake. Loki clenched his hands and thought back to the situation that he had just escaped from. That had to have been Mr. A. No one else would be mad enough to sniff blood with such religious fanaticism. But then why did he orchestrate such an event? Is it a ritual to advance his sequence? I remember seeing a ruby ring on his hand, but my intuition screamed that it was much more valuable than a ruby. Could it have been an item made from the beyonder characteristic of the next sequence? Is Mr. A still not a shepherd? If that's the case, then that means he's still a sequence 6, Rose Bishop. Perhaps the ritual for becoming a shepherd requires a lot of blood to be spilt. Damn, I can't confirm my reasoning through divination since I'm not a seer or a mystery prior or even a monster. Would using the Sapphira Castle help me? Loki wondered, but before he could perform the ritual to enter the Sapphira Castle, Creature arrived. Here's the cupcake Master requested, Creature said with a polite bow while a plate with a cupcake on it floated beside him. Thanks, Creature. Loki nodded and Creature left with a polite bow after Loki picked up the cupcake from the plate. Peeling the cover of the cupcake, Loki began to munch on the sweet dessert, bringing him a bit of solace as well as energy that he seriously lacked. I will confirm the reason for the fight in the Sapphira Castle. And I need to ask Creature what he did with the gun that the guy Walburga killed had. Although I don't want to go back to that place, having a gun on me is a necessity because I eventually have to steal from them if I want to digest my potion. And I don't think I can ever step into that place without a weapon protecting me after what happened today. Damn thieves. I don't want to be like them. They're just pawns in someone else's games. Bloody hell. Chapter 39, Planning. Left alone, Loki immediately stepped into the basement and picked out a topaz crystal necklace. He took 4 steps counterclockwise while chanting the honorific name of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth and entered above the gray fog. Once Loki was above the gray fog, he made himself a chair and a table and then sat down in it with his back resting on the backrest as he half closed his eyes and used cogitation to enter a half-sleep state. What should my divination statement be? Loki wondered as he built up the statement that he would use to divine into the situation. Is the thievery competition only a fight for the position of Lwig? No, that's not what I am wondering about. The thievery competition is a ritual for advancing to sequence 5, Shepherd of the Hanged Man pathway. Yes, this is it. Loki quickly held up his topaz pendulum in his non-dominant, left, hand and allowed it to still. Once the necklace was still, Loki closed his eyes and chanted his question 7 times. The thievery competition, pathway. The thievery competition, pathway. The thievery competition, pathway. The thievery competition, pathway. Once he was done, Loki relied on his connection with the Sapphira Castle to help power his divination with the crystal pendulum. Opening his eyes, Loki looked at the crystal pendulum that was hanging from his hand. The pendulum was not spinning, not at all. So I can't rely on divination like Klein did. Loki thought with slight worry. Is there any other way to confirm my suspicions? Loki thought for a while with closed eyes. It couldn't be a ritual for a deity's descent since that needs a prolonged sense of suppression and gathering of negative emotions. It could just be a stupid decision from Mr. A since he's a crazy person, but would he really cause such a big incident just because he wants to see chaos? While possible, it feels rather unlikely. Let us assume it is for a ritual to advance to the next sequence then, since that fits the best. Given how much planning Mr. A has put into the ritual, what would he do if he loses a key component? Loki thought with a tired, cunning smile that only barely hid his thoughts. What if he loses the Beyonder characteristic that is required to make the potion of the shepherd pathway? Will that be possible? Loki wondered as he looked around the Sapphira castle. I don't think it is impossible. Loki thought with firm eyes and then laughed at himself deprecatingly. He at least deserves such a punishment for violating my life like this. I want him to pay for making me vomit on that God-forbidden roof and staying there for the entire day while having to look at so much madness. With added interest. After a failed attempt at making himself laugh that only increased how tired he felt after having to look at people killing each other for the entire day, Loki escaped the gray fog and called for Creature. Creature. Pop. Yes, Master, Creature said with a polite bow. Do you know what happened to the gun that the man Granny killed had? Creature looked at Loki with wide eyes but did not go against his training of always obeying his master and said, I have it. But, Master, are you sure? Seeing Creature worried about him, Loki nodded lightly and spoke kindly, could you pass it to me, Creature? And thank you for worrying about me, but I know what I'm doing, at least I think so. I see. If Master is sure, Creature has nothing to add. Creature nodded and with the snap of his fingers, the gun teleported in front of him, which he dropped in front of Loki on a table. Thanks, Creature. I have another request, can you make me a holster for this thing? Loki requested while Creature nodded with a short bow and left the basement. Holding the gun in his hand with unfamiliarity, Loki looked at it with an unhappy frown. Will I be able to hurt a sequence 6 with a normal gun? Well, it's not wrong to take it for self-defense anyway. Fiddling with it for a while, Loki managed to open the magazine. 5 bullets. Why can't I be like Klein and get my own demon-hunting bullets? Are there even demon-hunting bullets in this world? When will I have my own tarot organization? Wouldn't that make things much easier? Will I get a beautiful member like Miss Audrey? Dreams are good, Loki, but right now you have to fight against the evil overlords that are performing a ritual to kill a lot of people. Talking in the third person is fun, isn't it, Loki? Definitely not a sign of madness. Definitely. Rolling over to the next day, Loki reached the depressing and frankly stinky streets of the black market to resume his position on the top of the 2-story house. Sitting in his usual position, Loki noticed something unnerving on the streets. The bodies that were in the street yesterday, they've all been taken care of. Is he eating those body parts? Loki felt bile moving into his mouth because of the thought, but he quickly suppressed it. Instead, he finally began to observe the situation of the thieves around him. If I want to pull off a heist at the level I am thinking of, I need to make sure I pay attention to everything that will happen over the next week. And I have a few tests to conduct to see if I will be able to do as I want. Spending another day on the roof, Loki managed to keep his bile inside his stomach in spite of the horrific things that had happened in the streets. Occasionally throughout the day, Loki fired shots at the shack to see if Mr. A would be lured out, but no matter where he fired at the house, nothing happened. Is he not going to come out until the end like yesterday? What is he even doing inside there? Eating the corpses from yesterday? Whenever no one was paying attention, Loki would steal bullets from the other thieves as he continued his experiments. In the meantime, there was a new rumor among the participants of the black market competition. The Death Doctor will take care of the bodies after we leave. Loki unknowingly had already amassed a reputation without doing much among the large group of participants. The days were a blur for Loki and he was slowly learning everything about the participants and his own target, Mr. A. Whenever he went to the ground, Loki took a safe spot hidden in the shadows, something he'd spotted from the roof of the 2-story house, and fired stray shots towards a few thieves who were guarding the shack since it had become an unspoken neutral ground. He wanted to see just how much it would take to send all the contenders spiraling with hate until they would break their positions and come in search of him. It isn't much. All it took was 4 shots at most to make them break position and search for the person who shot towards the shack. Loki made and refined his plan several times and tried his best to take care of everything that could go wrong. He wanted this plan to be flawless, or else he was sure he'd die a vain death. The last day soon arrived and Loki woke up in an exceptionally good mood. Even though there were dark circles around his eyes and drool sticking from his lips, he was in an exceptionally good mood today. Because today was the day he was going to perform the biggest heist he had ever planned. Knives check, no one's head will be spared for my ultimate knife skills. Charms check, no one will escape the power of the sun. Mask check, so that I look cool. Cloak check, slots for blasphemy cards so that I gain anti-divination properties. Secret items check, causing chaos is a duty of mine. Loki looked at the pocket watch hanging on his waist, and once it hit 6 in the morning, he stepped out of the house. Today is going to be a hectic day. Hopefully nothing untoward happens. Chapter 40, First Phase. Sitting on his roof, Loki observed the shootouts and other ridiculous plans of the people around him with no empathy. He had stopped caring about other people in this line of work long ago in the week. Perhaps the way thieves treated lives as less than worthless was rubbing off on him, but Loki didn't mind. To him, as long as Walburga was revived and Creature and Elaine remained safe, everything in the world was alright, at least for now. He had learned that caring about selfish people like these was going to doom him to an early death eventually. And so he decided not to worry. Compared to the last few days, everything is even more ferocious today. Loki said, noticing the frequency of shots being fired going up. If before it was only a few times an hour earlier, now it was a couple of times every minute. It felt like a festive season had arrived, and everyone was exploding crackers in joy. 8 teams were camping on the pathways to the shack, waiting for a potential high roller to grace their way so they could steal his money and deliver it to the shack under cover fire of their friends. On top of that, several people were camping directly around the shack to make sure that no one would attack their friends when they came to deliver goods. The shack itself had turned into a pseudo-neutral zone since no one wanted to be shot while trading their loot. It was a mess, but Loki did not worry since his plan was not dependent on it reducing. In fact, he wanted everyone to turn even more insane. His plan was dependent on the madness that had been created. Probably a B-under item, but there's another way to make them more insane. Pulling out the pocket watch that was hanging from his waist, Loki looked at the time and watched the minutes hand slowly approach 12 while the hour's hand did its best to approach 6. 6 o'clock was an important time since the competition ended at 6. Bang. Loki watched as he saw the last few stragglers move on the pathway to the shack by shooting restlessly at whatever of the gangs they could see, a few attempting to sneak their way in by finding a gap because the shack itself was neutral ground. Noticing a particular man lying hidden in the shadows of a building like a snake, Loki wondered, isn't he just like me? Waiting for the opportune moment to strike. But he wasn't given enough time to spend on the thought since the man died not long after when a different team noticed the commotion he caused by bumping into trash cans and flanked him from both sides, killing him and earning compensation in the form of loot that they quickly delivered to the shack. Will I die just like that too? No. I will win. I must win. Loki remained uninterested in the face of it all, yet a serious expression painted his face. As the clock struck 6, the campers slowly moved out of their hiding spot, creating a ruckus as they moved to the shack, a little wary of each other since they had all seen and participated in demonstrating the ugliest sides of humanity in the last week. They all stopped a few meters away from the shack since the man in the shack had left his desk and arrived in front of them. Congratulations on surviving. The man in the shack said with a hearty smile which seemed to only get on the nerves of a few, but they wisely chose to remain silent. I would love to announce the result, but if there are any of you that want to add a contribution at the last minute, you can. The men said and paused, but no one moved to add anything. Come on, old man. Announce who won already. I'm tired, I want to go eat her after I win. If you know what I mean. A man, in the crowd of those who remained, shouted, earning a few laughs, relieving the tension present. But a dangerous suspicion still remained in everyone's heart. Their eyes were sharp and their hands hovered incitingly close to their weapons. Each of them gazed at the men in the shack, but they were also looking at each other. Some of them had bloody eyes, while a few were even drooling a little. Loki didn't know if the normal people had learnt of what was happening to them, but he didn't interfere. Instead, he calmly stood up to join what was about to happen. If that is what you wish. The men in the shack replied with a sticky smile. But before the old men could announce victory, everyone heard a low thud. Looking at the source of the sound, everyone saw a knife had pierced the electrical pole beside the shack, but what surprised everyone was not the knife itself but the thin wire attached to it from the roof of a tall house, the house where the plague doctor stood. But before they could argue about what was happening, they all heard a buzzing sound. Z. What is that? Someone from the crowd shouted after spotting something coming down on the line. Looking towards the sound, everyone spotted a bag sliding on the wire, moving with speed towards the men in the shack. Is this a last-minute entry? Someone queried, but there was no response, so the men in the shack shouted at Loki to ask him a question. Is this your entry? The men in the shack asked. But Loki ignored his question and answered with a question of his own. Why don't you want to tell them, Mr. Men in the Shack? Tell them what? That they're here just to act as sacrifices for Mr. A to advance his power. Loki shouted and instantly turned the rowdy crowd silent as they stared at both the men in the shack and Loki for more answers. Is that true? A lone man in the crowd voiced the question of the masses. A total of 30,000 pounds is in that bag. Loki shouted something else, but the information caused everyone to look at him with wide eyes, especially the men in the shack, since he realized where the 30,000 pounds came from. The men in the shack was stunned, and Loki used this as an opportunity to create further chaos. He shouted, whoever wishes to take the money can take it. But you just have to kill him and his boss in the shack. There was silence for a moment, but before the people could gain their sensibilities, everyone heard a loud bang in the form of a gunshot. To everyone's expected shock, the man in the shack collapsed onto the floor with a bullet hole in his head right in between his eyes. I did it. Someone shouted, but that was enough to set fire to the keg that was filled with explosives, causing all the 8 remaining groups to pull out their guns and shoot at each other to run down the competition. Among the chaos that ensued, Loki continued with his plan and got down from the building before sprinting towards the shack. Now all I need to do is knock out a mid-sequence Beyonder and the second part of my plan will be finished flawlessly. Definitely an easy task. Surely nothing will go wrong. Chapter 41, Heist. Under the barrage of bullets that rained down on all the participants, Loki used his small frame as an advantage and moved over the shadows until he reached the shack unnoticed. As soon as he did, something bulged within Loki's coat and escaped through his sleeves. It was Sunny, the Niffler. Leaving Sunny to complete his part of the plan, Loki waited quietly in the shadows, his heart beating like a drum yet hidden under the barrage of gunfire that had been unleashed. People began to die once again, but Loki looked at the door coldly. His eyes focused, not registering the gunfire that was only growing louder. Come out, Mr. A. I have a gift for you. Loki waited for a minute, counting time in the shadows behind the bench, away from all prying eyes, until the door in the shack opened, and a robbed hooded figure stepped out into the light. The figure looked around and noticed the shootout that was going on among the participants, and then the body of the man in the shack collapsed on the floor. But before he could move or speak, Loki shouted and dragged his attention to him with a simple sentence. Do you know the true creator? A more apt name for him would be the fallen creator, isn't that right, Mr. A? His words had the unintended effect of dragging the attention of everyone fighting towards him, but Loki only rejoiced. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots began to echo and bullets pierced Mr. A's head and his other vital organs. A few from the crowd seemed to have fired at him, but he didn't collapse. Damn, I knew he wouldn't be affected by bullets, but isn't this a bit too much? There are half a dozen bullets burrowed into his body. Mr. A kept standing looking at Loki through the robe with his piercing red eyes, making Loki feel queasy in his stomach. Blood leaked from his body, turning his already dark robe even darker. It was slow, but everyone around the shack spotted the bullets that were stuffed into Mr. A's body wriggling out of his skull and other parts dropping onto the wooden deck, clattering as they tumbled. Damn, you really are immune to bullets, huh? Loki mumbled in shock, but the confidence in his eyes gave off a different assurance. He had something else planned for just this case. Before anyone could take a step or shoot another bullet, Loki found himself face to face with Mr. A. In the time it took Loki to blink, Mr. A had moved to be right in front of him. But before Mr. A could take another step forward or raise his hand to grab Loki's face, he shouted, pouring spirituality into the golden charm in his hand. Lux. The charm began to shine, like a flashlight at first but slowly like the sun. It was the flaring sun charm. Loki didn't understand why such a powerful charm from the sun domain was in the Black family house, but he grabbed it to use since this was the only thing he was sure couldn't be countered. After all, even the true creator descent vessel because of it. But even though this charm doesn't seem as strong as that, it'll probably be enough to take down a sequence 6 Beyonder. A pillar of sunlight that could be seen from miles away was created in but a moment. The pillar of light pierced the sky through the rain clouds that did their best to cover it, looking like the divine light of a god's retribution. From its center escaped an unholy scream, no doubt from Mr. A, who felt his flesh burning up. Asterisk. Loki immediately dove deeper into the pillar of light that did not harm him but made him feel warmer and better, and moved closer to the tattered, steaming body of Mr. A. Loki's target was clear. He dipped close to Mr. A's hands and tugged on the finger with the ruby ring. Loki's eyes widened when, despite the hellish pain he was probably going through, Mr. A gripped his hands tight to protect the ring from being taken away. What? He can withstand the flaring sun charm. How's this possible? Suddenly Mr. A's hand twisted as it moved to grab Loki's hands and crush them to paste before he could move. But Loki's mind turned, shifting his questions to the back of his mind, and created a solution for the situation. Pulling out his loaded gun from his holster, Loki brought it right at the finger with the ring and shot at it. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. The finger was blown to smithereens and Loki finally got what he wanted. The ruby ring on Mr. A's finger. Got it. Loki had gotten the item containing the Beyonder characteristic of the Hangman pathway. Ha! I'm a genius. Ducking low at the punch that Mr. A threw at him, Loki dipped out of the range of the flaring sun charm and began to run through the streets ignoring the chaos that had ensued behind him. No one can stop me. Taking advantage of the bright light that had blinded everyone, Loki rushed through the streets and moved into the most crowded area he had planned to enter. The tube station. The evening rush of people returning home was the perfect crowd for Loki to blend into as he pulled out his mask and binoculars and stowed them away into the pouch of his handy niffler who had just arrived after completing its task. He would send them to the Sapphira Castle once he was somewhere safe. He quickly removed his coat and changed it with another in the niffler's pouch, a deep blue diamond-patterned coat. He then pulled out a bow tie and a bowler hat along with a silver cane to look professional as he stuffed away his gloves into the niffler's pouch. Sunny then vanished into the spirit world and began to run through the deepest corners that could block attempts at divination, not that he had to do this since Loki had given it the Darkness Pathway blasphemy card, but any precaution was welcome. Once all of it was done, Loki stepped out of the tube station, moving with the crowd crossing to whatever street the person in front of him was crossing into. Loki continued this theme for a while, only stopping when the time on his pocket watch struck 8 in the night. When Loki was satisfied that no one was following him, he finally turned towards 12 Grimald Place. As Loki walked towards home, he looked up at the dark starry sky and performed a short prayer by tapping his chest 4 times. To whoever is the Evernight goddess in this era, I thank you for keeping me safe today. Finally reaching home, Loki was greeted by a warm hug from Elaine who had come down for dinner with Creature. Big brother. Elaine shouted while Loki laughed and hugged her back. What happened, Elaine? You look like you had a good day today. Loki asked, but Elaine's response only made him happier. Because you're smiling today, big brother. Ah, come here. Who's the best sister in the world? Elaine. Yes. Elaine is the best little sister in the world. Loki cooed and spun Elaine around the house while thanking his stars mentally for the good life he had been given in this crazy world. Chapter 42, Loot. With the theft done, Loki spent the rest of his week inside his home in the company of blasphemy cards so that there wouldn't be anyone divining something about him through some obscure item like a Rhodes. Loki doubted that a Rhodes would do anything against the potential candidate of the Lord of the Mysteries, but given how the Harry Potter world was something he didn't know much about, Loki wanted to be safe and he employed any and every method he could to stay safe. Sitting inside the study room, Loki wondered out loud. That stunt brought me to 55% digestion of the potion. Now all that remains is the last 45%. But damn, I thought I'd get more feedback if I stole from Mr. A, perhaps even from the true creator, but nothing like that happened. Was it because Mr. A is not a Sequence 5 shepherd yet? He's not important enough. But then why did my potion digest by 20%? Is there something about this event that I'm missing? Loki spent some time trying to think who might have prompted the digestion of his potion the first time it did, but gave up when he couldn't figure much out. Then should I give him back the Beyonder characteristic so that he becomes a Sequence 5 and then steal something else from him again? No. It'll be risky to fight him anytime soon. I could only survive this time because of the flaring sun charm. Even though it was a weaker version of the charm, it worked quite well. Looking at the plague doctor mask in front of him, a smile broke out on Loki's face. I must have looked cool when I shot Mr. A's finger. Wasn't it cool, Sonny? Loki asked, looking at the niffler who was playing around with a shiny coin that was given to him as part of an agreement to help Loki steal from the shack. Squeak squeak, Sonny said carelessly, making a scary face and pointing at Loki. Ha! How could you say that? I'm handsome. Not scary. Squeak squeak, Sonny said, showing Loki the gold galleon that was in its hands. Ha! As if I'm vain enough to pay you to praise me. Loki said with shifty eyes, but then a random galleon slipped from Loki's fingers and rolled toward the niffler who promptly stuffed it into his pouch. Squeak squeak. Haha, yes, I'm glad that you get it. Of course, I looked cool. I'm the coolest person to be born after all. I wonder if Mr. A has a fear of guns now. Hee hee. Creepily giggling to himself, Loki walked around the room planning his next big heist. What should I do next? Steal an airplane. No, although very fun, that would probably not be related to any Beyonder event, so it'd give me very little digestion. But then what do I do? Let's think about it later. Let's look at my loot for now. I've been putting it away for long enough. A week should be enough time. Standing up and performing the luck enhancement ritual, Loki entered the Sapphira Castle and moved to the pile of things he had stolen with the help of Sunny for the low price of 3 gold galleons and 3% of the loot Loki obtained during his heist. Conjuring a table and a chair using the grey fog, Loki began to inspect the loot as he shifted through the gold and silver chains, platinum rings, and stacks of cash. None of this is very useful immediately except maybe for the Beyonder gatherings I will hold in the future. At least I will not have problems like Klein being poorer than his own members in the book. Shifting through more stuff, Loki suddenly found something that caught his interest. What's this? On a tiny slip of paper were the words, 117 Nocturne Alley. Where's this place? And what's this place about? Is it an address to steal from? Or is it another target like the Black Manor that would kill any thief sent to it? Loki put the note aside and continued to sort through the various looted materials and soon reached the last item that was the most interesting to him. It's good that I got this paper. Otherwise figuring out about the artifact myself would have been risky and a pain. Loki wondered out loud as he looked at the sheet of paper in front of him. Name, Ring of Harvest. Ability, can graze 3 souls and use the 1 to 3 Beyonder abilities of the souls that have been grazed. Abilities are chosen at random. Sealing method, needs to be fed a soul every 24 hours or risks consuming the user. So this is a discounted version of the creeping hunger, huh? Loki said, looking at the information on the paper. What souls are in it? Loki thought and began to check the ring to see what souls were trapped inside the ring. But since the ring was hungry and hadn't been fed in the last few days, a wide mouth opened on the ring and it tried to devour Loki's soul the second he picked it up. RAAAWWWWWRRRR. Not so fast, little guy. Loki exclaimed and used his connection to the grey fog to threaten to destroy the ring if it kept up its ferocity. The growling ring fell unusually silent with its mouth vanishing and Loki could feel a helpless aura radiate off it. If you try to devour me, I'll toss you into a box contained by a wall of spirituality and then toss you into the ocean so that no one else will ever find you. The ring whimpered and wanted to argue back, but then Loki knocked the final nail in the coffin. Imagine how hungry you will be then, imagine how many centuries you will go without food. Surely you don't want to end up so hungry that you consume yourself, do you? Loki asked with a greasy smile. Whimper, whimper. Now calm down and let me see what's inside you. And maybe, just maybe if you're good I will feed you a soul or 2. Whimper, whimper. Loki put the ring on his finger and poured his spirituality into the ring to scan the souls of the people trapped inside it. Good boy, let's see. A soul of a Beyonder of the Planter Pathway, a soul of a Beyonder of the Mystery Prior Pathway, and a soul of a Beyonder of the Warrior Pathway. First one at sequence 8, second one at sequence 9, and third one at sequence 6. Loki could feel the souls wanted to break out of the ring and escape, but it felt like something inside the ring was preventing them from even making an attempt, like barbed wires tied around their hearts, poking and prodding them each time they moved or even attempted to do so. I know that it probably sucks to be trapped. So as I graze more souls of other bad Beyonders I come across, I promise to release you all. Loki instantly felt the descent in the ring calm down. He felt like all the souls were ready to give their all to serve him. It is that bad, huh? Although Loki couldn't talk to the souls, it felt like they were nodding to his words from the agreeing aura that radiated of it in his spirit vision. Well, it's good that I got these souls, they perfectly complement my weakness for now. The Planter Pathway Sequence 8 Doctor will help me stay safe and heal minor wounds, the Mystery Prior Soul will help me divine events like Klein Dash. And the highest of all, Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin of the Warrior Pathway will help me strengthen my body so that I can fight more easily and also purify any evil curses aimed at me. It's perfect for me right now. But then a stray thought suddenly struck Loki's mind in relation to the Warrior Pathway, whose Sequence 0 was the Twilight Giant. Oh! Didn't I meet a giant man in the police station? Was he of the Warrior Pathway? I should have realized sooner. How did I miss this? I'll ask him if I ever meet him. He seemed cheery and helpful. Who knows if I'll ever meet him again though. Chapter 43, A Prophet. Strolling around the study room, Loki was reading a book he held in his hands. Hogwarts knows where you live because of a magical book and quill. And it sends you a letter with the help of a spirit owl. Damn, that puts a wrench in my plans. This means they will know I am affiliated with the Black family somehow, even though I don't carry the name, but because I live in their home. Although if people know that I am affiliated with the Black family, they might not trouble me. The problem comes with the enemies of the Black family, which I have no doubt they have a lot of. I don't think I will be able to handle any enemies of that level yet, since I'm still a Sequence 9 Beyonder. Loki looked around the room, thinking for a bit as the beginnings of an idea began to form inside his head. Can I trick it? No, the real question is, can I play my part well? Stopping in place, Loki closed his eyes to figure out the plan he had. I need to hide Elaine. Didn't Granny Walburga say that she had a friend that could help? Creature. Creature. Yes, Master Loki. What is it that needs my attention? Good afternoon, Creature. Could you tell me when will the person who can care for Elaine come? Mistress Walburga said you could ask me to contact her whenever you needed. Then do you know if Elaine will be happy with her? Although Mistress's friend is a little, quirky whisper, Madame Elaine shouldn't have any problems with her. Quirky. While I don't expect any friend of Granny Walburga to be sane, it worries me a little that you describe her as quirky. What is she like? It'd be best if Master Loki writes a letter and sends it to her. Her response should be sufficiently explanatory. I understand. Then please fetch a few parchments and quills with an inkpot for me, Karashare. Creature snapped his finger and caused a roll of parchments and sharpened quills to appear along with an inkpot on the study table, which Loki graciously accepted. What's her name and address, Creature? Cassandra Trelawney, Master Loki. Creature said after giving Loki a particular address. Thank you. Sitting on the desk, Loki began to outline a letter. Greetings, Madame Trelawney. I wish this letter finds you in the pink of health. I understand that your esteemed self is a close acquaintance of my closest ally Walburga Black. It was she who informed me that you were the one who predicted my arrival at the Black household and created a prophecy for its revival. Although I am gladly submitting to the undertaking of such a heavy burden, I do not wish to expose myself to certain unscrupulous people who have a debt to the house for now. As such, although I am ready to steer fate by its horns, I also have someone I need to take care of, someone who cannot fend for herself, my dearest little sister Elaine. It has come to my understanding that you would be honoring a deal with Mrs. Black by taking care of my dearest little sister should I have to keep her somewhere safe and hidden. Given how I am to step into Hogwarts, the platform where a lot of those that are in debt to the Black House play their tune, I need your help in hiding my sister Elaine for a few years until I gain sufficient allies and have a firm position in the Beyonder world to take care of her. I would love to meet her during the summer if possible, but such meetings can be discussed at your convenience since I do not wish to burden you further than you already are. I thank you for providing me a lever to turn my life around and am patiently waiting for your timely response to this letter. Wishing the best for you. Loki. With the letter written, Loki pulled out a whistle from his wrist and blew on it. Sunny immediately appeared, making his way through the spirit world and stopped in front of Loki. Deliver this to Cassandra Trelawney and wait for a reply. Loki said and gave the Niffler a shiny silver sickle. Squeak squeak. I know, I promised not to work you for a while and allow you to consolidate your Beyonder powers, but just deliver this one letter for me. Please. Squeak squeak. Yes, I know you're the best. What could I ever do without you? Thank you. Squeak. With one final squeak, the Niffler left the house, traveling through the spirit world and arriving in front of a woman who wore a monocle made out of the bones of an insect on her face and had wild bushy light gray hair. Just as Sunny arrived in front of Cassandra and began to exit the spirit world, she raised her hand and snatched the letter from the Niffler's mouth. Squeak the Niffler shouted indignantly and looked at Cassandra with annoyance, but his entire personality flipped in a second when Cassandra tossed a ruby gem in his direction. Squeak squeak. Cassandra paid little attention to the Niffler except when she tossed it a letter she had already written and began to immerse herself in watching the heavens once again. Having received a letter in return, Sunny squeaked happily and left through the spirit world, tunning across the various dangers in it as it finally revealed itself in front of Loki once again. Oh. You're back. That was quick. Did she even read the letter I wrote? Loki noted, but he failed to see the slightly worried expression of Creature beside him. Holding the letter, which was neatly sealed in an envelope with a wax stamp that held the bearings of a Nobel house, Loki looked at the seal and noticed that there was a large cylindrical tower on it but nothing else otherwise. Huh. Does it represent the White Tower pathway? Loki wondered but did not voice out loud. Opening the letter with the help of a butter knife that Creature had handed over to him, Loki pulled out the parchment that had the response on it. Yes, the seal represents the White Tower pathway. Loki read out loud, each word of his turning lower and lower until it stopped. What the heck? Can she read my mind? But Loki continued to read. No, I cannot read your mind. If I couldn't predict what a Sequence 9 brat that still smells of his mother's milk would think, I would be a disgrace to all the demigods of all the pathways out there. Loki breathed a sigh of relief. I will babysit your sister for you. But don't expect much of it since I run an orphanage and will leave her to her evil machinations to take over the world. Huh? What? It is what it is. We've crossed paths before when you stole money from people and donated food to my orphanage a few months earlier. We have. And if she's a demigod, then doesn't she have her enemies? How does she manage to keep those children safe? Won't there be people who can just take them hostage to make her do something? I can guarantee her safety from any harm that befalls her. That doesn't tell me much. A woman has her secrets. Arg. This is getting old. Of course, I will do this for a price. What is the price? I need you to inform me about the pathway you are following after you reach the demigod level. Of course, this can be paid after you eventually become a demigod. Ah. Oh. Does she want to mimic my abilities through imitation? The power of a Sequence 6 polymath of the White Tower pathway. There are a few interesting abilities in the pathway that have caught my attention, and so I will need your help. Well, although it seems like I will have to share a few of my abilities, it doesn't harm me in any way, especially since she's already seen me using those abilities using her Sequence 4 profit abilities. I know you think this is a deal that reveals your trump cards, but please understand I'm working at a very big loss. Ha. Finally. At least she got something wrong. I wonder how well I fooled her in the future, for her to think that I was thinking of this as a loss. Or maybe she could be lying about it. I will take Elaine a few days later when the time is right, so make sure you enjoy the last bit of time you have with her. Prop he's izing about you, an old woman, Cassandra Trelawney. Sweet deal. Loki thought and then tossed the letter into the fireplace to burn it away, leaving no traces behind of the conversation that had just occurred. I don't want anyone to know of my relation to Elaine after Cassandra takes her. Thank you for running to and fro, Sonny, Loki said, scratching the niffler behind its ears. Squeak. Creature, thank you for telling me about her. But I want you to remember not to let anyone know that Elaine is related to me once she leaves this house. I understand, Master Loki. Loki looked at Creature for a bit, and once he was satisfied he turned back to Sonny. Let's see those beyonder powers you've mastered, Loki said, picking up the niffler by the scruff of his neck and moving to the basement of the house to see what was up with the niffler these past few days. Chapter 44, Goodbyes and Beginnings. Loki kissed Elaine on the cheek as she showed him a pouty, teary face. Don't worry, Elaine, Big Brother will be back in a bit. Loki said, trying to console the little girl who was crying and depressed. But I want Big Brother. Elaine said cutely as she shook her head, refusing Loki's plans. Loki felt a twinge of regret in his heart, but since he knew this was for the betterment of Elaine, he wrapped his arms around Elaine and hugged her tightly. Come on, little sis, I know you can do it. I promise it will be fun at Aunt Cassandra's place. But I want Big Brother. Ah, how about this? I will meet you every Christmas. Loki said with a soft smile, wiping away the tears on Elaine's face. Sniffle, sniffle. But the little girl shook her head with a frown. All right, I understand you want to be with your big brother. How about using this? Loki said, handing over a silver mirror polished to shine. What is this, Big Brother? Elaine asked cutely as she wiped away the snot which was leaking from her slightly red nose. This will allow you to always talk to me when you want to. It is a two-way mirror. Loki said with a smile as he showed his own copy of the mirror. Two-way mirror? Elaine asked, shaking the mirror. Yes, look at this. Pouring a little bit of his spirituality into the mirror, Loki pointed it at his face, much like when phones were used for video calling. Big Brother is in the mirror. Elaine shouted, surprised as she looked at Loki in the mirror. Yes, little sis, you can talk to me while using the mirror. See, I can see you in my mirror. Loki said, showing Elaine his own mirror with her face on it. How do I talk to Big Brother? Elaine asked, and Loki complied by going a little far away from Elaine, and when she attempted to follow him he asked her to wait outside the room, which saddened her a bit, but Loki was quick. Elaine. Look here. Can you hear me? Elaine's head instantly snapped toward the mirror in her hand as she spotted Loki's face in it, waving his hand and talking to her. "Big brother!" Elaine shouted excitedly. She tried to touch her brother's face in the mirror but couldn't since it was just a reflection. "You can talk to me like this, Elaine," Loki said with a soft smile and pulled out his spirituality from the mirror, powering off the connection that allowed them to talk to each other. Elaine felt a little unhappy at seeing Loki vanishing from her mirror, but she calmed down when Loki appeared through the door he'd just gone away. "Did you like it?" Loki asked Elaine, but she pouted at him and turned away. Seeing his sister was playing hard to get, he did the best thing he knew to get her mood up and high again. "Who's angry with big brother?" Loki said, mimicking how Elaine spoke. "Who's angry with big brother?" Loki asked Elaine as he reached around her and began to lightly poke her tummy. "Who's angry with big brother?" Loki asked again, but this time he started to drag his finger across her stomach and under her armpits. "Elaine is," Loki said happily as he began to tickle Elaine and pushed her around while she laughed until she felt her stomach split. "Big brother, stop it!" Elaine shouted, but Loki continued to tickle her. With Elaine laughing, her mood was soon refreshed, but she still looked a little sad at the prospect of leaving her big brother and going off with an aunt she didn't know all alone. Loki was equally sad when he noticed this but refrained from bringing up the topic since Elaine was already unhappy and it was quite hard to bring up her mood. With Elaine's mood fixed, Loki spent the rest of the week with her, going to different places around London and playing with her so that she would have the best time of her life. She even got to eat 2 chocolates a day since she was going to leave Loki soon. Loki during these days spent a lot of his time writing the do's and don'ts so that Trelawney wouldn't have to figure out Elaine's likes and dislikes from scratch by going in blind. He wrote up what looked like a mini booklet that was titled, "Elaine in a Nutshell." Does she even need this? Isn't she a prophet? I'm sure she can do without it, but just in case she needs a little extra boost. At the end of the week, Trelawney arrived at the Black home and waited with Creature to meet Loki and Elaine. Cassandra and Loki spoke for a while, but Loki could clearly feel that Cassandra was holding something back, yet Loki felt that their conversation was fruitful. "Since you taught at Hogwarts before, could you tell me about the Beyonder gathering circles which are there?" Loki asked, hoping to get some insider information. No, Hogwarts is his domain now. There are no reliable Beyonder gatherings in the school. It is hard enough for anyone other than those in his faction to survive in the school. Creating a Beyonder gathering that goes against his laws would be like spitting in his face. Cassandra shook her head. But students above the 4th year are given, let's say, a few opportunities. The school works with the ministry, specifically the Unspeakables, to allow children from the 28 noble families to attend missions if they're Beyonders. But even that is quite hard to do if you're not in his faction. You can't even take his name? Loki asked, shocked. Sometimes it is better not to know things before you are capable enough, Cassandra explained. At least I know that there is someone dangerous in the school. Hopefully, I don't get caught by him. It's a shame that Beyonder gatherings are not allowed in the school, but now that I think about it, I can still run the Tarot Card Club without anyone noticing anything wrong. Are you ready? Trelawney asked Loki, and although it seemed to anyone else that Trelawney was asking about Elaine, Loki could feel that she was alluding to more than she was letting on. Yes, Loki responded with a steely expression, since he was ready to bear whatever burdens were going to come his way. After all, it's not like I can say goodbye to the Beyonder world now. Not after I've already become a Beyonder who has become a part of the mad world that is sure to be filled with crazy adventures. Bye-bye, Elaine, Loki said after a short hug he gave to Elaine. Bye-bye, big brother. Make sure to talk to me every day. Elaine said cutely, causing Loki to feel dizzy from the cuteness overload. I promise, Loki said, forming a pinky promise with Elaine. Make sure not to trouble Auntie Trelawney. Okay, big brother. With that done, Loki saw off Trelawney and Elaine with a slightly downcast and longing gaze. But now that everything was done, Loki slapped his cheeks a few times to get into the mood and began to follow the next steps of his plan. Creature! Loki shouted, causing Creature to teleport into the hallway with a loud pop. Are my things packed? Loki asked calmly. Yes, master. Creature nodded. Good, then teleport me to that place. Are you sure you want to do this, master? Creature asked, and Loki explained with a smile on his face. I'm not strong enough yet, Creature. Once I am, I won't take such demeaning measures. I've got to keep the reputation of the Black family after all. I understand, master, Creature said and nodded before holding Loki's outstretched hands and teleporting with him to the burnt-down shack that Loki used to live in with Elaine. You may leave, creature, Loki said with a slight nod and allowed creature to leave. Changing into a few old dull clothes, Loki now fit in with the house well and looked like just any other street rat in the eastern part of town. Well, let's begin the plan to swindle everyone to buy time. Time for my growth and time for gaining power. With a determined gaze, Loki looked at the horizon as if anticipating a new morning to wash him over the next day, giving his life a new turn for the better. Chapter 45, A Welcome Letter. Putting away his notes that he had conjured up inside the Sapphire Castle, Loki relaxed back in his chair as he held his head and went through all that he had revised while inside the spherote. Peculiar. Loki said. How very peculiar. Loki looked at the seemingly normal ruby ring that was lying on the table and picked it up. Covering it in his spirituality, Loki waited for a few seconds and immediately after, a soft blue glow covered the entire ring. The glow was not an aura per se, although it did look like it, but upon closer inspection, Loki could see several tiny shimmering shapes deliberately scratched into the ring's body. What are these? Loki wondered out loud. He had discovered them by accident when he was casting magic in his way, by just throwing out his spirituality until a pattern formed by luck and his intent caused the magic. He was wearing the ring and occasionally his spirituality clouded the ring and caused the scratches to show up because they were glowing. Are these runes? Loki made an educated guess. But why do they look so familiar? They look like the illustrations of wand movements in the book in Black Manor. I can't read books from the Black Manor anymore until I receive my letter from Hogwarts. This would have been so much simpler otherwise. Maybe I can ask creature to bring me a book. Nah, I don't want to take risks. Who knows what they might write down otherwise. Are runes just wand movement patterns? But does this mean that all magic can be written down and performed like that? My spirituality has almost drained, let's keep this problem for later. Loki nodded to himself and willed to end the ritual keeping him inside the Sapphire Castle. As soon as Loki arrived in his body however he noticed something peculiar on the window near him. Hoot hoot. Hello little birdie. Loki said with a calm smile and moved to pet the bird spirit. The rather small owl hooted in satisfaction and put up its leg that was holding onto the letter, expecting Loki to free its burden. Loki pulled the letter by softly prying away the claws of the owl and looked at it with a sparkle in his eyes. Ha! I'm going to a magical school. Loki said excitedly swinging about. After giving the little owl a bit of his bread which it affectionately pecked on while standing on the window sill, Loki began to observe the letter carefully. On the front, written in emerald green ink were the words, to Loki, the first floor of the burnt house on Crummel Road, Worley. On the back of the letter was the Hogwarts coat of arms impressioned in lac, keeping the letter sealed. The Hogwarts coat of arms seal was divided into 4 quadrants, containing a badger on the bottom left, a raven on the bottom right, a lion on the top left and a serpent on the top right. Underneath the crest were the words, Draco Dormiens Nunquam Titilandus which Loki immediately translated as, never tickle a sleeping dragon. Huh. Never tickle a sleeping dragon. That's a bit random, is it not? Do they have dragons at Hogwarts? Loki mumbled but then pried open the seal with his fingers, taking great care not to damage the letter in any way. Pulling out the yellow parchment in the ancient-looking envelope, Loki read the first letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock. Supreme Mugwump, International Confide of Wizards. Dear Mr. Loki, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. A teacher will be at your home tomorrow afternoon, June 30th, at 12:30 p.m. Please be ready to meet with them and go shopping for your supplies as you are from a Muggle, non-magical, family. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Seeing the letter in his hands, Loki felt a great deal of joy and he couldn't believe his eyes but the weight of the letter in his hands was enough to keep him calm. How is this Dumbledore person able to manage so many titles? Isn't he very busy? How does he perform his headmaster duties? But then Loki noticed the name at the bottom of the letter. He seems to have left the letter duties to the Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. Poor lady, she must have had to do so much more work than him. Oh wait, couldn't she just have magicked a quill to do it for her? And what's with this family business, didn't they know I was an orphan? So insensitive. Moving on to the second sheet of the paper, Loki found himself recognizing a few things from when Walburga trained him and also from the Black Manor Library. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First-year students will require 3 sets of plain work robes, black, 1 plain pointed hat, black, for day wear 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar, 1 winter cloak, black, with silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. Course books. All students should have a copy of each of the following. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Phil-Lita Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsonist Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment. 1 wand. 1 cauldron, pewter, standard size 2. 1 set glass or crystal phials. 1 telescope. 1 set brass scales. Students may also bring, if they desire, an owl or a cat or a toad. Parents are reminded that first years are not allowed their own broomstick. Yours sincerely, Lucinda Thomsonical Pocus, Chief Attendant of Witchcraft Provisions. I can imagine why a few people must think of this as a scam or an elaborate joke. Loki mumbled, but there was a shine in his eyes that nothing could hide. Ha! The author of the Magical Plants book is named Spore. A sudden flapping of wings notified Loki of the departure of the small owl that had delivered him the good news, which he followed as far as he could until midway through, Loki saw the owl vanish into a slip in space and time. It went into the spirit world. But then left alone, Loki's brain cooked up various different scenarios. Ha ha. Loki giggled like a madman. He imagined him becoming the Lord of the Mysteries and taking over the Hogwarts castle, defeating a dragon along with his Niffler and performing such miraculous spells that would leave everyone including the headmaster stunned. He remained drowned in his overactive imagination until he fell asleep curled in a fetal position with a prominent smile on his face. Ha! I will be the greatest wizard of all time. I'm going to be the best. Midway through his sleep, Loki found himself in a dream where he traveled back in time to meet the Hogwarts founders and beat them up with a happy smile. Chapter 46, A Misunderstanding. Cracking his spine, Loki stood ready for his day as he waited for the professor to arrive by the door. Will she arrive using a broom? Will she arrive teleporting like Walburga? Or will she arrive using the night bus? Loki was getting more and more excited with each thought as he hurriedly tapped his feet on the porch waiting for the time to turn 12:30 so that he could begin his magical journey. As the time approached 12:30, Loki with his spirit vision active spotted a man dressed like a bat glide across the street. That man is rich. Loki concluded because, in the view of his spiritual intuition, the man glowed like a lighthouse. Is that why he's dressed so strangely? Almost like he's a vampire bat. But what is he doing here? A rich person in East London. Doesn't suit him. Is he lost? Loki wondered when he spotted the men looking around the houses with confusion. But after seeing the men walk towards a dark house that was painted charcoal black, Loki lost his interest in the men. Maybe some rich guy who was separated from his family during birth. Loki concluded, his mind picking up the plot of the soap opera in the Daily Prophet he had read back in the Black Manor. Is the teacher late? Loki wondered as he looked at the sun in the sky that was at its peak. Maybe that Dumble's guy doesn't pay his teachers well and has overburdened them with the task of visiting the homes of a lot of students. Poor teachers can't even take a little rest. I knew it, people like him with a lot of titles let power get to their heads and don't care about the masses. Flash. A flash of bright red light and then lime green light erupted from the home that the bat-like man had entered, grabbing Loki's attention. What happened there? Loki asked out loud to no one in particular. Moving across the street, Loki walked with carefully measured steps so that he could leave at the first sign of trouble. That light, it seemed familiar. Like the one Walburga used all those months ago. Loki, hiding behind the fence of bushes in the lawn, peered into the open door. And what he saw next shocked him. The man in bat-like clothes was standing over the bodies of the 2 people on the ground and he continued to cast a spell that left a lime-green trail until it hit their heads. Gasp. Loki stumbled backwards, not due to the apparent deaths of the 2 people he didn't care about, but because he watched a new wizard kill 2 seemingly random people. Damn it. Did this have to happen today? Loki cursed in his mind as he immediately turned around to leave. Which sequence beyonder is he and why was he attracted to my location today? Or is it a coincidence? With each question only worsening his mood, Loki's first thought was to run. As Loki took the first step to run, he inadvertently stepped on a twig and cracked it, attracting attention towards himself. A chill ran down his spine as he felt a scary gaze land on his back. Without anyone having to remind him, Loki immediately figured out that the man was now looking straight at him. What in tarnation? Loki jumped away immediately, rolling behind the bush to quickly run away from the place, but as he jumped in the air, Loki felt something hit his back and found his movements constricted. Unable to move or balance his body, Loki collapsed face first into the road, earning a couple of scratches and a bruised nose in the process. What the heck happened? Loki looked down and found himself bound by ropes, his neck bound tightly to his hands and legs while the knots were arranged on his back, an area he could barely reach. Is this it? Is this how I die? Loki thought with fear. But then, remembering how Elaine was waiting for him, a newfound surge of determination rushed through him. No. I can still do it. But before Loki could seemingly get to doing anything, he found himself face to face with the man dressed like a bat. The man immediately raised his wand and pointed it at Loki, but Loki said something that caused him to freeze in his tracks. I know what you are. You're a wizard, aren't you? Loki shouted out loud. The man was still pointing his wand at Loki, but there was a slight confusion in his eyes. Speak, the man said, giving Loki permission to speak. You just used the killing curse, didn't you? I've seen it used before. It's all right, I won't tell anyone about it. In fact, I can even compensate you with a lot of money if you let me go. Loki argued. But the reaction of the man was not something Loki expected. The man just stood there as if a little shocked as his eyebrows twitched. This is a Ms. Dash. Swoosh. Haha. See you, sucker. Fight me like a man if you dare next time. Loki had freed himself from the ropes using his dexterous fingers as he tossed the sand and gravel from the road into the man's eyes with his feet. Loki immediately set off running, moving as fast as he could to escape away from the bat-like men. I just have to turn there and I'll be out of his sight for good. Loki reasoned and immediately halted his running body and ducked low to redirect it to jump into another street. But right as Loki jumped, something once again struck him in the chest. Loki's hands and feet were bound together, sticking to his sides as he became as stiff as a wooden plank. He collapsed on the dirty road, left only with the ability to move his eyes as his mind collapsed into despair once again. Not long after, the man dressed like a bat arrived beside Loki, casting a shadow over him. This is a misunderstanding, the man spat out venomously, as if speaking each word itself was a burden he was not willing to undertake. Loki tried to make noises to express his dissatisfaction, but everything in his body felt like it had been frozen stiff. Now if you would only stay like that for the duration of my next tasks, this will be easier, the man said, waving his wand and causing Loki to float beside him as if he were a frozen doll. Under Loki's surprised gaze, the men moved back to the charcoal black house and shot a spell from far away. As the spell struck the two people on the floor, they surprisingly got back up and began to go about their jobs without any fuss. After which the men looked around the street once again, until he spotted Loki's burnt house and moved towards it. Leaving Loki on the floor, the men cast another spell silently and caused Loki to finally unfreeze and become normal. What did you do? How did you resurrect them? Loki asked with caution and fear as he moved back towards a wall, putting as much distance he could between himself and the scary wizard men. It hadn't been long and Loki had already primed his spirituality to take out the men should the opportune moment arise. Chapter 47, Going Around, 1. Looking at the men with clear fear in his eyes, Loki repeated his question to the men who liked to be mum. What did you do? How did you resurrect them? That was not a resurrection, Mr. Loki. The men said with a faint glimmer in his eyes, like he remembered something terrible. But seeing Loki still unrelenting in his question, he continued to speak. I stunned them to wipe away their memories of magic. Wipe their memories of magic? Huh? Why dash? I am Severus Snape. Potion Master at Hogwarts, the men interrupted, spitting the words slowly in a rhythmic fashion as if he were speaking a poem. Loki froze in his tracks as everything suddenly clicked in his mind. You went to the wrong house and showed them magic. Loki accused. Snape's eyebrows twitched at the mention of his embarrassing mistake, but he said nothing to acquit himself. Instead he spoke in a disgruntled tone. Hand, while extending his own hand. So you did make a mistake. It's all right, it happens with everyone. Loki said, patting Snape's hand and trying to comfort him. But before Loki could spout another word from his mouth and dig the grave he was in even deeper, his figure twisted along with Snape as they disappeared in a loud pop. Ah. This? You can teleport. I thought you were a potions master. Loki asked, starting to talk again as soon as he adjusted to the swimming feeling that had taken over his body. Follow me quietly. Snape raised his eyebrows at how fast Loki had gotten used to the feeling of apparition but ushered in a hushed whisper as his cloak bellowed behind him. Are you using magic to make your cloak float behind you? It isn't touching the ground. Loki asked in a whisper similar to Snape's tone. Snape shot him an unsatisfied glare but did not stop walking. What is this place? Why are we here? Loki asked, pretending to be confused while looking around. Diagon Alley. To buy your school supplies. Snape responded without looking at Loki. Of course, he knew this place and a lot more about the one next to it, since he had been there earlier in the year. But for the sake of his plan, Loki continued to pretend as if this was all new. Where are we going first? Flourish and blots, Snape said curtly, already tired of talking so much. Entering the store, Loki found himself surrounded by books, stacks upon stacks of books. Although not as large and expansive as the library in the Black Manor, it's still impressive. But before Loki could wander off and get lost among the wares of the store, Snape pulled Loki along with himself, moving to the counter at the back. The storekeeper instantly recognized Snape and greeted him with a nod. Good afternoon, Professor Snape. Snape just nodded. Do you need the set of first-year books for Hogwarts, Professor? The storekeeper asked as he spotted Loki holding Snape's hand. Yes, Snape said, pulling out a few gold galleons from the pouch on his belt to drop onto the counter. The shopkeeper pulled out a stack of books that were tied into a bundle using a rope from under the table and handed it over to Snape. Snape only nodded his head, picked up the books and stuffed them into the pouch on his waist. Loki looked longingly at the books in the store and even more longingly at the pouch on Snape's waist, but Snape did not allow him to linger any further and dragged him out with him. Where are we going next? Loki asked giddily. Uniforms, Snape said in a monotone voice while they entered the clothing store in front of them, Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Hello there, little one. You look very lacking in the fashion department. Are you here to buy Hogwarts robes, dear? Madame Malkin asked politely, brushing Loki's wild hair in the process. Yes, ma'am. Loki nodded his head after getting validation from Snape. Magical tape measures were activated at the wave of her wand as Madame Malkin helped Loki stand on a short wooden stool. Loki looked curiously at the magical display and pretended to feel a little overjoyed that he could witness something magical. It wasn't hard since he really was a little amazed at self-measuring tapes. What is your name, dear? I need it for the labels on your clothes. Loki. Loki said with a soft smile. That's a nice name. Are you going to be a little troublemaker? Madame Malkin laughed a little at her own joke and then said, I will be back with your robes shortly, dear, leaving to go to the back of the store where she would stitch robes according to Loki's sizes. Just then, a sleek white-haired man dressed in dark black robes entered the store holding the hands of a little boy around Loki's age having the same white hair. The white-haired man's eyes scanned the shop and paused at Snape with shock. Hurrying quickly through the store, Loki saw the man drag his child along while shifting through the clothes on display, arriving beside Snape. Severus, what are you doing? The man began to ask but paused when he saw Loki standing with his arms outstretched waiting for Madame Malkin to return and give him his clothes. Have you stooped so low, Severus? The white-haired man asked Snape as he looked at Loki with disgust. Seeing the clear hatred the man had for him, Loki attempted to smile to give off a good impression, but it seemed to have only disgusted the man further as he took a step back along with the little boy who was a spitting image of him. What are you? The small boy asked. Not liking how he was being treated by the two, Loki's expression warped into a frown. You still smell of your mother's milk, brat, go away from here. Loki cursed at the boy, trying out the most recent curse he had learned from Trelawney's letter. Snape's eyebrows twitched but he said nothing, except the white-haired man spoke with distaste. I knew it was a bad idea to come here. I just can't believe that the standards of Hogwarts and this store have fallen so low. Come on, Draco, let's go. Yes, father, the young boy said, walking away from Loki with a face that had turned blue with anger. Loki could almost bet that he had seen Draco smell himself and scrunch up his nose, after which he asked his father something. I'm sorry for the loss to your business, madam, Loki said, bowing politely toward Madame Malkin, who Loki could see was standing just a little away. Oh, don't worry, I would take a cute boy like you over arrogant pricks any time of the day. Madame Malkin said with a smile and patting Loki's head. Here are your robes, dear. Snape took them and stored them along with the other things in his pouch and moved out of the store with Loki. "I'll be back later, Madam Malkin." "Thank you for having us," Loki shouted as Snape pulled him along. Taking him to another store, Snape helped Loki purchase a trunk and got his name etched into the leather of the trunk. "Finally, I get my own wand," Loki exclaimed in his mind, excited about the prospect of waving his own mini reality-altering stick as they stood in front of a shop that said, "Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. A curious purple pillow lay in the front window upon which was a short brown wand pointing towards the street. "Will that be my wand?" Loki shouted in his mind, excited and even slightly trembling, wondering how he would finally get to be a full-fledged wizard. Chapter 48, Side Story, Elaine arrives at the orphanage. Arriving at her new home along with Cassandra, Elnie stood behind her by holding her dress. She was apprehensive of the new place. The voice of children laughing and playing hung in the air, but Elaine felt shy and embarrassed to go and talk to any of the kids just behind the gate. Elaine looked up at Cassandra with a little apprehension and slightly teary eyes. "They won't hurt you," Cassandra said with a smile as she brushed Elaine's hair so that it looked decent. Walking up along with Cassandra, Elaine soon found herself in front of all the kids who were busy playing on the various rides like the seesaw, the swings, and the merry-go-round. Most kids were very busy, but suddenly a girl, similarly sized, saw Elaine and walked up to her with a smile. "Hello," the girl said enthusiastically and moved around Cassandra to catch the girl trying to hide from her. Elaine felt a little afraid, so she held onto Cassandra tighter, but with a slight push of confidence from her, Elaine stepped ahead. The girl immediately came closer and introduced herself. "I'm Kathy." "You are?" "My name is Elaine. My big brother's name is Loki. If you do anything to me, he'll beat you up," Elaine said, closing her eyes with fear, but when she suddenly heard all the playing children fall silent, she squinted her eyes open. To her surprise, all the children in the park had immediately gathered around her and Cassandra. "Loki?" Kathy asked with shock, and Elaine just nodded quickly. The children immediately looked up at Cassandra and asked over each other, "Is it him?" Cassandra only nodded softly. "Whoa." Suddenly everyone in the crowd cheered and came closer to Elaine and gripped her hand. "If anyone troubles you, tell me about it. Everyone here fears me." "Ah. My name's John, by the way." "Don't listen to him, no one is afraid of John. He's scared of bugs too. If you ever want more food, come over to me. I always keep a few treats hidden from everyone to snack on later." "Elaine. Come with me." Seeing Elaine shrinking because of the sudden crowd around her, Cathay grabbed Elaine's hand and rushed towards the orphanage building along with her. They eventually reached the roof and sat down on the terrace. Pant. "Haha, sorry about that. Everyone is a little excited to hear your brother's name." Elaine had a puzzled expression, but a thought struck her and she nodded. "Of course, they know Big Brother's name. He's awesome." "Haha, yes. He is. He gave the orphanage so much money last month. We all got new toys because of him." As soon as the topic shifted to talking about Loki, Elaine was no longer shy. She began to speak about all the things she and Loki had done. She was so lost in describing everything that she didn't realize other people had come to the roof after her and Kathy and were now listening to her tales. It seemed like everyone was eager to know more about Loki for some reason. Chapter 49, Going Around, 2. Wand. Stepping into the shop, Loki was left feeling unnerved. Not the sort of unnerving that you had before you stood on a stage, or the one that happened while you waited for the results of your exam as they were being posted. But the sort of unnerving one had when they realized that they had swum too deep into the swimming pool and they would be out of breath if they tried to swim back up and would drown. His breathing hitched as he felt like he was being picked apart and analyzed, but Loki stood his ground. But then as soon as Snape stepped forward and covered him by arriving between him and the something else analyzing him, the feeling vanished. Or did it shift? Stepping out from the darkness behind them was a crazy-looking man who seemed like he hadn't shaved in a few days. Gray stubble dotted his face along with the rather long graying hair that covered the bald spot on the crown of his head. His eyes were like two full moons, white, glassy and sparkly. The man spoke in barely above a whisper, yet his voice was heard clearly by both Loki and Snape. "Hello, young one. Here to begin your magical journey." Loki turned around pointedly and looked at the man, but immediately felt a slight suppression which caused Loki's eyes to sharpen. "He's a beyonder. And someone powerful. A demigod." "Haha, yes." Loki said, awkwardly trying to compensate for the weird chill he was feeling running down his spine. Why does it feel like I am being dissected on the table of some mad scientist? And since when did beyonders become as common as cabbages? Especially a demigod. Is everyone related to Hogwarts a beyonder? I'm here to get myself a wand, sir, aren't I, Professor Snape? Loki said, trying to get rid of his fear by depending on Snape. Snape looked at Loki's expression and understood what he was trying to do, but just nodded silently and offered no warmth. Then I shall bring you a wand, young man, but remember, it is not the wizard that chooses the wand but the wand that chooses the wizard, Ollivander said with a cryptic smile. He moved to shift through the endless stacks and series of intricately designed dusty boxes that all held different wands. With a snap of Ollivander's fingers, the tape measure in the shop began measuring everything about Loki. The length of his forearm, the distance between his nostrils, and also the length of his fingers and eye sockets. Ollivander paid attention to it at the beginning, looking at where the tape measure stopped, and once he was satisfied with a few measurements, he moved toward the towering stacks of boxes that were neatly arranged in a pile. Is he able to figure out what the tape is stopping at by listening to the number of clicks it makes while being pulled out? Crazy. Pulling out a box from in between a tall pile without allowing it to collapse, Ollivander moved towards Loki and opened the box in front of him. Unicorn hair and sycamore wood. Common but a trusty companion. Loki gently wrapped his fingers around the wand, but before he could comfortably hold the wand in his palm, Ollivander pried it out of his hands. No. 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 This felt wrong. Moving back to the pile of boxes, Ollivander pulled out a new one and opened the box in front of Loki, dragonheart string and willow wood. A powerful, strong companion that will protect you when you most need it. Loki was allowed to properly hold the wand this time, but even he felt a slight dissonance between himself and the wand, which Ollivander no doubt noticed too since he snatched it out of his hands. No. You don't need something stable. You will do well with something strange. Experimental wands, perhaps. Pulling out several boxes from the base of the pile, Ollivander cleared a bit of space before pushing his hand deep into the pile and pulling out a fancy box that felt comical. This is one I made in my earlier days. Its core is the tail feather of a jobberknoll that is housed in vinewood. Loki barely lifted the wand when a red spell inadvertently shot through it and blew the pile of boxes up that Ollivander had worked hard to keep stable. It sent papers flying along with wands that were displaced from what looked to be their little resting coffins. I'm sorry, Mr. Ollivander. Loki immediately apologized and bowed, but Ollivander didn't hear him. I know what you need. You need something dark, something loyal, and something no one else would like to touch. Not thinking anything of his maddened rambling, Ollivander walked into the exploded pile of boxes and pulled out a regal white bone box that had the engravings of several scary cloaked creatures on it. Opening the box and serving it to Loki, Ollivander looked at him with intense eyes. Bone? Loki asked, confused as he evaluated the pointy wand presented to him. But seeing Ollivander not respond, Loki turned towards Snape, who promptly nodded, signifying there was no need to worry. Loki cautiously wrapped his fingers around the white bone wand, and for a second there was nothing, no dissonance, no sparks shooting out, no explosions. Everything seemed remarkably normal. But that was only for a second. Soon after, the room was drowned in a cold, unnerving atmosphere that pulled everyone inside it into a depressed mood. Loki saw Snape frown and Ollivander's smile deepen, but a feeling of dread was digging deeper into his own heart. Yet in all this depression there existed a warm feeling that kept them alight and awake. It took a while, but the depressing feeling slowly vanished and gave way to the warmth, bringing back the jolly atmosphere that had been built while Ollivander was searching for wands that would suit Loki. Ollivander, still looking at the wand Loki was holding, spoke in a calm tone. It was a wand that had been passed down to me by my father. I don't know how long it has remained in my family, but I do know what it is made out of. What is it made out of? Loki asked as he felt the depressing atmosphere retreat into the wand. It feels so depressing, yet warm. Like a rainy day paired with hot tea. Snape paid attention to the detail too, since he found it rather amusing that a wand could be so depressing yet comforting. It would be, since it is made out of the bone of a dementor with a unicorn core. It is an error. Two components that would generally detest each other, working together, Ollivander explained and handed the bone box the wand had stayed in back to Loki. An error? Snape questioned. Yes, the dementor this bone was taken from was being experimented on. It was trapped in a box with a Patronus charm for the better portion of its life until then. Given its immortality, the experiment caused it to lose its mind. Yet its captor did not release it. And used it to perform a ritual by bathing it in unicorn blood. A somber silence different from the depressing one that had lingered in the air until now filled the shop, but Loki's curiosity broke it. What happened then? What happened to the men doing the ritual? What happened to the Dementor? The Dementor, unable to die, was isolated by the Ministry until it was fit to return to duty in Azkaban when it was found. And the men? Snape asked. From the stories passed down in my family, it is said that out of his various experiments with death, he became its ruler. Well, mostly, that is, Ollivander said with an amused smile. Mostly. What happened to the rest? Loki pointed out. But Ollivander did not respond verbally. Instead, he chose to silently point at the bone box Loki was holding. Loki felt disgust at holding the bone box but did not drop it. Paying Ollivander his 7 galleons, Snape exited the shop with Loki in tow. Have a nice day, Professor Snape. Ollivander let them leave with a soft greeting. Returning to the street after exiting the store, Loki was glad that the noises all around returned. It had been too quiet in the store for his taste. Are we going to get a pet next, Professor Snape? Loki asked politely. No. Hogwarts does not provide funds for a pet. Are you sure, Professor? Or do they not pay you enough that you need to steal funds from my dash? Snap. Snape hit the back of Loki's head with a rolled-up sheet of newspaper, causing him to sit in the middle of the road, holding his head while looking at Snape accusingly. Chapter 50, An Old Man. Walking out of the brick wall that was refixing itself to appear like a normal dirty brick wall, Snape turned around and stood to look at Loki. Tap the brick 3 up from the trash can and 2 across to enter Diagon Alley on your own next time, Snape said, showing Loki the proper way to enter Diagon Alley at the end of their trip. Are you leaving me here? Loki asked Snape with fake teary eyes. Snape looked at Loki with a frown and, before the little troublemaker could question anything else, placed his hand on his shoulder and disappeared from the spot with a pop. Arriving on the same street from where they had left, Snape dropped Loki off at his home along with all the things he had purchased and a ticket to platform 9 3/4 on King's Cross Station. So I just run into the pillar and I will be on the other side? Loki asked for confirmation one last time, and Snape nodded, still as silent as ever. I see then, thank you and goodbye, Professor Snape. I hope to see you again at Hogwarts, Loki said with a slight nod of his head, but Snape didn't extend the courtesy. Seeing Snape staring at him indulgently, Loki wondered if he had to do something. I'm sorry I don't have tea in the house, Professor. Loki asked. Where did you see a wizard using the killing curse before? Snape asked with his strangely poetic rhythm. Loki's eyes widened, but he promptly explained, in my line of work you sometimes happen to see strange things, Professor. Seeing Snape look at him like he owed him something, Loki explained further. I steal from houses to fill my stomach. My partner just happened to enter the wrong house one day. And I happened to see what happens when a person comes in contact with a green beam of light that day. I was probably lucky to escape. I want to remember the house number or address, but for some reason, I can't seem to recollect it. Snape nodded with cold eyes and turned around, departing from the scene with light steps, walking away with his cloak billowing behind him. Few asterisk, that was close. Loki wondered and wiped the sweat off his brows. With Snape gone, Loki relaxed a little and moved inside the house to the spot where he'd left the communication mirror that he used to speak with Elaine. Big bother. Elaine shouted out loud as soon as Loki picked up the mirror. Have you not left the mirror's side, Elaine? Boomo. I was waiting for Big Bother all day. I see. What did you do while waiting for me? Loki asked with a small smile, since he kept thinking about how cute Elaine looked while focusing her brows to think about her day. Spending some time talking to Elaine, Loki unwinded during the conversation. They sure are treating Elaine well. Though, I'm sure no one could ever dislike her because of how adorable she is. And after he was done, when Elaine fell asleep talking to him, Loki whispered a simple name, Creature. Pop. With a soft pop, Creature appeared right in front of Loki and bowed deeply. At your service, Master. Creature, can you take me back home along with all this stuff? Loki said, pointing at the large trunk full of stuff that was lying between him and Creature. No problem, Master. Holding both Loki's hands and the handle of the trunk, Creature operated once again, this time reaching the living room in Black Manor. Please leave my bag in my room, Creature, Loki said, leaving Creature to his job, and moving to the washroom where he took a proper shower and cleaned off the dirt and grime that had accumulated on him during the month he had left the Black Manor to live in his burnt house. Refreshed after the shower, Loki sat down in his chair and began to ponder on all that had happened today. Seeing how Professor Snape did not have any bad reaction to my wand, I guess although it is a strange wand it is not anything too suspicious, Loki said, twirling his wand around in his fingers. His wand was white, one end of the wand resembled a bone joint while the other end was pointy, enough that he could stab into someone and expect it to pierce through their body. The wand thrummed with power in his hands and Loki loved holding it. It felt like it was a part of himself, an extension of his abilities and something that he would dearly come to love. Wrapping his spirituality around the wand, Loki noticed a few runes outside, but he felt that most of the work was hidden inside where the unicorn hair was. Flicking his wand, Loki chanted, Wingardium Leviosa. Loki felt the wand draw his spirituality and paint a pattern with it in the air, much like a printer printing. It was automatic and functioned purely by his intent. And after a moment, when the appropriate figure was drawn, Loki found the book on the table in front of him rising. It rose slowly as Loki flicked his wand and began to rise higher and higher into the air. A sense of fulfillment appeared in Loki's mind as he watched the book fly. It's so much less taxing on my spirituality to use a wand. It's so easy. Almost too easy. I can see why even the great mages in the stories in the Black Family Library used wands. It truly is a tool that can help to perform magic that is leaps and bounds beyond their ability. But how does the wand know what shape to mold the person's spirituality into? Loki spent the rest of the night experimenting with the wand, trying out different spells and performing to the best of his ability while trying to stay awake since the day had passed its toll on him and his stamina. One last stray thought passed by Loki's mind, magic. It's so magical, before he fell asleep in the library sitting on his chair while his head lay on the table. Miles away in a castle, Snape entered the headmaster's office. Ah. Severus. Why are you here? Seeing how you're here, I presume your work went well today. Snape did not respond but kept his focus on the old wizard in front of him and spoke silently through his thin, unmoving lips. The student who I took to Ollivanders today received a peculiar wand. Peculiar? How so? The old wizard asked. It was made using the bone of a dementor and the core of a unicorn. Is that so? The old man asked, staring off into the distance like he could see miles into the future or the past at the same time. I see. The old man nodded. It's a shame that I missed it. But don't worry about it. I'm sure the young man's fate doesn't interfere with anything we've planned. Maybe you can guide him as you see fit. Perhaps he might even become a student you come to like. Snape scowled but didn't say anything. Is there anything else, Severus? Snape did not respond, and after giving the headmaster one last look, he turned around and left the office, his cloak billowing behind him. X LOTM Please Call Me Mr. Error Chapter 51, An Annoying Girl. Do I really have to wear this creature? Loki asked, looking down at the expensive three-piece suit he was wearing. This doesn't look that good. Are you sure this is right? Wouldn't something green, violet and pink look better? Creature placed his hands on his face and sighed in frustration, but then looked up at Loki with a sagely smile and said, If Master hears a single complaint about his clothes, Creature will hang his own head on the wall. Really? In that case, all right. Loki nodded, deciding to place his trust in Creature since he was so sure. Stepping out of the room, Loki walked professionally towards the main door. But as he looked back at the entire house from the inside, he felt a little emotional, especially as he looked at the basement. His gaze then paused at the portrait of Walburga that was hung up on the wall in between the stairs. Loki saw her pour herself some tea and sip on it elegantly. The sadness in his eyes was clear, yet he firmed his heart and closed his eyes. You can do it, Loki. You've got this. King's Cross, right? Loki asked Creature. Yes, Master. Your hand, please. Loki held Creature's hands while Creature held Loki's trunk, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from the hallway. Opening his eyes, Loki found himself in front of an ancient-looking red train, yet he found himself captivated by it. Is this it? The start of my inevitable journey to greatness? Loki looked beside him for Creature, but he had already left. So Loki whispered a thanks that was lost in the noise of the bustling station. Tugging at the trunk, Loki found himself unable to lift it with ease, so he looked around a little and pulled out the wand from his pocket. Wingardium Leviosa. Loki mumbled with a swish and flick. The trunk lifted a little, and Loki was glad that he'd practiced the spell before. This is a lifesaver. With the trunk as light as a feather, Loki waltzed into the train while holding it, walking with pride in his step. As he searched around the train compartments for any empty seats, Loki reached the start of the train just behind what he guessed was the prefect's compartment. Huh. Is this the only empty compartment? Maybe it's because I'm a little late. Loki thought as he pulled out his pocket watch and looked at the time. It was 10:45 a.m. As long as no one gets into my compartment, it'll be fine. Entering the compartment, Loki made sure to stuff his trunk at the top, and he finally relaxed into the luxurious seat. Isn't it a little stuffy in here? How do the windows open? After figuring out the window, with a smug smile, Loki turned his attention to the matter most urgent. Now to check out my spoils. With a wave of his hand, Loki pulled out a bunch of notes and coins from his pockets. Ha! A total of 8 pounds and 2 galleons. A fruitful harvest. Poor kids, I'm taking their pocket money. Especially that blonde kid. Ha ha. As if I will feel bad. Serves him right for talking down on me like that in Madame Malkin's store. And I have a better plan on how to use it anyway. Loki giggled to himself like a madman, but then he heard a sharp click and stopped. Huh? Who's there? Loki asked, looking at the door that slid open. You're not supposed to lock them. That's against the rules. A girl with wild bushy hair and buck teeth stood there. And I don't like her already. Loki concluded. Did you not hear me? I said you're not supposed to lock it. The prefect's compartment is right here. It's good that I caught you before them. Otherwise, you would have gotten scolded. The little girl with bushy hair waltzed into the compartment with her trunk and sat down opposite to Loki with her arms folded and her cheeks puffed. That seat is taken. Loki said in a bland tone. I don't see anyone else here. The girl argued. That's because they were going to arrive a little later. It's all right, I came here first and there is no rule in the book that says seats can be reserved. You don't have a lot of friends, do you? Loki finally snapped. It's not like you have any, the little girl snapped back. Ha! What do you know? I have friends, dangerous ones. Did you know my last friend caused 2 people to die simply by waving his wand a little? What? The little girl screamed. Yes, and then he resurrected them too. How? Exactly, so it's better you leave now. Or I'm going to tell him about you. HMPF. As if. The little girl said, clearly annoyed. She assumed Loki was just telling tall tales to make her leave. Loki sighed lightly and closed his eyes. Damn, not even Professor Snape scares her. But well, I guess it's only fair, since half of his aura comes from his billowing cloak, something I don't have. Why did you keep your money out? Loki suddenly heard the little girl speak and opened his eyes. Why does it matter to you? Fine. Keep your secrets. The little girl said and pulled out a book from her trunk and began to read. Satisfied with the result, Loki politely went back to arranging his money. The train soon started and Loki found himself with nothing to do. What is she reading? Hogwarts: A History by Bathilda Bagshot. Didn't she also write a book on our list? Wasn't it something like a history of magic or something? Nerd. She'll surely end up in Ravenclaw. Loki, with nothing to do, stared out the window and began to look at the passing scenery. Gradually Loki spotted the girl's reflection in the window and began to try and challenge himself to read the mirror reflection of the book she was holding. But suddenly he found the girl turning to look at the window. Why are you reading my book? The girl complained. What? I was looking outside. Loki tried to reason. I know you're looking at the reflection of my book and trying to read it. Don't annoy me. What? Loki gave up arguing with the girl and closed his eyes to lean back on the seat. HMPF. It's as if she has a problem with everything in the world. Surely now she won't have a problem. Don't sleep. It ruins my mood to read. The girl complained again, causing Loki to furiously glare at her. With nothing left to do, Loki pulled out his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. His trunk slipped out of the top shelf and floated down perfectly. Once it landed on his side of the seat, he stood up and flipped it open. After which he pulled out a book from the trunk and closed it, sending it back to the top with the same levitation spell. Sitting in his seat, Loki finally relaxed again as he began to read the book he had just pulled out. There was no cover or name on the book and it appeared to be a personal handbook of sorts, yet Loki read it with deep focus. Ha! At least now that I'm reading, she won't have any calm dash. How did you do that? The little girl shouted once again. Creators. Chapter 52, A Friend. Duh. How else? Magic. How did you practice beforehand? I thought we couldn't do magic outside of school. I dash. Are you from a family of wizards? I dash. Will I need to be this proficient in the spell on the first day of class? You dash. Oh no. I should have prepared more and studied the books more. Damn, this girl won't let me speak. Seeing that the girl wasn't shutting up and had begun spinning conspiracy theories about blood purity and the sort, Loki went back to reading his book. This occlumency thing, I should get it down as soon as possible so that I don't have to worry about people reading my mind. It's good that Walburga has written down her own notes on the matter, it will help me to shorten the time since I don't have to take the time like her to figure it all out. But this is rather confusing, why is all of it written in such a confusing manner? There's so much lingo that I feel like I'm reading a research paper on some high-level topic. As Loki continued getting absorbed into his book, he formed his own conclusions and opinions on the matter. So occlumency forms mental shields by using your spirituality to form specific runes inside your body of heart and mind. But since that would only help actively, one has to train the mind to form such runes subconsciously so that the mind can always stay protected. It's a simple concept, but I'm guessing it will be hard to train such a thing. But still, runes, these damn things are everywhere, even wand movements mimic them. What exactly are these things? Such patterns just happen to produce magic. Seeing Loki hadn't spoken to her for the last little while, the girl stopped her ranting and looked at Loki with dissatisfaction. It's rude to not listen to another person when they're speaking. The little girl said. The pot calls the kettle black. Hey! Don't hate me. You asked me so many questions and never let me answer, so I went back to doing what I thought was best. Why are you annoying me? The little girl looked a little hurt and had teary eyes, causing Loki to feel a little bad. I think we started off on the wrong foot. My name is Loki. Loki said and held out his hand. The little girl was a little upset but she quickly wiped her eyes and said with a small smile, I'm Hermione Granger, and shook Loki's hand. Are you also a first year? Loki asked casually. Yes. And I'm the first one in my family to learn magic. That's cool. I'm the first one in my family to learn magic too. I think Loki nodded. Do you have any brothers or sisters? Loki asked with a smile. No, I'm the only one, what about you? Hermione asked. I have a little sister, Loki said but then paused and quickly added, she's a cousin, as he pulled out his pocket watch and flipped it open. Here she is, Loki said showing Hermione the picture he had tapped to the inside of his pocket watch. Cute isn't she? Ah, she looks adorable. Knock knock. A sudden knock broke the harmonious atmosphere causing Loki and Hermione to turn towards the compartment door. What anything from the trolley dears? The cart lady asked and a smirk formed on Loki's face. Could I order something for everyone on the train? Loki asked showing her the 5 golden galleons from his pocket. Hermione's eyes widened but she did not interrupt. That will be possible dear. And what would you like? The cart lady said pocketing the 5 galleons with a polite smile. A chocolate frog, for me and my friend. I see. Have a nice day. The lady said closing the compartment door after handing Loki 2 chocolate frogs. Here, this one's for you, Loki said giving Hermione one of the chocolate frogs. My mom and dad said that eating too many chocolates is not good for you. I'm sure there are magical solutions to rotting teeth, Hermione. Thanks. Hermione said as she began opening the box with reluctance but a little excitement. Oh. The frog jumped. Hermione shouted as she saw the frog sitting on her shoulder. Haha, they're magically animated I think, good right? Loki asked with a slight smile since he enjoyed watching Hermione look startled. You knew about this? Hermione asked picking up her frog while Loki violently bit off the head of his own chocolate frog. I did, I saw them before in Diagon Alley. Did you go with a professor too? I did, it was Professor Snape for me, what about you? Professor McGonagall, Hermione replied with stars shining in her eyes. I can see you admire her. She transformed the table in our house into a pig. That's funny. Loki nodded. Meanwhile, as the 2 first years talked, in another part of the train, a white-haired boy proudly stood up in his compartment and announced, Dad gave me enough money to buy sweets for everyone. He turned towards the cart lady and then said, I would like to buy all the sweets in the cart. Seeing that she could fool a child into paying her for sweets that had already been purchased, the cart lady did not hesitate to name a price, it will be 5 galleons dear. Yes. Here, The boy stuffed his hands into his pockets but found them empty. He quickly searched for the coins in the other pockets, but there seemed to be nothing inside them. "Where did my money go?" the white-haired boy exclaimed out loud. "It's all right, Draco, I can get it." A blonde girl spoke without emotion on her face. "I'd like a chocolate frog for everyone here, please." "Here you go," the cart lady said, handing the girl 5 chocolate frogs, and the girl gave the cart lady 1 galleon. As the day turned from afternoon to evening, Loki in his compartment finally stood. "I think it's time. We'll be reaching soon. I'll go out so that you can change into your robes. Is that all right, Mione?" "Yes, that's fine. I'll be quick so you can change after." "No problem, don't worry about it and take your time." Loki stepped out of the compartment and waited at the door until he heard the lock inside click open. "You're done?" Loki asked with a polite smile. "Yes. I love how the robe feels on me. It's so smooth." "Did you get your robes from Madame Malkin too?" "Yeah, I did. Now come out and let me change." Loki entered the compartment and changed into his black robes that did not have any color on them yet. Once Hermione joined him inside, they began to talk once again, both excited that they would soon be arriving at a magical school. "Which house do you want to join, Loki?" Hufflepuff or Gryffindor." "What about you, Mione?" "I want to join Ravenclaw or Gryffindor. I read that the current headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, was in Gryffindor when he was younger." "I hope you do." The train slowed down and an announcement made its way throughout the train: "We will arrive at Hogwarts in 15 minutes. If you have not already, you should change into your robes. Leave your trunks inside the train, they will automatically be delivered to your rooms by house elves." The train soon slowed to a stop and Loki along with Hermione exited and looked around aimlessly for the first few seconds until they heard a booming voice call out for them. "Fur's years. Fur's years over here. Follow me." "It's him." Loki instantly recognized him as the giant man he had met in the police station, the one that had started the fire to let him escape. "Although it did not go as intended, I should still thank him sometime later for trying to help me out." Chapter 53, McGonagall. "Trevor. You're here." Loki and Hermione watched as a droopy boy jumped into a puddle and caught a toad, drenching everyone around him in muddy water in the process. "His pet's a toad." Loki mumbled loud enough for Hermione to hear. "Hey. Be nice." "But who has a toad as a pet?" Loki said jokingly, causing Hermione to sprout a hidden smile, yet she patiently explained, "In Hogwarts a history it is explained that the school has a choir that is led by the toads dash." "Come on, let's go," Loki said, pulling Hermione along with him as they followed the giant man. "Do you know him?" Hermione asked softly. "No, I don't, do you?" "No." "Then why are we following him?" "Mom told me not to follow strangers." "Oh come on, Mione, you really think that giant men would do something to us? When we're so close to Hogwarts?" "But dash." "Shoo, don't ruin the moment," Loki said as he pulled Hermione through the thicket of bushes and emerged on the other side, on an uphill that gave them a full view of what lay beyond. A lake as black as onyx and a sky as dark as midnight littered with several pearl-like stars painted the background for a giant Draculian castle whose towers pierced through the darkness and stood tall, ready to fight off any enemies. Most students remained stunned on the cliff for a while as they absorbed the beauty of their surroundings. "Excuse me." A cold voice broke the students' thoughts as someone stepped through the thicket and bumped into Hermione. All the students began shuffling their feet once again as they moved down from the short hill, towards the dock built on the lake. Floating near the dock was a chain of small boats waiting for children to sit in them before moving away on their own, making way for the boats behind them so all the children could be taken to the castle. "For students in a boat." The tall beardy man shouted once again for the students to hear. His bold words encouraged the little fearful children to jump into the boats in an orderly fashion. As the line progressed forward with the students jumping into boats, Loki, Hermione, and the 2 girls who bumped into Hermione sat down in one boat by themselves. "Hello, I'm Loki, who might you be?" Loki said politely, extending his hand. The blonde girl looked at Loki and then murmured something to the effect of, "Lucky, death, misfortune, stay away," while holding her head in her hands as if a bludgeoning headache threatened to tear it apart. But she did not say anything else. She seemed off, her hands trembled occasionally like she was afraid of something about Loki, but she appeared to be doing her best not to look like she was. Shifting his hand to the other girl, Loki repeated, "Hello, I'm Loki, who might you be, my lady?" "Tracy Davis." The girl said curtly, shaking Loki's hand and going back to ignoring him. "Rude much." Loki said as the tall man in the boat leading them all shouted once again, "Watch your heads." Once they traveled under the vines hanging from the bridge above them, all in the boat saw the gigantic castle standing tall on a cliff. The beauty captured the students, but before they could get too lost in it, a boy fell into the lake, only to be put back into the boat by a large tentacle wrapped around his waist. What is that? A pet of the castle. Reaching a stone dock under the castle, the giant man got off his boat and helped the other children out, and once everyone was out he walked up to the tall castle doors and knocked thrice on them with his giant hands, causing the chains on them to rattle. Bang bang bang. The doors opened with a creak, and behind them, surprising everyone who expected another giant man to appear, was a slightly tall woman wearing emerald green robes and a pointy witch hat with square glasses on her face. Professor McGonagall. Loki heard Hermione exclaim. The witch scanned the crowd and nodded agreeably once she spotted Hermione, and then continued to scan the crowd until the end. Once she was done, she turned towards Hagrid, who spoke out loud, "The first year's Professor McGonagall. Thank you for bringing them here, Hagrid. I will take them from here." "I understand, Professor," Hagrid said with a smile as he walked away on one of the paths that exited from the stone dock. "Follow me," McGonagall said, and turned around, walking deeper into the castle as the first years all followed her like ducklings behind a mama duck. There was something about the aura around her that made all students fall in line simultaneously without any thoughts of rebellion. As they continued walking, Loki observed the various knights around the corridor that all gave him a tense feeling, like they'd step down from their posts at any moment and launch an attack on him. "What do you think about them, Mione?" Loki asked as he pointed towards the knights using his chin. "You aren't suggesting they can move, are you? They look so realistic. But they're made out of stone. How would stone knights move?" "I dunno, magic," Loki said, stating the obvious. "I haven't read about any such magic in Hogwarts history. What if they were just never used in history? But the castle has been through the Goblin War." "What?" Loki asked, puzzled. Before Hermione could explain further, McGonagall coughed, getting the attention of all the first years. "I expect you all to maintain silence and not make a mess out of yourselves. Please take care of your appearance and make yourself presentable. You will be entering the Great Hall in a moment, and I don't want you to look like you've been through a storm." McGonagall's words were pointed and blunt. Especially her last words, which she said looking at two kids that were close by, a boy with a black-haired nest for a head and a redhead with mud splattered on his face. McGonagall walked away and slipped through the small door that led to the Great Hall, leaving all the kids to themselves. "Arg. All because of you," Hermione complained. "Because of me? What happened because of me?" "See. Professor McGonagall told us to stay silent because you roped me into a conversation." "Ha. It wasn't as if all the other students were also talking and discussing things, weren't they?" Loki reminded sarcastically. "Ah." Suddenly a child screamed in the corridor, dragging the attention of all the other first-year students. He was pointing above them, which all the students followed and looked at, only to be stunned themselves. "There are ghosts in this world?" Loki wondered. "Are they of the chained pathway? And they're stuck in the wraith sequence? Or are they just spirits? Or maybe something like Red Angel Medici? Why don't you need spirit vision to see them? Will they cause me to lose control?" "Silence." McGonagall announced her return with a sharp reprimand, causing the children to fall silent. This time, however, in her hands was a rolled-up parchment. "Welcome to Hogwarts." McGonagall greeted with a thin, inviting smile once the kids became quiet. "The start of the term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your house. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts." Loki tuned out the rest of her speech, since the only family that mattered to him presently were Walburga, Elaine, and Kreacher. Instead, he found himself observing McGonagall. "She looks powerful. I wonder what sequence she is." Mione said she could do transfiguration easily. "Is she the transfiguration teacher then?" He remained in the zen state of observing things for a while until he finally heard, "Now, form a line, and follow me," she said, and the children once again followed her into the Great Hall. Thousands upon thousands of candles were lit and hung in the air without any wax dripping on the students below. All the first years shuffled along behind McGonagall, dragging their feet at the slow pace the line was moving in between four long tables on which students from the other years were sitting and looking at them like they were new merchandise. Looking at the ceiling, Loki heard Hermione beside him whisper, "It's bewitched to look like the night sky. I read it in Hogwarts history," which caused him to look up at it too. "It really feels like an exact replica. Neat." Finally coming to a stop on the dais in front of the teacher's table where an old and dirty witch's hat was placed on a stool, McGonagall said, "You will come to the stool and place the hat on your head when your name is called." The unsorted students just gulped and nodded their heads in acceptance, each wondering what sort of trials the hat would make them face. While Loki thought, a hat will sort us. Surely it can't be that simple, right? How will it even sort us? I thought nothing was written about it in the Black Library because the test changed each year but a hat. What sort of test is this? A fashion test. Chapter 54, Sorting Hate. But before McGonagall could begin reading off the list, surprising all the new children, the hat twitched and a rip near the brim of the dirty hat opened wide like a mouth, and the hat began to sing. "Oh, you may want me to prettify. But don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can identify a smarter hat than me. There's nothing hidden in your head. The sorting hat can't see. Believe me, there were several other heads who tried to tear me open to see. You might belong in Gryffindor, whose pathway lives to measure the strong. Their hearts are not to be housed indoors, because they live only to get along. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are as bright as the sun, working day or night with huff and puff, building towers in their fun. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, whose mind gave us the mundane and the magical. Yet her disciples all sought knowledge without flaw, in pursuit of truth in both grand and practical. Or perhaps in Slytherin, where a true master was born, whose mind delved into the dark and mean, to achieve all that one can mourn. So put me on. Don't be afraid. And don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none. For I'm a thinking cap. With the song done, the hall burst into a round of loud applause, but Loki tuned it out in favor of analyzing what the sorting hat had just said. But his memory wouldn't cooperate well. I think I heard it say pathway, but was it talking about the beyonder pathways? And didn't it say it could read my mind? Will it read all my memories and know that I have been reincarnated? Can I ask it for the lyrics to the song? I felt like I missed something important. Damn. Need to work on that occlumency thing fast. Abbot Hannah. McGonagall shouted. A young girl rushed out of the line and ran toward the stool, and once on it, McGonagall placed the hat on her. The hat remained in thought only for a second before it shouted, "Hufflepuff." McGonagall called out multiple other names in succession, with each person getting sorted into either Gryffindor or Hufflepuff, occasionally Ravenclaw, and then also Slytherin, but nothing big happened other than the house that got the new student shedding a few claps in celebration. So Mione's in Gryffindor, good for her. Loki thought as he watched her give him a short nod with a sweet smile before going to join the others at the Gryffindor table. Harry Potter. At the mention of the name, the hall fell into a deathly silence, whispers were strewn about and people began pointing fingers at the boy who was walking to the stool to try the hat on. Loki spotted a scrawny boy and felt slight pity for him. Everyone could see how he was nervous and looked terrified at the idea of even trying to hat on, but they said nothing. He's like me before I met Walburga, hasn't eaten anything to fill his frame. Although not as bad, he still looks like bones. Isn't he the hero of the wizarding world? Why's he like this? Is there no save Harry Potter and keep him well-fed protection agency? McGonagall placed the hat on Harry and the hall turned silent again as a short conversation ensued in between the hat and Harry, remaining only in the privacy of their minds. The short silence that was thrust upon the hall snapped when the hat loudly announced, "Gryffindor." The table, dressed in robes that had golden red accents, shouted out loud, some even threw their empty goblets into the air, which a few professors had to magic to slow down during the fall so that it wouldn't hurt anyone. Loki could see the Slytherins scowling while the rest of the tables clapped in celebration, yet the most shocking thing he found at the moment was that one of the professors wearing a purple turban sent Harry a deathly glare. What's going on with him? He can't seriously hate a student for going into Gryffindor, can he? As the celebration passed over the hall, it soon turned silent once again, with only 4 children standing in the line nervously waiting to be sorted. Turpin, Lisa. Ravenclaw. Weasley, Ron. Gryffindor. Zabini, Blaze. Slytherin. I hadn't noticed earlier since it was so seamless, but the robes changed their colors after their houses were announced. Loki noted as he saw Zabini's robe gain silver and green accents after he was sorted. Everyone then turned to look at Loki, the last remaining member of the group of first years who had to be sorted. Yet Loki remained impassive under the stares of the collective group. HMPF. If they want me to feel nervous, it'll take more than kids who still smell of their mother's milk. I bet they've never fought off a madman trying to advance his sequence by killing a bunch of people for his ritual. I'm definitely more mature. Loki. McGonagall called. Loki walked with steady steps as he reached onto the stool, and then under everyone's surprised gaze he spoke to McGonagall. Could you clean it, please? It's very dirty. I'd rather not put it on my head when it's like that. McGonagall's eye twitched and Snape in the teacher's chair snorted so loudly a few people thought the exhaust of a car backfired. McGonagall tried to come up with an excuse, but seeing Loki's earnest eyes she couldn't help but feel compelled to do what he asked. McGonagall under everyone's gaze pulled out her own wand and wordlessly cast a charm on the hat. The hat turned and spun around its tip, causing all the dust that had gathered on it to be expelled outward and collected to a point from where it was banished to an unknown place. The regal dark blue of the hat was revealed, and everyone in the hall let out a collective gasp before some of them gagged, remembering the time they'd let the filthy thing touch their heads. Thank you. Loki nodded and picked up the hat and sat down with royal confidence by billowing his cloak so he wouldn't feel uncomfortable while sitting on the stool. He then placed the hat on his head as its rim dipped low and covered his eyes, hiding them away from the group of people looking at him from afar. Why does the hat feel so familiar? Loki wondered as soon as he placed it on his head, since he could feel something in the hat attracting his intuition. Master. An old voice in his head spoke with familiarity, breaking Loki's concentration. It felt like it was Loki's own voice, just a little more mature and older. Master. Loki questioned back, startled, yet he kept his outward composure. I know it might sound crazy right now, but I've known you for a length of time longer than yourself. Is this some sort of scam? Loki asked suspiciously as he tried to do his best not to use all of his strength to yeet away the hat into oblivion. I know you might hate me for this now, but it is important that I do this for you. What do you mean? Loki asked, getting a bad feeling for whatever was about to happen. And then, without his permission or explaining anything to him, the hat shouted. Slytherin. Chapter 55, Kind Bat. Loki's first reaction was to be frozen. He felt his blood cool down and his head spin. What? Slytherin. But why? I don't have any ambitious plans. I mean, won't every Beyonder want to become a true god? Loki tried to reason, but it seemed like the hat had died because it didn't respond to any of his questions. Loki slowly stood up and placed the now good-looking hat on his head back on the stool. As he turned around and analyzed the students sitting around in the Great Hall, Loki's eyes met Hermione's. There was a sense of betrayal hidden under a facade of normalcy in those eyes, and Loki could easily sense it, but he smiled and sent an almost imperceptible nod in her direction to tell her that their friendship wouldn't be affected. Damn. I didn't think I'd end up in Slytherin. Loki thought as he made his way to the table that was lightly clapping for him. At least Walburga won't be disappointed about this now, will she? Loki found himself a little space beside a brunette girl who had introduced herself as Tracy Davis on the boat and made himself comfortable. Before anyone could talk to him though, Dumbledore stood up behind the teachers' tables and announced, "Welcome. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are: Nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you." Loki looked confused as he wondered what Dumbledore had just said. Is he speaking in Latin? But that would mean he just called someone stupid. Perhaps he meant something else. Meh. I don't care enough. I'm sure though, that something's gone wrong with him. Maybe the power he wields has gotten to his head. First, it was not paying the teachers enough, and now it's using curse words to describe the houses. Poor Dumbledore must miss having his sanity. Maybe a spectator could fix his mental problems. He looked around the teacher's table only to be surprised about a person sitting there. Is that giant the one who helped us cross the lake and helped me at the police station? He's a professor. I should talk to him when I'm free. But then his eyes fell onto the food before him that had just magically appeared. Picking food and placing it on his plate, Loki ignored everyone else on the table and kept to himself, yet a single student on the table disturbed Loki. I knew I'd seen you before. You were that pauper in Madame Malkin's store. Draco said, pointing at Loki. Pauper? Someone asked, much to Draco's satisfaction. Yeah. His clothes were all the wrong size and dirty, like a pauper's. He smelled worse than a pig too. A few students laughed, but Loki didn't mind and continued to eat with the impeccable table manners Walburga had drilled into him. You can't mimic to be a pureblood when you're a filthy mudblood. Draco whispered just enough for everyone around him to hear, causing them to giggle. Loki finished chewing in silence and then gulped his mouth full, wiped himself with a handkerchief and spoke in a polite tone. Who said I want to be a pureblood? I don't want to become an inbreed maniac that hails another half-blood maniac as the greatest thing that has happened to them. Hypocrites the lot of you are. A stunned silence reigned across the table, attracting the attention of all the other students and teachers in the hall. Take that back, you filthy mudblood. Draco cursed, but his voice carried across the whole hall. While the whole hall became tense and frigid as if a fight was about to break out, Loki gave Draco a dead-eye stare and spoke in the calmest tone he'd ever spoken. Okay, filthy inbreed. The air at the table immediately turned frosty while the other people in the hall became dumbfounded, but Loki was unaffected by it, choosing instead to continue munching on the desserts that had popped up. Although the pureblood fanatics who chose to feel insulted by what Loki said wanted to do nothing else other than beat him up, they couldn't, because they were right in front of the entire Hogwarts teaching staff. I hope you can stay safe when there are no teachers around, you twat. A senior student whispered across the table into Loki's ears. Ha! Pathetic. You call yourself purebloods, but you can't even act when the teachers are here. You're pathetic. Worse than garden gnomes you lot are. What are you waiting for? If you want to keep finding excuses, you shouldn't have picked a fight in the first place. The senior who had threatened Loki was now glowing red with anger and rage, yet he remained seated in his place since another one was holding his hand and not letting him stand. Ha! For a house supposed to be filled with proud nobles, all I can see are leeching scum that need fresh blood just to survive. Before Loki could say another word, a goblet filled with some juice was thrown at him, but anticipating such a thing, Loki had primed his spirituality by spreading it into the air around him. And when the goblet was in his range, he imagined a telekinetic force pulse around himself which caused the goblet to reflect back the way it had arrived, dousing what appeared to be a 7th-year student in the yellow drink from head to toe. Are you lot trolls? Using physical violence when you can use magic. But I guess I should be lenient since you probably don't have the brains after all that inbreeding you went through. All the purebloods on the table scowled and looked at the one who threw the goblet with anger, since he'd just given Loki a point to criticize them on a golden platter. And just as the table was about to erupt into chaos, a firm voice calmed them all. 50 points from Slytherin. Mr. Loki. Follow me. Snape said in his poetic tone that was very close to a mumble. Loki looked up at Snape with surprise but complied immediately after wiping his mouth with a handkerchief. Snape, under the intense gaze of all the students, began to walk out of the Great Hall while Loki followed him out cheerfully. Meanwhile, all the students of Slytherin looked positively furious that their prey had escaped, but then Loki saw Draco whisper something which caused them all to wear satisfied smiles. Arriving in a random classroom nearby, Loki greeted Snape with a salute once he turned around. Good evening, Professor Snape. Snape looked at him judgingly and asked a simple question. What are you trying to do, Mr. Loki? What do you mean, Professor? You know exactly what I mean. I was just responding back in kind, Professor. How else would you have wanted me to treat them? You will spend the rest of your nights in the castle in detention with the different teachers. And a prefect will be escorting you to your room every night. Huh. Loki felt a little confused, but then his eyes lit up as he asked, Professor. You care about me enough that you're trying to hell dash. You will begin with me, Loki. And I expect you to comply immediately by going to the dungeons and waiting patiently in my office. Professor, I don't know if you know, but I'm new and I don't know where your office is. Snape sneered as Loki said this and then said in a condescending tone. Then I expect you to use that brain of yours and figure out where it is. Can't you even do such a simple thing, Mr. Loki? Or are you no different? Wadash! Loki froze in place, his mouth opening and closing soundlessly as Snape turned around and glided away to go back to the Great Hall. And then Loki burst into a fit of laughter. Oh my God. Professor Snape. You just cracked a joke. I didn't know you could do such a thing. Well, I guess I have received my first quest. But how kind of him to keep me under the protection of the teachers so that I'm not murdered in my sleep. Ha. And I get to learn magic all the time. I'm sure Mione would kill to be in my place. Although I wonder what she's doing right now. She was disappointed that I got sorted into Slytherin. Oh. No worries. I'll catch up with her later. Chapter 56, A Boring Detention. Walking through the long corridors of the castle, Loki's mind wandered about the dinner. Tracy didn't look at me with scorn when that white-haired brat talked down to me. Are there factions in the nobles? I mean, Walburga hated muggles, but she still loved me. But it might also just be because I'm such an amazing purse dash. I finally caught you. A voice echoed off the walls and caused Loki to stop in his tracks. "What are you doing here?" the voice asked from the corner of the corridor. It was an old man that had very thin white hair. He dragged his legs while holding a shiny black cat in his arms. His free hand held a lantern which swayed rhythmically to ward away the darkness that seemed to have set in. "Professor." Loki mumbled just loud enough for the men to hear, causing him to stop and look at Loki with confusion. "You must be a first year. Why did you skip the opening banquet?" the man asked with a crazed smile showing all his teeth that sent a slight shiver down Loki's spine. No. Professor Snape gave me detention. I'm supposed to wait for him in his office." The man looked down at his cat as if he could converse with it and then spoke in a bland tone. "I won't let you trick me." "Trick you? What do I gain by tricking you? Why don't we do this? Why don't you escort me to Professor Snape's office?" Loki tried to reason. The man looked at Loki with a frown but eventually nodded his head. "Lead the way," Loki said with a soft smile on his face while happily celebrating in his mind. "Ha ha. Take that, Professor Snape. GPS acquired. May I know your name, Professor?" Loki asked politely as he followed the old man down the corridors. "Argus. Argus Filch." "I see. Why weren't you at the banquet, Professor Filch?" "I'm not a professor, boy. I'm the Hogwarts caretaker." "Oh. How do you take care of the entire castle all alone?" "I mean, I know magic makes things easier, but I'm sure it is hard to clean the entire castle alone every day, right? Do you have an armada of maids? Battle maids even?" Loki spoke his thoughts out loud. Filch turned around and looked at Loki a little surprised and then continued walking as he spoke. "I'm a squib. I cannot use magic." "What? No offense to you, but isn't that even worse? That means they're treating you like a slave, making you toil away with labor for a meager amount of money," Loki said, all while wondering internally if Dumbledore was skimming off the funds a little too much by not even providing a team of cleaners under Filch. "The house elves keep the castle clean. My job is to keep the castle safe from students and sometimes even the students safe from themselves," Filch said as he tousled his lantern toward a door. "Professor Snape's office?" Loki asked softly. "Yes, go in, boy. I will wait for you outside so that you don't entertain any ideas to leave." "As you wish, Mr. Caretaker Filch," Loki said with a polite smile and moved into the office. "Ah. Before I leave, what would she be called?" Loki said, pointing at the cat that was in Filch's arms. Filch stared at Loki for a bit but then said with a soft smile, "Miss Norris." "Her name's Miss Norris." "Aw, that's a cute name for a cute kitty cat," Loki said, rubbing Miss Norris behind her ear, earning a satisfied purr from her. "See you later, Miss Norris." Walking in calmly, Loki managed to cover his surprise when the torches on the walls lit up by themselves with a soft blue flame. He closed the door behind him and entered the office that Snape had asked him to wait in. Several jars with specimens of various creatures and body parts floating inside them were arranged on racks around the room. If Loki didn't know any better, he would have guessed that this was the lair of a dark wizard, since he found a few human parts in there too. With nothing better to do, Loki looked around the room, studying the various items in the jar, recognizing some, appreciating the value of others while planning a theft where he could rob the place clean. He felt something eerie stare at him constantly throughout his stay in the room, but Loki paid no attention to it, or at least did his best to. The door opened forcefully, sucking in a puff of air out of the room and making the torches flicker, causing Loki to pay attention to who had entered. "Professor Snape," Loki greeted, bowing lightly while standing in the corner of the room. Snape moved to the center of the room and paused. He waved his wand and caused the door to shut itself and lock behind him, making the flames flicker for a bit but stabilizing immediately after. He then looked pointedly at Loki and asked, "What were you thinking, Mr. Loki?" "I told you already, I was responding in kind. I didn't shout or get upset, it was smart. I did what they did to me," Loki explained calmly. "And suffer by making the house you're going to live in, into your worst enemy. Truly smart." Snape sneered. Loki remained silent for a moment but then he spoke. "If they were going to try something, I would defend myself. I know a little bit of magic too. And I doubt they'd do anything drastic when we're in school. And what if they stepped out of line? Accidents involving deaths of students have happened in Hogwarts before," Snape said dully. "I'm sure my dear professor wouldn't let it come to it," Loki said with his arms open, showing his helplessness. "Right." Snape ignored him and calmly walked toward his desk. Once behind it he spoke, "Your detention will last until 11 in the night every day, and only then will you return to your common room. What will I be doing, Professor? Loki asked with a smile, eager to learn more. There are ingredients in that barrel, separate them into the different boxes based on their properties, Snape said, pointing at the barrel first and then at a cupboard that was filled with ingredients stacked on shelves that had markers on them. I see. Without arguing, Loki nodded, walked to a shelf with books and pulled a book from one of the shelves that was titled 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, by Philida Spore. Time passed in the office as Snape spent his time reading a book and going over different papers while occasionally looking Loki's way to see if he made a mistake and casually pointing it out by not so sarcastically telling him to use his brain more. Soon it was 11 and Snape snapped his book shut with a soft thud. You may leave, Snape said, and Loki nodded, yawning, tired of sorting herbs, plants and organs for the last 3 hours. I must be the first person to receive a detention right on the day I arrived at Hogwarts, right? Loki attempted to joke with Snape, but he didn't respond and shut the door in Loki's face, leaving him to figure out his way back into the common room on his own. Stepping out of the office and walking around the corridors, Loki spotted Filch once again. Mr. Filch. Could you help me out again? Loki asked politely. What happened, boy? The Slytherin common room, would you know where it is and guide me to it? HMPF. It's my duty to see that students don't linger around after curfew anyway. Following Filch, Loki ended up at a door on which snakes crawled around waiting to snack on anyone that tried to force their way in. The password has always been pureblood for the first week, Filch said with distaste. Pureblood, Loki said, standing next to the door, watching in amazement as the snakes curled around and moved into their holes before the door swung open, revealing a steady stream of steps leading deeper into the dungeon. Thank you, Mr. Caretaker. Do let me know if you ever need any help. HMPF. Filch snorted and began to move away along with Miss Norris, with Loki leaving behind a polite, "Good night to you too, Miss Norris." Chapter 57, Dominic Shacklebolt. Stepping down the never-ending staircase, Loki wondered, given this is an ancient castle, wouldn't all the plumbing end up in the Great Lake? And given how I'm in the dungeons which are closest to the lake, doesn't it mean that the dungeons are the closest to the shit? Is that why Professor Snape's hair is so greasy? 'Cause he takes a shower with shitty water? Bile shot up in Loki's mouth, but he barely managed to hold back the food that followed. Stepping into the common room, Loki laid his eyes on the extravagant decorations that the room had and felt like a royal. Beautiful. Loki said, looking out of the sealed window wall on the dungeon that had little lights around it to shine a little light into the dark black lake. Loki could swear he saw a large eye peering at him through the darkness for a second, but he chalked it to his imagination due to his sleep-deprived state. Walking into the common room, Loki froze when he saw what appeared to be a 7th-year student lying sleepily on the couch. Attempting to tiptoe past the student was a failure, since as soon as Loki stepped foot into the room he found the student waking up and looking right at him. Finally. You're here. The student said. Who might you be? Loki asked with a little worry. Dominic Shacklebolt. The student said with a smile on his face. Are you going to do something to me? Loki asked a little warily. Well, you are right to be worried, given how many students you turned to be against yourself during dinner. But I'm not here because of them. Well, to be precise, not here to help them. What are you here for then if you're not here to beat me up? Well, I would love to beat you up too, since you've created a divide between the purebloods, muggles, and half-bloods in the house with such few words, but on the account that I'm a good person, I'm not going to do such a thing. That's what a bad person would say to make me believe they're good, Loki said, pulling his wand out to scare the student. Ha! And what are you going to do? Fire sparks at me. I know dash. Oh please. You're a first year, even if you've read all your books you know nothing. So shut it and listen while I'm being nice. I'm tired and I don't want to do this again. Okay. Good. Firstly, welcome to Slytherin. And secondly, Professor Snape informed me to see that no one takes steps to hurt you directly or indirectly, so from tomorrow, you're leaving the common room with me and never coming back into it until it's night and you've finished your detention and need to sleep. Understood. Loki nodded. He knew his actions would have consequences, but he didn't expect to have gotten off so light. Won't they try and attack you? Loki asked a question next. Not unless they want to go against the 3-time under-17 world dueling champion, Dominic said with a smirk on his face. Can you teach me? Loki instantly asked with sparkly eyes. Haha. I would have if it was my 6th year. Unfortunately, I'm in my 7th and I have to study a lot and prepare for my newts. So I'm sorry. Ah, that's sad, you just went from a superstar to a nerd real quick. But I could give you my notes and study materials if you behave from now on. Dominic said with a smart smile. All right, you're a good nerd. Loki nodded and then asked something else. By the way, aren't you a pureblood too? Aren't you affected by my comments? I don't take offense to it because I find most of it meaningless, and I wouldn't have become the head boy if I was so biased against the rest of the student population in Hogwarts, would I have? Loki's eyes sparkled, so he immediately asked, You're the head boy. Do I get special privileges since you're taking care of me? Haha. No, don't expect me to be partial with you. Now off you go, you've got to get up early tomorrow to match my schedule. See you. Dominic said and began walking towards the men's dormitory, but he paused and turned back. Oh, and the men's dormitory is this way, while the women's is that way. Don't attempt to ever sneak in there, you'll get stung by quite the nasty curses, and then the women will wake up while you're curling on the ground and screaming to curse you even more. Oddly specific, but okay. How will I find my dormitory? The door will have your nameplate on it. Dominic simply said and waved his hands as he walked away into the darkness of the dungeons. With Dominic gone, the common room had become empty and Loki collapsed onto a sofa. Tracing his finger around the whistle on his wrist, Loki pulled it up and blew into it, causing Sunny to appear in front of him, exiting from the spirit world. You cute little fella, how are you? Loki asked, squishing the chubby Niffler's cheeks. Squeak squeak. Oh. You've gotten close to completing your potion digestion already? Loki asked with surprise, since he was still just 51% of the way there. Although the stunt at the train where he stole money from children had given him 1 extra percent, it still was nowhere near completion. Then we need to get you your next potion ingredient so that you can have your next potion immediately once you're done with this one. Loki said with a smile, happy that he at least had one little friend who would always have his back for him. Loki examined the common room a little, observing the bust of Salazar Slytherin in the room and finding it a little ugly. Did they change the bust to make him look ugly? Loki wondered. Since the higher the sequence the more charm a person has, and given how they were the most powerful witches and wizards of their times, shouldn't the Hogwarts founders look prettier? And wasn't there a reason to believe physical forms of gods caused them to lose control? Is that why his face looks so deformed? Someone schemed to make him lose control and kill him. Is he even dead? With the Niffler on his shoulder, Loki walked through the aisles and reached a door with a golden nameplate on it that read, Loki. Finally, a room to rest in for the day. Walking into the room and shutting it behind himself, Loki found the emerald-themed room to his liking. There was a luxurious bed, his trunk at its foot, a dresser, and a bathroom attached to the room through a door. The room felt just the right amount of grand and gave Loki a sense of peace that he'd been missing throughout the day. Carefully checking that the door had been locked behind him, Loki pushed his trunk in front of it to make sure that no one would get in without waking him up. Although there might be protections that do not allow one person to enter another person's room, it's best that I take precautions and don't let myself become an easy target. Who knows what might happen otherwise? Pulling out the two-way mirror from his trunk, Loki looked at the sleeping Elaine, who was on its other end, and whispered, "Good night, Elaine." With one last look around the room that had been lit magically and was now darkening, Loki collapsed into the bed with the Niffler, who was going to stay awake for a while and make sure to digest his potion further. Good night, Sunny. Squeak. And Loki was out like a light. Chapter 58, Jedi. Knock knock. A sharp rapping on the door woke Loki up from his dreamless slumber, causing him to flip around on the bed at odd angles. Why is someone waking me up when it's so dark? The lights in the room began to emerge in a soft glow, giving the room a cool color. Loki, wake up. It's time to leave. Loki awoke with a start as he realized it was Dominic who was speaking on the outside. Coming. Loki shouted and quickly ran into the washroom, undressing at record speed before jumping into the shower. Taking a quick shower that only lasted a few minutes, Loki stepped out of the shower naked and opened his trunk to pick out clothes. Oh. Now I can't express myself properly since I have to wear a uniform. How bland. Loki pulled on the shirt, pants, and vest that he had to wear, donning the robes after it and stuffing his wand into the back pocket of his pants. Won't it break if I sit on it or fall down and land on my butt? Loki. Hearing the shout, Loki snapped out of his thoughts, picked a satchel that was filled with his books as his bag, and then pushed aside the trunk that was blocking the door. Once done, he gave himself one last appraising look in the mirror and opened the door. I'm here, Dominic. Loki shouted and then said, "Stop screaming." Good. Dominic said, and without any delay started walking out of the dormitory. Do we have to leave this early? Loki asked with unwillingness in his steps. Early? It's 6 in the morning, for God's sake. Classes start in 2 hours and I need to finish my summer homework. It's late, damn you. You need to do your homework. Aren't you the head boy? Why didn't you finish your homework earlier? Bah. It's homework. It's meant to be finished a few minutes before the deadline, I say. Loki snorted and pulled himself to match Dominic's pace as they stepped into the common room. There were a few older students diligently studying here and there. Fewer glared at Loki when he stepped into the room, but seeing Dominic there no one said a word. Exiting the rather silent common room, Loki followed Dominic as they began to crawl through the dungeons. But then Loki suddenly shouted, "Wait! Can we go back? I forgot my pocket watch." Dominic only ignored him and continued walking, so Loki gave up and followed after him. "You're free to go around wherever," Dominic said, seeing Loki still following him after they stepped out of the Medusa-themed door. "Where are you going?" Loki asked, trying to figure out what to do. "The library. Want to come with? But you'll have to stay away and not disturb me." "Sure. I got nothing better to do anyway," Loki said and followed Dominic up a shortcut through the floors to the 3rd floor. Cuff, damn, these stairs, why are there so many? Loki cursed as he held his hands on his knees, causing Dominic to wait impatiently for him while tapping his legs. "Come on," Dominic urged, and Loki looked at him with exhaustion. "How are you not tired at all?" Loki asked with confusion, and Dominic smirked. "Hee, a little thing called the levitation charm. Apply it to your clothes just enough and you'll end up a lot lighter." "Damn. That's one good use of it. How did I not think of that?" "'Cause you're dumb," Dominic plainly stated and started walking, which Loki followed. Once they arrived at the library, Dominic greeted Madame Irma Pants with a soft smile, which she followed. "Only you'd be dedicated enough to come to the library so early, Dominic." "Oh please ma'am, I'm much worse than you who are here every day even before me." Loki stuffed back the urge to cringe and managed to maintain a soft smile throughout, although if one paid attention it was twitching wildly. "Who have you brought along with yourself?" Madame Pants asked and guessed. "Your family." "No ma'am, he's from Slytherin, just upset the wrong bunch and now needs to be protected." "I see. I don't want trouble to follow you into the library, all right. These books here are a heritage that needs to be protected and taken care of." Madame Pants warned Loki with narrowed eyes, and he immediately nodded. "Don't worry ma'am, I'm sure Dominic will show me the ropes around here." "Good." Madame Pants nodded and went back to doing her work, which was keeping track of the books in the library in some sort of ancient register. Selecting a desk in the corner that Dominic seemed to prefer, he said, "We'll meet here after we select our books. The deeper into the library you go, the more esoteric the books are. Some of them are only dissertations on unproved theories, so do take them with a grain of salt." "Understood." Loki nodded and went on his way to search for an interesting book to read. "Well, I called me only a nerd, but here I am reading books in the library before or not," Loki thought, spotting a certain bushy, dirty, blonde-haired girl near Madame Pants' seat. Seemingly noticing a gaze on her, Hermione turned around and spotted Loki looking at her, and after a little bit of confusion broke into a wide smile. "Loki," Hermione whispered excitedly after moving to Loki at breakneck speed. "You're here to read books too?" "Haha, yeah," Loki said dryly. "Oh. Already found someone to spend your life with, Loki?" a voice from behind him teased. "Oh God, Dominic, not this. I'm 11 for God's sake," Loki reasoned. "What are you two talking about?" Hermione asked, putting on a small pout, unhappy at being left out of the conversation. "Nothing," Loki quickly covered with a wave of his hand, using his Jedi powers to change the topic of the conversation. "What are you doing here?" Loki asked Hermione. "Reading extra material for our classes, of course." "Oh. Rarely find a first year that's serious about their studies." "Good for you," Dominic said and went to sit down in his chair, cracking a book open and taking notes on a parchment. "Who's he?" Hermione asked with suspicion. "The head boy," Loki dryly responded. "Oh. Why are you following him then? I hope you're not in any trouble." "Trouble? Of course not, it's just that after the stunt I pulled off in the Great Hall yesterday there might be a threat to my life, so I'm being protected. I even have detentions with all the professors for the rest of the year." "Oh no. Are you going to be all right?" Hermione asked, worried that her first friend was in trouble. "And why were you so rude to them anyway? You should have known better." I felt like it. I didn't like that prat anyway, he and his dad left a poor impression on me in Madame Malkin's store. But I would also have to warn you, don't linger around me too much in public, or they might make you a target to hurt me too. And that might include your loved ones too. Loki warned. I understand, Hermione reluctantly agreed since she considered Loki her first friend, yet she was forced to stay away from him. See you later then, Loki said with a nod and went along his way, exploring the library for something interesting to read. As time passed, Loki scoured the library, looking at books that ranged from the basics of magical theory to advanced tips and tricks in silent spellcasting, but he couldn't find a single book that would sustain his interest for longer than a page. In the end, Loki wandered too far into the dissertation section where most books were written in ancient languages and needed to be translated. There, after randomly walking around, Loki stumbled on a book that he thought he needed the most. A Newbie's Practical Guide to Occlumency. Why is this here? All the way in the dissertation section. The book was written in the runic language and Loki found it rather difficult to translate, but the book appealed to him, more than just because of its topic, it appealed to him in a spiritual sense. He felt a certain sense of familiarity with it as if it were calling him. Is this a book related to Beyonders? But why? Now that I think about it, why is this the only book on the subject of occlumency in this entire library? Shouldn't it be a priority to protect your minds against mind Jedi? Chapter 59, Ancient Runes. To cover the first book he'd gotten, Loki picked up a different book to read in the library. This book also interested him and felt like it was a normal book that he could show to others. With the book on occlumency stuffed neatly inside his satchel under all the other books, Loki moved to where Dominic was sitting and began to read the second book. Oh. Ancient Runes for Alchemists. Why did you get that book? Dominic asked with surprise on his face. Because I saw that all the spells in the textbooks followed patterns that look a lot like the runes in this book. You have a keen eye, ask me if you don't understand anything and I might be able to help. Dominic extended a helping hand. After their short conversation, silence fell back into the library, disturbed only by the students occasionally pouring into the library to find reference books to finish their summer homework that hadn't been completed, along with the rhythmic scratching of quills on parchments. Loki's eyes in the beginning sought out Hermione, wondering if he'd hurt the little witch by asking her to stay away from him, but as he read further into the book, he became completely absorbed in it. Alchemy is the art of mimicking charms by etching its basic components into different treated materials that can be activated by pouring in the required amount of spirituality. An alchemist is a master of both potions and charms work, since in simple words, alchemy is the art of breaking down and translating magic into rune work so that anyone with a little spirituality, irrespective of skill, can manifest the effects of the charm. This has also caused some alchemists to call the items produced in this way charms. Potions are used to extend the life of the various materials so that the alchemical item can be reused multiple times. The book then delved into various alchemical examples, from a simple device to wake you up in the morning to complex devices like the one that could give you magical vision and the ability to see through objects. So spirit vision, but a little inferior. But if there's an item that can give people spirit vision, that means there's also a charm to do so. As Loki flipped through the pages for the special vision item, he felt that the potions used were a little complicated for him to understand, but then as he studied the ingredients in the potion of an item that could allow you to see through darkness, his eyes widened as something clicked in his mind. Spleen of a vampire bat is the main ingredient of this potion. Where have I heard this before? This potion uses the main ingredients of the sleepless potion of the darkness pathway. Loki. You done? Dominic suddenly asked. Is it time to leave already? Yeah, it's 7:30 already, you need to eat breakfast too before classes. Oh. Loki looked reluctant to part ways with the alchemy book, but Dominic reminded him, you can check out the book if you want to read it. Though I don't doubt some of those potion recipes are going to go above your head. I can check this book out. Loki asked in surprise. I thought they wouldn't allow me to take away such ancient books. Yeah, let's go. It's getting late. Checking out the book with a warning from Madame Pants that she'd do whatever happens to the book to him, Loki wordlessly took one book over the counter and one hidden inside his bag that no one bothered to check. Arriving at the Great Hall, Loki looked at the teachers' tables and spotted very few teachers at the tables so early in the morning. There's only the giant man, Professor McGonagall, a half-goblin teacher, and a teacher whose name I don't know, who appears to be in her 40s. Where's Dumbledore? Did he run away from work again? Leaving all his responsibilities to the underpaid staff. Sitting beside Dominic on the Slytherin table in the Great Hall, Loki could feel the pointed stares of all the students at the table, but he shrugged them off without a sound. He didn't even open his mouth when Draco said, "Enjoying your detention, Mudblood?" Draco tried several other insults to get Loki to pay attention to him, but Loki remained silent, imagining that Draco was the demon that ate you once you spoke to it. But it seemed like saying nothing still offended him, since he said afterwards, "My father will hear about this." "Here's your timetable," Dominic said, handing Loki a slip of paper taken out of his pocket. "Potions. First class." "Seriously?" Loki voiced his concern. "Why? Don't like Professor Snape?" Dominic asked with a raised eyebrow. "No, I just think it is going to be uncharacteristic of him to speak so many words. It'll be hilarious." Dominic snorted into his sandwich and ignored Loki for the rest of the breakfast lest he choke on his food. "I assume you'll find your way to the classroom in the dungeons?" Dominic asked. "Of course I will, I know where his office is, had my first detention with him yesterday." "Good. Then I will leave you to it. I have a class with Professor McGonagall." "Cool." Loki left the table along with Dominic, and when they split their ways, Loki pulled out his wand and cast the levitation charm on his clothes and satchel, and suddenly felt like a great burden had been taken off his shoulders. "God, this feels good," praised Dominic. "But won't it be better if I get used to walking around with the weights first? So that I can grow my muscles along with my magical capabilities?" But I have my potion for that. I'm sure I'll eventually gain super strength from some potion on the way." Wingardium Leviosa for the win. With his robes bellowing behind him, Loki began walking, but then he suddenly stopped. "Oh my god. Is this how Professor Snape makes his robes float behind him? Ha! I've discovered a secret that is worth 100 points on its own. Ha ha. I wonder what his reaction will be once I show him that I can do it too." Loki walked into the dungeons and navigated into the potions classroom. With no one else in the room, Loki found himself a spot in the center of the room behind a desk and sat down there. "It looks no different in the day than it did in the night," Loki noted. "I need to figure out a way to digest my potion faster," Loki thought as he closed his eyes to relax a little. "Why are the tables in this classroom so wide and long though? Is it because each student will have their own cauldrons to cook potions in? But aren't there too few tables for that? Pairs. But who will I partner with? I doubt any Slytherin wants to partner with me. I'm sure he'll figure something out for me." Loki nodded, his confidence rising a few levels thanks to Snape. Loki watched as a fearful boy came stumbling into the classroom, and when he moved past Loki, he spotted a small slip of paper hanging out of his pockets. Loki pulled out the paper without alerting the boy and looked at what was written on it, since his intuition said it was moderately valuable. "Well, I know what to steal now. But the trouble is, how do I profit from it?" Loki thought as he slipped back the piece of paper into the boy's pocket. Chapter 60, A Small Disaster. As the classroom filled and the clock ticked to 8, Snape entered the classroom, gliding soundlessly like a bat as he arrived in front of the room and stood in silence. Picking up the register on the desk, Snape started the roll call. Snape's eyes scanned the students for the corresponding names as they raised their hands in silence, since an unreadable aura emanated from him that made them all remain silent, even Loki, since he could see Snape was in a bad mood for some reason. "Ah, yes. Harry Potter," Snape hissed, and the gloomy aura around him grew darker. "Our new celebrity." Draco and his gang snickered behind their tables, almost making enough noise to disrupt the aura Snape was carrying, but Snape didn't bother with them. Ignoring Harry Potter after displaying clear hatred for him, Snape carried on. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making. As there is little foolish wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even stop her death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." All throughout Snape's speech, there was an annoying scratching sound produced by Loki, who was taking notes, but people ignored it in favor of paying attention to Snape's words that had entranced them. "Potter," Snape suddenly exclaimed, seemingly remembering his enmity with him. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Everyone could clearly see Potter was mighty confused. He looked around for help from his friends, but not even his closest, the redhead, Ron Weasley, could help him out. "I don't know, sir," Harry said with worry. Snape's lips curled into a sneer as he clicked his tongue, clearly pretending to be disappointed, and said, "Fame clearly isn't everything." Snape did everything while Hermione's hand was still in the air, vibrating like a toothbrush. Loki was worried it would fall off with how vigorously she was shaking it. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "I don't know, sir." What's the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? I don't know, sir, but Hermione seems to know. Why don't you ask her about it? Snape growled at Hermione and shouted, "Sit down, girl," and then turned to Harry and said, "Adding powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood would get you a powerful sleeping potion, known as the Draught of Living Death. You would find a bezoar in the stomach of a goat, and monkshood and wolfsbane are the same plant, aconite." There was silence in the classroom except for the constant scratching sound that had been accompanying the class since the beginning. "Well, why aren't you writing it down like Loki is?" Snape growled at the class, and everyone looked at Loki, who was writing everything Snape had said down, finding the source of the annoying noise in class. Loki yawned and continued writing down his notes, but was surprised that everyone was suddenly looking at him. What happened? Why is everyone looking at me suddenly? But Loki ignored them and went back to playing tic-tac-toe by himself. Snape stood in front of the class and dictated notes that everyone but Loki was writing down. "Come on, Loki. Although it is dark, you can't sleep. Come on, Loki, you can do it. Stay awake. If you sleep, you're going to get beaten." Loki drizzled in and out of sleep as he heard and tuned out Snape's words. Each potion is a conversation in itself. A talk between you and the cauldron in front of you. Making potion cures boils. Potion works by collecting waste, sending it out. Porcupine quills are added to puncture holes into the boils to excess. Add porcupine quills after heat. Result, pink smoking liquid. Finally, Snape slammed his book shut and placed it inside the cupboard under his desk, causing Loki to wake up. "Oh. We're done." Loki looked around trying to see if everyone was leaving, but seeing no one doing anything, he became confused and looked at Snape. Seeing Snape waving his wand in front of the board and revealing a recipe on it, Loki became even more confused. "Sit in pairs and find yourselves cauldrons and ingredients. I want this potion done before the end of class." People moved through the tables, and everyone in Slytherin avoided Loki's table because he was an outcast, while everyone in Gryffindor avoided his table because he was a Slytherin. Except in the end, when Loki returned from picking out good ingredients and a cauldron for himself, he found Hermione standing in front of his table. "Mione. What are you doing here?" Loki whispered. "No one in Gryffindor wants to pair up with me," Hermione said with sadness in her voice. "Ah, my cutesy Mione. Don't worry, you can pair up with this great hero. HMPF. I'm not your cutesy Mione." All right. Loki calmed the angry Hermione down and revealed his ingredients to her, making her shocked. "How did you get all the best ingredients?" "Hee, I may or may not have taken them from the people who picked them before me." Gasp *, so you stole it. Hermione whispered, worried about it as she shifted her eyes to look at everyone in the room to see if anyone noticed anything wrong. "No, it was more like they donated it to me unknowingly." "And how does it matter? Don't you want to make a perfect potion anyway? If Professor Snape finds out, he's going to scold you." If, keyword being if. So don't worry. Working together with Hermione, Loki set up their workstation and began adding the right ingredients at the right times. He was responsible for the cauldron while Hermione was responsible for preparing the ingredients. They worked seamlessly, but then Loki asked a question hurriedly, "Mione, do we add porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the heat or after?" "After. That's what Professor Snape said while he was explaining the potion." "Damn. Then jump, Mione. Jump." Loki shouted, getting the attention of a lot of students and Snape, who was pointing out how Malfoy's potion was close to something he'd toss into the garbage. Hermione instantly listened to Loki and jumped up onto her stool, which Loki followed. Following their jump was a loud boom that rattled all the workstations and caused a few people's cauldrons to slip from their tables and fall into the fire, spreading the potion in them everywhere. "What happened?" Hermione asked amidst the smoke and smell of burnt wood. "That tense guy, was his name Neville? He put porcupine quills into the potion without removing the cauldron from the fire." "Oh no." Snape waved his wand and caused all the smoke and smell to fly out of the room, revealing a teary boy with boils all over his face and arms, and another with black smoke painted on his face and robes, and his body filled with boils. The potion that had leaked onto the floors was eating away at it, along with making holes into the shoes of all the students who were still standing with their feet on the floor. Everyone looked at Snape with bated breath, since he looked positively furious. Everyone could see he was one small squeak away from bursting, and remained silent so as not to attract his attention to skip the wrath and fury that was going to be directed at them at its end. Chapter 61, Pudding. It had been 15 minutes since Neville Longbottom had caused his cauldron to dissolve and spill the failed potion inside it. Snape did a little, foolish wand waving, and caused the potion to vanish into thin air along with the cauldron, all while glaring at Neville and his partner Seamus. "Why did you step on your stool, Mr. Loki?" Snape asked Loki a pointed question, but he did not take his eyes off Neville. "Because you said potions are like the conversations, sir. And using the wrong words at the wrong time without understanding can lead to disastrous results. So why did you step on the stool?" Porcupine quills are added to the potion so that when the potion is consumed it can poke the boils and create an exit for the fluid in them so that they can be flushed away by the body. Loki stopped a little to see if he was wrong about something and then continued speaking when he found Snape not correcting him. But when the porcupine quills are added while the potion is being heated, they reacted aggressively and punctured a hole through the cauldron. There was a soft silence that captured the classroom for a second, after which Snape said in a whisper that everyone heard. 20 points from Gryffindor for being dunderheads, 20 points to Slytherin for paying attention to the class. The students from Gryffindor glared at Snape almost immediately while the Slytherin students immediately smirked. But suddenly, since they couldn't take their anger out on Snape, the Gryffindor students turned to look at Neville and Seamus, who shivered on the spot. "Class dismissed," Snape said with clear anger in his tone, but everyone was more than grateful for the early leave. "Goodbye, Mione." Loki whispered into her ear and began to move away, "Not before leaving behind thanks, I had fun in this class. See you." "Damn, I miss my pocket watch now. I should have remembered to take it from my other dress. I could have gone around the castle if I had enough time. And how do I even go to the next class? Do the other students know?" Thankfully, since there was not long before their second class would begin, everyone opted to go toward their next class. Soon Loki found the largest group moving and began to follow them as he ended up in a class that stunk of garlic. What in the world? Loki cursed, and he was not the only one. Students entered the class with their eyes watering as the garlic stung their eyes and cursed whatever was the cause for it 7 generations back. Amidst the growing dissatisfaction among the students, a thin man wearing a purple turban entered the room, the smell of garlic growing worse with it. Loki stared at the men with an angry expression, but he stayed seated. Hello IIIMMM Quirinus SS Quirrell. Loki's hand immediately shot into the air. Yes. What is up with the garlic, Professor? IIT is for a VAMMPR. I met TTT in the Albanian FOR arrest. The class fell into stunned silence, everyone thinking, what does an Albanian vampire have with you wearing a turban filled with garlic in Hogwarts? Isn't Hogwarts the safest place in the world? Or is that just a hoax? As the class continued and Quirrell began to teach, students did their best to ignore the smell of garlic and his stuttering mess of sentences, trying to piece things together to glean at least a little bit of knowledge. What am I doing here? I could be digesting the potion instead. Yes. That's the best thing to do. Loki suddenly stood up in between the class and ignored the confused stares from everyone, including Hermione, as he moved towards the door. Thank you, Professor, but I think I'll be all right by myself. Loki nodded and left the classroom under everyone's stunned gaze. WH, Student lock, low, Loki. Quirrell shouted for Loki, but Loki didn't respond and was on his merry way. Now where do I go? Loki wondered before moving around to set his plan in motion. I have the passwords from Gryffindor and Slytherin, I have to find them for Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Well, let's visit them for now and see how they are locked. Then I can work it all out. Catching a 5th-year Hufflepuff moving towards the dungeons, Loki followed him, and since he was a Slytherin, he didn't attract much attention towards himself when he followed the boy towards the dungeons. Following the boy for a bit, Loki noticed him stop in front of a painting in the dungeons. And then to his shock, the boy reached out and tickled the pear in the painting and caused it to turn into a doorknob. The boy pulled open the painting like a door and walked into it. Is that the entrance to the Hufflepuff dorm room? But isn't that way too easy? Loki waited a little bit to see if he should copy the trick and enter the common room, but he wisely chose not to do so since he didn't know how many Hufflepuffs were inside the room. A little while later, the boy returned with food in his hands and began walking deeper into the dungeons, and Loki promptly followed. Was that not the Hufflepuff common room entrance? And where is he going with all that food anyway? A party or something? Following the boy, Loki saw him arrive in front of barrels and kick them rhythmically with his boots, causing the lid of the other barrels to open, allowing him inside. Is this the common room entrance? Loki wondered silently. Although not as cool as the Slytherin entrance, it is still cool. But then what was that other entrance? A secret food stash. Memorizing the rhythmic pattern that the boy knocked the barrels with, Loki began to walk toward the painting that he had previously seen. But what he saw there confused him. Why is a student from Gryffindor entering the secret stash area? A pair of students, most likely twins given how they looked exactly the same, entered behind the painting. Loki waited for a while, and when they returned with food, Loki grew a little confused. Can I go too? If there's anyone inside, I'll tell them that I saw a student trying it and followed them in. Loki moved to the painting, stretched his arm out, he tickled the pair on the painting, which giggled a little and transformed into a handle, creeping Loki out a little but still making him laugh. Funny. Loki laughed and then looked, holding the handle, calmly opened the door and looked inside. There was pin-drop silence for a few seconds as everyone inside the room turned to look at him with their wide droopy eyes that covered most of their faces and possibly heads. House elves. What are so many house elves doing here? Loki panicked a little, worried that something was going to happen to him, but then the elves ran up to him and began shouting over each other, all asking the same question. What does Master want us to do for him? A pie, perhaps? Loki heard one elf shout. Pumpkin juice. Another elf shouted. Is this a kitchen? Loki wondered, and then he glanced behind the crowd of elves that had gathered around him. Huh. Now that I think about it, this place looks remarkably similar to the Great Hall in setting. There were 4 tables arranged in a lengthwise fashion, creating a setting similar to the Great Hall, upon which were several dishes that looked very appetizing. Seeing that he was getting drowned in a situation that closely resembled the beginnings of an elf stampede, Loki calmed himself and shouted, deciding to deal with them as he did with Creature. Wait. Anything sweet will do. Maybe pudding. Loki shouted, and all the elves became silent for a moment before they broke into a mad scramble to bring Loki the item he requested. Chapter 62, This book belongs to M. Loki stepped out of the kitchen holding a bunch of food that was neatly packed in containers. By the end he'd gotten finger fries, puddings, and a sweet lemonade to go along with everything. Sipping on his lemonade, Loki walked along the corridors of the dungeon, whistling softly to the tune of some catchy song from his past life as he stepped into the courtyard. The sun was bright and the weather was calm, leading Loki to conclude, It was good that I left the class, this weather isn't something one can miss. Jumping on his way to the lake, Loki found himself resting under a tree, making it an impromptu picnic spot where he finished his pudding while reading the book on occlumency that he picked up in the library. Loki. What are you doing here? A snappy voice asked him as he was rudely pulled out of his reading zone. Huh? Who? Oh. My no. Rude. Huh? What do you mean? Hermione sat down beside Loki and slammed her bag on his shoulder. Rude. You were very rude to Professor Quirrell. He was being rude by wasting my time in the first place. Loki argued back. Like I said, rude. Hermione hit Loki again using her bag, but Loki ignored her, in favor of grabbing a bit of his favorite jam pudding. Did you learn anything in the first place? Loki asked her since she was being so angry about it. Yes. We learnt about how hinkypunks lure travelers away from the paths around them. Seriously. Well, he just read the book, but we did learn something. Look, Mione, I know you don't like to disrespect teachers, but that man, he doesn't deserve the position of a teacher. I don't even know how he was selected to be a part of the staff. A soft silence lingered between them, and Hermione huffed and sat down next to Loki. She stole a couple of pudding spoonfuls and chewed down on her food like a chipmunk. And you've been here for too long. Go away. I don't want people turning to attack you just to get at me. Hermione glared at Loki and then said, I don't care. I'm not here for you. I'm here to look at the lake, and it just so happens that I chose a spot next to you. Mione, look, I know you're hard-headed about certain things, but this is a risk you shouldn't take. What if those stuck-up nobles try and do something to your family? Wouldn't want that now, would we? So go. I'm sure you can hang out around me starting next year. Don't worry about it, I'll figure something out. Hermione glared at Loki and then stood up with a huff. I'm not doing this because you told me to. I'm just leaving because I no longer want to look at the lake. Hee hee. Yes, I understand. With Hermione leaving, Loki went back to reading his book and continued reading through to see how he could get started on learning occlumency. Alright, let's try. This book belongs to M, were the first words written in exquisite handwriting in the book. Michael Jackson. No, that's MJ. At the request of my teachers, I am writing this book to help add to the valuable collection of books that the Hogwarts Library has. This will be my contribution to the wizarding world that works to combine both the Beyonder world and the magical world. This book is a translation of the knowledge and insights that I gained walking the spectator pathway for the last few decades of my life. It has been a difficult pathway to walk upon after shifting to it so suddenly, but I guess this suits me the best. Anyway, the explanations start from the next page. The body of heart and mind is the second fragile shell around the spiritual body that encompasses all the conscious and subconscious thoughts, likes and dislikes of a person and their personality. The theory behind a shield for the body of heart and mind is to draw runes on it using spirituality. This protects it while the runes are actively drawn on it. The next step, however, is to then turn the active process of drawing runes into an image that can be pushed into the subconscious so that they always exist passively and protect the mind from harm without the person needing to be conscious. The first step, however, is to come in contact with the body of heart and mind. This might be easy for those on pathways that can interact with the mind, like the spectator pathway for example, and it would be harder for those paths that do not have any interaction with the body of heart and mind, like the Twilight Giant pathway. The method to access the body of heart and mind is to use cogitation for an extended period of time to look at oneself. This accustoms your vision and opens you up to the possibility to see beyond just the spirit. So I just have to enter cogitation. Doesn't the error pathway interact with the thoughts of other people by usurping them? And didn't someone in the original story use an artifact made out of the Beyonder characteristics of the error pathway to steal knowledge from another person to learn an entirely new language? So it should be easy for me to access the body of heart and mind. Correct. Let's give it a try. Loki closed his eyes, relaxed himself and entered cogitation. But even after a few minutes when his glabella started to twitch and spasm, Loki had not succeeded. Damn. My head hurts. Loki clutched his head in pain and lay down on the grass for a few minutes. After the pain passed, Loki looked at the black lake and thought of something. I have to set a sign to enter spirit vision anyway. Why don't I do it now? Should I do it like Klein said it to tapping my glabella twice? No, that always felt a little too overt for me. How about rubbing my thumb with my index finger thrice in a circular fashion? Entering cogitation, Loki repeatedly hinted to himself that moving his index finger over his thumb in a clockwise fashion would activate his spirit vision. After a while of repeated trial and error, Loki found himself easily able to enter his spirit vision just by rubbing his index finger on his thumb. This was easy. Let's hope that it is just as easy to get in contact with my body of heart and mind. With one last glance at the lake, Loki stood up and walked back toward the castle. It was time for lunch after all, and even though Loki had eaten already, he was still a little hungry. People say the desert is stored in a different place in the stomach for a reason. Chapter 63, Charms. Waiting in front of Snape's office, Loki knocked on the door as he was inside the dungeons. Having spent all day trying to get in contact with his body of heart and mind, Loki was tired and he decided he did not have any great skill in occlumency. Useless book. Loki exclaimed inside his mind as he cursed at the book. Why am I even trying to protect my mind through occlumency? Shouldn't there already be an item in the Black family basement that can protect my mind from someone else? Come in. A soft voice spoke from inside Snape's office, which was no doubt a little angry and a little tired, but Loki opened the door fearlessly. Good evening, Professor Snape. I hope I'm on time for my detention. I forgot to bring my pocket watch along with me this morning and haven't been able to get to it since. Loki said with a friendly smile on his face like he had known Snape for decades. Your familiarity in conversation with the professors is unneeded, Mr. Loki. No, Professor, don't worry, I only do it to you. Since you've been the best professor. At least for now. Loki mumbled the last part, but it was clear enough. I heard what happened today, Mr. Loki. Care to explain yourself? About what? Did you figure out I was sleeping in class or playing tic-tac-toe with myself while you were teaching? Loki mumbled. Snap. Snape snapped the book he was reading shut as he glared at Loki. I'm talking about Professor Quirrell. Snape spelt out slowly. Ah. Loki had a look of realization immediately followed by a show of dread. I said a bit too much, didn't I? Being alone for most of your life does that to you. I apologize, Professor Snape. But didn't I make a perfect potion in class today, so please excuse me. Snape's eyes hardened as he looked at Loki like a lamb ready for slaughter but held back by clenching fists, and he said, Your time in detention increases from today, Mr. Loki. I'd rather spend longer with any of the other professors than the garlic-headed men. Loki complained spontaneously, Look, I don't understand half the things he says, and then there's that abominable stench that turns my eyes watery. But I could have borne all that if not for the fact that he isn't good at teaching at all. And how would you know that? You weren't in the classroom when he did. Hermione told me, oh, a student from Gryffindor. She became friends with me on the train. She told me he just read the textbook during class. As soon as Loki finished his sentence, he found Snape looking at him with an indiscernible expression, as if he'd just done something incomprehensible and pitying. What? Can't I make friends from other houses, Professor? Loki asked, but Snape's expression didn't change. Oh, if you're worried about other people attacking her, don't be. I told her not to come close to me in public until things are sorted out on my end. Seeing Snape's expression still stuck at what felt like someone had gutted him, Loki became silent. Did I say something wrong? After a few minutes of silence, Snape cracked open the spine of the book he was reading and emotionlessly said to Loki, continue sorting the ingredients. Which Loki promptly got to doing. After another night of toiling away at ingredients while learning about them occasionally, Loki finished his detention and ended up in the Slytherin common room where Dominic was waiting for him. Dominic was playing with a beautiful silver locket around his neck. It looked like it was carved out of something ancient and felt weighty. Thank you as always, Dominic. Loki nodded gratefully while Dominic just waved it away with a casual expression. Nothing to thank me about, I'm just doing my job. That's a nice locket, where did you get it from? Loki asked as they walked to their rooms. Family heirloom. Mum gave it to me before she passed away, said Grandpa gave it to her before he did. Huh, I see. Good night, Dominic. Good night, Loki. Loki worked on his occlumency skill for a little while longer before he slept for the night, but nothing seemed to happen. He decided he would wait until he was at a sequence that gave him the ability to come in contact with IHS body of heart and mind to begin his hard work in forming a mental defense. I'm sure some item will let me protect my mind until then in the Black family treasury. I just have to remember to check when I go back for summer. Or I could just ask Creature for it. Waking early the next morning, this time before Dominic knocked on his door with the help of Sunny the Niffler, Loki got dressed perfectly and even took his pocket watch and fixed it inside his robe so he wouldn't be late for anything today. Loki found himself in front of the Charms classroom after a light breakfast and ended up seating himself in one of the higher chairs that were around the podium in the center. Hello, students. I'm going to be your Charms professor for this year and hopefully for as long as you will spend learning at Hogwarts. Flitwick's short stature did not surprise Loki after having noticed it during his feasting in the Great Hall, but his surprisingly cheerful attitude did. He's so eager to teach. Loki smiled gladly at finally having found a teacher who was eager to do his job. Hopefully, he's as good as he's eager. Flitwick took attendance by standing on a short stool to raise his height, but he also tumbled down when he came to Harry's name on the list, yet it did not diminish Loki's expectations for the class. If Professor Snape can give Harry special attention and still teach so well, I'm sure someone as eager as Professor Flitwick can. Alright, class. Today we will begin with learning the Lumos spell. Can anyone tell me what the Lumos spell is? Several hands shot up in the air, but Loki was the fastest, so the half-goblin professor picked him first. It is a charm that lets us use our spirituality to create a small ball of light at the tips of our wands. Loki explained. 5 points to Slytherin because that was a perfect answer, Mr. Loki. Now that Mr. Loki has explained to us what the charm does, can someone else tell me how the charm works? What wand movements does it use? This time he picked on Hermione, who looked at Loki competitively, and she explained. Sir, the Lumos charm is activated upon performing a full circle using the wand with the intent of creating a ball of light. Perfect answer, Miss Granger. 5 points for Gryffindor. Now that we know how to perform the spell, everyone can try once we begin. Please remember, as Miss Granger said, the charm will only be a success if you have the intent to create a ball of light. Focus on creating the image of a ball of light while twirling your wand to trace a circle and it should work fine. How did Walburga eliminate the need for a wand movement when she performed the shield charm? Loki wondered and thought if he should ask Professor Flitwick about it, but thought otherwise. I better experiment with it myself first. I want to see if I can figure it out on my own without external help. With a nod from the professor, everyone began to start practicing the spell, but most students only had the tips of their wands flicker with nothing concrete at its end. It was only Hermione, Loki, and Malfoy that managed to complete the spell in a single try. I see that you have achieved the spell. 10 points to Slytherin and 5 points to Gryffindor. Professor Flitwick clapped. If you would help your colleagues, I will add to your houses another 5 points, he exclaimed, and set both Remino and Malfoy to teach and explain to their seatmates and those around them about the spell. Since Loki had nothing to do, as everyone was still avoiding him like a plague, he began to play around with the spell. What happens if I only do half the wand movement and have the clear thought of producing only half the light? Will that work? Loki wondered and gave it a try. And to his surprise, the light at the end of his wand was invisible to him but visible clearly to everyone else, since they were all looking at him and he could see the deep shadows it cast. How did that happen? If it was so easy, how did it never happen all the other times I tried this spell while learning it? And what about when the other students tried it out, what then? Loki felt stumped. How did this happen? I see you've begun to modify the charm, Mr. Loki. A perfect demonstration of how intent shapes magic. A perfect use of the Lumos spell to create a spotlight. 10 points to Slytherin. Loki instantly smiled with some pride. But please don't try it with anything else. It might be dangerous. Professor Flitwick warned strictly, but Loki was already giddy and thinking something else after hearing the first part. Intent. So as long as I think something else while modifying the charm, it'll work. But then what about all the runes and things? Who knew it was so easy to modify a spell? Could it be? Could it be that I am a genius at charms? And while Loki was absorbed in his imagination, the time quickly passed and the class finally came to an end, with Hermione jealous that Loki had done something before her. Later she walked past Loki in the corridor, leaving behind a faint whisper, "Wait for me next time. I'll beat you to it," causing Loki to chuckle as he replied, "I'm not going to let you steal my genius in charms," confusing her, and walked away. Chapter 64, Magical Inhibition. Loki wanted to skip the History of Magic class too, since Professor Binns just read from the book, but the stories that Professor Binns narrated captured Loki's imagination. All the historical stories behind the discovery of spells made him want to discover spells on his own. The idea made him feel remarkably free, as if he was a bird soaring in the skies. Wouldn't it be a thing worthy of bragging about? That you discovered a new spell that everyone uses. Has the irresponsible headmaster discovered any new spells? Loki wondered. Surely he has, otherwise wouldn't that make me better than him? Seeing the story that Professor Binns was reading was about the Lumos charm, Loki began to pay close attention to it. The Lumos charm was discovered by a witch named Lavina Monk Stanley. She first publicly used the spell in the Ministry of Magic in 1772 to look for a quill in a dark and dusty corner. When prompted to learn how she discovered the charm, she said it happened accidentally and that she did it while she was playing with her toddler. She was drawing circles in the air with her wand to distract her baby Lumina, but when she randomly imagined a ball of light appearing at the tip of her wand, it magically appeared. Wah! Loki exclaimed silently, although it didn't matter much since nearly everyone else was asleep. What do you think, Mione? Loki asked the only other student who was awake. I will find a charm like this too, Hermione stated with a competitive spirit. I hope you share it with me when you do, Mione, Loki said excitedly. He was going to try and discover a charm himself today, he reasoned. Once the classes for the day finished, Loki spent the rest of the evening having fun lying around after completing his homework, a foot-long parchment on the Lumos and the Nox charms and a parchment on the cure for Boyle's potion. Once it was time for detention, he moved through the corridors and ended up in the dungeons, where he was about to knock on the door to Snape's office, but someone suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder, startling him. Loki immediately turned around with his wand in his hand, ready to put up whatever resistance he could and bury the image of his attacker in his mind so that even if he lost he could have the last laugh by snitching on their identity to Snape. He even primed his spirituality to be expelled for a delayed magic attack should he get knocked out. But all his preparations were unneeded. Professor Snape? Loki asked, confused. Are you threatening violence, Mr. Loki? Snape asked sternly. Haha, Professor Snape. Of course, you don't have to worry about anything. I was just doing a little foolish wand waving. Your detention today is with Professor Flitwick. Oh, That's nice. I was getting bored sorting ingredients too anyway. Loki nodded. Follow me, Loki, Snape said in an insufferable tone. Loki happily walked with Snape and followed him to the Ravenclaw Tower, where Flitwick's office was. Knock knock. With a sharp rap on the door, Snape stood outside waiting for Professor Flitwick to give permission to enter, and he did not have to wait long. You may come in. Loki heard Professor Flitwick's high-pitched voice and instantly became excited himself. Snape opened the door and allowed Loki to come into full view. Ah. Mr. Loki. I was waiting for you. Thank you, Professor Snape. Flitwick jumped down from his high chair and came out to the front of his table. Snape just nodded wordlessly and walked away. You're here, Mr. Loki. Flitwick greeted Loki with a handshake. I'm glad to be in detention with you, Professor. Loki smiled proudly. Haha, that's not a thing I ever thought I would hear a student say, Mr. Loki. What can I say, Professor? I am full of surprises. Loki bragged. Haha, it is good that you have a lot of confidence, Mr. Loki. I'm sure it'll help you with magic. Do you have any questions before we begin your detention, Mr. Loki? Flitwick asked. Ah. Yes. I have just the question for this occasion, Professor. Fire away. I was wondering after Professor Binns's class today about wizards and witches discovering new magic. I wanted to know, apart from the accidental discoveries like in the case of the Lumos charm, how do wizards go about discovering new magic? Oh. What a coincidence. Do you know why I asked your detention be shifted to me today, Mr. Loki? Ah. You had a purpose. Loki asked, surprised since he hadn't expected such a thing. Well, I did, and it was to not let you experiment with magic, Mr. Loki. Oh. But why? Because, for example, what you might not have heard during class are the failures of other wizards and witches who wanted to discover new magics on their own. Ah. Failures. Yes. For example, the wand lighting charm, Lumos, if you turn the wand movement from a circle into an infinity and your intention is not fully crystallized, the tip of your wand explodes. Asterisk gasp asterisk. Also, if you've read about the levitation charm, which I have no doubt you have since your steps are very silent, if the wand movement is changed from an N to an M with a little wrong intention, it causes the person's bones to break. Huh, what? Loki was startled. Is this why Walburga had me practice all the spell movements with a random stick when I didn't have a wand? What I mean, Mr. Loki, is that it is difficult to discover a charm on the first time unless, of course, you have a large amount of luck on your side. But why did nothing happen to the students in class? We were all practicing things freely, weren't we? I'm sure other students weren't perfect while they tried casting the charms. A good point raised and noted. Do you know what the qualification for becoming a teacher in the wizarding world, at least in Hogwarts, is, Mr. Loki? You must have graduated with distinction in your chosen subject. Haha. Yes, although that is true, there is a more secret reason, and that reason is our sensitivity to magic. Sensitivity to magic? Yes, sensitivity to magic. All the teachers in the wizarding world are masters of their subjects but are also sensitive to magic, which means that before anything wrong can happen they can arrive in time to stop it. I see. So you were interrupting students who would cause themselves harm. Yes, although embarrassingly Mr. Seamus from your class blew himself up in spite of that today. And is that why you didn't stop me? Because you knew I wouldn't blow myself up. Precisely the reason. But also precisely why I've called for you to explain to you that it is dangerous to experiment with magic without having appropriate sensitivity or supervision from one that does. Is there no other way? There is one other way, but it is quite complicated and is a method that many do not find appealing. It is through arithmancy. Math. Does that help? But then how does one gain such sensitivity that they can skip all the math? Loki asked immediately. Although I cannot answer that question at this time since it involves a few secrets, I can say that there are ways to become closer to magic that are beyond your present means. Huh. Is he talking about beyonders? Are all teachers in the magical world beyonders? There is another way to experiment with magic, and that is ancient runes, but I don't think you are ready for them right now, so please don't experiment with magic without direct supervision, Mr. Loki. I understand. Loki said, but then realized something and spoke quickly. Professor. What happened? Flitwick asked. Professor, you must also inform Hermione about this. She is competitive and also wanted to discover new charms with me. Miss Granger. Yes. I see. Do not worry, Mr. Loki. I will inform her about it as soon as possible tomorrow. Oh, thank you. Now let us move on to your detention, Mr. Loki. Detention. Haha, I had another reason to call you today, Mr. Loki. I need you to help me tally mistakes and grade everyone's papers tonight since I need to return them by tomorrow. How I'm sworn to carry your burdens, Professor. Chapter 65, A Peacock Prank. It was Wednesday, and that meant it was a new day. Loki dressed himself up and walked with Dominic to the library, where he spent the first few hours studying ancient runes, learning the various patterns and connecting them together to make all the first-year spells he knew. It was very much like learning a new language, and Loki knew that the more he tried to use it, the more quickly he would learn. So he spent some of the time in the library carving out runes onto tree barks he had picked up earlier during the week by the Great Lake. Once Dominic was done, Loki followed him to the Great Hall for breakfast. Stepping into the hall, Loki scanned around the Great Hall casually, but his eyes immediately noticed something strange. Why are there robes hanging in the air? Loki wondered as he stared at the robes of a few Slytherin students in the Great Hall eating breakfast. They look like strange peacocks with their robes stretched in the air like a fan. Well, it suits Malfoy, so I'm not gonna complain about it. Well done, friends from a different mother. You can be proud of what you've accomplished. Not again. Loki heard Dominic whisper. You know what happened? Loki asked back. Well, it's the twins, they've pranked the Slytherin house again. Twins? Twins who? The redheads from Gryffindor. Look at their table, you'll see them, giddy. Loki's head immediately snapped to the Gryffindor table, and he did indeed see two redhead twins laughing along with their group of friends while pointing at the Slytherin table. Loki sat down beside Dominic as usual and put down food on his plate for the breakfast, but before he could begin eating, he saw Dominic hold his hands and stop him while using his wand with his other hand to tap his plate. Loki didn't see his wand moving, and so he became confused about what sort of spell Dominic had cast. Huh? What was that for? Loki asked. You don't know what you're eating. It is possible that the twins poisoned everyone's food, which is why those who ate certain dishes on the table have their robes floating. How did you guess that? Loki asked, bewildered, picking up a spoonful of scrambled eggs to stuff into his mouth. They couldn't have cast a spell on the students because they would have gotten noticed, and so the only other option that remains is using potions. But wouldn't they have noticed them spiking their food? They would have normally, but they probably bribed the elves with something to do it for them. Dominic said, exasperated. They've done this before? Yeah, they generally pull of something like this at least once every semester. I see. The Slytherins looked at Loki with jealousy, seeing him have scrambled eggs without having his robes lifted, but no one dared to say anything because Dominic was sitting right by his side. After the meal, while Loki and Dominic were going to go their own separate ways to attend their own classes, Loki stopped him to ask him a question. What was that spell, by the way? I want to learn it so that I can use it too, in case someone decides to poison me. Haha, no one will poison you. But it is good to learn helpful spells like this. I learnt this from Madame Pomfrey, the Medi-Witch at Hogwarts. It's called the Purification spell, and it banishes any impurities in whatever you cast it on. Look for it in the library, it should be pretty easy to find. Ask Madame Pants. Thanks. With his curiosity sated, Loki moved towards the dungeons where his first class of the day was, potions. But as he left, he spotted Malfoy taunting Harry Potter, the Weasley kid, and some other droopy boy while holding some sort of glass ball. Professor Snape began where they had left off last time with the cure for Boyle's potion, as he began dissecting each ingredient and explaining how each ingredient enhanced the potion or was used as a dampener to absorb the effects of other ingredients that were too powerful so that it would be fit for human consumption. He also reiterated the point about porcupine quills Loki made last time, allowing students to understand the dangers of absent-mindedly brewing a potion. Snape even spent an appropriate amount of time looking at Loki and making sure he wasn't playing tic-tac-toe again or doing something worse. After his potions class finished, Loki moved with the large group of students to the greenhouses where his first herbology class was going to be conducted. Professor Sprout was a cheerful and enthusiastic teacher with an endless amount of passion for anything plants and related. They learnt about lavender in class. It was not only an easy plant to learn about since it was not magical, but it had a special use which Professor Sprout explained. Lavender, apart from smelling good, has one very important use in herbology, which is why you will find it in all the greenhouses in the school. Can anyone tell me what it is? Hermione's hand shot up in the air, but Professor Sprout chose Neville Longbottom, who had nervously raised his hand. It isn't an insect repellent. 5 points for Gryffindor. What Mr. Longbottom has said is correct. It is a simple insect repellent, and because it is non-magical, most other plants do not have any problems with it being in their vicinity. After the explanation, they learned how to move the lavender plant from one pot to another and even learned about all the stages of the plant and its entire life cycle, including which stage of the plant was the best for use in the greenhouse. Loki enjoyed the class since it wasn't a boring lecture but a practical event where they had to get their hands dirty. Soon it was time for lunch, and instead of students all around being droopy or sleepy, for the first time during lunch, Loki found most students excited for their next class. The flying lessons. It was here that Loki heard Malfoy brag about his skills with a broom. I flew my broom as fast as a helicopter. Oh, you don't know what a helicopter is? It is an iron dragon that the Muggles made. I was so close to it that it could have snapped my broom off and devoured me, but I skillfully dodged it and led it into a narrow canyon where it crashed and died. Everyone from the wizarding world who did not know what a helicopter was admired him and his story, while the muggles and even the half-bloods were looking at him either with scorn or barely able to contain their laughter. After lunch, Loki found himself in the Transfiguration courtyard where the flying classes were going to be conducted under the special guidance of Madame Hooch. Madame Hooch was an eagle-eyed woman with short white hair that gave her the appearance of a stern tomboyish character, making the students in the courtyard automatically listen to her. Her stiff posture and no-nonsense attitude made them all the more afraid of angering her. "Now step beside your brooms." Madame Hooch shouted, causing all the students to take a step forward and step beside the brooms that were arranged orderly in the courtyard. I can't wait to get started flying. Chapter 66, Advanced Spellcasting. Now when I say ready, you'll all place your hands above your brooms and shout up. Expend a little bit of your spirituality and stand stiff. Loki along with the other students nodded and waited for Madame Hooch's go-ahead. Ready. Madame Hooch shouted, causing all students to raise their hands above their brooms and shout, up. Loki's broom shot into his hand with force enough to hurt him, causing him to wonder if the broom was an excited little puppy, making him worry if there was something wrong with it. Loki noticed a few more people around the courtyard, all mostly purebloods or half-bloods, had the same thing happen to them. But he kept his expression neutral to the pain he experienced. Why did it hurt me so much? And why are only all the purebloods and half-bloods the ones who succeeded in getting the broom on the first try? Is there something of substance to their pureblood theory? But I'm not a pureblood, maybe I'm a half-blood. But I never saw my father. I doubt any wizard would have been roaming the back streets of London and bet a woman who was a drug addict. Then does it have something to do with Beyonders? Are those kids Beyonders too? Arg, I'm very uninformed of the matters regarding Beyonders in this world. Should I start the tarot club after all? But I've got nothing of substance to offer about this world. If I did start one, I'll probably seem more like a mendicant than a god. Maybe I'll send a letter to Creature to see if the Black family has any books about it. I doubt there are any though, since Walburga said that no mysticism knowledge was ever written down in books because it was dangerous at the higher levels. And from the books I remember reading, they were all about the various noble families and their pathways, nothing I don't already know more about. Maybe the Hogwarts library has something about it. I doubt it though. Mount your brooms. Madame Hooch's voice interrupted Loki's machinations as he pushed his leg over the broom and sat on it comfortably. Is there an invisible magical cushion on this thing? How is it so comfortable to sit on? Still amazed by his cushion, Loki did not notice the commotion around him as Neville rose up involuntarily. And as he rose, Neville passed by Loki and out of fear, held onto Loki for his dear life. Wow, what the heck? Loki tried to pry off Neville's hands, but the boy's iron grip was a little too strong for Loki to do anything about. Getting dragged into the air by Neville was not a sensation that Loki liked, so he pulled out his wand and did the next best thing that came to his mind. Wingardium Leviosa. Loki chanted, aiming his wand at Neville's clothes with a flick and swish, causing him to become light as a feather so that Loki could drag him back to the ground on his own broom after instinctively controlling it to descend to the floor. As soon as Loki landed, he freed himself from Neville's clutches, but it seemed like fear had not left Neville yet, since as soon as he landed on the ground, he fainted and collapsed. The students immediately crowded around Loki and Neville, with Madame Hooch pushing herself through them and arriving in front of Loki. 5 points to Slytherin for using your head. But 5 points from Slytherin for not paying attention to the class and your surroundings. Madame Hooch complimented and then pulled out her own wand, causing Neville to levitate behind her as she addressed the class. I want all students to behave themselves and stay put and off of their brooms for the next few minutes before I come back from the hospital wing. But seeing that the students were still holding onto their brooms, she added, if I find even a single one of you in the air while I am gone, I will make sure you don't get any flying privileges for the rest of the year. The students shuddered a little and quickly dropped their brooms as Madame Hooch nodded and went off with the unconscious floating Neville to the hospital wing. Look what I got, Malfoy said as soon as Madame Hooch left along with Neville. It's that fool's ball that he got from his dearie grandma. Give it to me, Malfoy. Harry Potter said, standing up to Malfoy. And what are you going to do if I don't? Wiggle on your broom like Longbottom, Potter. Malfoy teased, flying up on his broom. You asked for this, Malfoy. Harry said and got onto his own broom, and before any of the students could say anything, Harry and Malfoy got into a chase with each other, Malfoy moving at high speeds through the courtyard while Harry closely followed him. And when Malfoy saw that Harry was flying on his tail, he tossed the Remembrall far away into the distance so that no one would ever find it again. But Harry dove closer to his broom, eliminating some air resistance and making himself more streamlined as he pushed his broom to the fastest speed he could before catching the Remembrel in a fanatic dive where he stopped right in front of a window. Flying back to the center of the courtyard where everyone was waiting, Harry revealed the Remembrel much to the amusement of Loki and all the other students who were cheering for him as they all booed Malfoy, causing the Slytherin in the courtyard to look at him with distaste. But before anyone could celebrate anything, Professor McGonagall stepped into the courtyard and walked towards the group of students with a red face full of what appeared to be anger. Never in all my time at Hogwarts dash. Professor McGonagall, it was dash. Be quiet, Mrs. Patil. But Professor, it was Malfoy dash. Ron began, but he was ruthlessly silenced by McGonagall's stare. Follow me, Mr. Potter. McGonagall ordered, much to Malfoy's amusement, and walked away with Harry following in tow. I will be informing Professor Snape about your stunt too, Mr. Malfoy. Once Madame Hooch returned and learned about what had happened during her time away, she was furious. 20 points from Slytherin. And 10 points from Gryffindor. Walking in the cool corridors of the castle, Loki moved to the library where he went straight to Madame Pants. Madame Pants, could you tell me where I can find books to learn the purification charm? What are you going to do with it? Learn it. It won't be possible for a first year to learn such a complicated charm. Madame Pants directly denied helping. Please, Madame Pants, maybe I can try my best. Madame Pants gave Loki an exasperated look and then pointed at a bookshelf a little away from her desk. Go there and you'll find the book on the 5th shelf from the bottom. Remember, I'm only doing this because you're close to Dominic, so if you do anything to anger me, I will take away your library privileges. Yes, ma'am. Loki walked around the library searching not only for the book on the purification spell but also for anything related to rituals or mysticism, but he found none. With the book on purification spell found, Loki marched to the shelf to pick it up, and once he did, he sat down in a corner in the library and began to read it. Ah, now I see why it is considered a complicated charm. I should have known. The purification charm required one to manipulate the shape of their spirituality after it was expelled from the wand into a complex geometric figure, and only then would the charm activate. Technically, if I'm fast enough, I can draw the shape by swinging my wand around, but I'll more likely than not make a mistake while drawing the invisible figure in air and also not be fast enough to do so before it dissipates. Damn, Madame Pants was right, this charm is not for me. But I can still start training myself to perform such charms, right? Stuffing the book back into its place, Loki moved to Madame Pants to ask her another question. You're back, boy? Madame Pants asked with a victory smile. Yes, ma'am, you were right, and I was wondering if you could tell me how I could learn to manipulate my spirituality outside my body. Go to the shelf where the books for the 4th year are kept. You can find books about that topic in the charms section. Thank you, ma'am. Loki said with a polite nod and left. Advanced spell casting. Here I come. Chapter 67, Stargazing. Finding a book that would teach him the basics of advanced spellcasting, a book that was literally titled, Advanced Spellcasting, Loki sat down in the corner of the library to see if there were any exercises in the book that would help him with finer control over his spirituality. After a little bit of page flipping, Loki found himself a page with an exercise written on it that beginners could try. Place a paper flat onto the desk, and use your spirituality to burn a specific geometrical pattern into the paper without letting it catch fire or damaging it in any way. Huh. Is this hard? Loki wondered, since several rituals required one to rub their spirituality to light up a candle before they began. Loki pulled out a parchment from his bag and was about to begin testing the method when a piece of chalk flew through the aisles of the library and hit him on the head. Ouch. Who did that? Loki questioned, but then he saw that there was a note attached to the piece of chalk. Pulling out the note, Loki began to read it out loud. Do not practice the method of improving control over your spirituality inside the library. Get out. Loki immediately looked in Madame Pants's direction and found her glaring at him, so he immediately understood what needed to be done and placed the book back on the shelf before exiting the library under Madame Pants's scrutinizing gaze. Once outside, Loki moved to his favorite spot under a tree at the edge of the Black Lake, where he began to try and burn a geometric pattern into the paper without letting it catch on fire. Soon time passed. This is hard. Using more of his spirituality to rub the paper would cause the paper to tear, while using very little of his spirituality would do nothing to the paper. And if he used a medium amount, the paper would set itself on fire. There was clearly a fine amount of spirituality that needed to be used, but Loki was unable to figure it out easily. Loki spent the next few hours practicing, and as sweat collected over his brows until he finally did figure out the fine amount of spirituality needed to make a burn mark on the paper, but it still took a lot of effort and focus on his part to do such a thing. As the sun began to set in the evening, Loki washed his face with the cold water from the Black Lake and set off for the Great Hall to have dinner and then go to detention. His detention today was back in Professor Snape's hands. Eating a quick dinner, Loki skipped on his way to the dungeons and then knocked on the door to Professor Snape's office. Enter. Good evening, Professor Snape. Snape did not reply or lift his head to acknowledge Loki's presence in any way. He kept reading the book on his table with interest and left Loki to do his work. Moving to the barrel in the corner of the room, Loki began to roll it to the table on which he was working, and once there he pulled out his own copy of On 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Phil Spore, and got to sorting the ingredients. Can I take some of these ingredients for my own potions? Loki wondered as he mindlessly sorted the ingredients by checking about them in the book. Professor, can I take some of these ingredients for my own potion sometimes? Loki asked Snape his random thought. Has Professor Flitwick not taught you that it is dangerous to experiment with magic? Snape asked. Does that apply to potions too? Loki asked. Yes. Unless you're a dunderhead, you should be able to figure out why experimenting with potions is bad for you. Is it because of the fumes that are released while making a potion? They can easily enter the body and cause harm. The art of potion making is something that has existed even longer than the art of magic. I do not expect you to comprehend the traps and intricacies of potion making when you still know only as much as a troll. I understand, Professor. Loki nodded as if he wasn't just insulted and went back to silently sorting the ingredients. Now that I think about it, is it dangerous for me to consume potions that have ingredients in it that are not a part of the error pathway, since it could lead me to madness if I consume potions with ingredients from a different pathway? Too bad I can't ask anyone about it right now. I could learn about it if I set up the Tarot Club. But how do I set up a Smurf account for myself in the Tarot Club? I only gain illusion abilities in the next pathway, and even those I think are limited to light, not sound. I'll see what I can do. I'll ask Creature, he probably knows about it. Once he was done with detention, Loki did not directly go to his room in the dungeons. Instead, today he had to attend a class at midnight, the astronomy class that was the highest room in the astronomy tower. Once inside the astronomy class, Loki chose a secluded corner to listen to the class, since he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't fall asleep during class. But his worries were for naught, since as soon as the professor stepped into the room, she asked everyone to shut their textbooks for the night. Today we will be observing the moon and the stars. Professor Sinistra said calmly, but with a hint of joy in her tone. The moon. Loki thought, alarmed. Is that all right to do? Each pair of students was then set up near a window, with Hermione and Loki pairing up once again, along with a telescope that looked out of the window into the heavens. Astronomy is a crucial part of magic because the heavens have a profound effect on how it functions. On the full moon days, magic might obtain a quality of completeness that you might need in your potions, while during new moons magic might obtain a quality of emptiness that you might need for a ritual like the Animagus ritual. As such, each phase of the moon and the night skies has a particular quality that we all need to be aware of to do whatever they wish to do without troubles of natural obstacles. As Professor Sinistra blabbered on, Loki sank deeper into his strange thoughts. Is the entire wizarding world already corrupted by her? Or maybe she hasn't gotten to the moon in this world yet. Maybe someone stopped her. There wasn't anything about her in the Black Manor library, but I doubt anyone would have written about it anyway. Even Walburga herself probably didn't know much about her. So do I look at the moon or not? But Loki took the risk and looked at the moon through his telescope, since his spirit vision had not caught any signs of corruption in Professor Sinistra. And I'm sure people would be behaving a lot more wildly if the entire society was corrupted by her. Wouldn't she have gotten her spheroid if everyone was corrupted too? And after nothing happened to him, Loki relaxed. At least simply observing the moon will not corrupt me. Like looking at it, it is probably safe to use the moon's influence to make a potion, as Professor Sinistra explained earlier. It's good to know that. Yawn. I guess I can sleep. Stop sleeping, Loki. Hermione whispered into Loki's ear as she pinched his sides. Or not. Chapter 68, Embarrassed. Finishing the astronomy class after looking at the various stars and constellations, Loki along with the remaining sleepy students trotted off to their rooms, with Loki bidding Dominic a quick good night. The next day Loki woke up lazily only after Dominic knocked on his door, yet he was happy and excited for the day, since his first class was Charms and his second one was a class he was excited to attend, Transfiguration. Charms' class was not too exciting, however, since students only practiced the Lumos and Nox charms while Loki spent his time reading a book on arithmancy which Professor Flitwick had handed over to him so that he could experiment safely with his spells. This is a little complicated. Arithmancy is a branch of spell work that depends on mathematics to predict the result or the outcome of a particular ritual or a spell. This book on arithmancy ignores the aspects of ritualistic magic and is prepared for experimenting with spell work. Loki read a little more and soon he was lost in the world of numbers and their significance in magic. For example, the number 1 was associated with sanctity and purity while the number 0 was associated with darkness and secrecy. This single piece of information had confused Loki quite a bit because he remembered using 100 drops of rose oil and 100 drops of pure distilled water in the sleepless potion that Sunny had taken. Was it 100 because the number is made up of ones and zeros, or is it unrelated? The symbolism matched up since 1 was something divine while 0 was darkness, but Loki was left a little confused if his extrapolations were right since he couldn't just ask Professor Flitwick about his doubts. Slowly as Loki read through the book, he found himself at a point where he understood how his spotlight spell worked. Making only half a circle with his wand was a representation of the fraction 1/2, which meant that the ritual that originally had one full circle that represented sanctity and purity before was now divided by 2, which represented two-facedness or polarity, meaning the spell was literally acting in 2 ways, one side had light and the other side didn't. This combined with the imagery that Loki was projecting using his intent allowed the spotlight spell to be successfully executed. The charms classroom had ended and Loki had to unwillingly part with the book which Professor Flitwick promised to hand over to Loki if he kept attending his classes in spite of how boring they might be. "Oh please Professor Flitwick, how could your classes ever be boring? And aren't I a model student who listens to everything you teach? So come on, don't worry about it. I will be here. Especially for that book." "Haha, that's great, I was worried you'd end up leaving my class like you did with Professor Quirrell's." Loki ducked in embarrassment and after bidding a short goodbye he marched towards the Transfiguration class. Upon entering the class, Loki spotted a black tabby cat sitting orderly on the bench. It had shiny fur and smelt good, so he went to pet it. Loki moved slowly so as to not startle the cat that he found was looking at him intelligently. "Is the cat smirking?" "Nah, how can a cat smirk?" Walking up to the cat, Loki tried to pet it, but the cat enjoyed smacking his hand away if its swinging tail was any indication. "Oh, who's a good kitty? Aren't you a good kitty?" Loki cooed, and much to the amusement of everyone present in the class as he tried to get the cat to allow him to pet it. Students soon gathered around Loki and the cat since they all wanted to pet her, including Hermione who was standing the closest to him. "Loki, you shouldn't touch other people's pets," Hermione chided in barely above a whisper. "But look at her. She's such a cute kitty cat. I'm in love with her. Shame on her owner to let her get lost in the classes. How could anyone leave such a cute cat alone?" Loki whispered back. The bell rang, and Loki found himself reluctantly moving back to his seat when the cat that was on the professor's desk didn't want to come to his desk with him. He tried his best, but the cat seemed to not want to move anywhere else since it swatted away his hand when he tried. Sitting in their seats, everyone patiently waited for Professor McGonagall, who seemed to be running late. Suddenly there was a slight disturbance in the room and the door to the class opened with Ron and Harry walking into the class. "Oh. Good for us. Professor McGonagall is not here," Ron exclaimed. "Quickly, let's get to our seats," Harry said, pulling Ron along. Just as the students began to talk to each other after Ron and Harry's disturbance, the cat on the table jumped. And under the stunned gazes of all the students, especially Loki who was flabbergasted, they found the cat transformed into a human being. Specifically, it transformed into Professor McGonagall. "You are late, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley. Perhaps if I turn one of you into a pocket watch you will remember to be on time." "Professor, we got lost dash. Go to your seats now, or do you need me to transform one of you into a map to find them?" McGonagall interrupted Ron. Once Harry and Ron were seated, McGonagall turned toward everyone and spoke in a strict manner, completely different from how she was as a cat. But Loki could swear he could see a little smirk at the end of her lips. "Good afternoon, I am Minerva McGonagall and I will be your professor for Transfiguration for the next year and if you are good enough for the remaining 6 years as well." Transfiguration is a strict branch of magic that delves deeply into the complexities of what is and what is not. It is the only branch of magic that allows you to change things directly into your imagination. Hence, given that our imaginations have no bounds, experimenting in and out of class will not be appreciated. And anyone caught experimenting without any supervision of either me or any other teacher will be kicked out of this class. Believe me when I say you will be kicked out, because you will. You can ask your seniors if you think this is a joke. Any questions? McGonagall asked, but everyone was still recovering from their embarrassment of treating the black tabby cat from before so kindly. Yet one hand shot up in the air amidst all the embarrassment. Yes, Mr. Loki. McGonagall asked with a smirk on her face. Professor. What was that? How did you become that cute kitty cat? Are you a cat girl? Loki asked shamelessly. How can I not ask such a question? Perhaps there is the rare race of cat girls on an island far away just waiting to be pet. I can't help but imagine such a scene. No, Mr. Loki, I'm not a cat girl, though I would love to become a girl because my old bones sometimes trouble me. What I just did was employ one of the advanced forms of human transfiguration called an animagus. Animagus? Loki asked with confusion. Yes, it is a ritual that allows a human to take the form of their contracted spirit creature, in my case a black cat. Can anyone do it? Yes, anyone can do it, but it is not recommended you try until you are sure you've attained some mastery over transfiguration and also in potion making, McGonagall explained. This involves potions. Then is it something to do with the Beyonder world? Perhaps it is a modified potion from a different sequence that allows Beyonders to shift their body into different creatures. Does that answer your question, Mr. Loki? McGonagall asked with a soft smile. Yes, ma'am. Loki nodded, but before he could sit down, McGonagall sought to embarrass him further. Maybe you won't leave my class if I allow you to pet me once you are successful in classwork, Mr. Loki. Loki went red but ignored McGonagall's comment and sat down in his seat silently under the judging stares of everyone in class. Are all the teachers working to embarrass me to attend Professor Quirrell's classes? Well, it's working all right. Chapter 69, A Sweet Old Lady. Transfiguration is as much an art as it is magic. The ability to transfigure things from their basic components into something else at the price of using up some of your spirituality to hold the change is called transfiguration. Diagrams popped up on the blackboard behind McGonagall as she continued to explain the process of transfiguration. There is only one way to achieve transfiguration, and that depends on a fundamental equation, az2 plus vc2 equals w, where a is the mass of the object, v is the viscousness, z is the rate your spirituality accumulates, c represents your concentration where 1 indicates full concentration and 0 is none, and w is 1 power. Ideally the variable, your concentration, must be at its peak to produce the most perfect transformation, while the rate at which your spirituality accumulates must be one magical moment. The equation when plotted with their respective values and using 1 as the value for everything else gives us a horizontal semicircle since your concentration cannot be negative. A semicircle-like cap appeared on the blackboard magically, and once it was done, McGonagall turned towards everyone and asked a simple question. Does anyone know the wand movement to undo a transfiguration? Hermione's hand shot through the air, but this time even Loki raised his hand up with a little confusion. But McGonagall chose Hermione to answer because she raised her hand first. The wand movement to undo a transfiguration is a half semicircle in the form of the letter U, Professor. 5 points to Gryffindor because you are right, Miss Granger, McGonagall said with a smile, but Loki's hand was still in the air, so she with raised eyebrows asked Loki to speak. What is it, Mr. Loki? Gryffindor has already gained the points. I'm not going to give you points even if you know the answer. Ah. No, I wasn't worried about points, but I have a doubt. And what will that be? I wanted to know if there is any relation of these half circles to the meanings attached to the half circles in arithmancy. You've read up on arithmancy, Mr. Loki. Only a little bit, Professor. Since the question is beyond the scope of this class, I will not answer it right now, but why don't we take this up today during our detention? All right. Loki nodded and sat back down while McGonagall continued the lesson. Soon it was time to put everything they learnt into practice, and so McGonagall levitated matchsticks to each student sitting in the room. Your task is to transfigure this matchstick into a needle. The relevant information about the constants involved are on the board. You may begin. With McGonagall's permission, everyone began to make a half circle like a cap with their wands while expelling spirituality with calculated precision and imagining the outcome. It took a while, but by the end of class, Loki's matchstick slowly gained a silver sheen and became pointy on one end, causing McGonagall, who was walking around class, to award him 5 points. This seemed to have fired up Hermione because immediately after she transfigured her match into a needle look-alike and gained 5 points for her house too. But Loki noticed something strange during the class. Why is it easier to transfigure now than at the beginning? I'm sure my concentration hasn't improved in such a short interval, so why is it easier? That will be all for today. Undo the transfigurations on your matches by doing a half circle and saying the word, Reprofarge. McGonagall interrupted Loki's thoughts by reminding everyone of the end of class. A stream of reparage was heard all throughout the room and everyone's needles became normal matches once again, which McGonagall collected. With the end of the Transfiguration class, there were no new classes to attend and Loki went back to the Black Lake to practice manipulating his spirituality outside his body by making geometric patterns on paper. He did till it was 7 when he had dinner and left to go to McGonagall's office after asking Dominic for its location. "You have detention with Professor McGonagall?" Dominic asked, surprised. "Ah. Is there something I should know?" "Well, it's just that Professor McGonagall usually never takes detentions. At least I've never seen her do so." "Ah. Well, maybe I'm just special like that." "Surely you jest. You're just jealous." "Haha, sure. Arriving outside McGonagall's office, Loki knocked on the door twice in sharp intervals and waited patiently for a voice from inside to give him permission to enter. "Come in." An aged voice that still held its edge sounded from inside as Loki entered the room by peeking in a little at first, and after he saw McGonagall looking at him amusedly he entered fully. "Professor," Loki said with a soft bow. "You're here early. I thought Professor Snape wanted you first." "He did?" Loki asked, confused. "Oh, don't tell me you didn't inform him that you were coming here." "Well, I might have forgotten," Loki said with slightly red ears. *I**, don't worry, I will let him know." McGonagall quickly penned a note and swung her wand for an ethereal white mist to pour out of it, which transformed into a tabby cat that was looking at her expectantly. Handing the letter over to the cat, McGonagall nodded and the cat slipped out from under the door. "What was that? A spirit or something?" Loki mumbled. "No, it was a way to summon your contracted spirit called the Patronus spell. Don't worry about it. It is an advanced charm that uses happy emotions to call upon your contracted spirit to defend you from a few dark creatures." "Dark creatures? Like boggarts?" "Haha, no, not boggarts, I meant dementors. Though they're both immortal, of the unkillable sort." "Oh. My wand is made out of the bone of a dementor," Loki said, showing off his wand that was a pointy white bone. "Is it?" McGonagall asked, a little shocked. "Yes, well, that is what Mr. Ollivander said when Professor Snape took me to get a wand." "I see. I did not know about that. Did Ollivander give you any warnings while using the wand?" "No, he didn't. All I learnt was that the wand was made with unicorn hair as the core and the bone of a dementor as the body." "That is a strange combination, Mr. Loki." "I know. I really should study up on dementors and unicorns. It is probably bad if other people know more about my wand than me." "Well, this is just a time as any to start our detention, Mr. Loki." "Oh. Sure. What are we learning about first?" "The question I had in class about arithmancy." "Or something else?" McGonagall smirked and said, "We will learn about those, but only at the end of your detention. For now, I am a little busy because I've been swamped by work due to the new year, so you will help me grade a few summer homework submissions from the students." "Arg, not you too. Professor Flitwick already made me do this and it was boring." "Don't you want to know the answer to your question, Mr. Loki?" Seeing Loki not respond but look at her with a soft accusing glare, McGonagall laughed and said, "Then I suggest you to get to work quick." "Fine." Loki nodded and began helping McGonagall grade papers. After nearly a couple of hours, when McGonagall deemed that all the papers were graded perfectly, she spoke up. "Thank you, Mr. Loki. You've been very helpful." "Oh please, all I've done is add a few numbers and written up the result. You should get a calculator for this, it'll help you better." "I've heard about it, but unfortunately Hogwarts spirituality interferes with the workings of electronic devices." "Hogwarts spirituality? The castle is alive?" Loki asked, a little shocked. McGonagall's eyes widened as if she only just realized the slip of her tongue, but she relaxed and said in a kind tone, "Well, it isn't a secret since you'd learn about it if you browsed through the library for books on Hogwarts herself, but yes, the castle is alive, at least it seems to be, since no one has ever been able to speak to her." "I see," Loki said with sparkling eyes. "Haha, I wish I could share your enthusiasm, but I've already given up on speaking with Hogwarts herself. Perhaps one of you students, maybe even you, might speak to her. Now off you go, trot back to the dungeon you crawled out of." "You've still not answered the question I asked in class today, Professor." "Oh yes, your question. The answer is yes, the half-circles do have a relation to arithmancy. Every transfiguration is only complete when it is untransfigured." "What do you mean?" "The two half-circles that are used in transfiguration are two halves of one whole, meaning that transfiguring causes our spirituality to be used up. This used-up spirituality becomes the source of energy that holds the changes in the object and prevents it from reverting. It makes it tense like a stretched elastic band. Seeing Loki was following her so far, McGonagall continued. But undoing the transfiguration releases the spirituality and sets the object into its original state, like the release of a spring. Is not reverting it to its original form wrong? Loki asked, confused. Not exactly wrong, but here, wait a second and cooperate with me, McGonagall said, pulling out her wand and tapping Loki's hand. In a swirl of colors, Loki immediately transformed into a white cat that was sitting on the chair. Meow, the cat screamed. Haha, yes, I know it is strange, but hold on. Can you see how you feel? Isn't it strange and uncomfortable? McGonagall asked, and the cat looked at itself and then calmed down a bit. Once done analyzing his new body, Loki nodded. It does feel strange. Like I've been stuffed with cotton. Or like I'm a balloon that's been stuffed with air to the brim. Any more and I'll explode. Once Loki nodded, McGonagall tapped his head with her wand once again and caused him to reappear seated on his chair. That was uncomfortable, Professor, Loki complained, but McGonagall didn't mind as she continued to teach. And that is exactly the point, transfiguring an object into something else makes its structure tense. Leaving it in such tension for a prolonged period of time will make it weak and fragile. So it is not advised to transfigure things for a long time or even repeatedly. Oh, so that's why dash. Yes, that is precisely why you found it easier to transform the needle towards the end of the class, because your repeated attempts at transfiguring it weakened its structure. I see. Loki nodded in understanding. Thank you, Professor. No problem, off you go now. As Loki walked back to the dungeons, he had a single thought on his mind: Professor McGonagall's so sweet outside class. Chapter 70, Marauders. After Loki ended his detention with McGonagall, he roamed the castle for a bit, looking out the windows to see the beautiful night view. And as he explored the castle, he found himself in the Ravenclaw Tower in front of the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room. Is this a secret room of some sort? Loki wondered as he looked at the metallic owl whose eyes were following him as he shifted around. Slowly he picked up the knocker that was held by the owl's beak and knocked on the door using it. The owl on the door looked down on Loki and asked in a surprisingly wise tone, I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive in the mountains. What am I? An echo. Loki answered after some thought. The owl suddenly grew inanimate and the door to the room behind it opened. Ah! Is this the Ravenclaw common room? Loki said, wondering as he stepped around the room, noticing the blue and silver decorations with the picture of several previous Ravenclaw students above the fireplace and a small library with a beautiful collection of books on another side. Luckily there was no one inside, or Loki felt like he would have been chased out with a broomstick. But isn't this too easy? Having a riddle as the password. Can't just about anyone enter then? Loki wondered, but quickly walked by himself towards the dungeons. And on his way back he found himself hearing faint whispers that were floating about the corridors. Are these the ravings of a mad outer god? Loki wondered as he strained his ears to listen to every bit of the whispers. This spot. No, this spot, Snape, here. Snape. Did Professor Snape get stuck doing dealings with an outer god? Walking towards the whispers, Loki finally noticed its source, which was clearly not an outer god whispering sweet secret knowledge to him, but two redheads. It was the Weasley twins. What are you doing here? Loki boldly asked the Gryffindors. Both the brothers turned to look at Loki, trying their best to hide something that was in their hands by using the darkness to their advantage. Too bad for them, Loki had night vision. I can see you're hiding something, but what are you doing? Don't worry, I've been called a lot of things, but a snitch ain't one. Loki said with a smirk as he walked closer to the twins. Gret, did you hear that? We have a curiosical firstie on our hands. A Slytherin on top of that, Forge. What do you say? Do we trust him, brother? He said he's not a snitch, my dearest brother. He did say that. The twins looked at each other and sharing a knowing glance and spoke to Loki. You're not supposed to be out here during curfew. Did you get lost on your way to your bed? I was in detention and I could say the same about you too. What are you doing here after curfew? We were preparing a prank. A prank? Outside Snape's office. For Professor Snape, seriously. Why? Are you thinking of snitching on us now? No, I have double potions tomorrow and I don't want his mood ruined when I have classes with him. Why don't I do one better instead? Loki explained with a shake of his head. Better. Did he just say he has a better plan than us, Gred? Let's hear him out, Forge. Why don't you set up the prank in the Slytherin common room so that the Slytherin students fall victim to your prank? The twins' eyes shined even in the darkness, but then they said, we would love to do that, though we don't know the Slytherin password for the week. Ha. Don't worry about that. I can tell you the password to all the houses, I know them all. Oh. What is the Gryffindor password then? Caput Draconis. Loki said proudly. Oh. And how did you learn about it? Someone from your house was carrying it written on a piece of paper. Loki easily gave away his secret source. The twins turned towards each other and then at Loki and said, how do we know this is not a trap? Easy, I would love to see the Slytherin house get pranked, just as much as you do. Loki said with pride in his voice. Don't you remember how they treated me at the start of the year banquet? Loki said, walking closer to the twins so they could see his face. We remember, don't we, Gred? Yes, we do, Forge. It was something about inbred nobles, wasn't it? It was. All right, then, let's get started. Loki said with a smile. Loki proceeded to explain to the twins how he would enter the dorm first and take away Dominic, who was waiting for him on the inside, after which they could come in after a few minutes and the dorm would be empty. But soon one of the twins had a new idea. What if we did it in all the dorms simultaneously? Wouldn't the Marauders be proud of us then, Gred? They would, Forge. Marauders? What do you mean by that? Loki asked, his ears growing to learn what his potion name was being used for. The Marauders are the previous generation of pranksters dash. The best ever to grace the hall of Hogwarts dash. Their secret names were Padfoot, Prongs, Moony and Wormtail dash. And we the Starlight twins are carrying their legacy. Huh. They were pranksters. Who were these Marauders? Did they drink the Marauder potion too? And why doesn't the Black family have any records of these pranksters if they really were of an unknown pathway? In fact, how did they get the Marauder potion in the first place? And does this mean that I will be able to digest my potions if I do pranks too? I mean, part of playing a Marauder is that you raid people's homes. So leaving a gift behind for them to discover once you've raided their homes is considered okay. Well, I'll know if it helps if my potion digests further tomorrow. Yes. Fred and George replied to Loki's question. I understand. So you want the passwords to all the houses instead of just the Slytherin one? Yes, we would love it. The twins exclaimed in a low voice, making sure not to wake Snape up from his slumber inside his office. All right, the Slytherin password is Pure Blood, the Ravenclaw password is Echo, but I don't know if the riddle will change, so you would be on your own for that. The Hufflepuff common room doesn't have a password, but you just have to tap the bottommost wine barrel in the rhythm of 12111. And you already know the Gryffindor password, it's Caput Draconis. Loki said with a reassuring smile. So do you guys remember all that? We remember. The twins said in excitement. Have a nice night then. Loki said and walked away towards the Slytherin common room, where he entered the room, greeted Dominic, and took him away to sleep for the night. The next morning, Loki woke up with a smile on his face. Good morning, Sonny. You didn't sleep again. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Sonny was excited and squeaked as he ran around Loki's bed. Oh. You look excited. Why? Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Niffler spoke by making hand signs and pointed to its own stomach. Oh. You did it. You digested your potion. Loki asked with unhidden excitement, and the Niffler nodded with a smug smile. I didn't expect you'd finish digesting the potion before me. Good for you. Now I just need to make you a second potion and you'll advance to a sequence 8 Midnight Poet. Haha, I'd love to see you acting for that. Squeak, squeak. I know. I am planning to digest my potion too. I figured out a way to digest my potion in the castle last night. Closing his eyes, Loki measured the amount of digestion he got from helping the Weasley twins in the prank and smiled as he said, it's already at 55% already, so I should be done sooner than later. Getting ready, Loki peeped out of his room and looked around for Dominic. Why is he late? Did something happen to him? Loki only peeked out of his room since he was worried that something might happen to him if Dominic wasn't there to protect him, but as he looked around, he found Dominic standing in front of a group of Slytherin students and calming them down. No. He is not responsible for this. Dominic shouted. But he is the last person who enters the common room. If it wasn't him, then who was it? A student asked. I don't know for now. But I know it wasn't him. I saw him go to his room and sleep. So don't blame him. Dominic tried to reason again. Loki shut his door and blocked it using his trunk. Oh. It seems like I've been caught in a misunderstanding. Loki thought with a smile. I wonder what the twins did that caused the students to become so enraged. But how do I go out now? Do I just wait for Dominic? Poor guy has to bear the brunt of the crowd for something I technically participated in. But isn't he the head boy? So no problem, it is his duty to protect students from an unjust mob going around with pitchforks waiting to lynch someone. Good luck, Dominic, I will pray for you so that your efforts bear fruit. Chapter 71, Grr. Dominic soon knocked on the door and Loki came out only to find that everyone in the common room was glaring at him, but given Dominic was by his side they didn't say anything. What happened? Why are they all so roughed up? The twins. I don't know how they got the passwords for the common rooms but they did and pranked everyone. Oh. What did they do? Loki asked but was interrupted when a foul stench entered his nose and mouth. That. Dominic said and quickly shut his mouth. There was an area in the exit from the common room that was completely covered in a dark brown mass that Loki immediately recognized as dung. What the heck? Poop. Loki asked unsure. No, not just poop, those are dung bombs, dragon dung bombs, Dominic explained as they stepped out of the dungeons. It is better now, at least we could walk through it. In the morning when it was set off, I needed to cast bubblehead charms on all the students who were drenched in it just so that they could breathe some fresh air. You. Loki whispered. You are right, you. How did you know it was the twins? Wondering if his potion digestion benefactors would soon be caught. No one knows but we can always guess, Dominic said hopefully. I see. Loki walked with a skip in his step after that since he was completely free of blame and sat down in the mostly empty great hall that had all students talking about dung bomb terrorists who bombed all the common rooms. Suddenly in front of Dominic, Loki saw a tear in the spirit world from which a hand flew out and stopped in front of Dominic's plate of scrambled eggs. What is that? Loki asked acting surprised. He definitely was surprised but not as much as he portrayed. That's a spirit messenger like the ones students have, Dominic said calmly, pulling out the paper that was in its hand and paying it with a knuckle after which the hand spirit retreated into the spirit world the way it came. Like Professor McGonagall's Patronus? Loki asked. Patronus? How did you come across that? I was talking about the pet store in Diagon Alley. Saw Professor McGonagall use them to send Professor Snape a message yesterday. And the store in Diagon Alley has owl and cat spirits, right? Didn't know they made human ones. Oh, I see. Spirits come in various shapes and sizes, not just as owls, they may only ever be a hand like the one you saw earlier, and sometimes as entire people too. Patronus are just a projection of the contracted spirit from the historical void. Historical void. Projection. What is this? A spell from the full pathway. I didn't understand that, but can I get the skeleton or the humanoid ones? I think they look cool. Loki asked, playing along his part as if he didn't know any better about them. You could get them with the help of a professor, but it's risky to do so without adult supervision, Dominic said, unfurling the newspaper he had picked up from the hand. But why did the Daily Prophet use the hand instead of the regular owls? Loki asked, confused. Humanoid spirits are expensive to use, and so they're usually only used by the noble families. There must be something wrong with the Daily Prophet owls today, which is probably why they used a spirit to deliver my paper. What would have happened for them to use spirits? Loki asked, interested in learning more about what was going on. This. Dominic said, unsure, showing the newspaper to Loki, who saw the news headlines. They're probably having to deliver too many papers today, so they probably ran out of owls. Gringotts break-in latest. Gringotts? Loki asked, confused. Yeah, do you remember the large white building in Diagon Alley when a professor took you there? Yeah, I think I do. There was that one large building dividing the street, is that it? Yes, that. That building is the only wizarding bank. It's run solely by goblins. They were handed it after they lost the war against wizards so that they wouldn't rebel again. Bank. So there was a heist at the bank. No, not exactly a heist since they never got the item they were after, but yes, someone did attempt to steal from there. Dunno what though, the papers don't mention much about it except that it was already emptied before the thief broke in. Who emptied it? Loki asked, scouring the paper himself for any news Dominic missed. Doesn't say who did, who knows, maybe it was Professor Dumbledore, since he told all the prefects, me and the head girl, that the third-floor corridor was important and was being protected heavily. Perhaps the item was stored in Gringotts earlier and Professor Dumbledore brought it to Hogwarts. The third-floor corridor? Loki asked, confused since this was his first time hearing about it. Oh, I forgot you were pulled away by Professor Snape when Professor Dumbledore warned the students. Warned us? About what? He said, and I quote, "The third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death." Dominic explained mysteriously. He said that. Loki asked, a little shocked. What, scared already? I thought you wanted to catch the thief who did all this a few moments earlier. No, I'm not scared. I'm going to check it out myself later when I'm free. And you'll see I'll catch that darn thief if it's the last thing I do. Loki said with pride, causing Dominic to giggle and smile at Loki's naivety. The rest of the day was pleasant, with Loki mostly sleeping through Snape's potion classes where he brewed the potion perfectly with Hermione's help. Once it was evening, Loki did the most sensible thing he could think of and walked to the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side of the Great Hall. At the end of the corridor was a giant wooden door, and Loki felt himself tense up at the thought of dying a miserable death after opening the door. I'm sure they wouldn't put anything necessarily life-threatening behind a door students could easily access. So a glimpse wouldn't be bad. But he convinced himself otherwise. Putting his hand on the doorknob, Loki calmed himself down with the thought, Dominic would have warned me if it was really very dangerous. With a soft push, Loki opened the door and stepped inside. And as he did, he felt his heart stop. A sleeping three-headed dog blinked its eyes and woke up with a yawn as it stared at Loki and growled. Grr. But Loki's first thought after seeing the Cerberus was miles away from running away. Instead it was, cute. Elaine would love this doggo. Loki walked up to the three-headed dog that was growling at him and slowly placed his hand on its snout. Here doggy, come here cute doggy, I'm not going to do anything to you, you're so cute I could eat you. Aren't you the best doggo in the world? Cutesy fellow. I love you. The Cerberus, genuinely confused at Loki's antics, tried following its orders and growled at Loki, but Loki didn't move. Instead, he stuck to the dog closer and began to scratch it under its chin. It was slow and gradual, but the dog slowly realized that Loki wasn't the threat it was warned about, and the three heads all gradually began to enjoy Loki's scratches while wagging its one large tail, creating a strong draft in the closed room. Oh, so cute, I can't imagine why anyone would leave you alone here trapped inside a room. You're such a cute fellow, don't worry, I will get you tasty food from the Great Hall later. I'm sure you're hungry. Whine. Yes, I promise I will. Loki nodded and continued to play with the dogs until he finally fell asleep with them, lying his head on their large, warm, fluffy, furry body that comforted him very much. Chapter 72, Missing Professor. Waking up next to the giant Cerberus, Loki was shocked for a second, but he quickly remembered his last encounter with it and relaxed playfully. Ha! Who would have thought there was such a cute puppy at Hogwarts? Who takes care of him? Professor McGonagall. No, I doubt she would like a dog after all. Isn't her spirit messenger a cat? It probably is Professor Dumbledore's job, which he has passed on to another teacher once again out of irresponsibility. Well, I can at least get him some tasty food. With a resolve to get his new pet food, Loki moved to the Great Hall. Found the thief yet? Dominic asked, sitting beside Loki. No, not yet, but I did make a new friend. Oh. Who is it? A three-headed dog. Loki said excitedly with stars in his eyes. A Cerberus? Did you go to the Forbidden Corridor? Dominic asked with a sly smile. Yep. And that dog? He's so cute. How could anyone leave him alone there? Poor guy must be bored out of his mind. Haha, yeah, cute, not exactly the words I would use to describe him, but sure. Dominic nodded. Do you know how I can get one as a pet? No. A Cerberus is a XXXXX class animal. And is very dangerous. The only reason why one is stationed at Hogwarts is because it is protecting something. What is it protecting? Loki asked with interest. Dunno. Dominic casually shut down Loki's question. I promise I won't tell anyone. Not like I have anyone to tell about it in the first place. No, seriously, Headmaster Dumbledore didn't inform us. He just left it at the fact that something was being protected at Hogwarts. Huh, I see. Good luck with your last detention of the week, Loki. And with those parting words, Dominic left to go to the Slytherin dormitories. Sneaking some food away on a plate, Loki went first to the third floor's forbidden corridor and served some food to the giant pup, giving him plenty of meat and water to drink so that it wouldn't feel starved. Loki then played with the three heads, who all had different personalities once he got to know them better, for a while so that it wouldn't feel lonely, and ran around the room playing catch with the giant dog. "All right, cutie. I'm going now, I will be back tomorrow." "Whine, whine, whine." I know. I know it's boring, but I promise I will be back tomorrow. I've got detention to attend. And aren't you the best boy? Won't you wait for me? WUFF, WUFF, WUFF. Leaving the corridor with a happy sigh, Loki walked through the corridors, returning the Hogwarts plates to the house elves and then turning to go towards the dungeons. Knock, knock. Loki knocked on Snape's office, but seeing there was no response, he grew a little impatient. "What's keeping you, Professor?" Knock, knock. "Professor, if you don't respond, I'll force my way in," Loki warned. But when there was no response for another few minutes, he pulled out his wand. "Alohomora," Loki chanted, causing the lock to click open and allow Loki access to Snape's office. Entering Snape's office, Loki felt a little unnerved because it was a little cold today. It felt as if something was watching him and his moves. "Professor Snape. Are you there?" "I let myself in," Loki softly shouted, his voice echoing in the empty classroom. "He's not here." Now that I'm in here, I might as well complete my task. There's very little left to sort after all." Opening the cupboard where Snape's ingredients were arranged neatly, Loki took stock of whatever was remaining until a thought struck him. What are the ingredients for the Sequence 8 Midnight Poet Potion here? Are they available in Snape's storage? Then I should learn about it first so I can plan a heist from Snape's storage. It'll help me digest my potion and make the Midnight Poet Potion. Two birds with one stone. Loki quickly left the office and walked to the closest washroom to enter a cubicle to perform the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual and slip above the gray fog where the darkness pathway blasphemy card was stored. Loki quickly picked up the blasphemy card and poured in a little bit of spirituality to turn it into a book. Flipping the pages, he landed at the Sequence 8, Midnight Poet Potion. The image was of a woman holding a pen and a book, seemingly writing something under the starry night as a soft ethereal glow shimmered in her words that turned musical and lulled passerbys who happened to hear her writings. Looking underneath the picture, Loki saw the ingredients for making the Midnight Poet Potion. The two main ingredients of the potion were a drop of blood of a diracrawl and 100 drops of Lethe River water, while the auxiliary ingredients were the same as the list from before. So I only need to find two ingredients. I doubt Snape has the blood of a diracrawl, or even if he has it, it isn't stored in the area where I've been sorting and storing ingredients. So I'll need to get it from somewhere else. But I'm sure I've seen a flask full of Lethe River water in the collection before. And I just need 100 drops of it. Exiting from above the gray fog with but a thought, Loki walked out of the washroom cubicle and washed his hands. Walking out of the washroom, though, caused him to bump into two people who pushed him back into the washroom. "Fred." "George," Loki said as he recognized them. "Oh. It seems we meet again, Loki. How do you do?" Fred asked. "I'm fine, but why are you running like someone's on your tail to murder you?" "Something like that," George said. "Oh. Did you two prank Professor Snape?" Loki asked with a half-knowing look. "Oh Gred, it seems that we've been found out." "Yes, it does, Forge." "Why did you prank him?" Loki asked, connecting the dots and understanding why Snape wasn't in his office when Loki had left. He was being a git in the potions class. Someone had to put him in his place so that he'd stop doing it. "I understand." Loki nodded, since Snape in his class spent half the time either annoying Harry or praising Malfoy to death. Chapter 73, Opportunity. By the way, do you guys have any idea which professor might be taking care of the puppy in the Forbidden Corridor? Loki asked randomly. "Oh. And how do you think we know?" "Well, you aren't denying it, are you? And given how daring you were yesterday and today with trying to prank Snape, I can't believe you've not visited the Forbidden Corridor already. The Ickle Firsty has some brains, brother." "He does. It's not a professor," Fred explained. "Not a professor at all," George echoed. "Not a professor, huh? Is it Filch?" "No, but he's a cat person, not a dog person, so who?" Loki threw out his guesses. "It's Hagrid. He's not a professor but the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." "Hagrid. Loki thought, but then his memory threw up an image of recognition. You mean that really tall person on the teacher's table? Loki asked, surprised. Yes, him. The twins congruently agreed. I see, I should have guessed since that actually makes quite a bit of sense, thank you for letting me know. Loki nodded. Good luck with your adventures, Ickle Firsty, the Weasley twins said and ran out of the washroom to go elsewhere. Loki shook his head and made his way towards Snape's office. As he walked towards the office, Loki blew on the whistle that was tied on his wrist. Again there was no sound from the whistle, but a nose tore through the spirit world and pushed through until a creature arrived on Loki's shoulder. Sonny, I have a job for you, again. Loki whispered in a low voice. Squeak squeak. No, I won't need to pay you this time. Squeak squeak. No, I'm not scamming you, this is for your sake, this is to get a potion ingredient for your next potion. Squeak squeak. Good, now hide in my sleeves, and when I distract Professor Snape you sneak into the cupboard where all the ingredients are kept and steal 100 drops of Lethe River water. It's a blue color liquid and I'll give you the exact location as I'm leaving. All right. Squeak squeak. With their conversation over, Sonny hid inside Loki's robes, and since he was small he didn't even show outside. Knock knock. Professor Snape. Are you in there? Come in. Loki heard a cold voice. As soon as Loki stepped inside, he no longer felt the strange sensation of being watched as he did before when Snape wasn't in the office. Did you come in earlier, Mr. Loki? Snape asked, watching Loki closely. Damn, how did he know? Did he notice with the help of whatever thing was keeping watch in the office? But then Loki remembered the door behind him and then it struck him, oh. I didn't lock the office after I unlocked it while he was away. Yes, Professor. I thought something might have happened to you so I broke into your office. I thought to continue sorting the ingredients but then I needed to use the washroom real quick so I left. Loki said, using half-truths. Snape's eyes seemed to peer into Loki's own as he stood there for a few seconds, but in the end, Snape broke eye contact and looked away. Do not enter my office when I'm not here, Mr. Loki, Snape warned. I promise I will not enter your office recklessly, Professor, Loki said and moved to the barrel in the corner of the room where the remaining ingredients that needed to be sorted were stored. Realizing he had been holding his breath all this time, Loki exhaled and took a deep breath in, and only then did he smell the poopy smell of the dung bombs that had been launched on Snape. Loki almost gagged but held it in as he asked Snape a question with a strained smile. Professor, did the Weasley twins get you? Snape looked at Loki with a sharp expression and then without answering vanished into his office, perhaps to take a bath or magically get rid of the smell that had overtaken him. Thank you, twins. I can't believe my luck. Now I can freely ste-. Loki stopped his plans to steal midway when he felt the same chilling sensation from earlier that had reminded him that he was on someone's radar. Bringing the barrel over to his table using the levitation charm, Loki began to sort through the ingredients and place them in their proper place in the cupboard. And as he did he took note of the position of the Lethe River water flask and whispered it to Sonny. I don't think I'm going to get a better chance to steal. I'm sure if I can distract whatever is watching us, Sonny will be able to steal from the flask. But just as he was about to let Sonny out to steal for him, Snape entered the office smelling heavily of lavender, and with him entering the feeling of being watched vanished once again. Damn, bad timing. Loki thought but remained calm since he knew he just had to wait for an opportunity to steal 100 drops. You smell much better, Professor, Loki said with a smile that caused the nerves on Snape's forehead to twitch in anger. As Loki continued to sort through the ingredients, he made sure to occasionally loosen the cap of the flask that held the Lethe River water so that Sonny could access his target more easily and without any mistakes. As Loki neared the end of his sorting process, he became more and more worried about getting an opportunity, but he held strong and kept a positive attitude. But his positivity didn't last long since there was no opportunity magically created to help him. Damn, I need to create my own window of opportunity to steal, I can't rely on luck this time. Loki thought as he sorted the last few pieces of ingredients. With the last of his ingredients that he took to the cupboard to fill, Loki borrowed a pipette from a table and placed it beside the flask that contained the Lethe River water and deemed his preparations complete. Professor Snape, I'm done, Loki stated, informing Snape that he'd completed sorting out all the ingredients. Snape looked up and walked over to Loki. He gave him a scrutinizing look and then turned to the cupboard, which he opened and looked inside for any mistakes. After picking up a few jars and looking at a few more, Snape deemed everything perfect with a nod. But like always, Snape found something to ruin Loki's mood, since he picked up the pipette that Loki had left on the shelf beside the flask containing his prized ingredient and placed it back onto the table from which it had been picked up. Oh, I must have left that unknowingly. Loki acted innocent outwardly but felt very frustrated on the inside. Snape only nodded and turned to go back to his desk. "Aren't you going to leave?" Snape asked once he sat back down. "Oh. I can leave, Professor. Do you want me to extend your detention?" "Yes." Loki screamed in his mind. "Oh no, Professor, I was just surprised," Loki said, forcing as much happiness as he could on his face to hide his immense disappointment. "Bugger off." Snape scolded. Clearly his mood was less than agreeable today. As Loki walked to leave the office, he let Sunny slip out of his robes into a corner of the office under the cover of darkness. Stepping out with measured steps, Loki suddenly turned around and asked Professor Snape a question. "Professor, why are the clockwise and anti-clockwise turns of a potion treated differently? Does it have anything to do with arithmancy where the meaning of the circle is inversed when drawn anti-clockwise?" Snape looked up from his book, his brows forced together as he looked at Loki, who was asking a random question. "And why do you know about arithmancy, Mr. Loki?" "Ah, well, I read about it in Professor Flitwick's class and was just wondering if the reverse meanings had anything to do with the steps of the potions we brew." Snape stared at Loki judgingly before deciding to answer his question. "It does. For example, in the Boyle's Cure potion, one has to stir the potion in the cauldron anti-clockwise so that it sends the extracted pus from the boils into the excretory system and not the digestive dash." Before Snape could finish his response, there was a light glass clink that Loki and Snape both heard come from the cupboard. Snape stood up with a frown on his face as he walked in the direction of the cupboard. "What were you saying, Professor?" Loki asked, stepping in Snape's path while pretending to be hyper-interested in the topic at hand. Snape looked at Loki suspiciously but decided to answer his question. A clockwise stir of the potion in the cauldron would instead cause the excess pus in the boils to be directed toward the digestive system instead of the excretory system. After Snape finished explaining, Loki bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, Professor. That was truly enlightening." And after straightening his back, Loki said a light, "Good night, Professor," and walked away from the office. After Loki walked away, Snape walked up to the cupboard and opened the doors only to find nothing had changed on the inside, and once he closed it, he looked in the direction of his office where the darkness morphed into a set of deep red eyes. "Did you notice something wrong?" Snape asked the terrifying creature. "No," a vain voice spoke. The voice sounded like it had emerged straight from the depths of hell and would send any those who heard it into the abyss. Meanwhile, in the distance, Loki clicked his feet together as he pulled out a small vial from his pocket, attached to which was a niffler who was looking at him with smug eyes expecting praise. "Good job, Sonny." Squeak squeak. Chapter 74, An Inconspicuous Hut. Now that I have one part of the main ingredients, I only need the other. Would Hagrid help me get it? Loki wondered, since he remembered the man offering to help him in the police station all those months ago. I remember him saying something about Nocturne Alley. "What do you think, little guy?" Loki asked Sonny while scratching him behind his ear. Squeak squeak. "No, we can't steal that ingredient. I don't even know where it is sold." Squeak squeak. "Yeah, it doesn't hurt to ask him about it. We'll do it tomorrow," Loki said and pulled the sheets over himself, sleeping while the niffler stayed up to guard him and keep an eye on Elaine in the two-way mirror. Waking up the next morning, Loki found himself exiting the common room with Dominic at about the same time as he usually did, so he didn't get any extra sleep. "Why did you wake me up so early even today?" Loki asked Dominic with an accusing tone. "Haha, I've got newts this year, remember? I have to study for it. I didn't plan on disturbing your sleep so early, but I know I lose track of time while I'm studying, so I woke you up early." Sigh all right. "By the way, do you know where Hagrid lives?" Loki asked to know where he had to go. "Hagrid? Why do you want to go to him?" Dominic asked with confusion clear on his face. "The doggy. The doggy in the Forbidden Corridor, I wanted to ask him about it." "The dog, you mean the Cerberus?" Dominic asked with an incredulous expression. Ha. Given your excitement about an XXXXX class creature, you'll surely get along. He lives in the stone hut at the edge of the castle and the beginning of the school grounds. Thanks. Don't worry about it." With his breakfast done, Loki parted ways with Dominic and moved to the castle grounds to spot Hagrid's hut. "Where is it?" Loki looked around the castle and soon spotted his target. "Is it that stone hut? How is he even able to fit in there? Isn't he very tall? Is there enough space for him in there? I doubt that entire thing's more than a single room." Walking around the curving grass hills and the stone steps that led to it, Loki finally reached the hut that was gigantic compared to his size and stood in front of the door. Knock knock knock. Loki knocked. WUFF WUFF. Oh. There's another dog inside. He must truly love dogs to have so many dog pets. Loki thought amusedly. Knock knock knock. Coming. Loki heard a gruff voice shout from inside the hut. And with a click the door opened as a bushy face peered out from inside. Hello Hagrid. Loki said excitedly. Do I know ye? How could you forget me? After everything you did. Loki said with a scandalous expression. Huh. Hagrid opened the door wide, immediately worried about what was happening. Just kidding, but how could you not remember me? You saved me in the police station, remember? You set for dash. Before Loki could complete the rest of the sentence, he found a large hand covering his face and dragging him into the hut, after which the door was closed. Don't say it out loud. Hagrid whispered worriedly. Haha, so you do remember me. Loki said with a happy smile on his face. You look very different. Did you grow bigger? Yes, a little. But why aren't I allowed to speak about it? Loki asked, confused. Since I'm not supposed to use magic, especially not in front of muggles. Care to tell me why? Don't worry about it. Why are you here anyway? Hagrid asked, trying to divert the conversation. I heard you own the cute fluffy doggy in the Forbidden Corridor. Fluffy. Yes, he's so cute and fluffy. Loki explained, misunderstanding Hagrid. Oh, that he is, but his name is Fluffy too. Hagrid smiled and explained. Oh. But is he not uncomfortable over there? In such a small and tight room? Sitting all day? Loki asked with worry. A little, but I can't do much about it, you see, Headmaster Dumbledore's orders. HMPF. Then he's a cruel and irresponsible headmaster if I've ever seen one. Loki complained, folding his hand and standing with a huff. Haha, you've gotten the wrong impression about him, but why don't you come back later? I've got to go to the forest now, you see. Forest? Isn't that dangerous? Loki asked with wide eyes. Yes, but I need to check how everyone in there is doing. Need to tend to the unicorns too, the young uns often get hurt while playing. Unicorns? Loki asked excitedly. There are unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff in there, bowtruckles, unicorns, demiguys, diricrolls, and lot more that the Ministry considers dangerous too, like acromantula, though I think they're harmless little spiders. With each word that Hagrid spoke, Loki found his eyes widening with excitement and holding his breath as if it were a dream. Loki said in a high-pitched voice, Can I come with? Hagrid looked a bit confused, wondering how to leave Loki behind, but after seeing Loki's excited face he asked, Don't you have homework to do? No. I'm done with it all. Loki immediately spat back, but seeing Hagrid's hesitation he promptly said, I promise I will stay close to you and do nothing to startle the creatures or worry you. Are ye sure? I promise. Loki nodded excitedly. Fine then, but you stay behind me and only move where I tell you to. Hagrid finally agreed, since he couldn't stand the earnest eyes Loki was looking up at him with when most other students just walked past him and ignored him. I bet you're just going to go to the Forbidden Forest on ye own if I stopped ye. Hagrid said with a soft sigh, but Loki only smiled embarrassedly. By the way, I'm Loki. A first-year student at Hogwarts. A firstie? I thought you'd be a second year or something. Hagrid confessed. What gave you that impression? Loki asked with a confused look. I thought you told me you knew about wizards when you met me. I'd met other wizards before I met you, that's why. Loki lied as easily as breathing. I see. Come on now, let's go. Hagrid said, moving to a wall and picking up the large crossbow that was hanging on it. Fong. Come on. WUFF WUFF. His name's Fong. He's such a softy too. And a coward, Hagrid added. Such a cute guy, you can't blame him, Loki said, roughing up the Great Dane's head and scratching him under the chin simultaneously. Chapter 75, An Important Eggshell. Following Hagrid's footsteps, Loki asked, Why are you carrying a lamp? It gets quite dark in the forest. Even during the day. Even during the day, Hagrid said as he continued walking down the trail while carrying a large hay bale in one hand over his shoulder and a stick with a lantern attached to its end in his other hand. His crossbow hung with a long rope on his waist. As Loki stepped into the forest, he began to see various magical animals all rushing about, either moving into their homes or sometimes burrowing right where they stood. "Ye see those green grass stalk-like figures moving around on the trees?" "Yes." Loki nodded, since although they were almost invisible because of how well they blended in with the trees, Loki's night vision plus the lamp in Hagrid's hand allowed him to clearly see the little creatures. Bowtruckles. That's what they're called. They only come out when someone familiar to them shows up, or when you have honey. That's their favorite. Are they hiding from me then? Must be, since they're quite lively when I'm around. Do you have any honey? Loki asked, wondering if he could make friends with such fantastic creatures. I wonder what'll happen if one of them drinks a Beyonder potion. Is Hagrid a Beyonder too, by the way? He should be right. Not right now, but I'll bring some next time. What does a Diricol look like? Loki asked Hagrid, since he needed a drop of blood from the creature, and Hagrid said they lived in the forest earlier. They're little birds, don't wander away from their nests usually, and have a great sense of danger precognition that allows them to teleport away when they sense something wrong. Have you ever seen one? I have seen the birthing of a new one just a few days ago. Another one's about to hatch today. We could visit it when we return from the unicorn's home. Sure. Loki nodded, wondering if he could get the Diricol's blood somehow. As they walked deeper into the forest, Hagrid pointed out several creatures for Loki to see, from mundane ones like rabbits and snakes to magical ones like Dugbog. A Dugbog is an alligator-like creature that looks like a dead log while it is stationary, since it has groups of mushrooms growing on top of it which it uses to attract other animals in the pond to prey on. Hearing the clear neighing of horses in the distance, Loki soon realized where they had arrived. Are we here? Yeah, they're just over this hill. Climbing a little hill that looked like a hobbit hut, Loki was finally able to see what Hagrid could. An open field with loads of what appeared to be white horses that had a horn poking out their head, grazing or playing, became visible. It seemed like the first neigh that Loki and Hagrid heard was a call to warn the other unicorns that someone else was coming into their territory, which caused all the white unicorns to look up in warning while the golden ones mindlessly pranced about behind them. Seeing Hagrid, though, a unicorn close by gave out a short neigh which allowed all the others to relax and slowly begin moving towards him. As the unicorns came close enough, they bowed in Hagrid's direction, but once they noticed Loki, they slowly walked up to him and began to smell him, while the other older horses began to eat the large hay bales that looked comically small like cardboard boxes from Hagrid's shoulders. Loki stood still, since Hagrid hadn't allowed him to interact with the unicorn yet and allowed the fancy horses to do whatever they were doing. After a while, a young golden foal breached the encirclement and pranced into Loki, bumping his stomach with the small hard bump on his forehead where his horn was growing. Ha! He likes you, Hagrid said with a short nod that allowed Loki to move by himself. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Loki immediately hugged the young foal and started to scratch it on its neck while it happily snorted on his shoulders. Soon the foal lightly bit Loki's hand and started to drag him away into the field where its other friends were. Soon, while Hagrid was looking after the older white unicorns, the younger ones were all playing with Loki and Fong, all of whom looked comically small in front of the larger unicorns. Ha! I caught you, Loki said with pride as he sat on a unicorn foal. But just as he was about to tease the unicorn, something sharp collected his robes on its end and picked him up to place him on the ground. Whoa! Loki stumbled, but after balancing, he found that an adult unicorn had set him on the ground. What happened? Loki asked, worried that he'd done something wrong. The unicorn nodded in the direction behind him and caused Loki to turn away, where he noticed Hagrid calling him. Goodbye, friends, Loki said, waving his hands for the foals, who jumped with a soft neigh indicating how they enjoyed their time with him. Am I in trouble? Loki asked, arriving near Hagrid. Sorry, I was just too lost having fun. Nah, don't worry about it. Let's go, we've to leave if you want to catch the Diricol hatching, Hagrid said with a soft smile. Stepping through the forest with Hagrid once again, Loki found himself reminiscing the time he spent with the foals. You're missing the unicorns? Yeah, a bit. Everyone does. Unicorns have the ability to calm the souls of those present by their side, so once you move away, your body misses them. I didn't know that, Loki exclaimed, surprised at the new information. Not many know. Even their blood protects you from curses. But gathering blood from a unicorn by force curses the person using it, so it's quite hard to come across some of it. Not even I'm allowed to harvest their blood. Speaking to each other the rest of the way about magical animals, Loki and Hagrid finally arrived under a tree. Oh, it's hatching already, Hagrid said as he spotted the nest and the two little Diricols who were protecting the eggs. I can't see. Loki complained since he was a lot shorter than Hagrid. Hagrid quickly picked Loki with one hand and put him on his shoulder. Bet. Yeah. Loki exclaimed softly and watched the small blue egg hatching. A small black beak first poked through the hard shell and then it slowly crumpled under the repeated assaults of the chick inside. The two diracals that had their guards raised against Loki and Hagrid soon relaxed when they saw the two doing nothing but watching. The egg slowly broke down and by the end only a small, little ugly, featherless, covered in some blood, chick remained. Chirp chirp. Her. The chick tweeted and its mother calmly cleaned it up by plucking away any bits and pieces of the shell that remained stuck to its body. Through the celebrations, Loki calmly extended his hand and smoothly postured his fingers to steal a few pieces of the blood-covered shell and retreated before anyone realized what had happened. Hagrid and Loki left the forest after that and once they reached Hagrid's hut Loki exclaimed, "That was the best trip ever. You've got to allow me to go on more of those, Hagrid." Haha. Fine, I'll let you know when I go to the Forbidden Forest the next time on. Hagrid nodded and patted Loki's shoulder almost dislocating it. Thank you. Truly. With a short thanks, Loki left back to go to the castle, where once inside Loki immediately rushed to a washroom, found himself a cubicle and performed a sacrifice ritual to himself. What he sacrificed this time was not money or even gems like he usually did, but pieces of an eggshell. They were precious pieces since they held the drop of blood of a newborn dirical. Got it. Loki whispered as he stared at the drop of blood on the piece of shell on his table. I guess Sonny can become a midnight poet now. Raising his sequence is important for me too. Loki thought as he looked at the ritual required for him to become a Sequence 5 Dream Stealer. Appearing in the dream of 1,000 people at once. This is going to be complicated, well at least I have some time to work on it. Chapter 76, A Challenge. Leaving the Sapphira Castle, Loki began to wonder about his trip into the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid. I should go visit the unicorns next time too, and I should also take some honey so that I can make a bowtruckle friend, they were so cute. As Loki entered the Great Hall for lunch, he spotted Dominic and went to sit by his side. You look happier. Dominic asked Loki since he was humming and smiling even while eating. Have you ever met a unicorn? No, right. But I did. Loki explained happily. Haha, sorry to burst your bubble, but I've met unicorns too. Have you ever met a dragon? I've seen one in person too. WAAA. Loki's mouth hung open as he realized that dragons were a thing in this world. Seriously? Loki asked in a hushed whisper. Yes, seriously. I've seen an Antipodean opali. They're called the royal breed because of how beautiful they look. Dominic whispered back. Wah. Now I'm jealous. Loki said and wondered when he'd find and see an Antipodean opali. What was it like being in front of a dragon? Loki asked. They're magnificent creatures. Though it is a bit of a shame that in dragon sanctuaries they are always kept under sedation and are rarely ever let to fly freely lest a muggle spots them. What? That's cruel. Loki tried to reason but Dominic shook his head. Not very. Can you imagine what would happen if word got out among the muggles that dragons are still alive and by extension wizards? There'd be mass chaos and panic everywhere. Loki looked unconvinced because he could immediately think of a solution. Why don't they use areas extended with the undetectable extension charms and create unimpeded sanctuaries for the dragons? Now that you mention it, that would help, but I'm sure someone has already tried and there must be a reason why it isn't used. Or a great scary spectator can use the dragons to do something and everyone wants to prevent that from happening. Seeing how the conversation would go nowhere from there, Loki skipped the topic and asked something else instead. Can you recommend me a book about magical creatures? Fantastic beasts and where to find them, that's on the list, isn't it? Have you looked at it? It's a great book. I haven't looked into it yet since it didn't interest me earlier, but now that you mention it, there was a book like that, wasn't there? For which class is it though? Loki asked since none of his current classes had used the book. Typically it is used for the care of magical creatures classes from the 3rd year, but sometimes the defense against the dark arts professor uses it too. No wonder I didn't know about it. I haven't been going to that godforsaken class. You hate Professor Quirrell, don't you? Dominic said with a smile. How are you people even sitting in his class? He just keeps reading the textbook with all his stutters. And that smell of garlic. You. It's always been like this for us. What do you mean? Do you know about the curse? Curse? Which curse? The curse on the defense against dark arts professor position. There's a curse on it. Yes, each professor we've had for the position of the defense against the dark arts has met an unfortunate end by the end of the year dash. So all the students theorize that Headmaster Dumbledore picks bad teachers on purpose. Even if that isn't true, can you imagine how many people would want to apply to start work on a cursed position that has claimed several lives already? Huh. All I see is Headmaster Dumbledore hasn't paid people enough to rid them of the fear of the curse. He's being stingy. Like always. And isn't he supposed to be the greatest wizard of all time or like the second coming of Merlin or something? Then why hasn't he gotten rid of the curse yet? Haha, true, could be possible. HMPF. I'm always right with conspiracy theories. Loki said with a proud expression. Have a pleasant weekend, Loki, Dominic said and left the table to probably go read some more while Loki spent the rest of the day improving his control over spirituality by etching a variety of shapes on pieces of paper. I can still only make a triangle with small dots on the paper. This is hard. But at least I can see myself improving even if it is at an extremely slow pace. Once Loki had dinner, he set off towards Snape's office where he was excited about the new work he would probably be assigned today. Sorting ingredients for a week straight has been annoying. I hope I get something else, maybe help the professor in making some strange potion. After soft knocks, Loki walked into the office when Snape asked him to enter. Entering the office, Loki immediately spotted Snape using his ladle to fill small glass bottles with a thick red liquid potion that looked as red as blood or like liquid ruby. What is this, Professor? Loki asked while Snape was calmly handling the potion. Snape ignored Loki as usual and asked him a question instead. What phase of the moon is it today, Loki? I didn't see the moon outside, so is it new moon or somewhere close to it? Snape looked up from his potion a little surprised, but then he continued asking Loki questions. What is the significance of a new moon in arithmancy? New moon would correspond to a 0, but I don't know which one it is, the normal meaning or the reverse meaning. Perhaps the full moon is the normal meaning of divinity and purity, but wait a second dash. I remember reading about werewolves and how they correspond to the full moon, so the new moon is about divinity and purity. Snape said nothing, so Loki assumed he was right. Stopper these bottles, Snape said calmly, and Loki picked up corks from a bin where they were gathered and began to stopper the bottles filled with the red potion liquid. Time passed in silence with Snape filling bottles and Loki placing corks in them as slowly Loki found himself studying the ingredients that had been left on the table, ingredients that Snape hadn't fully used. Wormwood, bubotuber pus, the liver of some animal, dittany, and the tail hair of some creature. Loki mumbled. Are you making a healing potion? Loki threw out his best guess as Snape filled the last bottle. Pulling out a watch and looking at it, Snape noticed the time was 10 past 10. You have 20 minutes to make a batch of healing potions, Snape said, stepping away from the cauldron. What dash? Before Loki could even finish his question, Snape vanished behind the door deep into his office, leaving behind a befuddled Loki. Chapter 77, Pass. Loki looked at the desk with panic. What do I do? I have to make a batch of healing potions. How do I even make them? What's the recipe I have to follow? Calm down, Loki, calm down. Taking deep breaths, Loki stabilized his mind and forced his body to calm down as he scanned the ingredients on the table. Wormwood, bubotuber pus, the liver of some animal, dittany, and the tail hair of some creature, all of them are powerful body-altering agents. Wormwood is a hallucinogenic plant, bubotuber pus is good to cleanse the cells, the liver probably gives diarrhea whose strength depends on which creature it was pulled out from, while the dittany heals wounds, and the tail hair looks like it's from a unicorn, so it's meant to be a sanitizing agent. But how much of each goes into the potion? And how do I use them? Alright, let's think. Professor Snape made around 20 bottles of the potion, so that means he used about 20 bottles of bubotuber pus because it is the only liquid in all of this. While he probably used very little dittany because it is very potent, something like 5 stalks with 4 leaves each should do to heal a grave injury too. Loki separated the required amount of dittany leaves, but when he went to separate the bubotuber pus he found that there was only a little bit of it left in the bottle. If there is only this much left, I should get more. Loki began to walk to the cabinet to get more bubotuber pus, but then he paused as his gaze fell on an empty flask on the table, something he'd been ignoring till now since it was empty. An empty flask. What was it used for? To mix ingredients? No, it's too clean for that. Loki picked up the flask and smelt its contents after pulling open the cork, keeping it closed. It smells like nothing, water. Oh. Did he use distilled pure water? Loki realized and theorized at the same time. So did he dilute the bubotuber pus with water? Is that why the potion that Professor Snape made was much less thicker than the pus in consistency? Loki ran to the ingredients cupboard and pulled out another flask of pure distilled water. Arriving back at his potion-making station, Loki looked at the other ingredients. The hair couldn't have been put in first because it will burn and shrink under heat, so it's probably put in after the distilled water so that its components can be easily absorbed. And since the potion was a healing potion, it means that after the liver was added, the potion was stirred in the anti-clockwise direction to negate its diarrhea properties and make it induce vomit so that no contaminants remain inside the body for long. While the wormwood was added to reduce the pain by drugging the patient. Loki pulled out his pocket watch and looked at the time he had left, 10 minutes. Although I don't know the order these ingredients were added, I can try something and see if it works. Better to fail after trying something than not even make an attempt. Loki started the fire under the cauldron and poured slightly more than a bottle's worth of pure distilled water so that he would still have a bottle's worth left after some of it evaporated. As the water came to a boil, Loki added into the cauldron bubotuber pus and began to stir it clockwise to give the potion a consistent thickness while also enhancing the effect of the ingredient. After which he added the leaves of dittany while continuing to stir the potion in the clockwise direction. When the leaves had lost their color and dissolved into the potion, he added in a few wormwood stalks and a few unicorn hair strands whose count Loki left entirely on luck, and once they vanished in the potion, Loki finally added a few chopped slices of the liver. After he added liver, Loki began to stir the ingredients counterclockwise so that the liver would reverse its effects. The time on Loki's watch struck 10:30 and Snape opened his office door at the same time. Was he waiting behind the door? Loki imagined and cursed at Snape in his mind. Snape came in without a sound, swooping in like a bat as he looked at Loki's potion with furrowed brows. Loki's potion was not the blood-red color Snape's potion had been, it was more a deep shade of pink, and Snape definitely noticed that since he immediately rolled up a newspaper he pulled out of under his robes and smashed it on Loki's head. Why did you put the dittany before the wormwood stalks? Do you want to heal the patient or give him a high? Oh damn. Loki cursed since he realized that by putting the dittany in before the wormwood stalks he had reduced the effectiveness of the dittany since it was heated for longer. Meaning some of it was wasted in the form of a gas that probably boiled away while the wormwood stalks probably just mixed well with the potion, giving it a strong hallucinatory property. And if you figured out that you needed to counter the liver's effects, why didn't you put it in as the first ingredient? You could have saved the trouble of making the effects of the other ingredients weaker when you stirred it counterclockwise. Snape scolded after hiding Loki a second time. After storing a vial worth of potion from Loki's cauldron, Snape pulled out a few dittany leaves and added it to the potion and stirred it in a clockwise fashion for a little bit, after which he added a spoonful more bubotuber pus, causing it to turn the exact shade Snape's original potions had been. Wow. How did you know to do that? Loki asked with admiration while Snape poured the potion that he had just fixed into new bottles which Loki corked. HMPF. And Snape ignored him as he usually did while handing over the vial filled with Loki's potion and asked him a question. Do you know the levitation charm? Yes. Loki nodded. Then carry all these to the hospital wing. Professor, where's the hospital wing if I may ask? Snape looked at Loki like he was looking at vermin and then turned around and tapped the boxes of potions with his own wand and began to walk out. Loki followed and Snape locked the door behind him, after which they strode off into the dark night corridors of the castle. They walked through a hall containing a giant 50 feet tall pendulum and Loki felt slightly curious about it, but he ignored it since Snape was with him. The walk was a silent one until Snape finally reached in front of a tall set of doors that were made out of marble and filled with carvings of various plants, animals, and magics that Loki realized were all something related to healing and medicines. Knock knock. Snape knocked on the door using the knocker that was fixed on it and waited patiently with Loki and the floating crates of potions. Chapter 78, A Gift. The heavy marble doors swung open soundlessly and a lady dressed in a dark hospital gown stepped out. Professor Snape. The woman greeted as her eyes settled on the potions hovering behind him. Oh. You've finished this batch of the potions, thank you. Snape flicked his wand and caused all the potion crates to softly land in front of her. With a slight nod, Snape started to walk back toward his office wordlessly. Loki turned around in a hurry to follow Snape, but when he was leaving, he caught the gaze of the matron who had been standing at the door. She was giving him a weird look, like she was pitying him for some reason. I know, ma'am. I know. Although my detention is with Professor Snape, it's not that bad that you have to pity me. Following Snape through the dark corridors that Loki had now memorized, Loki found himself back in Snape's office playing with the flask of his failed potion which he was carrying. What else is there to do, Professor? Loki asked Snape and only got a stink eye in return, so he just sat down in one of the potion-making stations and began to read the book about ancient runes he had borrowed from the library. Just when he was about to flip a page, Loki suddenly ducked low since his intuition warned him of a projectile flying at him. Flap thud. Something flew past him and landed on the table behind him, prompting him to look at Snape, who was acting as if nothing happened. What the heck? Loki mumbled and looked behind himself and spotted an old potions book. The title was Magical Draft and Potions, something that Loki recognized since it was the same title as their potions textbook, except the book seemed positively ancient. Loki carefully picked up the book and turned over its first page. This book belongs to the Half-Blood Prince. Loki read in his mind. Half-Blood Prince? Someone's emo. Flipping the page, Loki came across the first potion in the book, Cure for Boils. The original recipe of the book was the same as Loki had learned from his own book, but what was interesting was not that but the scratches and annotations made throughout the page. And reading a few, it was clear to Loki that the author of these changes was nothing less than a genius. If the book was to be believed, the end result was a potion 3 times stronger with 4 times fewer materials. Did Professor Snape write this? Loki wondered but didn't dare ask lest he be beaten by newspapers again. So instead of reading the Ancient Runes book, Loki began to read the potions textbook, which was a hidden trove of knowledge about potion making. But a simple question lingered inside Loki's mind: this book, why did Professor Snape give it to me? Did he give me this book because he acknowledges me? But why do I have a nagging feeling that there is something more to this? Snap. Snape interrupted Loki's thoughts with a snap of his book, causing Loki to look at him. Can I leave, Professor? Loki asked. Yes, Snape replied simply, and Loki stuffed all the books he had into his satchel bag. Good night, Professor. Loki said and closed the door behind him as he left, going to the nearest washroom. Along the way he debated, should I take it to the Sapphire Castle? No, if Professor Snape tries to divine about it and finds out that he can't notice anything, then I won't be able to create a cover story. It is better I bring the ring out, and since it has been in the Sapphire Castle for so long, it should have been tainted by the grey fog enough that Mr. A shouldn't be able to divine anything about it. Setting up a bestowment ritual targeted to himself and taking 4 steps counterclockwise, Loki entered the realm above the grey fog to respond to his ritual. But before he responded to the ritual, he picked up the ruby ring that had been lying in the Sapphire Castle and threatened it using the grey fog. I will give you food soon, until then help me out. The ring vibrated non-cooperatively, but Loki knew just what it needed. Do it or else forget about ever seeing a living thing again. I will drop you into the Black Lake and you'll remain stuck there for an eternity. Possibly even becoming kraken poop if your luck is terrible. Whine, whine, whine. Good boy. Don't worry, I promise you that you will get your food soon. Whine, whine. Loki then threw the ruby ring on the star pulsating with crimson light, his own bestowment prayer. Leaving the Sapphire Castle, Loki put on the ring immediately to use the soul of the mystery prior who was trapped inside it and entered cogitation to perform a dream divination. Why did Professor Snape give me this book? 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 Loki closed his eyes and relaxed as he let his astral body come in contact with the spirit world so that he could gain information. His vision shifted from darkness to black and slowly stabilized as he noticed he was looking at Professor Snape sitting on a desk in the dungeons. Professor Snape was holding the book and ruminating about something. It was the Half-Blood Prince book. Loki tried to find anything in the vision that would lead him to understand why Snape decided to entrust this to him, but nothing seemed to particularly stand out as the reason for the gift. He gave it to me because I'm his favorite student. It was only after a whole minute ticked by that Loki found Snape opening the book and taking out a piece of paper. Loki quickly scanned through what was written on the paper and immediately fell into a shocked silence. The vision was disrupted, and before he could do anything, he found himself back in the cubicle in the washroom. He was intending to turn me into a beyonder of the moon pathway. That explains a lot. He could be a sequence 6 potions master. So he's actually a vampire. But he's still dangerous. He's of the moon pathway. I can't under any circumstance go into the moon pathway. Although I don't know if it is corrupted by her in this world, it's better I don't take the risk. Loki flipped through the book just to be sure, but once he didn't find the paper that Snape was holding, he felt a little relaxed. At least he's not in a hurry to convert me yet. Loki set up a quick sacrificial ritual for himself and quickly stored away the discount bin version of Creeping Hunger and cleared everything up so that there wouldn't be any traces of the ritual he'd just done. He walked the rest of the way to his dorm in silence, pondering about the things that were happening around him. The beyonder world, I still haven't really come in contact with it. How do I naturally come in contact with it? Will some professor tell me about it when they think I will do good in it? Didn't Aunt Cassandra say something about students going on missions in the 4th year? So that's when it's revealed to them. Confusing. Chapter 79, Dominic's Aim. It was the next day and Loki was taking a little break from his spirituality control training while roaming around the castle to explore it to its fullest. If the castle is alive, can't I see its status using my spirit vision? Loki wondered and traced a circle on his thumb finger with his index finger 3 times and entered spirit vision. Looking around the castle, Loki found nothing of note. The colors were all deeper and had become more contrasted, but there was nothing else. According to his spirit vision, that castle was dead. How could the castle even be alive in the first place? How did Professor McGonagall find out about it in the first place? Does it have anything to do with the Sorting Hat telling me that I need to be in Slytherin? Tracing along the corridors, Loki finally entered the huge tower filled with moving marble staircases that Loki had heard about throughout his week. He hadn't seen the moving marble staircases yet since Dominic always used shortcuts and hidden passages while moving, so Loki was excited to see the famed staircase. A few students were running about, jumping over the odd staircase that Loki realized was defective when a first-year forgot to jump over it and had his leg go through the stair and become stuck in it. The stairs looked to be moving around randomly, but Loki could see how there was intent behind each motion. The stairs always prepared themselves to catch any students that were arriving through the doors and drop them in a spot closer to their destination, pranking the odd student that failed to pay attention to its intricacies. The colors in Loki's spirit vision didn't indicate the stairs were alive, but Loki felt he could see how such a thing might make the people believe the castle was alive. What a weird castle. Stepping on the set of stairs that had arrived in front of him, Loki let the stairs decide his destination and remained standing at its end. The stairs spun around in a spiral, climbing higher with each circle, floating higher until it arrived on the 7th floor. What's here? Loki wondered. Stepping out into the corridor, Loki turned around and thanked the stairs for letting him arrive here. I don't know why you wanted me to come here, but thank you anyway. And the stairs left without responding, going to catch the next student. The corridor had no doors in it, so Loki walked toward the largest window on the wall. There was a strange painting of a man teaching trolls how to perform a ballet while having dressed them appropriately with pink tutu and shoes. There were exactly 4 trolls being taught to dance. Funny but strange. Who would need to teach trolls how to dance? It could be some sort of ritual for becoming a demigod or something. Stepping closer to the window, Loki's eyes adjusted to the light outside and soon he was privy to the most fantastic view in all of Hogwarts. The Forbidden Forest, on the left, expanded off into the horizon and its dense cover left its undergrowth hidden. There were plenty of bird noises skipping along, while a few even peeked their head through the upper layers. The Black Lake was visible in the distance to the right, and its waters remained as opaque as they had been when Loki sat beside them. Not even the large giant squid was visible in the distance until some of its tentacles broke the surface occasionally. Nice view. I'd like to sit here and have tea if possible. Spending a little bit of time there, Loki walked back to the stairs and waited for one of them to come up to him so that he could leave, but for some reason, the stairs didn't want to move toward him. Why aren't the stairs coming up? It was only after a full 5 minutes of waiting that the stairs finally acknowledged Loki's presence and moved to help him come down. Finally. I thought I'd be stuck here for the rest of the day. Walking back down, Loki went to his usual spot near the Black Lake where he sat down and started to study the ancient runes book that he had borrowed from the library. After a while, when he got bored of studying, he walked to the Forbidden Forest and began to collect the remaining ingredients for Sunny's advancement potion. Now all I need is rose oil. I can take it from Snape's cupboard in class on Monday. What do you think, little guy? Squeak, squeak, squeak. You know it is annoying to have to translate what you speak each time, right? When will you gain the ability to speak? Susie gained it immediately after she drank the spectator potion. Squeak asterisk squeak squeak. What? You want to meet Susie? Why? And you can't meet her, she's not real. Squeak squeak squeak. What do you mean you knew she wasn't real and you're not going to speak? Loki and Sunny argued on their way back to the castle when Sunny was forced to leave since Loki did not want to show anyone that Sunny existed yet. After Loki walked back, he ate dinner and went to Snape's office where he brewed the entire batch of healing potions himself, with Snape supervising him and smacking him on the head if he made any mistakes. This time he had to walk to the matron himself, and he did since he was currently waiting after knocking on the marble door. Madame Pomfrey. You have a delivery. Loki shouted. The doors opened and Madame Pomfrey looked at Loki before focusing on the crate of potions behind him. Oh, did you brew this batch, dear? Madame Pomfrey asked with a warm smile on her face as she observed Loki. Yes, ma'am. Brewed by me but perfected by Professor Snape. So you don't have to worry about a thing. Loki said as he softly landed the crates in front of Madame Pomfrey's foot. Remember, little one, come straight to me if you need any help. Madame Pomfrey advised by patting Loki's head. The hospital is open 24 hours of the day, all 7 days of the week. Why is she telling me that? What will I need help that I'll have to come to her? Sure, ma'am. Good night. Loki left with a short greeting. Having come by the shorter route, Loki attempted to take the more scenic route this time by visiting the clock tower that had a large pendulum swinging inside it. As Loki walked by, he felt amazed by the soundless motion of the large stone pendulum. He also felt a strange sense of attraction to it, like he could look at it and get lost in time just looking. But he soon left and pranced back to the dormitory where he greeted Dominic. What do you want to become, Dominic? Loki asked casually as they walked back to their rooms. Oh. Me. I just wanted to become an unspeakable. Unspeakable? What's that? Like, do you do unspeakable things? Haha, pretty much. It's a department in the Ministry of Magic that deals with a few esoteric and magical cases. Be under cases. I'll see if Creature knows any of Walburga's contacts in this department so that I can help Dominic get accepted easier, although I doubt anyone would reject him with his perfect grades in the first place. Why are you so tired today? Loki then asked. Nothing much, I'd visited Hogsmeade to take my mind off a few things but something unexpected happened, Dominic replied politely. What happened? Something related to Beyonders. Didn't Aunt Cassandra say from the 4th year you could participate in missions or something? Nothing you need to worry about. Good night and sweet dreams, lazy boy. Good night, Dominic. Loki and Dominic soon parted ways, after which Loki fell asleep since he was tired from all the exploring he had done that day. Good night, Sonny. Squeak squeak. Yeah, I know, I'll pay you later for lying to you about Susie. Squeak. Chapter 80. Troll in the Dungeon. Getting up early on Monday, Loki greeted Dominic, and had breakfast with him only to rush back to the dungeon since potions was the first class of the day. The class wasn't anything special. Loki paired with Hermione to further study the cure for Boyle's potion, which he now understood better thanks to the emo Half-Blood Prince book. During class, Loki quietly slipped a little bit of rose oil into a small flask of his own without anyone knowing any better. Since the next class was Dada, Loki skipped class and went to the washroom where he summoned his Niffler and used a few flasks that were in its pocket to cook up the Sequence 8 Midnight Poet potion that was a light lavender pink in color and glimmered as if it contained the stars. Ready? Loki asked the little rodent in front of him. Squeak. Nodding confidently, the Niffler tilted the flask containing the potion and gulped it all down in a jiffy. Loki watched as the potion caused Sunny's body to bubble up a little, but before anything drastic could happen, the Niffler used cogitation to calm himself down. And once the bubbling receded, Sunny opened his eyes and looked at himself, and as if satisfied he looked at Loki with a smug smile. Stop staring at me like you've won some contest. It's not a race to the top. Loki said indignantly. Squeak squeak. The Niffler paraded by itself and Loki did his best to ignore him, but after it got a little too much, Loki accidentally kicked him back into the spirit world. Days passed as Loki continued attending classes, doing well in the potions classes because of Snape's book, skipping Quirrell's Dada classes, reading his Ancient Runes book and also his Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them textbook, all while spending time in detention with various teachers. And from his occasional meetings with Hermione, Loki got to know that the smell of garlic in the Dada class had only gotten stronger, and now a lot of the lower years had taken to skipping the class like he had, even though they got detention with different professors for it later. Do you think they'll replace the professor? Loki asked Hermione casually in the library. I don't know. Half of his classes are now empty. Hermione said and went back to finishing her homework. Over the next month, Loki visited the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid multiple times, almost going whenever the friendly half-giant himself did. Now was such a time. Hagrid, aren't the unicorns tense? Loki asked while applying the paste of Dittany on a young unicorn's wound and covering it up with unicorn tail hairs to not let the paste get wiped away. They are, aren't they? But for the life of me I can't seem to find out why. I've patrolled their territory multiple times, but I can't seem to find anyone or anything that might cause them harm. Are you sure it's not the Acromatula? Loki asked while the young foal who he had just helped licked his face as a sign of affection and thanks. No. I spoke to Argog myself. He promised that they were not hunting any unicorns. It is poisonous to drink unicorn blood, drinking it curses your body to rot even while you're alive. If only they would tell us what's wrong. Loki said, looking at the adult unicorns accusingly as they snorted back at Loki, laughing at his plight. They're the proud sort. They don't want anyone to help them in their troubles. They want to handle it on their own. Well, that's all we can do for now. I'll make sure to keep an eye out for anything troublesome happening in the Forbidden Forest after my detention from today. Loki said, trying to comfort himself. I still can't believe you got Professor Snape to allow you to visit the Forbidden Forest. All I had to do was bribe him with some fresh herbs from the forest and he agreed to let me in. You're still a first. Don't go forgetting that. Hagrid said, thumping Loki's back. Yeah, Professor Hagrid, I shall remember, Loki said, waving his hands at the unicorn as they walked out of the forest. Do you want me to carry any more pumpkins to Professor Flitwick? No, I already delivered the last batch that grew this morning. You don't have to carry anything now, just go back and enjoy the feast like a child, like you should. Not like I have any friends to enjoy the festive atmosphere anyway. I heard you declined Professor McGonagall's invitation to her Transfiguration Club. I didn't decline it, it was more like I was forced to since I knew Professor McGonagall was taking pity on social life. I know I'm not good enough at Transfiguration to attend the club yet. Not good enough, eh? Yep, Loki said, popping his pea. See you later then, Hagrid. Loki said and started walking to the Great Hall after changing out of his rubber boots that he wore to go into the forest so that he wouldn't drag back dirt into the castle. The feast is about to begin. A voice reminded Loki as he stepped into the castle. Filch. Loki shouted as he spotted the cat-carrying skinny old man who moved around Hogwarts. How's Miss Norris? She's doing fine. Meow. Are you attending the feast too? Loki asked calmly. No, I have to keep an eye on the kids who might try to use the distraction of the feast to plant dung bombs in unsavory places. Arg, Filch. How many times do I have to tell you, just get some house elf to clean it up, why don't you listen to me? Some things are better handled personally, Filch said dangerously and began to walk away, letting Loki go to the Great Hall. Now that I think about it, wouldn't Filch no longer be a squib if he drank a Beyonder potion? Then why doesn't he just do that? Shouldn't people have already offered him such a solution? Entering the Great Hall, Loki spotted Dominic sitting on the Slytherin table and walked to sit beside him. Just as he greeted Dominic and sat himself down, the doors to the Great Hall opened once again with a bang. Loki saw Professor Quirrell run up to the teacher's table and shout, "Troll, troll! In the dungeon," in a loud voice, before he said in a quieter tone, "Thought you ought to know," and promptly collapsed. Chapter 81, Fight. What do you think? Loki turned toward Dominic and asked immediately. He shouldn't be lying, Dominic said, unsure, as the students in the Great Hall had all broken into a panicked shout as they spoke to each other about the incident. Bang, bang, bang. Several loud purple firecrackers exploded from the end of Headmaster Dumbledore's wand, causing everyone to become silent and look at him, allowing him to speak in a calm but loud voice. Prefects. Lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. At the end of his sentence, Loki caught Dumbledore looking at Dominic for a brief moment, after which Dominic stood up and began to walk to the teacher's table. Loki, keep with the prefects, they're definitely stronger than a troll, got it? Dominic asked before he left. Sure, I won't stray. Loki nodded, freeing Dominic to do his job as the head boy. As Dominic left, Loki scanned the Gryffindor table and noticed Hermione missing, but since the Slytherin prefect was already leading everyone to the dungeons, Loki inadvertently followed, though he felt a little worried. Will Meoni be alright? Perhaps she's already in the common room or the library doing homework or studying something. As Loki blended in with the crowd and moved towards the dungeons, he suddenly had a bad premonition and ducked. Damn, why is someone attacking me now? As he looked back while crouched, Loki found a student looking at him with anger that his spell missed. You look remarkably like a troll. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought that Professor Quirrell was talking about you, Loki complained as he saw the student pull back his wand to launch another spell. Loki dove into the group of students and used his small height to an advantage as he moved through and entered one of the secret passages Dominic had led him to discover. Rushing through the tight corridor, Loki finally arrived in a different corridor from where he could see no one was running behind him. He relaxed a little until he suddenly heard the shuffle of feet. Loki quickly hid behind a stone gargoyle, doing his best to blend in with the shadows as he stayed silent without breath. As the feet shuffled past him, Loki caught sight of a purple turban and the distinct smell of garlic. Professor Quirrell. Didn't he faint? Loki wondered. He still stayed hidden since he could again hear more footsteps that followed. This time Loki heard light footsteps and saw a bellowing cloak from his hiding spot. Professor Snape. Is he following Professor Quirrell? Loki wondered, but then he had to close his nose since he felt a strong odor rise up his nose. Foul. Too foul. It smells of rotten eggs and dead rodents. Why is it here? Loki wondered, his eyes watering as he looked at the end of the corridor. A 12-foot-tall green humanoid creature tumbled into the corridor, dragging along with it a wooden club that was as wide as its stout arms and legs as wide as a tree trunk. Is that a troll? Wasn't it supposed to be in the dungeons? Loki looked around and couldn't see a reason why the troll had entered this region, so to protect himself he entered the first room in the corridor. Luckily the room also had its key still in the lock, so Loki locked the door after he closed it to prevent the troll from getting in. Loki. A squeaky girly voice, one that Loki was very familiar with, entered his ears. Mione. How are you here? Loki asked. I should be asking you that. This is the girls' washroom. It is. Loki asked with wide eyes. What are you doing here? Professor Quirrell ran up to the Great Hall and said there was a troll in the dungeon which disrupted the feast and caused Professor Dumbledore to send away all the students into their dormitories. Tro dash. Hermione attempted to ask loudly, but Loki closed her mouth. The troll's outside. I locked the door so that it wouldn't enter here, Loki said, and they both heard the thuds of the troll's foot landing on the ground outside. They patiently heard the troll walking towards the door and then walking away deeper into the corridor. Phew. Hermione and Loki breathed a sigh of relief, but as soon as they calmed down they heard Troll return. Before either of them could scream or shout, Loki pulled Hermione and backed away into the wall behind them instinctively, and it was good that he did, since the next moment the entire wooden door that was attached to the wall and locked was blown off its hinges into smithereens as a wooden club broke through. Aha! Hermione screamed like the little girl she was. Loki's mind blasted with a million questions, beginning with the most mundane. Why was there a key in the lock for the door? Was it a coincidence? Or did someone intend to guide me to this washroom? Was it the work of a beyonder of the spectator pathway? No. Now's not the time to handle this. I need to save myself. And Mione. Loki pointed his wand at the giant troll, and just when the troll lifted the club above his head to flatten and make pancakes out of him and Hermione, he shouted, Wingardium Leviosa. Loki poured most if not all of his spirituality into the wand and threw it out while making a perfect swish and flick motion. The club did stop dropping down onto them, but the troll held it with such a strong grip that the spell didn't do much else. But it did force the troll to stop moving as it fought against the pulling force of Loki's spell. Mione, run. Loki shouted as he pushed Hermione across from the troll and out of the washroom. Get help. Loki shouted so that she wouldn't foolishly return. Once Hermione was out of the way, Loki looked at the troll and let his hand holding up the posture for keeping the spell active collapse, causing the troll to stumble at the sudden lack of force it was fighting against. Sweat formed on Loki's brows and he felt his body going numb as he looked at the troll that was waiting to beat him up. What do I do now? I can't cast any grand spells. Wait. I don't need to kill the troll. I can just escape instead. In a fit of madness, Loki flicked his wand in a perfect semicircle and chanted in a bold tone with forced imagery, Lumos Maxima. The Lumos Maxima charm created a bright flash of light, and paired with Loki's half-circle it only created a spotlight that saved Loki the trouble of having to look at the light. The troll was instantly blinded and Loki found himself running out the door from under the troll's stinky legs as he escaped into the corridor and began running away despite the fatigue that had built up in him from expending so much spirituality. I hope Hermione comes back with a professor. Loki tumbled through the secret passageway and escaped into the dungeons, where on the way back to the Slytherin common room he met Dominic, in whose arms he collapsed and fainted even before he could say a word. Chapter 82, Noticed. Waking up with a groggy feeling, Loki opened his eyes as they came to a rest on the white curtain and the white ceiling that surrounded him. Am I in a hospital? Loki looked beside himself and spotted 2 get-well-soon cards and what could only be Hagrid's rock cake along with his satchel that was filled with textbooks. How long have I been out for? Loki mumbled, but someone from behind the curtains unexpectedly answered him. A night. You had your lights knocked out when Dominic brought you in here. Terrible this school has become, allowing trolls into its walls, was supposed to be the safest school in all of the world, and yet look at it. He would be so disappointed. Sheesh. The curtains were pulled open and Loki spotted someone who he had only seen in the darkness earlier. Madame Pomfrey. Loki recognized. Yes, it is me. Now tell me, why did you go fight the troll on your own? She asked with hands on her hips. Wasn't my intention, ma'am. I was running away from the troll that was attacking me while I was on my way to the Slytherin common room. Just happened to meet the real one on my way out. HMPF. I stand by what I said. What you did was still foolish. I agree, ma'am. If I'd known that I'd have such a killer headache, I wouldn't have even attempted to fight it for 1,000 galleons. Good. That headache is there to remind you that not all fights happen without a consequence, so be wise and choose to avoid hurting yourself. I will, ma'am. Loki nodded as he held the flask that Madame Pomfrey thrust into his hand. Gulp that down, will you? What is this? Loki asked, since he didn't recognize the blue potion in the flask. A rejuvenation potion. It will reduce the body ache one has after depleting their spirituality. I see. Loki closed his nose to keep out the smell and finished the entire contents of the flask in 3 large gulps. It felt like any other potion, thick and rubbery as it slid down his throat. Now leave. Can't I stay for longer, ma'am? No, the hospital is a place for the sick, not the healthy. Madame Pomfrey scolded with a strict tone. Yes, ma'am. Loki nodded formally and then stepped out of the bed as he flexed his arms and limbs a little to get used to the sluggish feeling that was slowly leaving after drinking the rejuvenation potion that Madame Pomfrey had just fed him. Just as Loki was about to exit the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey reminded from behind, "Remember to ask a professor for help next time," she shouted. Understood, ma'am. I will call you if something goes wrong. Loki walked through the corridors brightened by the sunlight since it was afternoon and pulled out his pocket watch. 12:30. That means potions class is probably done already. Loki was confused about where he had to go, but the soft growl from his stomach reminded him just how hungry he was, so he left to go to the Great Hall where everyone was probably eating. As soon as Loki stepped into the Great Hall, he found people pointing at him and speaking in hushed whispers. What's wrong with them? Loki mumbled as he searched for Dominic and sat down beside him. You've become famous. Dominic responded cryptically. Famous? Why? What did I do to become famous? Fighting a troll, what else? You saved that Gryffindor girl, everyone's been talking about you, trying to figure out how you defeated the darn troll. Do they have nothing better to do? Cheer up, mate, you don't have to be so grumpy as soon as you wake up. Dominic said, patting Loki's shoulder. Thanks for taking me to hospital wing though, Loki said as he pulled food onto his plate. No problem. I figured something like that would happen, so I was prepared. How did you figure it out? Loki asked, surprised. It wasn't hard, and after asking who attacked you, several half-blood and Muggle students explained the situation and pointed fingers at Marcus Flint. Professor Snape sent him to Filch for detention. Oh, that's gonna suck. Yeah, very much, but that's not the worst. Professor Snape was pretty angry with him since Marcus is a repeater and was only allowed to remain at Hogwarts because Professor Snape vouched for him, Dominic explained, causing Loki's mouth to hang a little loose. I guess he really is as stupid as he looks then. Loki asked, and Dominic just nodded and continued eating his own food after he said, I doubt he'll be allowed to graduate. Loki ate in silence, and once he was done, he carried his satchel out to the Great Lake where he sat down and spent time staring at the surface of the Black Lake, throwing stones into it which the giant squid threw back. After a while, when the giant squid vanished, Loki cracked open his ancient runes book and began to read it, except he was lost in his dream world, wondering about the various things from the incident that stood out to him. Why was the key left in that door? Was there someone else there who guided me and Hermione into that bathroom? Is there someone using an artifact like 0-08 the Quill of Alzahad to arrange such coincidences? Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, Vice Headmistress Minerva McGonagall spoke the word, cockroach clusters, and caused the gargoyle protecting the pathway to the headmaster's office spin open. She climbed the spiraling staircase, and before she could knock on the door, she heard an aged voice come out from the inside. Come in, it said. Professor McGonagall stepped into the room that was filled with magical instruments of all sorts, with bookcases mounting walls to reach the ceiling along with the portraits of previous headmasters and headmistresses who governed Hogwarts. Yet her eyes remained on the enigmatic individual waiting for her from behind a desk, observing her with a mysterious expression as if detached from the world. Care for a lemon drop, Minerva? The old man, Professor Dumbledore, asked calmly. As always, headmaster, I will have to decline. I am not a fan of sweets. As always, Minerva, as always. There was a slight pause which McGonagall broke by asking Dumbledore a question. Why have you summoned me to the office, Albus? I have to take care of the fallout from angry parents complaining about the troll in the castle. I'm currently rather swamped. Ah. Yes, you must be. I won't keep you for long then. Could you tell me about a student? Which student, Albus? I believe his name was, Loki. Chapter 83, Investigations. The first-year student Loki. McGonagall asked for confirmation. Yes, that would be him. He's a decent child, has good talent in a few subjects and is diligent. Nothing special? Dumbledore asked. No, although he can be a bit of a tease at times and skips Professor Quirrell's class because he feels it is a waste of time, he is quite normal. Is that all? Dumbledore asked, seeking more information, a little disappointed about something. I think Professor Snape will know more about him given he's a Slytherin and has had most of his detentions with him. Detentions? Yes, he got detentions from the first day. Why? Dumbledore asked, puzzled. He's the child that insulted the Pure Blood faction on the first day, Albus. The detentions were to keep him safe from harm from the rather proud faction. McGonagall said, exasperated since he was out of touch with a student that nearly all teachers knew. How is he in class? Anything special? Is he connected to the other side? ****No, Albus, as far as I've seen or worked with him, he doesn't seem to be a Beyonder. I see. I will ask Snape for more information. That will be all, Minerva. McGonagall shook her head and left the office room that had turned silent. Dumbledore seemed to be thinking something but did not speak anything. Eventually, after a while, he pulled out his unique wand and waved it, causing an ethereal wisp to emerge from its tip and coalesce into a medium-sized phoenix. Dumbledore pulled out a piece of paper that he seemed to have conjured from thin air and handed it over to the phoenix. The ethereal phoenix left the office, and before a long while passed, Professor Snape entered the office. He silently looked at the headmaster, waiting for him to ask him a question. Are you all right, Severus? I understand you don't like to speak, Severus, but you could spare me a few words at least. What is it? Snape spat each word with annoyance. Do you know of a student named Loki? Snape's eyes narrowed and he asked, what do you want with him? Oh. I'm surprised to see you care about your student for once. Snape only further narrowed his eyes in response. All right, can you let me know if he has come in contact with the other side before? No. He had met a wizard before school, but nothing else. Is he not a Beyonder? No. I haven't seen him use any Beyonder-specific spells of any of the standard pathways. The only other way would be to be the blessed of an outer god, but I don't think he has anything special to attract an outer god. Even his physical abilities are subpar at best. You should, however, recognize him as the boy who got the wand made out of a Dementor's bone. Ah, yes, I do remember him. So that was him, was it? Dumbledore seemed to fall into contemplation as he thought about something in silence, but then he turned to Snape and spoke, keep an eye for me, would you? Snape nodded and turned around without any greetings and left the office silently. Stepping above the gray fog in his room, Loki walked over to the large table he had set up, sat down, and pulled the topaz pendant into his hand along with the ruby ring. Wearing the pendant on his wrist, he waited until it had stopped moving before closing his eyes, taking a deep breath in and speaking out. Someone used supernatural means to induce coincidences to make me meet and fight the troll. Someone used supernatural means to induce coincidences to make me meet and fight the troll. Someone used supernatural means to induce coincidences to make me meet and fight the troll. Someone used supernatural means to induce coincidences to make me meet and fight the troll. Someone used supernatural means to induce coincidences to make me meet and fight the troll. Someone used supernatural means to induce coincidences to make me meet and fight the troll. Someone used supernatural means to induce coincidences to make me meet and fight the troll. Holding the pendant and waiting, Loki soon found it slowly beginning to spin clockwise. Not a very strong affirmation. This could mean that there were coincidences, but they were not arranged for me. Strange, then who were the coincidences arranged for? Professor Quirrell and Snape. But what would they gain from getting them to fight the troll and save Hermione? No, it is more likely that they were heading to the third-floor corridor to enhance the protection of whatever Fluffy is protecting. Loki sat back in his chair and wondered, thinking about the question for a while, until he realized he couldn't find the answer with any further divinations because he didn't know much about the coincidences. Well, let's go meet Mione. If anyone might know something, it would be her. Loki wondered, and with but a simple thought he left the Sapphira Castle and arrived back into the cubicle he was using to enter the Spherote. Exiting the washroom, Loki made his way to the library, where he guessed Hermione would most likely be. Mione. Loki whispered as he sat himself beside her chair in the library. Loki. Hermione almost shouted excitedly, but sense prevailed and she remembered she was in the library and kept her voice low. What's up? Don't what's up me. Where did you go after you sent me away? I was so worried. If it wasn't for Professor McGonagall stopping me and telling me about you being in the hospital wing, I would have raised a fuss. Ah, that's cute. Cute my foot. I wanted to beat you up when I realized you basically pushed me away to face the troll on your own. Hermione whispered angrily like a hissing cat. Why were you in that washroom in the first place? Loki asked, since he thought he might learn something important. Well, a few people in Gryffindor felt that I wasn't being helpful in classes and I had no friends, that's why. Well, don't worry about it, now that I know you're alright, I don't have to worry. They told you that you didn't have any friends? Loki asked with a frown on his face. That's not a nice thing to say. Well, forget about it, they apologized and they were even ready to help me out when I went looking for people to help you. Oh. Loki's eyebrows raised as he felt like he'd found the answer to his previously asked question. Did they not follow their prefects to the dormitory? Well, Harry and Ron said that they'd been worried that I was in the washroom, so they sneaked away to help me out. Huh. How did they know to look for you? They said they overheard Neville and Parvati talk about me. I see. Loki nodded, while outwardly he remained impassive to the situation and also a little angry about the two little buggers who had called his only friend friendless. Inwardly he was also holding the feeling of jubilant joy. I know who the incident was meant for. It's almost bookish with how it was set up. Must be a terrible author to have such a cliched story of friendship. The key was meant to be there for Harry and Ron to lock the troll inside the washroom after Hermione escaped, saving her and becoming her best friends in the process. But the writer didn't intercept my interception. Meanwhile, in the office, Dumbledore pulled out a faint wisp of shining threads and dropped them into the pensieve that was floating beside him. In the scene before him, Dumbledore saw himself standing in the middle of the corridor, where he saw a young Loki hiding behind the stone gargoyle, clearly ignoring the him in the memory like he wasn't there at all. Quirrell wearing a turban passed right by him, after which Snape followed, neither noticing he was standing in the corridor either. And soon the boy stepped from behind his gargoyle and rushed into the bathroom he had so delicately arranged for the prophesied one. Dumbledore in the memory lifted his wand, and as soon as he began to attempt to confound the boy to leave his stage alone, he felt a terrible premonition of danger. Misfortune. I felt a terrible sense of misfortune the second I aimed to manipulate the boy's story. Dumbledore thought with a frown. Why? Chapter 84, A Missing Snitch. After the incident with the troll, Loki resumed his daily routine, getting up, eating breakfast with Dominic, going to classes, eating lunch, having fun with Hagrid in Forbidden Forest, playing with Fluffy, studying and doing homework, attending detention, and finally sleeping. His routine left very little time for anything else. But Loki was still worried. He had a person to look out for who was using the abilities of the Quill of Alzahad or was a spectator in the castle. So he asked Creature to give him an item from the Black family vault or manor that would keep him safe from a spectator. Does this even work? Loki asked as he looked at the inconspicuous locket that was hanging from his neck. The locket wasn't anything grand or expensive, it looked like a random rock had been strewn on a thread and wrapped around his neck. Loki didn't feel any different after wearing it, but he trusted Creature and so trusted the locket. Loki's only free time came from sneaking out of the castle after his detention to meet a few unicorns. Nobody knew of this secret tryst of his, and he carried on abusing his nighttime privileges without anyone knowing the better. On one fateful day during his detention, Loki spotted Snape limping back to his office, so he asked him what happened, but Snape just glared at him and kept his mouth shut. Currently, the entire school was sitting in the stands around the Quidditch pitch while Loki was thinking, I won't get a better chance to steal from our dear young masters than now. Loki walked to the Quidditch pitch and began to scout for whales by seeking which student bet the most money by buying costly tickets written by the students running a small betting stand. This would have been so much easier if I was a Sequence 9 seer, wouldn't it? I could have just divined which student had the most money and stolen all his money directly. But then I wouldn't have needed to steal. Sitting beside the betting stand, away from all the Slytherin and Gryffindors, Loki quietly spread his spirituality and levitated any money that was being handed to the stand for Gryffindor's loss into his own pockets. Now, although Loki hadn't seen or read any of the Harry Potter movies or books, he did know that Harry was the main character, so it was obvious to him who was going to win. Especially in a game against a big bad Slytherin and the good and brave Gryffindor. And it's only the purebloods who were betting. Too bad for them, they unknowingly donated to the finances of a poor little mudblood. Maybe the error god will forgive some of their sins for this benevolent act. During the few minutes before the game began, when the students were in a rush to purchase tickets, Loki slipped into the crowd and walked away with his loot. After all, performing a theft and not getting to enjoy the profits because he had become too greedy was a failed theft. A friend of the Weasley twins, Lee Jordan, was doing the commentary while being carefully watched by the head of his house, McGonagall. The green snakes are entering the pitch. Look at the mean expressions they have on their faces. They look like they're ready to break some bones. Not like they can do much of anything else when their captain is a troll dash. Jordan! McGonagall shouted. Ahem, look. The Gryffindors have entered the pitch. And look. It looks like the rumors were right. Gryffindor has the youngest seeker in 100 years. It's none other than Harry Potter. Everyone else in the stands broke out into hushed whispers, while the Gryffindor stands had everyone cheering and shouting as the Slytherin stands did their best to boo him out with the same enthusiasm, except the purebloods wanted no part in the farce, so the boos were a little less vigorous. Loki could see Malfoy's fuming face and immediately figured that the gears inside his head were turning, wondering how he could get Harry into trouble. How come you're here, Dominic? Don't need to study? Loki asked with a suspicious look on his face. It's good to take a break once in a while. I thought you were a nerd, never knew you were fun like that. Says the kid that spends all his free time sitting by the Black Lake and reading books. Hey. I go to the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid every few days. And I take a break from studying and go to the greenhouse to tend to plants or watch the Quidditch match every other day. You'll always be a nerd in my books. Yeah, and you in mine. What should I title it? The Diary of Nerd Snakes. Loki playfully punched Dominic's shoulder, and then they both began to pay attention to the Quidditch pitch since the match had already started. And the quaffle is taken immediately by Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor. What an excellent chaser that girl is, and rather attractive, too. Jordan. The game progressed smoothly, with both the teams doing their best, and while the Slytherin team was a little aggressive, the Gryffindors played in a more balanced way. None of the teams had scored so far 10 minutes into the game, with the goalkeeper of the Gryffindor team, Wood, making spectacular saves and the beaters of the Slytherin team keeping the chasers of the Gryffindor team on the edge of their brooms. All in all, Loki felt the game turning barbaric. There were powdered kegs on both sides of the game just waiting to be fired up and explode. Not even the cold weather of November could stop the cheering and booing of the respective sides from heating up. But Loki's entire focus was disrupted when he noticed the small golden glowing snitch flying in the sky, right above his head. Although the snitch had no monetary value, it held a lot of significance emotionally for the right people. It was the snitch of Harry Potter's first game at Hogwarts. Seeing that no one had noticed it other than him, not even Dominic since he was looking at the game, Loki spread his spirituality a little, used his telekinetic abilities to grasp it, and then brought it to himself. As soon as the snitch came into contact with his fingers, the buzzing stopped and its wings wrapped back into the snitch. It felt like the snitch had died. Dominic, I'm going to go to the washroom. The cold is making me feel the pressure, Loki said. You sure? The game's just heating up, Dominic said while looking at the game. Yeah, I'll be back in a bit, I promise. Remember to fill me in when I'm back, Loki said, and with a soft nod from Dominic left the Quidditch stadium. As soon as Loki entered the castle, he made a beeline towards the closest washroom and entered a cubicle to perform a sacrificial ritual to send the golden snitch above the grey fog. Once he was done, Loki calmly walked back to the Quidditch pitch and returned to the seat Dominic had kept reserved for him. What took you so long? Dominic asked politely. The game's been getting hotter ever since you left. Neither side has found the snitch yet, so everyone's doing their best to score more. It's been getting really fun. Haha, is it now? Then I hope they don't find the snitch at all, Loki said in a calm and satisfied tone. Oh. Look. It looks like Harry is going to fall from his broom, Dominic said, and the topic was diverted from the snitch. As soon as Loki's eyes landed on Harry, he noticed how his broom was trying to jerk control away from him, as if it hated his guts. Huh? What's happening? Magic. Someone's cursing him. Loki immediately looked around the field, and like Hermione, he too noticed Snape looking at Harry and mumbling something under his breath, but Loki's eyes then fell on Quirrell, who was also doing the same thing. Are they doing wandless magic to try and fix his broom from afar? Loki wondered. But then why is his broom doing that in the first place? Dominic, doesn't it look like his broom is malfunctioning? Loki asked Dominic his doubt. Yeah, it does look like it. The broom was moving around fine until now. Did someone curse him during the game? Dominic mumbled loud enough for Loki to hear. Yeah, and it looks like the professors are trying to help him out too, Loki said, pointing at Snape and Quirrell. Yeah, it seems like the professors have a handle on it, let's leave it to them, Dominic concluded. But suddenly, oh look. Someone set Professor Snape's robes on fire. Loki pointed out and Dominic became worried as he pulled out his wand. Why your wand? Loki asked. In case Harry falls, someone needs to react in Tim, oh, never mind, Wood called for a timeout. All the players landed back on the field after Madame Hooch's whistle allowing them to reconvene. Harry managed to land on the ground since his broom appeared to fix itself. It looks like the Gryffindor team has called for a timeout. Does it have to do with the abrupt malfunction of Harry's broom? Lee asked on the mic. Oh. Look. Wood's moving towards Madame Hooch. Are they going to lodge a complaint? Lee shouted excitedly. Have the Slytherin team stooped so low they've begun casting curses on the dash, Jordan? Sorry, Professor McGonagall. Oh. Look. Madame Hooch is confused too. She seems to be looking around the field for something. Seemingly noticing something wrong, Madame Hooch flew on her broom and moved towards the teacher's stands and called out for Professor McGonagall. Boys and girls. I've got an ear-shattering development. According to Madame Hooch, the snitch for the game has vanished and neither seeker has it. I repeat, the snitch for the game has vanished and neither seeker has it. A flurry of reactions greeted the crowd, with some being annoyed, others laughing, looking at the incident while the teams were confused. But Loki was smiling as he felt his potion get digested. McGonagall first called for the twins and asked them if they'd stolen the snitch, but seeing them just as confused about the incident, she chose to believe them and let them off. She tried to accio the snitch back into the field, but that seemed to have failed too. So, the game then continued as normal, with Professor McGonagall summoning a new snitch from the castle for the teams to play while Loki on the side did his best to hide his proud smirk. That's another 15% digestion done, only the last 30% remains. Loki thought, overjoyed. The match had cooled down a little because of the pause, but they eventually found their rhythm once again, with the Slytherin team becoming more aggressive than before in trying to keep Harry away from the snitch. But they failed when, at the last second of a sharp dive in a high-speed chase, Harry managed to swallow the new snitch. That was a fun game, wasn't it? Dominic asked, stretching to relax his stiff cold muscles. It was. Loki nodded. Especially at the end there, Harry swallowing the snitch was funny. Yes, it was. Dominic nodded. Chapter 85, A Day Before Christmas. It was Christmas break and Loki was strolling through the corridors, having finished his winter homework. With nothing else to do, Loki was admiring the frozen black lake, spending his time seeing the shadow of various creatures traveling underneath it from the 7th floor. Should I go to the island at the center of the lake now? I got nothing better to do anyway. Loki moved to his dorm and picked up a jar of honey. He only entered the dorm without Dominic because it was mostly empty and all the pureblood purists had gone back home for the winter. I should also probably start to learn how to duel. Dominic's not going to be around for the next year to save me from them. With his honey jar in tow, Loki began to skip toward the central island in the Black Lake while stepping cautiously over the frozen lake and snow on his way. Once on the island, Loki spotted several bowtruckles rushing into trees and attempting to hide from his senses, but Loki didn't mind. Instead, he opened the jar of honey and placed it on the low branch of a particularly tall tree. It wasn't long after that the small green humanoid figures began to jump around their hiding spots, trying to get a look at the source of the delicious smell wafting down their homes. Soon, groups of bowtruckles all disregarded Loki and rushed toward the jar of honey to eat their fill, and once they were full they lay down on the branch in a relaxed manner, which allowed Loki to get to know a few of them. After playing with the bowtruckles for a while by tickling them with his fingers, Loki, feeling quite cold himself, began to trot towards the Great Hall to have some warm soup to warm himself up. After having soup, Loki eventually wandered to an empty classroom. Is that Harry Potter? What's he doing staring at a mirror? Admiring himself. Loki, curious about the new finding, followed Harry in and looked at the mirror himself. Ah. Is that Walburga? Is she all right? And Elaine? How did Elaine grow up so soon? And why is she getting married? No one can marry her. Loki's head started ringing alarm bells as he realized there was some magic being used to amplify the desires in his mind, so he immediately closed his eyes and walked out of the room, keeping in mind the way he'd entered. Hey! You don't want to look at that mirror for so long. Loki shouted into the room to get Harry distracted, but his voice didn't seem to be reaching him. So Loki did the next best thing he could think of and picked up a little snow from the window nearby and clumped it into a ball. Thump. Ouch. What the dash? Don't look at the mirror for too long. It can't be good for you. Loki shouted after successfully grabbing Harry's attention. Boo-dash. No. No buts. You can't trust any object that seems to have a mind of its own, remember? Isn't that what Professor Quirrell teaches? Harry's eyes widened slightly, but there was still reluctance in his look, but not for long, since his head was smacked with another ball of snow. Thump. Hey. Stop it. Come out. Loki shouted, preparing another ball of snow. Harry walked out furiously and stomped right up to Loki. What do you think you're doing? Hey, I was only helping a person in need. Huh? What do you mean? Were you seeing something you really wished to see? Loki asked. Harry's eyes widened and his gaze was enough for Loki to confirm his guilt, so he spoke up. A magical object that can learn what's in your mind can't under any circumstance be good for you. Who knows what dark wizard cooked it up with what intentions? How do you know that? I don't know, but anything that can think on its own is not to be trusted. Haven't you heard enough of that in Professor Quirrell's classes? But you don't even attend his classes, Harry argued. And yet I know the warning better than you. Go ahead and sit in that room if you want to end up as some mindless freak. I'm leaving. Loki announced and left from there without any further words. HMPF. I tried helping him out of basic human decency and yet he started to argue with me. What did he even see in there? Was it the winning lottery numbers? He looked at me like I killed his parents. HMPF, stupid kid. Fuming on his way back, Loki ended up in the library with a rough book on which he was practicing drawing runes. This damn thing, it's almost like learning a new language. Why are there so many variations of the same rune? And why are they all so difficult to draw? Loki had memorized about 30 different unique runes in the past 3 months, spending time not only to learn how they looked but also delving into the theory behind them by combining them with arithmancy. Loki's quill turned blunt after a little while, indicating how much he had practiced until he eventually thought, I should send Mione a letter to tell her to bring me a few ballpoint pens. Going to the Ollery, Loki picked a random owl and attached to its feet a letter and a package. The package was a gift from him to Hermione for Christmas. He then used another owl to send a similar gift to Dominic, which meant his entire friend circle of 2 people had gained their presents. The only person he had to send a present in the end was to Elaine, whose present he sent to Cassandra Trelawney. Entering his dorm room tired, Loki pulled out the 2-way mirror that was his only saving grace in these trying times as he spoke to the little angel on the other side. Big brother. Elaine. How are you? Are you feeling well? Yes, big brother. There are so many toys here. Aunt Cassandra always finds time to play with me. Today she also made tea with me. Oh. Which tea did you drink? Chamomile tea. But Aunt Cassandra said that things will get harder for you, big brother. Harder for me? She said you will get into some trouble, but she also told me not to worry because you are strong enough to face it. I don't know if I like the sound of that. But big brother. What happened? I also made a good luck charm for you today. I gave it to Aunt Cassandra and she said she'll give it to you. Oh, thank you, Elaine. Thank you very much. Now see, I will beat up the bad person and come back without even getting a hair scratched. Boom. I trust big brother. Yawn. Good night, Elaine. Good night, big brother. With the last greeting, Elaine fell asleep and Loki spent a little while with Sunny, listening to his squeaking poems before falling asleep himself. Chapter 86, A Surprise. Loki woke up with a soft yawn, and when he did he found 3 letters and packages waiting for him at his door. Who sent me gifts? Loki wondered out loud. Still on the bed, Loki did some gymnastics to get the letters and packages onto his own bed without leaving it, and while nestled inside the quilt he picked up the first letter. From Hermione. Greetings, Loki, I got your gift and I must say I loved it very much. The snow glass ball off Hogwarts now sits above my bed and keeps me company at night. I admire your transfiguration skill in being able to pull off something so detailed and impressive. It has made me competitive, and so I made you a present that I transfigured myself. I hope you like it. See you in school. Hermione. Loki opened the package attached to the letter and began to examine the item inside, putting a soft smile on his face. On the inside was a chibi bobblehead that resembled him, which he immediately placed on his bedside table, watching its head bobble away for a few minutes before he noticed there was a second package inside the first one. 2 gifts. Loki pulled out the package and neatly opened the wrapping, only to be surprised by the gift, ballpoint pens. Ha! I knew she'd send me these. There was a paper in the second gift that provided some context. P.S. I have also grown tired of sharpening my own quills. It is time the wizarding world learned about ballpoint pens. Thank you for reminding me about it. I love being able to write properly once again. Haha, I wonder if this will start a fad in the school of students writing using ballpoint pens. Loki moved to the next present and pulled open the letter that was on it. It was a short letter that read, "Hello Loki. I loved your Hogwarts replica transfiguration. In exchange, I have transfigured something helpful for you. P.S. Pour in your spirituality to see what it does." Loki opened the package and found a simple ring in it. Huh. The ring looks pretty. Loki thought, picking it up and putting it around his finger. But as soon as Loki poured his spirituality into the ring, it transformed into the most ferocious and venomous brightly colored snake possible, scaring Loki quite literally out of his bed. Thud. As Loki fell onto the floor, he pulled back his spirituality from the snake, causing it to retransform into a simple ring around his finger. That was scary. He could have at least warned me about it. HMPF. And to think I sent him such a nice gift. Just you wait, Dominic. I shall have my revenge. Loki then moved to the third present. It did not have a letter attached, but Loki knew who'd sent it and hence he'd left it for the last. Opening the present, Loki found a small cloth bag with its top tied to conceal whatever was inside it. Loki fiddled with the bag for a while until he was able to open it and peer inside. Inside were 2 things, a metallic charm which had an Ouroboros carved in it and a simple paper drawing of a stick figure, Elaine and Loki holding each other's hands. How, what a beautiful piece of art. I'm sure Elaine can become the greatest artist in the world. Slinging the cloth bag around his neck, Loki stuffed it into his robes, where he decided he would wear the good luck charm until he died. Days passed and soon the holidays ended and Loki was back into his routine of attending classes once again. Hagrid. Loki shouted as he knocked on the large wooden door to his hut. Loki. Hagrid opened the door, surprised. What are ye doing here? Huh. I come here almost every day, Hagrid. Did you forget? Ah. Ye do. Yo, do. I must have forgotten. With nothing stopping him, Loki entered the hut and began complaining about things he usually did. The food was still so unhealthy today. I wonder how wizards burn off the excess fat in the food. Oh, but in the castle the students probably have to climb a lot of stairs. Loki suddenly paused since he found out that there was someone else intruding his time with Hagrid. Loki. Hermione squealed happily. He's a Slytherin, the red-headed Weasley proclaimed. Loki's eyes immediately focused on Ron as he gave him a scrutinizing gaze. Who are they, Hagrid? Loki asked with an unfriendly expression, although he knew 2 of them. They spotted me. Hagrid gruffed. Spotted you? Doing what? Looking up how to mate a manticore and a fire crab. I told you they wouldn't write. They're too different. There was a sudden silence in the hut as Loki stared at Hagrid while the 3 other kids all gagged mentally since Loki's words did not paint a pretty picture. We spotted him looking up books about dragons. Harry, the only child who had remained silent till now, finally spoke. Dragons. Loki's eyes sparkled at their mention. Where? Loki asked, and Hagrid pointed at a pot that was holding up a large dark blue-black egg on top of it. Loki rushed to it and paid a lot of attention, immediately borrowing Hagrid's dragon gloves to stoke the fireplace and drop the egg into it so that it would warm up. He's cooking it alive. Ron complained, but Loki ignored him. How did ye know it needs to be hot, Loki? Hagrid asked. Ah. I read it in a book in the library. The egg must be as hot as possible to give the baby inside the impression that it is safe to hatch. Mama Dragon's breath fire on the eggs, you see. Loki said without caring about the scrunched-up face Ron had. Do you know how long it'll take for it to hatch? Hermione asked. About 2 weeks, give or take a couple of days, Loki said without a pause and continued. Dragons hatch a little faster than chickens since some dragon breeds eat their family after hatching to reduce the competition for hunting in the area. Ron's face scrunched up some more, but Loki ignored it and turned to look at Hagrid. Where did you find it? I don't come here for a few days and you found such an interesting thing. And you didn't even tell me about it. Won it in a bet with someone in Hogshead in Hogsmeade. A nice chap he was, though he looked a little shady. He perked right up when I told him I worked at Hogwarts. He looked glad he was finally able to get rid of the egg too. Hagrid proclaimed with a thump to his chest. Hagrid, what were you playing for another person to bet a dragon's egg? Loki asked with a confused look on his face. Nothing, we are just playing cards. Loki nodded even though he didn't believe him. He then spoke to Hagrid about various things he has to take care of about the egg until sunset when Hagrid stood up and spoke. All right, off you go now. It's time for dinner, I will call you lot when it's about to hatch for good, and ushered all the kids out of his hut. You'll also have a good surprise tomorrow. Hagrid mysteriously said before shutting the door so that they couldn't ask him any questions about it. Chapter 87, Surprise Guest. As soon as Loki finished his detention, he ducked into the dorms, and after bidding Dominic a good night he stepped into his room to speak to Elaine. Falling asleep just as Elaine did, Loki woke up on time the next day. Who's that? Dominic asked Loki. Who? Loki's eyes froze as they glanced at the men sitting beside Quirrell at the teacher's table. The guy with all those girls around him. Dominic pointed verbally without looking at Loki. If he had looked, he would have seen Loki had started to sweat profusely. The man was very effeminate, almost woman-like in his composition. His skin was as clear as jade while his complexion was pale, almost death-like. He had clean black hair parted right down the middle, and a pair of sharp red eyes that appeared to pierce right through anything he looked at. Around him were girls of various years all chatting about seemingly random things. Yeah, who's that guy anyway? Did they accept a new teacher midway through the semester? Loki pretended to be all right and tried to blend in with the conversation. No way, it's never happened before, and they would have warned us prefects at least if there was a new professor coming midterm. Maybe he's here for an event. Loki prompted and hoped that was the case, but Dominic shot him down. No, I haven't been informed to prepare the students for any event. As the Great Hall grew restless, Professor Dumbledore entered the Great Hall and attracted everyone's eyes to himself and by extent their silence. Standing in front of his chair, Dumbledore looked at the silent Great Hall with a pleasant smile plastered on his face that gave him a grandfatherly vibe. Greetings to everyone present in the hall today. I have a short announcement to make, regarding students' complaints. The faculty has heard your voices and realizes that it is possible that Professor Quirrell is a little burdened and hence to share his load, for the lower classes will be Professor Christopher John Graham. The man who was the topic of everyone's discussion in the Great Hall stood up and bowed kindly with a decent smile meshed into his face. All the younger students clapped while the older students groaned since they never protested and hence they were now stuck with Quirrell even though there appeared to be a better professor than him in the castle now. Well, that solves the mystery, Dominic said with a slight disappointment in his tone. Yeah, it does, Loki said dryly. Don't you feel happy? You've got a class you can no longer skip. Dominic teased and Loki rolled his eyes. But inwardly he couldn't help but lampoon. Seriously. And here I thought Dumbelman was already bad. How couldn't he even figure out that Churso for whatever was Mr. A? He's a psychopath. A mass murderer that set up a competition for murdering people for fun. Arg. If I didn't know that qualified people like Professor Snape and McGonagall trusted him, I would think Dumbelman has lost his mind and is losing control. What does he do all day? Plot conspiracy theories to target the main character. What is this supposed to be? Character development. TSK. Why is Dumbledore even planning so many conspiracies? Is he a conspirer from the Red Priest pathway? **** now remains the important question. Why is Mr. A here? And is he here for me? Leaving the Great Hall after a short breakfast, Loki stepped into a cubicle to do his thing and enter the Sapphire Castle. In the castle, Loki summoned the ruby ring to his finger and called out the soul of the mystery prior to perform a divination. Pulling to himself the topaz pendant, Loki sat down on a chair and table and let his hand freely rest so that the pendant would stop moving. Mr. A came to Hogwarts to find me. 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 Opening his eyes, Loki looked at the pendant and sighed since it was spinning clockwise slowly, which probably meant that in spite of coming to Hogwarts to find him directly, Mr. A didn't know of his identity completely and Loki confirmed it through another divination. Thinking of a new question, Loki closed his eyes for dream divination. The reason is Mr. A at Hogwarts. 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 Loki let his astral body roam the spirit world and tried to glean any insight into the situation. Soon he spotted Mr. A kneeling on the floor talking to another robbed man, but before he could learn anything more, he felt his head blown away. Loud lunatic ravings began to descend upon his ears, worse than the cacophony of sounds he heard during his time when his spirit body transferred to the Sapphire Castle. Loki stopped the divination immediately and forced himself back into the castle to protect himself, since he felt his body grow welts and his very being almost be touched by the corruption he was about to gain from looking at the god directly. Damn, that was the true creator, wasn't it? Did he notice my attempt at divination and interrupt me? But how did he notice me? He shouldn't have noticed me this easily. Was he preparing to intercept me? Was it because there was a mystery prior soul in the ring I stole that he recognized, since it was used before by Mr. A? Loki contemplated a little and concluded that either the spirit of the mystery prior he was using was too recognizable, or Mr. A had used high-level anti-divination items that could adapt to the gray fog's peeping and could easily block it. Damn, this means that I've already ascertained to them that I am in Hogwarts, since I pulled off a high-level divination right after seeing Mr. A. But they should be looking for someone on an angel level, since it took the interference of the true creator to keep me away. Hopefully, I don't ever have to hear the true creator rap again. Loki sat in the Sapphire Castle for a while as he contemplated how to handle the situation. Still, with not many ideas coming to his mind, he decided laying low and avoiding Mr. A would be for the best. I could skip his classes, but that'll probably mark me as a target instantly. If I attend his classes, at least it won't be super obvious that it's me, but the problem is if Mr. A has some way to identify me. My height could be an issue. But I'm neither too tall or too short for him to catch on as quick. I should really get a handle on learning to duel faster. I'll try using the Ring of Harvest and the Soul of the Dawn Paladin in it to learn basic combat. Satisfied with his basic plan, Loki departed from his stay in the Sapphire Castle after a quick glance at the ring that now seemed more troublesome than it was worth. Damn, what a way to start a day. Chapter 88, An Imp. Sitting in class, Loki looked at the men in front of the class. It was the first time in a while Loki had attended the Dadak class. The teacher was present in the class, and frankly, his teaching style was fantastic. It focused on more practicalities than on just textbook theory as Quirrell did. As such, there was currently an imp trapped inside a cage in the center of the classroom where everyone could see it. The imp is a magical creature. A series of oohs and ahs followed as everyone watched the stocky creature jumping inside the cage, indignantly working tirelessly to try and free itself like a monkey. In a moment, the imp will be released upon you, and all of you will at once try and protect yourselves. If you can, I will award each student who does the knockback jinx successfully a point for their house. Another series of OOOs and AAAs followed as all the kids grew in enthusiasm. But before we start, let's have a dry run to practice casting the spell. Come on. Wave your wands at ready and say, Flipendo, with a flick of your wand at go. Remember to keep the clear intent of knocking back your target when you cast the spell. Ready. The students gathered courage and pointed their wands in front of them, taking care not to point them at one another, and when John said go, every student in the room voiced a resounding shout of Flipendo. Flipendo. A series of colorful sparks left each student's wands, some even at the professor himself, but he simply flicked his stick to create a translucent white shield in front of himself and stopped anything from reaching him. It seems like some students were a little too excited and decided to launch spells at me, but unfortunately for them, I will have to deduct points for their behavior, so 15 points from Slytherin and 10 from Gryffindor, the professor said, much to the anger of a few Gryffindor and Slytherin students. Alright kids. Now get ready. The students primed their wands with spirituality once again, and when they looked ready, Professor John waved his wand, causing the lock on the cage to fly open and the imp in it to be set loose. Flipendo. A shout was heard and a red beam of light flew through the air as it targeted the imp, but before it could reach the imp it ducked and rolled, easily emerging within the crowd of students. The move set off panicked shouts of Flipendo, which instead of striking the imp hit all the other students, causing a few to become dizzy and collapse and others to even fly back and take other students with them to the ground. The imp jumped round wildly and everyone cast spells wildly like it was some sort of shootout. The only ones remaining on their feet soon were Draco, Hermione, Loki, Harry and Daphne. And of course the fantastical imp. Everyone wordlessly acknowledged their presence, working together to keep the imp surrounded so that it couldn't escape or break the encirclement. Harry was the first to start after Flipendo. The imp dodged the spell and stepped into a mad dash towards Harry on all its limbs, running like a big cat. As soon as it got a little closer, Hermione and Daphne both shot the Flipendo jinx at the position where the imp would be in a second, but it expertly jumped over them and landed right on Harry's torso. Draco cast another flipendo along with Harry, who cast it by bringing his wand right up to the imp's head, but the imp expertly dodged the blows and snaked its way behind Harry, pulling on his hair to move him in the way of Draco's flipendo, causing him to get knocked out. The imp then jumped and ran towards Draco and tripped him by pulling his robes and swinging around his feet on them. Throwing away Draco's wand, the imp left only Hermione, Daphne, and Loki still standing. Making Daphne its next target, the imp rushed like fire towards her, making use of the bodies on the ground to dodge the jinxes Daphne threw at it. Using the stomach of a particularly floaty student, the imp shot outwards like a bolt until it landed right on Daphne's head. But unexpectedly, it seemed Daphne had already seen this happening. Hermione flicked a flipendo out of her wand and Daphne swung her head low to bring the imp in its path. Screaachhhh. The imp instantly made a jump away from Daphne's head and landed on Hermione's head instead. Daphne managed to dodge Hermione's jinx, which had missed the imp and was headed towards her, but the imp pulled Hermione's hair and caused her to stumble over one of the bodies of the students and fall onto Daphne, taking the two of them down at once. Now there was only one student left standing in class, Loki. Making Loki its target, the imp set off in a run as it did its best to reach Loki as it jumped over and under all the jinxes he threw at it. The imp suddenly and unexpectedly attacked Loki by throwing Malfoy's wand, which it had picked up on the way, but Loki snatched it from the air, and when the imp jumped onto him, Loki jabbed the wand into the imp's nose and made eye contact with it as it pretended to be as innocent as a baby. Whine whine. Hee hee hee, no way am I going to let you go. Whine win. Flipendo. The imp's head glowed white from the bright light emitted from Loki's spell and launched into the ceiling before it collapsed onto the ground with enough force to raise a little dust. Although you executed the spell inefficiently, that was a wonderful performance, Mr. Loki. Professor John said with a soft clap that initiated a round of applause from all the students who were on the floor. Professor John then pulled the imp and threw it back in the cage without care for the creature and spoke to everyone. I hope everyone present has learnt that even creatures that appear as defenseless as the imp can be a pain to fight if one is not properly prepared with knowledge about what they are facing. So I hope everyone takes the upcoming classes seriously. Everyone nodded, since most students had experienced firsthand how rough such fights could get. And for successfully fighting off the imp, 20 points to Slytherin because of Mr. Loki and 5 points each to Slytherin and Gryffindor for Miss Daphne and Miss Hermione to have put up a fight. Everyone shot envious glances at the trio, but Hermione was still envious of Loki. Then that will be all, class is dismissed. Professor John said and walked away into his office room, shutting the door before any other student could ask him a question. Loki walked out of the class. He was tired of holding himself back throughout the lesson. He wanted to do nothing other than jump Professor John or Mr. A and reveal to everyone he was a corpse-eating cannibalistic crazy psychopath who had found his way into the school. I want to stay away from him, but doing so without raising suspicion is going to be difficult. What is he here for anyway? He could just be here for me, or more precisely the ring, but is there truly no other motive? Is he here for whatever Fluffy is guarding? But then, Adam should also know about it, so why did he let him in? To make the task for his protagonist a little more difficult. Or is Adam trying to make me a part of the story? What is everyone's true aim then? In any case, I should prepare myself for whatever comes my way. I better start practicing live combat. But how will I do that? Forbidden Forest. Chapter 89, Well. Wiping the sweat off his brows, Loki sat down on the grassy field staring at the dark moon of the night. There were several posts with targets drawn on them buried around the field, creating a sort of firing range around the meadow. Loki had created this area to practice shooting targets and the like while he was moving to better his aim. It was a small area buried in the midsection of the Forbidden Forest, well away from the territories of the tarantula and intruding a little upon the territory of the unicorns, but since they knew him, they allowed him to set up his little practice area there. Now, with some simple aiming practice, Loki wouldn't be as tired as he currently was. If anyone saw him right now, they would be worried that he had taken a swim in the Great Lake. He was sweating a lot. No, Loki wasn't just training his aim. Before arriving in the Forbidden Forest, Loki had visited above the grey fog and used the ruby ring to use the soul of the Twilight Giant in it to learn a little bit of combat knowledge. Knowledge like basic movement, leg work, breath work, and positioning. Each aspect of combat came to a person on the Twilight Giant pathway instinctively, but Loki had to learn it all from scratch. Using the soul didn't give him all the knowledge, but a little bit that was just enough to get started on the subject and build on his own, which he did by incorporating the use of a wand in combat. Norbert or Norberta should hatch tomorrow. Loki thought as he gazed idly at the stars in the sky. Hagrid and everyone together had decided on the name Norbert if it was a boy and Norberta if it was a girl. Loki was eagerly waiting for the egg to hatch and had made sure to complete his homework so that no matter what the time was he could immediately go to Hagrid's hut when his message arrived tomorrow. Nay. A little golden foal walked up to Loki and dropped a bag filled with various herbs and leaves. "Thank you, Nixie. How could I do anything without you?" Loki said softly as he stroked her hair. "Nay. Hee, I know. I have it right here," Loki said, pulling out a special ingredient that acted like catnip for the unicorns, fairy dust. He'd sneaked some away from the potions classroom in the morning for the unicorns. While the unicorns collected the herbs that he had to present to Snape at the end of his detention, he practiced combat. And when they gave him the herbs, Loki had agreed to hand over some fairy dust to them. It was a win-win situation for both parties involved. With the foal leaving happily with its fairy dust, Loki also left towards the castle to hand over today's freshly picked herbs to Snape. Snape inspected the goods but said nothing to Loki's relief and stored them away like normal. Going back to the dormitory, Loki interrupted Dominic, who was reading from a thick fat book. "You're late," Dominic said as Loki tried to sneak by. "I know, I got caught up while practicing," Loki said with a slightly embarrassed smile. "Practicing? What? How to sneak past me? If so, then you failed." "No, I was practicing combat." Question mark. Dominic raised his eyebrows and asked Loki, "What do you mean? You'll be leaving soon, right?" "So I was practicing combat just so that I could keep myself safe, you know. Since there probably won't be anyone here to protect me next year." "How is that so?" Dominic asked with a quirky smile. "What do you do?" "Why? You want to help?" Loki asked, randomly collapsing into a couch. "Sure. Why not? I'll get to beat you up a little and practice a few spells along the way," Dominic said with a smile. "You sure?" Loki asked, surprised since he hadn't expected this. "Yeah, let's start tomorrow. What do you say to meet up in the Great Hall at 5 in the evening?" "Great." Loki nodded. "If you're any good, I'll help as much as I can, but if you're bad, don't get your hopes up." Loki nodded with excitement, and after speaking a little more with Dominic, he went to sleep in his dorm room. Waking up early the next morning, Loki had breakfast with Dominic, but when he was about to head to class, a large owl flew up to him and handed him a shorter letter. "It's going to hatch soon," Loki read in an excited tone. But then it was drowned when Dominic said, "Too bad you've got to go to class right now." Dominic knew about the dragon's egg since Loki couldn't keep his mouth shut about how he was going to witness the birth of a dragon, something that Dominic hadn't seen yet. "Damn it. I will see the hatching no matter what. I'll make sure of it." Loki immediately scribbled something on the back of the same letter he was holding and handed it back to the owl, giving it a few breadcrumbs as payment so that it would go and deliver the letter back to Hagrid. "What did you say?" Dominic asked. "That I have double potions and I'll sneak away from class by using the washroom as an excuse if I have to and to keep me updated. Oh, I half want you to miss the hatching because of how much you've tried to show me up this last month. As if I will miss it just like that. I will be there to watch over my baby," Loki proudly proclaimed, causing a few Slytherins to give him weird looks. Finally, during lunch when Loki was having food, a new letter dropped onto his plate. "It's begun." Loki left his food half finished and rushed towards Hagrid's hut. On the way he met Harry, Ron, and Hermione rushing toward the hut, but he didn't tell them anything since they seemed to already know. Arriving at the hut, Loki knocked on the door rapidly. "Hagrid." Yee, I'm coming," Hagrid shouted and opened the door. Entering the house, Loki rushed past Hagrid and immediately secured himself the closest spot to the dragon egg. As the others came in, they looked eagerly at the egg that was twitching ever so slightly, and when a few minutes passed, the first crack appeared on the egg's surface. Not even a few minutes later, a beady-eyed small winged lizard fell out of the egg. Its scales were a shiny blue, and its wings were leathery, but none of it detracted from the charm of the little girl. Loki scratched the dragon under its lazily unfurled wings and caused it to snort fireworks at him, which he deftly avoided coming in contact with by creating a telekinetic shield around himself. "So cute," Loki said, watching the short creature trying to bite his dodgy fingers. "He's lost his marbles," Ron commented, but Loki ignored him. Soon Hagrid joined the fray by asking the dragon, "Who's your mommy, little fella?" The dragon shot a fireball and set fire to Hagrid's beard, which he quickly put out by patting it out. But just as Loki was about to get lost in playing with the dragon, all the people in the room heard a pot on the window fall. "Who was that?" Hermione shouted, and Hagrid rushed to the window to check, but out of all of them, only Loki immediately stepped out of the door and pointed his wand at the intruder. Flipendo. A searing red spark flew out from Loki's wand and extended towards the intruder, throwing him off his feet and head first into the ground on the hill that extended from Hagrid's hut. The intruder then unconsciously rolled down the hill and reached Loki's foot. Well, who do we have here? Loki said as he knelt to the floor and looked at Malfoy, who was unconscious with dirt on his face. Loki. You used a spell against a student. That's against the rules. Hermione shouted, but everyone ignored her. I have a fantastic idea. Who wants to take part? Loki asked in a giddy tone. Everyone looked at each other as if promising a vow of silence on the events that would transpire next before looking right at Loki, waiting for him to tell them what his plan was. Chapter 90, A Duel. How do we know you're not working with him? Ron asked, pointing at the Slytherin clothes on Draco that matched Loki's. Loki ignored the accusation and Harry responded in his stead. Remember, Malfoy was listening to us in the corridor when Hagrid's letter came in. I think he heard us then, and didn't he just knock him out? Isn't that enough to prove his allegiances? Oh, Ron said, slightly disappointed. Loki smiled and then turned toward Hagrid. Hagrid, you should probably go back into the hut. You don't want to be involved with this, and don't you have to take care of Norberta? Hagrid was about to leave, but Loki held his hand and looked into his eyes. If anyone asks, you saw nothing, all right, ... Hagrid gulped and nodded before leaving into his hut. With a smile, Loki went to Hagrid's tool shed and began to search for something in particular. A few minutes of shuffling around Hagrid's tool shed, Loki found a few old cans of paint which he gladly used to give Malfoy's face a cute layer of makeup. Is this all right? Harry asked, since even he felt a little pitiful at how Loki was treating him while using the levitation charm to drag Draco up the stairs towards the castle. All that head banging on the stone might set his brain right. Ron stated as if it was a fact and nobody argued. Then they set him up in front of the castle exit like a scarecrow by tying him to the tree that grew right outside the gate. We will get into trouble if we get caught, Hermione said with a short stomp of her foot. Says the girl who recommended taking his wand away so he couldn't get down on his own. Loki joked. HMPF, eavesdropping is not a nice thing to do. The trio left and parted ways from there, with Ron constantly mumbling something suspiciously like, he's a dark wizard, I tell you, and Loki went back to Hagrid's hut. Good night, Hagrid, Loki said to the friendly half-giant and petted the little dragon still trying to snap his fingers. Norberta's a feisty little dragon, isn't she? Hagrid asked happily, like he was the mother. You should ask some professor to help you with an undetectable extension charm so that you can keep the dragon in a safe place, or I have no doubt the dragon will burn your hut down by the end of the month. They grow fast. And with Draco running his mouth in the castle, I don't doubt people might get suspicious. But how will I convince the professors? They'll probably want me to send her off to somewhere else. I've always wondered why Hogwarts doesn't have a dragon of its own when its motto is, Draco Dormiens Nunquam Titilandus, translated as, never tickle a sleeping dragon. Given how eccentric he is, I'm sure Professor Dumbledore would see the appeal. Hagrid's eyes shone and he nodded his head. I'll try it out. Loki then stepped toward the castle, excited about the prospect of dueling Dominic. In the meanwhile, everyone saw Draco unconscious on a tree. No one rushed to get a professor, and most threw stones at him. Loki just ignored it with a simple thought as he went to bring Dominic to his training area. Kids are quite cruel. Why did you bring me here? Dominic asked with a confused look while looking around the Forbidden Forest. Because this is where the dueling club takes place, Loki said with a smile on his face as he pushed through a few bushes and entered the grounds he had prepared for himself. Dueling club? Dominic asked, surprised, but Loki had already entered the arena, so he quickly followed. It's not much of a club with only one member in it, but I can give you the privilege of joining if you want. Loki joked and Dominic playfully ruffled his hair. There were several unicorns in the area and Loki calmed them down when they all saw Dominic. Here, if all of you promise to not snitch on me, you can have some fairy dust. Loki said, holding up a small bag full of fairy dust while speaking to the leader of the young fowls around the area. What are you doing? Dominic asked, placing his hand on Loki's shoulder. Oh. Dominic, you're here. I almost forgot. Don't interfere with serious business now, go to your spot, I'll be there to fight you soon. I almost want to go back to the castle and report to the teachers that you've set up an illegal dueling arena in the Forbidden Forest. Loki's eyes suddenly widened. Oh. A secret dueling arena? How nice of you to give me such great ideas. I'll be using that one, so don't mind me stealing it, all right. Dominic looked at him with a frown and... Is there something wrong? Loki asked with a funny smile. No, I'm just lamenting how you've only arrived here when I'm in my last year. Now all the younger students will get to participate in the dueling club and not me. Why do you even want to participate in the dueling club? Aren't you a nerd? A nerd that has won the youth dueling competition 3 times prior. Loki smiled and went back to dealing with the unicorns, after which he made his way to the small dueling ring he'd set up earlier in the day. Dominic spoke with a small but confident smile on his face. You can baggy dash. Flipendo. Loki instantly cast, sending a bright red beam of light right at Dominic, but he just wordlessly cast a small protego and defended himself from it. Diffindo. Loki shouted by pointing his wand towards Dominic's feet, hoping to raise some dust to blind him. Loki almost expected Dominic to retaliate in some way and not lose his vision, but he remained still and allowed Loki do as he pleased. With a dust cloud up, Loki instantly shuffled around Dominic and moved to be behind him with light footsteps so that his sound wouldn't give his position away. Then when he thought Dominic least expected it, Loki launched a simple attack, Aqua Eructo, he shouted by flicking his wand in a simple crescent moon. A thin but fast stream of water left Loki's wand and entered the dust cloud, but Loki didn't hear the sound of Dominic screaming that he was expecting. Instead he heard. You've got a good head there and can attack well, but can you defend yourself? Dominic asked, waving his wand and causing the dust cloud around him to blow away. He was being defended by a translucent shield that didn't even form ripples as it blocked Loki's water jet stream. Then he flicked his wand and cast a purple charm straight at Loki's feet, which he promptly dodged by using simple leg work. Nice footwork. What about your defenses? Dominic asked, casting a purple charm once again, but this time with much more speed, forcing Loki to defend with his wand and not just move away. Loki's eyes could see the charm moving at high speeds right at him, but without the ability to dodge in time, he panicked. How? How do I defend against this? I don't know how to cast the Protego charm. What options do I have? I can't dodge and I can't transfigure something fast enough to block the charm, so what do I do? Before Loki could think any further, the light from the flash closed in on him and he acted instinctively. With a clever movement of his fingers he flicked his wand downwards and shouted, Finite Incantatum. The purple light clashed with his wand and vanished into thin air without harming a single hair on his head. There was a moment of silence in the forest when both Dominic and the unicorn foals were stunned by what Loki had just done, and Dominic spoke with a smile that was a beautifully executed counter curse. Loki ducked his head embarrassed and then Dominic spoke. Good. Good. You're deft and your instincts are on point. And although you lack experience with actual defenses, you supplement it with your knowledge and used Finite Incantatum to dissolve the spell. So, how was I? Loki asked. You've got a good base to work with, now all you need is to learn how to fight. Huh? What do I dash? Loki asked, confused, but he didn't get the time to finish his words. A red vermilion light shot from Dominic's wand and flew toward Loki at the same blinding speed. Unamused by Dominic's attempt at catching him off guard, Loki once again used his nimble fingers to catch the spell while shouting, Finite Incantatum. Ha! As if that would catch me off guard dash. But the truth was Dominic had planned something else. After the red light dissolved, a pure white light shone through from inside and knocked Loki in the face. A charm inside a charm. What? How? Dominic's smirking face was the last thing Loki saw before he fell unconscious. Chapter 91, A New Way to Train. Waking up to a few drops of water being flicked onto his face, Loki blinked and looked around himself as everything came into focus. Wait, what just dash? Loki started, but then he saw Dominic's face in view and suddenly remembered everything. Dominic. How did you do that? That was one spell inside the other. Loki asked the question that was eating him up. Haha, that's just a trick of mine, quite commonly used in dueling competitions actually, Dominic said with a soft smile. But how? Do you know how spells are shot at other people? Dominic asked patiently. Yeah, you shape your spirituality, activate the spell and then toss your spirituality at the intended target. That is also what gives spells their colors, since hastily activating a spell creates a little loss of magic in the form of light. That's a good short explanation. Dominic nodded. But how did you wrap one spell inside the other without having them getting mixed up? Loki asked with a frown. It is a simple trick really, takes a little skill to perform, but it's easy, I promise. All you have to do is create the first spell and give a clockwise rotation to your spirituality. What? While giving the second spell that is wrapped around it in counterclockwise rotation, so none of the points of the spell ever have enough time to come in contact and blend together. Huh, yeah, easy, definitely. Precisely. But then Loki suddenly said something else with a proud expression on his face. Did you see me use the finite incantatum spell to dispel your spell? How was it? Wasn't it great? Yeah, I didn't expect you to do something like that. Dominic truthfully stated. How did you think about that? I was just worried about how I would defend myself since I didn't know the Protego charm or any other charm to defend myself. The only thing in my arsenal was the finite incantatum, and so I took the risk. And even then I spread out my spirituality and used a lot more than I should have. Loki added the last line, but didn't actually mean it. He just didn't want to reveal that he had perfect hand-eye coordination, something that might make someone suspect him as being a beyonder. It was still fantastic. Dominic nodded. So what did you mean by I have to learn how to fight? Loki asked the question he had been meaning to ask ever since he fainted. Dominic let out a soft sigh. You've got good skill and a decent base already, but you fight like it is a joke. Your instincts aren't up to the mark. You leave yourself open like you're a body bag and attack like you're adding water to the Great Lake. It's all too simplistic is what I want to say. If you want to seriously be able to defend yourself and not get caught off guard by simple tricks, you need to treat each and every spell from the enemy as a life-threatening move. The enemy is always different from you. This means that they have something particular they are best at, and know something you might not have thought about, like my layered spell that caught you off guard. In simple words, what you lack is experience. Dominic concluded. But how am I to gain X-brain? Wait. Don't tell me. Loki immediately looked at Dominic with a little surprised expression. Yeah, I think it's time you fought a few people on your own, but before I leave you to the mercy of the Slytherin students, we'll practice dueling for a while. It'll be good for me to wind down and for you to hone your instincts. Dominic said with a sharp nod. Isn't this winding down just a different word for beating me up? After a few months of that, I'll leave you to defend yourself so that you get used to sneak attacks and brawls, Dominic said with a smile that was doing its very best to hold back his laughter. What? But Dash. I know you're worried about being hurt, but once people see you aren't easy prey, they'll leave you alone. I will talk to Professor Snape about it, and given your unique situation, I think he would agree. Loki frowned since he didn't like this at all. It felt like he was being left out to fend for himself while trapped in a pit of hungry poisonous snakes, but he still expressed his gratitude. Thank you very much. The rest of the week went by in a breeze and ended before Loki could even rest for a moment since he was swamped by things to do all day. Early in the morning there were classes where he had no give now because Defense Against the Dark Arts was now a class he had to attend. After lunch, he studied runes on his own and did homework, and in the evening he was either battling Dominic or in the hospital wing where he ate Madame Pomfrey's brain about healing magic. He didn't learn very much from her though. But thanks to his skills as a Sequence 9, Marauder Loki was rarely ever on the receiving end of attacks. Most times he was able to tactically keep his options for escape handy so that he could quickly make an escape if things were turning south. On top of that, Dominic made sure to always give Loki a way out in case things were turning heated and dangerous. In the night he had detention with professors who all gave him various tasks, from grading papers to going to the Forbidden Forest to get herbs or even taking care of the plants in the greenhouse and feeding them manure. Overall, Loki's only free time was spent going to the Forbidden Forest to visit the unicorns with Hagrid. Hagrid, did the headmaster agree? Loki asked Hagrid, but he needn't have, since Hagrid was already sporting a wide smile on his face. But Hagrid said something that shocked Loki to his core, making him glad he asked the question. Professor Dumbledore first asked to see Norberta, and when he saw how tame and friendly she was being, he let her stay in the school. There apparently is a room in the dungeons that is suitable for her and is connected to the Forbidden Forest for her to hunt. Tame and friendly. She didn't bite any of his fingers, did she? No. In fact, she let Professor Dumbledore touch her belly and give her a belly rub. Wouldn't have believed it myself if I hadn't seen her there. What dash? Can't believe it, right? Hagrid asked with a smile as he nursed a few of the younger foals by cleaning their hooves. Norberta let him give her a belly rub. Does this mean dragons have an inherent sense of danger? But why is my intuition telling me otherwise? Damn, I don't want to think more about this matter outside the Sapphira Castle. I'm half sure about what my intuition is warning me about, but I don't want to end up dead or worse on someone's radar for no reason. I'm good being a simple thief being chased by Mr. A. Shouldn't have brought up this topic at all, damn it. Chapter 92, I'm not a stalker. Sitting above the grey fog, Loki blankly looked into the distance, wondering about what he was about to do while fidgeting with the ruby ring around his finger. It would have been better if I had a Rhodes. Loki thought out loud and sighed at his misfortune. Well, hopefully, the Sapphira Castle keeps me safe. Bringing the topaz pendant into his hand, Loki finally held it loosely and let it still. Once the pendant was still and no clear movement was apparent, Loki whispered in ancient Latin, wondering if he was crazy to perform such a divination in the Sapphire Castle. Letting his astral body gaze into the spirit world, Loki murmured. The headmaster is a beyonder of the spectator pathway. The headmaster is a beyonder of the spectator pathway. The headmaster is a beyonder of the spectator pathway. The headmaster is a beyonder of the spectator pathway. Loki opened his eyes slowly and looked at the pendant. It was turning clockwise in the most vigorous motion he had ever seen. Damn, I've been living next to a spectator all this time. Well, that explains all the coincidences. The reason he's probably trying to form a story is because he wants to complete the apotheosis ritual to ascend to a true god, and as far as I remember all he has to do is make a prophecy about the current times, and as long as the current times follow his descriptions he will become a sequence 0 visionary after getting everything else. Now I have to remember never to speak about Adam or even think about him outside the Sapphire Castle in the future. Is there an organization named the Psychological Alchemists in this world? Is there a Twilight Hermit Order too? I need to get more Beyonders on board to learn about this world. Is it time to start the Tarot Club? Loki thought for a while and then picked up the pendant that was lying on the table in front of him. It is a good time to start the Tarot Club today. It is a good time to start the Tarot Club today. It is a good time to start the Tarot Club today. It is a good time to start the Tarot Club today. The pendulum was spinning counterclockwise but slowly, which Loki took to mean that there was still something restricting him and would make it a bad time to start the club. What could be an obstacle? Is there something I don't know? Or is the obstacle just the Aurora Order chasing me down? Loki performed a divination again to check if the problem was the Aurora Order, and he found the pendulum spinning slowly anti-clockwise. So they are the problem, but there's also something else. Loki thought for a while but didn't understand what else could be the cause behind it not being a good time for him to start the club. Is it because there's a member of the future Tarot Club who cannot join right now? Loki quickly divined about it and found himself looking at a pendulum swinging clockwise. Looks like there are going to be troublesome members joining the club later. Wait, no, I got distracted. I have to figure out what is Adam trying to do. Loki thought for a while and then remembered a vague detail he had missed. Wasn't there a theft in the Gringotts bank? Didn't Dominic seem sure that there was something about it related to the thing that Fluffy is protecting in Hogwarts? And since this is the story of Harry Potter, it should be related to you-know-who. Loki closed his eyes and let his astral body float along in the spirit world. The item that was moved from Gringotts to Hogwarts that you-know-who attempted to steal. The item that was moved from Gringotts to Hogwarts that you-know-who attempted to steal. The item that was moved from Gringotts to Hogwarts that you-know-who attempted to steal. The item that was moved from Gringotts to Hogwarts that you-know-who attempted to steal. Keeping his eyes closed, Loki's vision suddenly shifted from the darkness of the Sapphire Castle to what he assumed was a vault at Gringotts. A brown package barely 2 inches in size seemed to have been picked up by someone Loki recognized, Hagrid. Just as Loki was about to give up learning more about the package, his vision shifted once again, this time moving to the mirror Loki had seen during the winter. The mirror of Heist. He saw Albus Dumbledore standing in front of the mirror and holding what appeared to be a black crystal skull from whose eyes blood leaked and fell to the floor. Under Loki's persistent gaze, Albus slowly sent the crystal into the mirror, vanishing it without a trace as if it never existed. Dumbledore waved his wand and caused the droplets of blood that had fallen to the floor to vanish and walked away, breaking Loki's vision of the scene, and returning him to the familiar darkness of the Sapphire Castle once again. Why did he not take any anti-divination steps to ensure no one would figure out where the object was? Loki immediately thought. Unless he wants a specific person to know about it and come to get it. It's a trap. A trap specifically designed for someone. So is the Aurora Order and you-know-who colluding together to get that skull. But then what is the skull with blood dripping from it? Is that skull a Beyonder characteristic? Which pathway is it from? It should be the pathway that you-know-who is from if it is meant to bait him right. If it is a Beyonder characteristic, that means you-know-who is still not a true god or even an angel. But if it is a uniqueness of his pathway, that means he's at least a king of angels. He's dangerous for me either way. Can I divine about it? No, unless I know the divination isn't harmful to me, I shouldn't push my luck. I might be becoming a stalker with how much I'm using divination to check on things. Loki thought with a sigh and teleported back to his room after leaving the Sapphire Castle. With him back in the room, Loki looked at the Niffler, who was patiently writing poems in the Niffler language he had created. If I'm going to be fighting, shouldn't this brat that keeps getting fatter like a chicken also learn how to fight? Loki pulled Sunny by the nape of his neck, and the scholarly niffler that had somehow gotten a pair of small glasses on its nose looked at him with frustration. Squeak squeak. Yes, I know you need to write poems at midnight to digest the potion, but you're going to learn how to fight with me, so that you are useful for something at the very least. All you do is sit around in my room all day and get fatter. Squeak squeak squeak. No, I don't believe a midnight poet must have a nice round and fat belly. Come on, let's practice fighting together from now on. With the lazy niffler finally practicing with Loki, a new part was added to his already busy routine, leaving him very little time to sleep, so he developed dark circles around his eyes, giving him a cute panda look that Hermione always teased him about whenever they met. Chapter 93, Crybaby. Looking at a book containing newspaper clippings, Loki flipped the pages casually as he continued to read the ones with interesting headlines. You won't believe how Harry Potter defeated the Dark Lord with just a sneeze. Find out about the most powerful magic that allowed Harry Potter to defeat the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord hates this one simple trick that gets him all the time. It was clear to Loki who the villain for Harry in Dumbledore's story was. There could only be one. He who must not be named, or you know who, or simply, the Dark Lord. Is he also a high-level existence in the level of angels and the sort? Did people figure out that using his name forms a connection of some sort with him? But how did Harry Potter even defeat him when he was just a baby? Was there someone else that helped him? Surely. Was Adam involved? Perhaps he birthed Harry just to make his prophecy come true. Seeing that searching anymore was not helping him, Loki put back the book with newspaper clippings into its shelf and came back to Dominic. Done stalking your classmate? Dominic asked lightheartedly, not lifting his head from the book he was reading. As if, now all I need to do is learn the invisibility spell and trail behind him all around Hogwarts and dash. Dominic looked up in surprise and was about to dissuade Loki, but then he saw him smirking and sighed. He got you. Not funny, Loki. What are you reading, by the way? Auror training guide. You want to become an Auror? Not exactly, I want to join the unspeakable department in the ministry. Unspeakable. They're a bunch of high-class wizards that delve into the secrets of the world and magic. I see. Sounds like what a nerd would love to do. Yeah, probably also for a nerd that likes stalking his classmates. Haha, as if. Look me in the eye and tell me that the mystery surrounding them doesn't interest you. All right, it does, but not very much. Keep telling yourself that. Yeah, see you later, Dominic. I'm gonna go and attend my detention with Professor Sprout. As Loki walked the halls, he came across a group of wizards facing off against each other. Since it was late in the night and Loki was a little curious, he stepped into the classroom and looked at what was going on. On one side were Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, and a girl whose name Loki didn't know. And on the other side were Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville. Everyone turned to look at Loki, who was looking at them, and their argument stopped. What are you doing? Loki asked with a confused expression. Something your nut-sized brain cannot comprehend, Loki. We're upholding the pride of the wizarding world. We're competing in a duel. Loki's eyes widened as he looked at everyone. Shocked yet mudblood. Malfoy cursed with a smirk. Everyone thought Loki was overreacting to the piece of information, and suddenly, he bent over and stood holding his knee, snorting air. Soon it turned into full-blown laughter. Ha 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 ha, dueling, he said. Ha 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 ha, what are you going to do, toss fireworks at each other? Shudash, Malfoy tried to say something, but Loki stopped laughing and immediately said something. Wait. I know what you can do, why don't you play with toy wands instead? I'm pretty sure the fake spells they shoot out are more powerful than what you can do. Hermione scowled since she didn't like Loki underestimating her, but after a few seconds she sighed deeply, because she'd been wondering about the same thing that Loki had just told them about. She didn't know any spells that could harm someone other than Flipendo, and even that was something that she could barely use against an imp. Interrupting Loki's laughter, Malfoy brandished his wand and shouted, Flipendo, sending a beam of white light right at him. Loki looked at the spell's speed and causally waved his wand, murmuring, Finite Incantatem, causing the spell to vanish once it made contact with his wand. Wait. Let's do this. Loki said casually, as if he had a bright idea. Why don't all of you attack me at the same time? It'll be fun then, I go dash. Nobody wants you here, you scoundrel, the girl Malfoy had brought with him complained vocally to Loki, so he looked at the faces of everyone present and found them frowning, well, everyone except Hermione, who looked like she understood what Loki was saying. Do as you see fit then, I have detention anyway, good night. Hope you don't let your wands bite your behinds when you embarrass them with your silly wand waving. Closing the door, Loki left the room and was on his way to the greenhouses where he spent the rest of the night rooting and planting saplings of a variety of plants under Professor Sprout's careful guidance. Loki, I've been meaning to ask this and so are the other professors, but don't you hate detention? Huh? Why would I hate it? I get to spend more time with the thing I love. The thing you love? Yeah. Magic. You might not know this, but I was a thief before I entered Hogwarts. Life every day was rather repetitive and bland. Loki explained, mixing his past life and this one. Magic was a breath of fresh air, and since detention is all about learning magic, how could I hate it? I'd be mad to want to go back to my normal life. Professor Sprout gave him a searching gaze and then a smile broke out on her face. It is rare to find kids like you who treat magic as something magical, Mr. Loki. I hope you don't lose this quality as you grow up. I promise. Loki said with a nod, since although he was worried about Voldemort, Aurora Order, Mr. A, Dumbledore and the rest of the crew hunting him down, he still enjoyed his time in the wizarding world. Detention ended soon after and Loki found himself walking back through the corridors of the castle under moonlight. When he reached the classroom where everyone was going to duel earlier, he found Professor McGonagall and Argus Filch handing out detentions. Do you not know the dangers of performing magic without an instructor present? Professor McGonagall said in a stern tone. Everyone looked at her with worry while Hermione was silently crying while looking at the floor. Loki waited behind a gargoyle for Professor and the students to leave before he caught Hermione's hand, covered her mouth and dragged her off elsewhere. Hermione fought for a few seconds, but once she realized it was Loki dragging her, she calmed down instantly. After a while, when Loki knew no one would hear them, Loki released Hermione. Loki. What are you doing? Professor McGonagall just told us off for wandering the halls late at night. It's all right, come with me. Loki dragged Hermione to the tower with the 7th floor and pulled her to the window. Isn't it beautiful? Loki asked with a smile on his face as he observed all of Hogwarts from the window. Hermione looked happy for a few seconds and then she started sniffling and soon she started bawling on Loki's shoulder, mumbling things like, I told them it was a bad idea. I told them we'd get caught. But they didn't even listen. I helped them figure out about the Philosopher's Stone and still they don't listen to me. Loki's ears perked up at the mention of the Philosopher's Stone, but since Hermione was crying he didn't say anything else other than pat her back calmly until she was all right. Ah, looks like the rabbit that was crying has gained enough energy to be angry again, Loki said, poking Hermione's fluffed-up cheeks. HMPF. You saw nothing? Sure, I didn't see anything. Let's go now. Hermione said, I don't want to get scolded again. Sure. Dropping off Hermione in front of the fat lady portrait, Loki walked back to the Slytherin dorms with a smile on his face. What was that about the Philosopher's Stone, he wondered. Is it a part of what Adam has planned? The Beyonder characteristic that he hid as a trap. Interesting, maybe I can finish digesting my potion with its help. Probably not. He'd probably have a ton of magical wards monitoring the thing. But I could probably do something else, maybe I could enjoy a piece of the pie. Chapter 94, Attack on Friends. Dominic, what's the Philosopher's Stone? Loki asked casually, making conversation while eating breakfast. Huh? Oh, it's supposed to be a legendary item that gives its user immortality and the ability to turn anything into gold. That's all. Yeah, what else could you want? No, not in that sense, I thought it'd be more realistic. Like it might have some curse associated with it, for example, the more you use it the more humanity you'd lose until you turn into a mad raving zombie or something. You've got an active imagination, but it is realistic. A person called Nicholas Flamel is known to have made the stone. I don't know if it is a hoax, but he's supposed to have lived around 600 years already. Huh. Is he just another high-sequence Beyonder? An angle or something of that sort? Maybe even a true god since people know his name from legends and form his anchors. But why does it feel like I've heard the name before? And why was Mione looking for it? Moving to the potions classroom, Loki paired up with Hermione in the practical session and presented his question to her. Why were you looking around for the Philosopher's Stone? Hermione looked at him shocked as she said, Did I say that out loud? Well, you were mumbling things while I saw nothing, so I heard accidentally. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Hermione glared at Loki for a few seconds but then finally gave up and said with a sigh, I know about the Philosopher's Stone because of the chocolate frog card. Huh. The chocolate frog that you bought for me on the train when we arrived at Hogwarts. There was a card for Professor Dumbledore in that. It said about him working with Nicholas Flamel to discover the 7 uses of dragon blood. I see, but what about the Philosopher's Stone? Why did you go looking about it? We were worried that Professor Snape might be planning on stealing something that was being protected at Hogwarts in the 3rd floor corridor, so we looked around about it and figured out that it was the Philosopher's Stone, Hermione said, nodding her chin in Harry and Ron's direction. You were worried Professor Snape would steal it? Loki asked with raised eyebrows. Hermione looked at Loki skeptically and then leaned in a little so no one would be able to hear them and whispered into his ear, Professor Snape was cursing Harry's broom in the first Quidditch match. He was the reason it went out of control. Huh? How do you know that? Loki asked, wondering why Dumbledore was using Snape as a linchpin in his story. Is this some weird attempt at playing a twist where he reveals it was you-know-who all along at the end? I saw him staring at Harry's broom and mumbling something under his breath. Well, even Professor Quirrell was doing that. Loki countered and caused Hermione to become stumped. He did that? She asked, confused. Yeah, I thought they were both trying to save Harry since he was going to crash because his broom was out of control. Huh? Hermione became confused, but then she said, maybe Professor Quirrell was protecting Harry and Professor Snape was trying to kill Harry. Maybe, but I don't think so. There are a million other better ways for Professor Snape to kill Harry than do it out in the open in front of all the other teachers. I mean, he could just tamper with his potion so that he'd die during class or something. You aren't wrong, Hermione concluded. But Ron told us that Professor Snape was a former Death Eater. Death Eaters are minions of you-know-who, so maybe he's trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone to give it to his master. Could be, Loki said, but did not reveal that the Philosopher's Stone that Hermione was thinking about was really a skull with blood flowing out of its eyes. Now that I think about it, could that skull itself be the Philosopher's Stone? Maybe drinking the blood leaking from it gives the person immortality or something. I'll try to divine about it later. When the potions class ended, Loki had a better comprehensive understanding of Dumbledore's plan. So, he wants Harry to protect the Philosopher's Stone from you-know-who while making it seem like Professor Snape is the villain. Poor Professor Snape, he probably didn't know that he was going to be assigned the role of the villain while working under the headmaster. But if Adam is against you-know-who, why is he helping the true creator and the Aurora Order to find me? Or is this an expansive trap that aims to capture the Aurora Order in some way? But why would Adam, the King of Angels, want to help low-level thugs like Mr. A? Doesn't make much sense. In LOTM, Adam and the true creator work towards absorbing each other. Is it the same in this world, or are they enemies here? Or there's something different about their relationship? Loki spent the rest of the day reading up about runes and working to improve his control over spirituality outside his body so that he could cast spells without having to swing his wand like a conductor every time. As evening approached, Loki had dinner with Dominic and left to go to Professor Snape's office. Go get me these ingredients, Professor Snape said, giving Loki a list and a pouch that he would have to fill with ingredients from the Forbidden Forest. Sure, Professor, Loki said with a nod and took off into the darkness going toward the Forbidden Forest. Ah. Hagrid. What are you doing out here with students? Loki asked as he arrived at Hagrid's hut where the trail to go inside the Forbidden Forest began. It's for their detention, Hagrid said, pointing at the row of children who all seemed to be a little afraid of stepping into the forest so deep into the night. Oh. Are they picking ingredients too? No, I noticed something weird today. There was unicorn blood splashed on certain tray dash. Before Hagrid could finish his sentence, Loki was off, running into the depths of the forest without even looking back. What's up with him? Hermione asked worriedly since she'd never seen Loki rush for anything before. He loves them unicorns. He plays with them quite frequently, they are very close. Hagrid said with a sigh. Will he be all right? Hermione asked, worried even more. He should be able to keep himself safe. Hagrid nodded. He's been here more times than you could count on your stubby fingers. Everyone watched Loki vanish into the depths of the forest while Malfoy mumbled, hope he dies there. Perhaps whatever's killing the unicorns kill him too, causing everyone to turn and glare at him. Someone's killing the unicorns. Loki screamed inside his mind, as he made theories about what was happening. No one would kill a unicorn for their horns or tail hair, those drop naturally. So blood. But who'd want to be cursed to gain it? Wait, Harry was going to enter the forest, so it's his plan. So you know who's involved. Chapter 95, Help. No. 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 This can't be happening. If someone is attacking the unicorn, the ones in most danger are the foals, since they've come to expect me in the forest during the night. Loki's head rushed with thoughts as he rushed himself deeper into the forbidden forest. He was moving in the direction of the unicorn territory, since that would be the area where any injured unicorn would travel. Unicorns are fast and agile, especially in the forest terrain, so their attacker must be someone even faster. Is it an animal that's working for you-know-who undercover? Possible, but not likely, since no animals are known to hunt unicorns, because that would curse them if they drank their blood. Their natural instincts would be hard to override without an unforgivable spell, but that would force you-know-who to control them like puppets. I can't imagine him doing that. So the only other option is a human. A human from the castle. If it is, that means someone seriously needs unicorn blood to do something immediately, like increasing their lifespan. Because they wouldn't risk killing the unicorn and getting cursed for any other reason. It is likely to be a beyond or two, since they might be able to offset the curse of drinking the unicorn blood. But that would mean they have control over the domain of curses. Control over the domain of curses. That's darkness, wheel of fortune, and abyss. There could be more, but I can't remember right now. Since the Black family has the Darkness Pathway blasphemy card, I doubt it is anyone from the Darkness Pathway. That leaves the Wheel of Fortune and Abyss. Neither of which I want to even entertain fighting against at my current level. Something glimmering on the forest floor caught Loki's attention as his breathing hitched. Silver. It's unicorn blood. Loki rushed and began to follow the blood trail, stepping over roots and jumping over or through short bushes wherever he could. And finally, under the calm silence of the night, Loki finally heard a soft neigh. Stepping through a bush and out from behind a tree, Loki finally saw the scene that sent shivers up his spine. The silhouette of a man sitting on the floor, ghoulishly towering over the struggling unicorn, came into Loki's view. Loki saw the large wound on the unicorn's stomach and felt his own stomach tie into knots. Pulling out his wand, Loki put into practice the most powerful spell he'd learnt while dueling Dominic. Confringo Maxima. A blast of fire shot out from Loki's wand, attesting to his poor emotional control that led to wasting a ton of spirituality, but the resulting blast that came out of his wand was still powerful enough. The blast engulfed the ghoulish man and sent him flying back, slamming him against a tree and knocking him unconscious. Loki raised his wand and cast a Lumos Maxima half-light to light up the surroundings and check for any more enemies, but when he found none, he turned his attention back to the unconscious men. As Loki stepped closer to the men, he became more and more cautious in his steps. He couldn't have been knocked out if he was a beyonder so easily. But just as Loki was about to take a step closer, the man's body stood up like a puppet on strings, and before he could get a clear view of the face inside, the body turned and rushed away into the trees behind him. What dash? Loki attempted to follow, but a soft and weak neigh stopped him in his tracks, and he had a stray but important thought: if he's of the Abyss Pathway, I can't attack him. Loki looked at the poor unicorn that was dying and became rooted on the spot. He knelt beside the unicorn and stroked it slowly, but just as Loki was about to give up, he felt something inside his dress. How could I forget about this? Loki immediately pulled out the small flask in his pocket and pulled out its stopper. It was the first healing potion Loki had made after Snape challenged him to make a batch of them. Pouring the contents of the flask over the wound, Loki then poured some of the liquid into the unicorn's mouth, and in under a minute, Loki could finally see the unicorn's wound healing at a visible speed. Nay. The unicorn also felt itself getting better and neighed happily, but just as Loki was getting happier, he heard the bushes around him snap. Loki pulled out his wand and looked at the moving bush with a wary look. And before Loki could figure out what was behind a bush, a dark spell shot at him under the cover of the night, through the leaves, which he barely ducked under to avoid. Bang! The spell that had flown past him burrowed into the tree and blew its trunk into smithereens. The tree was soon falling. Another spell came Loki's way, but he barely jumped over the spell by walking on a tree. And as he stepped closer to the tree to cover his back, he felt something sharp poke his robes and lift him up. The unicorn had pulled Loki up on its horn and threw him backwards for him to land on its back. Whoa! Before another spell could make its way, the unicorn dashed through the forest, jumping over bushes and using every foothold it could find to propel itself further into the forest. Loki looked behind and saw a malevolent black mass following them through the forest, moving through thick branches and tree trunks by blowing them all apart. A chase ensued, with the unicorn using all of the forest terrain to its advantage, trying to get ahead and lose the malevolent black mist as Loki stayed on its back, gripping the unicorn's mane, trying his best not to fall off. As the forest got thinner, the branches and trees that were protecting Loki and the unicorn from the spells started to disappear, causing the unicorn to have to constantly change directions to avoid being blown to smithereens by the black mass following them. As they exited the forest, the unicorn threw Loki off its back and shot back into the forest, leaving Loki disoriented, and when he realized what had just happened, he realized it was too late to chase after the unicorn. The unicorn had left as soon as it had arrived, and the black mass followed it deeper into the forest, not even sparing a slight glance at Loki. "No!" Loki shouted. But he maintained his cool, and he instantly got to his feet and ran towards the castle. Entering the castle, Loki ran to the closest area where he could find a professor. He stepped into the hall with the giant clock and then rushed towards the hospital wing. Knock knock. Loki loudly thumped the door of the medical wing, and soon the doors opened. "Yes?" Madame Pomfrey asked, looking at Loki, who was frantically trying to tell her something, but he just couldn't because his lungs were burning from running all the way here. "The Forbidden Forest, unicorn hunting." "Calm down. Calm down," Madame Pomfrey said with a soft smile as she pulled Loki into a warm hug. Tears rushed down Loki's eyes as he finally spoke calmly. "There is something hunting unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid and the rest of the students went there in detention. It is dangerous," Loki said. "I understand," Madame Pomfrey said with a soft smile as she pulled out her wand and cast a Patronus charm that took shape in the form of a ball of light and flew off with a letter she had hurriedly scribbled. As soon as she was done, Madame Pomfrey rushed with Loki towards the Forbidden Forest, arriving at its edge, only to find Hagrid running holding Hermione, who was profusely bleeding from her mouth, with the rest of the kids running behind him. They didn't look any better and they smelt even worse. It looked like they had all puked blood on each other. As soon as Loki saw Hermione, he felt his stomach drop a few levels as a terrible feeling overtook his mind. What happened to her? She didn't know. No way, Adam would let that happen. Madame Pomfrey rushed towards the kids and began to cast various healing and diagnostic charms on them. Snape came to the entrance of the Forbidden Forest not long after, and once he heard something from Hagrid, he began to walk towards the forest. But all Loki remembered next was seeing Snape take a step towards the forest before he collapsed onto the floor and fell unconscious while spewing blood from his mouth like Hermione, albeit to a lesser extent. The rest of the night was a blur, with Loki spending the night in the hospital wing with everyone else, even though he didn't feel anything wrong with him. "Will Hermione and Professor Snape be all right?" Loki asked Madame Pomfrey. "Professor Snape will be right and fit as a fiddle in a little bit of time, and I've already stopped the disease in Hermione's body from spreading, but she needs a little rest," Madame Pomfrey said with a guilty look on her face. Loki's eyes turned watery as he looked at Hermione, but he held back. A soft hand rested on Loki's head and ruffled his hair. "You can sleep now. I'm sure the unicorn you helped save is all right. And eventually, everything will work itself out on its own, even with Hermione." Loki looked at Madame Pomfrey and felt for some reason that she wasn't lying, so he moved to the closest bed and collapsed. He didn't know anything that happened after that, since he was knocked out like a light in just a few seconds. Chapter 96, Interrogation. When Loki woke up sometime in the middle of the night, he heard an elderly wise voice talking to Madame Pomfrey, and since there was nothing else to do, he decided to listen to the conversation outside. "It would be best if I could speak to them now, Madame Pomfrey. I've already spoken to Hagrid. He's told me his side. I need to know theirs so I can find a solution to this mess. The other students in the castle might still be in danger if I do not," the old voice said. "And I said they need to rest. The students and Professor Snape are still in danger. Especially that girl. She had the most courage out of all of them to attack the men you brought into the castle, and yet she's suffering the most. Forcefully awakening them now will only push them closer to the edge. Wasn't there a student that wasn't infected? Would he not know what happened? Could I please speak to him at least?" the old voice reasoned. "He's asleep," Madame Pomfrey said in a simple manner. "I will call you when he wakes. Shesh, he's." The curtain around his bed was pulled open softly, startling Loki as he promptly jumped back, reached for his wand and pulled it out after priming it with spirituality out of instinct. "Our student in question seems to be awake, Madame Pomfrey." The old voice, which Loki now saw belonged to Dumbledore, who had on his old wrinkly face a kind smile. Madame Pomfrey only glared at Dumbledore and left with the final words, "I will only give you 20 minutes to wrap your stuff. After that you promise to leave me and the patients alone." Dumbledore nodded and with a grandfatherly smile turned to Loki. Loki's mind was going through a lot of things until now, but in a moment his entire focus was to not let his mind wander, and so before Dumbledore could ask anything, Loki immediately said, "I don't know anything. If I did, I wouldn't be so confused about everything that happened." But instead of seeing Dumbledore surprised or, God forbid, angry, he saw Dumbledore extend a calm voice that instantly made Loki feel like he was in the embrace of Mother Nature and everything that would happen here would be beneficial for him. But knowing this was Dumbledore using his Beyonder abilities, Loki only put up a facade of letting his guard down by relaxing his shoulders that had become tense. "Would you care for a lemon drop?" Dumbledore asked patiently, offering Loki a piece of candy from his pocket. "No thanks, I don't like sweet things." Loki shook his head and lied without remorse. "Oh. That's a shame." Dumbledore spoke unhurriedly. A short silence settled as Loki wondered why Dumbledore was wasting so much time, but since Dumbledore had made the atmosphere so comfortable, Loki was feeling sleepy again. And just as Loki was about to slip into the world of dreams for the second time during the night, he heard Dumbledore ask a question and wake him up. "Could you tell me what you saw in the forest?" "I was searching for the blood trail after Hagrid informed me that a unicorn had been hurt. I was searching because I've grown close to them after spending time with them whenever Hagrid went to the Forbidden Forest. And then once I located the trail, I carefully ran until I met with the dying unicorn. Over the unicorn, I saw a robed man trying to drink its silver blood, and in a moment of anger, I used the Confringo charm by overcharging it with as much spirituality as I could." "What happened to the robed man?" "He flew and hit a tree and looked like he fell unconscious, but immediately after he got up like a puppet with all his limbs in the wrong place and loose, and he ran away into the cover of the night." "Was that it?" "No, I healed the unicorn with a potion I had made earlier during my detention with Professor Snape, and just as the unicorn was fully healed the man came back, but the unicorn pulled me up on its back and strode along with me towards the entrance of the Forbidden Forest and left me there." "And what about Hagrid and the rest? Do you know what happened to them?" "No, just as I brought Madame Pomfrey back to the Forbidden Forest I saw Hagrid come out with Hermione in his arms. She had blood dripping from her mouth and it made me feel very nauseous. That was also when Professor Snape arrived and got hurt." "I see." Dumbledore smiled and then nodded. "Thank you for telling me all of this. I don't expect it to have been easy, but thank you for protecting my students." When Dumbledore was finally about to leave, Loki asked him a question by gathering a little courage. "Professor, do you know what happened to Hermione?" "I asked Madame Pomfrey, but she wouldn't say." Dumbledore paused and looked at Loki with his glassy blue eyes from under his half-moon glasses, waiting for a while to seemingly confirm something. After a minute or so, when Loki was feeling like his body wanted to do nothing other than sleep, Dumbledore responded, "She's been cursed with sickness after she attempted to attack whatever attacked you. It does not have a direct cure yet, but I'm sure Madame Pomfrey will figure it out eventually. It was your timely help that saved them all, and for that, I am thankful to you. You have my gratitude." "Professor," Hermione looked into the matter of the Philosopher's Stone you are protecting in the forbidden third-floor corridor. "Is it possible to use a little bit of the stone to cure her?" "Unfortunately for her, it is not possible for me to currently move the stone out of the place it is being protected in, but I assure you I will not let a student die on my watch." Loki felt hateful for a moment, but he held it in place, not letting it furrow or grow or show on his face, and that was the last thing Loki remembered before he fell into his pillow, falling deep into sleep once again. Loki woke up the next day to find Snape gone, and with exams approaching in a couple of days, Loki was forced to leave the hospital wing after just a day, even though Madame Pomfrey seemed to want to keep him longer. So before he left, she left a part of herself with him. "Loki, take this, and keep this with you at all times. If you ever need help, just pour your spirituality and throw it at whatever is hurting you after shouting, Lux. Madame Pomfrey said with a motherly smile on her face. Loki didn't understand what he was given, but since he felt a warm feeling come off of it, he took it with a grateful expression. Once in Loki's hands, he carefully examined the shiny metallic piece that he was holding and realized what it was: the flaring sun charm. What the hell? Loki barely concealed his shock at being handed a Beyonder item out of nowhere and spoke to Madame Pomfrey to thank her. "Thank you, Madame Pomfrey." The matron calmly brushed Loki's hair and said with a sweet smile, "I hope you don't need to use such a thing, but I promise whatever you use this on will be gone for good once you use it." Loki nodded with his eye glimmering and left the hospital after leaving Hermione one lingering glance. He hadn't fully made up his mind, but he did have a little idea about what he would do next. Chapter 97, Consolidating Facts. Under stares from everyone, Loki entered the Great Hall to have lunch and went to sit down beside Dominic. "Heard you fought off a dragon last night." Dominic started the conversation. "And then what?" "I defeated it by stabbing its heart with a sword." "No, the rumors say you rode on the dragon and used its fire-breathing ability to defeat an immortal dark wizard." "That's actually surprisingly close," Loki commented under his breath, making sure that only Dominic heard his words. Dominic had raised eyebrows but did not ask further, since he could sense Loki was still guarded and needed a little time to rest. After finishing his meal, Loki moved to the dungeons and collapsed into his bed. But forcing himself to get up, Loki did the ritual for the celestial worthy of heaven and earth and landed in the Sapphira Castle. That was difficult, Loki said out loud, heaving a refreshing sigh of relief after he stepped into his seat. Let's analyze everything, Loki muttered as he remembered the events of the particular night even though he didn't particularly like them. Someone wanted to drink the blood of a unicorn to gain a longer lifespan even if it comes at the cost of a cursed life, which probably means that someone is close to dying and is forced to resort to extreme measures. Or they have some way to counteract the curse. In the forest, after I knocked out the man who was drinking unicorn blood, he moved as if he was being possessed and still came after me, and the unicorn probably desperately wanting to drink its blood or to kill me. When Hagrid and the rest of the students came back, they were all sick in one form or another that required Madame Pomfrey's immediate assistance to help them. Hermione was the only child that harbored thoughts of attacking the robed men, and she was the one that was hit back the hardest. At this point, Loki remembered what Dumbledore said. They've been cursed with sickness after they attempted to attack whatever attacked you. If Adam was not lying, then this means that the opponent is off the abyss pathway and can detect who is trying to attack him, and he used this premonition to form a connection and curse them instead. But this is only possible if the enemy is a Sequence 3, Blatherer in the abyss pathway. Loki noted and shivered a little. A high sequence saint already. But if it is a Sequence 3, why didn't it do such a thing to me and make me fall sick and then capture the unicorn anyway by making it weak? Loki thought for a while and came up with certain peculiarities in the scenario. I attacked the man drinking the unicorn blood and caused him to fall unconscious. And when the man woke up again, he was behaving strangely like a puppet. What if the man who I attacked was just a vessel that was being possessed by an angel of the abyss pathway? Meaning, I never truly had the intention to attack the angel. So, he couldn't do anything to me. And the unicorn would explain how I was not affected by his powers that would have killed me or led to the loss of control immediately. Since the unicorn's blood has the effect of counteracting curses, it protected me when I was so close to it. But who is this Sequence 3 angel? You know who. It being you know who would also make sense, since then Adam could have set up a scenario where he fights Harry Potter and loses, or to make Harry want to become stronger by seeing just how powerful you know who really was. The Beyonder being Voldemort would make a few more things make sense, such as why he might need the bloody skull that Dumbledore hid inside the mirror. That bloody skull is possibly the Beyonder characteristic of Sequence 2, Bloody Archduke. Loki rested his back on the chair, letting himself relax a little as he had just thought hard about multiple things. This is getting very dangerous. How did I get involved with a Sequence 3 of all things? And I still have to be wary of Mr. A, who's searching for me in the castle. The worst part is I don't know how Mr. A knows that I am here at Hogwarts. If I knew how, I could use some loophole to fool him by preparing a counterplan or a distraction. It all started with that damn ring. Loki thought and smiled a little out of pity for himself. Loki picked up the ruby ring he'd stolen and concluded a new maxim: when you steal things, you also steal the destiny of the object, making things more complicated than they need to be sometimes. After that, Loki performed a simple divination: the blood that drips out of the Sequence 2 Bloody Archduke Beyonder characteristic can cure curses. The clockwise motion of the pendulum told Loki all he wanted to know and edged him closer to the decision he wanted to make. Over the next few days, Loki attempted the exams diligently like a good student, showing no outwardly hate towards Dumbledore. Professor Snape's test was for everyone to make a cure for Boyle's potion that was twice as effective as the recipe in the book. Loki did exceptionally well in the test and made a potion that was thrice as effective, courtesy of the Half-Blood Prince's book. The charms potion was to cast a modified version of the levitation charm on pineapples to make them dance around on the table. Herbology was an easy test, with the students just having to repot and plant various harmless magical plants without harming them, and Loki scored well in the test since he'd received many tips and tricks from Professor Sprout herself, since he used to help her doing this during detention. History of Magic was a written exam where Loki did decently since he loved hearing stories, while the Defense Against Dark Arts exam was easy since Loki often fought Dominic and developed good combat reflexes which he used to fight the imp that was prepared for the exam. The Transfiguration exam was another easy exam where all Loki needed to do was turn a common mouse into a snuff box, which he perfectly did, and even gave the box a few fancy cat designs that Professor McGonagall liked. Poor Hermione, I'm sure she'd have prepared and read through the books and notes for the exams multiple times. It is sad that she won't get to attend the exams. Loki wondered out loud as he was walking toward the hospital wing. Entering the hospital wing and giving Madame Pomfrey the last batch of potions that Professor Snape had just brewed, he then looked toward Hermione's bed. Everyone else had already left the hospital wing, including Harry. Now it was only Hermione on her bed alone. She was still unconscious and Loki was a little worried, but Madame Pomfrey put her hand on Loki's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I will not let anything happen to her. Hogwarts has its ways to help everyone in need. Loki gave a firm nod and made up his mind about what he was going to do next. All I need to do is hijack Adam's story. Chapter 98, Canon 1. Before I do anything, I need to make a few preparations. Loki walked into the Forbidden Forest with a little more fear than he usually held, still traumatized from the last incident, but his aim kept him focused on the job he was currently doing. Walking up to the unicorn territory, Loki waited for a while before an adult unicorn came out and met him. Loki could recognize the unicorn. It was the one he'd saved in the Forbidden Forest a week earlier. "Hello," Loki said with a calm smile. "Nay. Yes, I know, I should have come earlier, but my friend got hurt and then I got busy, sorry." "Nay. Thank you for forgiving me. But I need a little help." "Nay. Hee hee, I know I don't need to ask since I'm welcomed, but I might be getting a little ahead of myself this time. Could I have a little bit of your blood?" Loki asked with a worried tone. But he needn't have, since as soon as the words left Loki's mouth, the unicorn tilted its head and created a small scratch on its body using its horn from where pure silver blood began to leak out. "What dash?" "Nay." The unicorn hurried him and Loki immediately rushed to it with an open flask and began to collect a little bit of blood. And as soon as he filled his medium-sized flask with it, he poured a healing potion on its wound to heal it up, even giving the unicorn a little bit to heal it from the inside. Spat. Loki slapped the neck of the horse and said, "That was reckless. What if I wanted to get your blood to drink it like that, man? And what if I wanted to do something bad to you? And what if the blood got wasted?" "Nay." The unicorn buried its head into Loki's shoulder and neighed softly, tickling Loki in the process, and although Loki was arguing around with the horse, he was truly thankful. After spending a while with the unicorn, Loki left the Forbidden Forest with renewed determination. As soon as Loki entered the castle, he found Harry searching for him, and as soon as he spotted Loki, he came running up to see him. "What happened?" Loki asked Harry. "It's the Philosopher's Stone. Professor Snape is about to steal it." "Professor Snape? Philosopher's Stone?" "Yes. It will take too long to explain everything. Could you help us?" Harry exclaimed. "Huh." Loki took a few seconds to realize he was talking with Harry and not Hermione, so his mind rebooted several times as he failed to connect the dots as to how and why Harry had come looking for him. Eventually, he gave up and just resorted to thinking, it's probably Adam's bad writing fault. But it's probably good for me. Instead of having to hijack his story, I am being invited in." But he managed to hold onto a shred of rationality and said, "Give me a little bit of time, I need to prepare." Loki agreed, since this would help his plan immensely and reduce suspicion on him for what he was about to do. "At least now I can say I have a reason to enter the Forbidden Corridor if anyone asks me why. Better than saying I accidentally slipped into the trapdoor Fluffy's hiding. Alright, meet me and Ron at the third-floor corridor in 20 minutes. And before Loki could argue about how rushed that was, Harry turned around and left, presumably to make preparations of his own. Seeing how everything was going to follow Harry's schedule, Loki rushed to his room, getting everything and anything that would help him fight whoever might be on the other end. Flaring Sun Charm, check. Elaine's Good Luck Charm, check. Niffler. Squeak. Unicorn Blood, check. And finally, Ring of Harvest, check. Loki was taking the ring with him with just one thought on his mind, just in case I need it. He wore it with the ruby palmed in his hand so that it didn't show on the outside and no one would question him about it if they happened to see it. Hopefully, I won't need to use it though. Should I inform Dominic? No, he'll only try to stop me, and for my plan, I need to go into that corridor. Just as Loki was about to leave the dungeons, a blonde girl with blinds on her eyes appeared in front of him and stopped him from leaving. "Ah. Do you need something?" "Daphne, if I'm not wrong." The girl stayed silent, muttering about something under her breath before she looked at Loki and spoke in a calm and relaxed tone. "You will need luck." "What? Does she know what I'm about to do?" "See her. Know a Wheel of Fortune pathway beyonder." "Does she know I'm a beyonder?" But if she was from the Wheel of Fortune pathway, she should be lying down, bleeding from her eyes while looking at me. The sentence shocked Loki a little, wondering if his plan had been revealed, but he stood his ground and pretended not to understand, since there was still a chance that she didn't exactly know about the situation but was inferring his need from some other way through divination. "What do you mean?" Loki asked, pretending to be confused. "This will help." Pour your spirituality into it and make a logical and reasonable wish, it will have a high chance of coming true. Daphne said, holding out a small paper crane origami. Loki looked at the crane and became a little shocked. The Wheel of Fortune pathway. Why is she helping me? Why are you helping me? You will know when the time comes, Daphne said with a numb expression that confused Loki all the more. After thinking for a few moments, Loki picked up the crane and stuffed it into his pocket. A few minutes later, Loki was in front of the third-floor corridor where he found Harry waiting for him with Ron. They seemed to be arguing about something, but Loki didn't pay attention to it and just said, "Come on, we're losing light," attempting to sound cool. The two boys looked at him, clearly not understanding what he was talking about since it was only afternoon, but seeing him walk towards the only door in the corridor, they followed. "We know how to get past the dog," Harry said, pulling out a small flute. "That won't be needed," Loki said confidently. Loki pushed open the door and looked at Fluffy, whose head seemed to be yawning contentedly. But along with the dog, there seemed to also be a harp in the room, indicating someone had already tried to get in earlier and had been successful in crossing the three-headed dog. "Woof!" One of Fluffy's heads shouted as soon as Loki stepped into the room, causing the other two heads to turn around and look at him. Loki moved to the giant dog and began scratching under its three chins. "Ah, who's a good boy?" "Loki." "The stone," Harry reminded politely. Loki coughed a little and spoke with the giant Cerberus. "Fluffy, did you know you just let a bad person pass you a few minutes earlier?" "Woof." "I'm serious," Loki said as all three heads looked at him with worry. "Could you let us go past you so that I can stop the person and help Hagrid? Don't you want to help me and Hagrid? Aren't you a good boy?" The three heads looked at each other, and just as Ron was getting impatient and about to pull the flute out of Harry's hands and play it himself, the Cerberus pulled away its paw from the trapdoor, allowing Loki, Harry, and Ron to pass through safely. Loki smirked and opened the trapdoor and said, "After you." "What? You're scared of the dark?" Ron asked with a proud tone, but Loki just shook his head and asked, "Do you want to go in or not? Or are you scared, Dash?" Ron looked at the dark room underground, and without allowing Loki to say anything else, he jumped in through the trapdoor. "It's safe and soft down here," Ron shouted. Harry looked at Loki, nodded a little, and then jumped in through the trapdoor himself. "Thank you for helping me out, Fluffy," Loki said with a soft gaze on the animal, and the three dogs licked Loki before pushing him in through the trapdoor. As soon as Loki landed inside the dark room on something airy, he suddenly heard Ron scream. "The ground. It's moving. Like a snake. Around my neck. No. It's a plant." Harry shouted helpfully since they couldn't see anything in the dark. So Loki pulled out his wand and threw the vines that were trying to choke him and shouted, "Lumos Maxima." A bright white light filled the room, causing the devil's snare to leave the trio in peace as it retreated to the walls of the room, trying to escape the bright white light. "Thanks for the help," Ron said apologetically, and Loki just shook his head and accepted, "It's all right, I didn't mind." The trio ran through the corridor and through a door, arriving at a new room that was filled with flying keys. "Huh," Loki said, looking at the keys flying all around the room. "Do we need a key to open that door?" Loki asked, pointing at the door on the opposite wall of the room. "But which key would it be?" Harry asked. "Maybe that one." Ron pointed at a rusty and large old key that had a damaged wing, making it easier to spot since it was flying wobbly. "And there are brooms over there." Loki pointed and exclaimed outwardly, while inwardly he shouted, "Damn, Adam, couldn't you have made your plan less obvious? Isn't this just screaming Harry Potter is the hero of the story?" Turn 99, Canon, 2. "I can do this," Harry said with confidence. "Yeah. You've got this," Ron added with excitement. Harry climbed a broom and deftly flew through the air until he used his skills as a seeker to fly to the key and grab it out of the air. Landing back down near the door, Ron and Loki moved closer to him and waited for Harry to do the honors by opening the door to the next room. Click. The door opened with a click, and the trio found themselves in a new room filled with giant chess pieces arranged neatly on a giant board. "I've got this," Ron said as soon as he saw that the puzzle in this room was related to chess. "But what do we have to do?" Loki asked with a frown, because the second he stepped on the board and tried to cross to the other side by just walking, all the pieces on the board became alert and drew out their weapons, forcing him to stop. "Maybe we just command the pieces like in wizard chess?" Harry helpfully asked. "No. Look. We've got to climb the pieces." Ron said, helpfully pointing out the carefully crafted seats on the chess pieces where each person could sit. All right. Loki nodded, since he didn't have anything better to offer. So with each other's help, the trio climbed their respective pieces and the game began after each side's king knocked the floor with their heavy stone sword. The game began in an equal manner, with pieces from both sides setting up their opening, with Ron taking a more defensive approach by castling his king as fast as possible, while the other side took a more aggressive approach by developing their queen first. The game continued on to reflect that, with the other side aggressively sacrificing pieces to gain a better position for its own pieces, while Ron played more conservatively, taking his time so that all his pieces remained in the perfect spot for him to mount an attack. Harry and Loki remained silent and followed Ron's orders, offering not much help since they were not very great players of wizard chess. As the damage on both sides mounted, with pieces destroying each other, sending clouds of dust into the air, Loki and Harry became worried that they were going to lose. But at the last moment, with a brave self-sacrifice, Ron clinched victory by allowing Harry to checkmate the other king. With nothing else to do, the pieces on the other side all dropped their weapons and surrendered, allowing Loki and Harry to progress to the next room after they saw Ron wasn't dead but just unconscious. The next room seemed to have been set up by Professor Snape, since it was a dark and dingy room with very low lighting that came from a perpetually burning fire that blocked the only exit from the room. Harry and Loki reached a series of potions that were arranged on a table near the wall, picking up a paper with a riddle on it. Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you, whichever you would find. 1 among us 7 will let you move ahead. Another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among our number hold only nettle wine. 3 of us are killers, waiting hidden in line. Choose, unless you wish to stay here forevermore. To help you in your choice, we give you these clues for. First, however slyly the poison tries to hide, you will always find some on nettle wine's left side. Second, different are those who stand at either end. But if you would move onwards, neither is your friend. Third, as you see clearly, all are different size. Neither dwarf nor giant holds death in their insides. Fourth, the second left and the second on the right are twins once you taste them, though different at first sight. Loki read the puzzle a few times and began to match the potions around, ending up with a yellow potion bottle that only had enough potion in it for 1 person to drink. There's just enough for 1 swig. Should I drink this? But how do I make it seem like a reasonable choice? In fact, how do I know Adam isn't watching all of this play out while hiding under psychological invisibility right in this room? But since the potion was refilled after Professor Snape went into the next chamber, it probably means that the potion will refill on its own once again. Harry, there's just enough for 1 person, but I suspect that the potion will refill itself in a little while, since it has already refilled itself once after Professor Snape had gone in. I leave it to Adam to protect his protagonist in the fight. I just need a moment of distraction to steal what I've come here to steal for Hermione. I don't want to get involved in the fight between the Wonder Boy and the evil deity. Why don't you go to the next chamber and hold back Professor Snape until I'm there? Since I've been in detention with him for a long time, I know how to calm him down and make him see reason. Harry stood there wordlessly, so Loki just continued. Can you hold on for 5 minutes? I'll drink the potion after it is refilled. What if it doesn't refill? Harry urgently asked. Then I'll go and tell a teacher. But we already tried th. No, if I tell them the contents of the chambers we've been through, I'm sure they'll believe me. I'll tell them that you're stuck in here with Professor Snape and that your life could be in danger. Harry reluctantly nodded and agreed to listen to Loki. Thank you, Harry. Loki said, unstoppered the bottle and stuffed it into Harry's mouth, forcing him to gulp down the yellow potion with 1 big gulp. Harry felt a refreshing coolness pass over him as he turned to Loki and nodded one last time before looking at the fire burning at the door to the next room. Although he felt a little nervous, he trusted Professor Snape enough that he wouldn't fumble a basic fire resistance potion, so he gulped down his fear and stepped through. The next room was a large one, and what was inside the room surprised Harry. It was a dead troll. Did Professor Snape kill it? Because it tried to stop him from stealing the stone. Harry smoothly passed through the room, while covering his nose because of the stinking troll, but he failed to notice the robed man that peered at him from the corner of the rather dark room. Loki, having grown tired of waiting for the potion to automatically refill, became ecstatic when he found the bottle filled with the yellow liquid that he'd forced into Harry. He picked up the glass bottle and gulped the entire potion in a single swig and immediately crossed through the hot fire that now seemed as cool as ice. But as soon as Loki entered the room, he froze. Professor John? Loki asked nervously. Hello, Mr. Loki. Why are you here? Mr. A said with a sickly smile that nearly creeped Loki out to death. I forgot about him. Almost instantly Mr. A's eye snapped to Loki's hands, but having thought that Mr. A would like to see if he was wearing the Ring of Harvest or not, he had already smoothly hid it behind his back, acting as if it was nothing special. His other hand remained on his wand as he primed it with spirituality to attack Mr. A as soon as possible so that he could get past him and to the next room. This had to happen now. Why did Adam set this up for me? Does he not want me to interfere with what's going on in the other room? Or does he have something else planned? How silly of me to have thought I could hijack his story when I'm just a sequence 9 beyonder right now. Chapter 100, Canon 3. Hello, Professor John. Have you seen Professor Snape? He should have just passed through, I need to talk to him. Loki said, keeping up the act. Oh. Professor Snape hasn't come here. I wonder why you're looking for him, anything special? No, I was just confused by Potter that he was here. Must have seen something wrong. He even has glasses, so he probably confused him with someone else. Sorry for taking up your time, Professor. But before he could turn around and leave, Mr. A spoke in a chillingly calm tone with a polite smile that made him look unhinged. Do you know when human flesh tastes the best, Loki? Loki froze in his tracks and gulped as his eyes met with Mr. A's crimson-red eyes that were as still as the Black Lake. It is when it is marinated in fear and pain. Haha, that was a funny joke, Professor. I'm sorry I have to disappoint you, but I need to leave. Are you sure we've never met before, Mr. Loki? I mean, I've seen you in classes if that's what you're asking. Before that. Never met you, never even seen you before. The smile on Mr. A's face dropped as his cold-blooded eyes scanned Loki from head to toe, and then he said, I would have believed that lie had you not had that ring on your finger. Then he licked his lips and spoke with a smile, and if not for the stench of fear that was emanating from you. Loki's blood felt cold, but he knew that this was going to happen when he took the ring. The law of beyonder characteristics convergence would eventually bring someone from the Aurora Order into his life. Mr. A vanished from his spot and arrived in front of Loki, swinging his effeminate hand at Loki's head, but Loki ducked low to dodge it, using the soul of Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin currently in the ring to enhance his combat abilities temporarily. Not having anticipated Loki's dodge, Mr. A was left open without cover as Loki did his best to kick him away from himself using the strength of the Dawn Paladin as he made a mad dash towards the entrance that was covered in flames. As he escaped, Loki pulled the whistle on his wrist and blew into it to call Sunny. Mr. A moved his fingers, causing the shadows in the room to become alive and attack Loki. It suddenly felt like the entire room had shifted and tilted in Loki's perception. The shadows grew long and wonky, making it seem like he was suddenly in an endless corridor where he would remain trapped for an eternity. The only hope he could find was the bright flames at the door on the other end, which glowed with confidence in spite of the darkness. Loki rushed, using all the strength he could muster from the soul of the Dawn Paladin, his abilities as a thief keeping him aware of all the shadows around him as he dodged them narrowly each time as they tried to capture him. But very soon Loki realized that the shadows were faster and he'd be caught in no time. So he devised a clever plan. Pretending as if he tripped because of misplacing his feet in the wonky corridor, Loki tumbled along the rough floor, allowing the shadows to capture him. Almost instantly, the shadows wrapped around his limbs and hung him in the air, pulling on all his limbs as if he were going to be torn apart. A maddening smile appeared on Mr. A's dainty face as he walked closer to Loki, using his finger to inspect Loki's body as he turned him around and felt him up. But this was exactly what Loki was waiting for. He used the soul of Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin once again and activated the ability, Light of Dawn. A ring of light descended into the room, enveloping both Loki and Mr. A, causing all the shadows Mr. A had summoned and controlled to vanish in the blink of an eye. No. It didn't work. Loki shouted in his mind, in spite of becoming free from the shadows that had bound him. Mr. A did not even flinch as his body came in contact with the ring of light. Even though his skin was burning, it seemed like having his flesh burnt away earlier from the weaker flaring sun charm had caused him to get used to the feeling of having his body burnt. Instead, Mr. A tossed a few pieces of flesh from a bag around his waist towards Loki. The pellets of flesh came in contact with Loki and blew up into a shower of red blood that corroded Loki's skin wherever it touched him. Loki faltered for a second through the sudden intense pain, but managed to compose himself since the ability, the Light of Dawn, was nullifying the corrosive effects of the explosives while also hurting Mr. A. But for Mr. A, this momentary pause in Loki's actions that resulted from the explosion seemed enough as he rushed towards Loki and swung his arm at full speed towards his chest. Before Loki could respond meaningfully, a heavy impact sent him flying backwards and he collapsed after hitting the wall. It became difficult to breathe and Loki felt like all the food he'd eaten throughout the day was about to leave his mouth. His lungs burnt trying to breathe in air, but he just couldn't breathe. Mr. A slowly walked to him once again, bending low to match Loki's face. He pulled on Loki's hair and spoke in a seething voice. "I've finally caught you. I don't know how you blocked my attempts at divination, but I finally found you." "Oh, how?" Loki asked with pain, spitting out a little blood from his mouth. Mr. A smiled coldly and said in a happy tone, "Because of your height. You're small enough to be a kid, and if you had any relation to Beyonders it meant you were a wizard, even if just a squib. I followed you to Hogwarts hoping luck would bring you to me, and it finally paid off. Were you here cough cough just for me?" Loki asked in between coughing out blood. Mr. A smiled, but since his prey was in his grasp, spoke with passion, "No. Not just for you. The Lord has blessed me to carry out a mission that would help him immensely. I am here for ... As he was speaking, a soft melodious squeak interrupted him. Mr. A's eyelids suddenly drooped shut while Loki whispered, "Took you long enough." Squeak 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 squeak. Before Mr. A could react or even wake up by breaking Sunny's ability to put him into sleep by reciting a poem, Loki jabbed his wand up Mr. A's jaw until it pierced all the way into his head and reached his brain. Mr. A woke up with a start, the immense pain forcing him to snap awake. Held by his hand, Loki smiled widely, revealing his bloody teeth as he looked right into Mr. A's eyes. "F.A., cough cough, fate's a fickle friend, Mr. A. I hope you learned this firsthand," Loki said, and Mr. A's eyes widened and Loki's smile widened as he spoke the fight's final words. "Conf Ringo, you curly-haired baboon." A burst of fire exploded out of Mr. A's head, sending half of his face into oblivion, with his eyes exploding out of their sockets and sending Mr. A himself a few feet into the air before bringing him crashing down onto the floor. Loki's ears were ringing from creating an explosion at such a close distance, so he stood up a little painfully and walked towards the crawling bag of human flesh whose head was slowly regenerating. "TSK. Not dead yet. But that's good for me." Loki arrived in front of Mr. A and looked down on him. Half of his face was just pure bones without any flesh. The eye on the side was also missing, making him look like a ghoul straight out of fiction. Loki finally brought down the ring on his hand over to Mr. A's writhing body and spoke, "You can consume him and graze his soul. Replace the Dawn Paladin's soul." A small slit opened up on the ring from which a nasty black fleshy tongue rolled out and wrapped around Mr. A's body, which tried its best to escape. The fight ended with Mr. A being dragged back into the ring in spite of how much the body protested. Soon the Dawn Paladin's soul was expelled from the ring, and to Loki's surprise the soul lingered for a bit and nodded to Loki before vanishing from sight. Loki picked up the Beyonder characteristic that emerged out of the ring when the soul vanished and stuffed it into his pockets. He then collapsed onto the floor, tiredness and fatigue consuming him at every turn, yet he kept his eyes open and did not sleep since he hadn't completed his mission yet. Since Loki was using the soul of the doctor to heal his wounds slowly, he was slowly gaining back his sanity, but that didn't stop his appearance from looking scary since half of his face was covered in blood, with his robes torn and the skin underneath slightly burnt and corroded. Squeak squeak. "Come hide in my clothes, the fight's only going to get tougher," Loki said, pulling Sunny into his robes and relaxing a little to calm his tense nerves. Loki's eyes were closing due to the amount of blood he had lost, but he kept reminding himself of the mission he had to accomplish to keep himself awake. "I need to do this for Hermione. I need to do this for Hermione. I need to." Loki stood up while chanting the same phrase over and over again, working himself up to ignore the pain from all the damage his body had been subjected to. And with one final push, he walked himself into the next room after making sure he still had all the trump cards that he would use in case he had to fight you-know-who.